Chapter 1088. The Empress knows her heart. Yes, Your Majesty. I am deeply grateful for Your Majesty and the prince's benevolence. I will certainly remember it, the young maid said, bowing her head in profound gratitude to the Empress. Enough. Hurry and clean this place. Lay down the carpet. If anything were to happen to Princess Li, I shall hold you accountable, the Empress commanded with anger. Yes, Your Majesty, the young maid replied hastily as she set to work. Yun Ruoyue cast a glance at the virtuous prince, admiring his character that truly befits his title. Had it been someone else, they would undoubtedly have punished the maid for spilling hot water. She couldn't help but regard the prince with newfound esteem. Quickly, she approached and retrieved burn ointment from the medicine chest, handing it to Mou. His Highness's back is merely slightly red and swollen. It is not serious. Take him to rinse it with cold water. After rinsing several times, apply this burn ointment, and he shall be fine. Thank you, Princess, Mou said as he accepted the ointment. Thank you, Xiaoyue. You wait here for me. I shall change my attire and then join you for a meal. The virtuous prince said warmly. There's no need, Your Highness. I am already full and feel a bit tired. I wish to return and take a nap. You should go and rinse, Yun Ruoyue replied, pressing her forehead lightly. Very well then. Attendants, see the princess out, the prince acquiesced. Though he had hoped to share a meal and laughter with her, regret filled his heart, realizing she intended to depart. It was a rare occasion to see her, and though he felt a pang of longing, he could do nothing but gaze at her with affectionate eyes, unable to get enough of her presence. Since the princess is tired, I shall escort her out, the Empress declared. Mou, do assist His Highness in rinsing. Afterward, the Empress approached Yun Ruoyue and cast a helpless glance at her son. Once they had seen Yun Ruoyue and phoned her off, the Empress hurried back to the prince's chamber to check on him. At that moment, Mou had already rinsed the prince's back and applied the ointment, dressing him in a sky-blue brocade robe. Liyun, are you well? Does your back still hurt? The Empress inquired urgently as she entered. I am fine, mother. Thankfully. With Princess Li's burn ointment, it feels cool and comfortable. The pain has subsided, the prince replied. That is good to hear. Yet, your feelings for Princess Li. The Empress sighed heavily, settling into a rosewood chair and pouring herself a cup of tea. I can see you hold her in great affection. But she is already married. No wonder you have been so sullen lately and have refused the maidens I have introduced to you. It seems you harbor feelings that you cannot pursue. How can you like Princess Li? It is impossible for you to do so, as she is a woman of another. Mother, you are overthinking. I only feel grateful to Princess Li for saving my life. That is why I treat her kindly, the prince said calmly. Kindly? You rushed to her aid when she nearly fell and shielded her from scalding water with your own body. Your concern for her transcends mere affection. I have observed you. Your gaze is constantly upon her. Are you truly unaware of the depth of your feelings? The Empress remarked. Mother, she is my savior. It is only right that I save her. What would others think of me otherwise? The prince spoke earnestly. My son, do not deceive your mother. You are her flesh and blood. Can you truly believe that she does not understand you? You are deeply enamored with Princess Li, and this is unacceptable. Not only is she already wed, but given your ties with Chu Xuancheng, you must not harbor even the slightest affection for his wife. Fortunately, others have yet to perceive your feelings. Should Chu Xuancheng discover this matter, he would undoubtedly seek retribution, the concubine expressed with concern. Chapter 1089. The concubine's counsel. The prince's lips curled into a cold smirk, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. I can openly compete with Chu Xuancheng. It is apparent that Xiaoyue does not yet hold affection for him. Her presence in the Li royal residence is merely due to her unexpected pregnancy. Given time, if I can touch her heart, there may be a chance for us to be together. Upon hearing this, the concubine gazed at her son in disbelief, her voice tinged with frustration. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? There are countless women in the world. Should you desire, many would gladly follow you. Why then cling to a married woman? Yun Ruoyue is undoubtedly exceptional and your savior, yet she is already bound to another. The palace is rife with deceit. Though your mother has not taught you to be blindly kind, you cannot engage in actions that jeopardize another's marriage. I am not attempting to destroy their bond. I recognize that their relationship lacks affection. It is said that Chu Xuancheng has previously harmed Xiaoyue, and Yun Qing, being his mother's murderer, will not spare Xiaoyue. My feelings for Xiaoyue stem solely from a desire to rescue her from her plight and provide her with a better life. I am merely assisting her. And that is not wrong, the prince asserted resolutely. How do you know they lack affection? They remain husband and wife, and the princess is carrying the royal child. If there were no feelings, would she be pregnant? In any case, your mother forbids you from being foolish and from casting your eyes upon Princess Li. You possess a promising future and must not become entangled in such romantic affairs. With the Prince of Jin's power waning, your father is prepared to elevate you. Those officials and retainers previously aligned with the Prince of Jin, upon realizing your favor, will seek to ally with you. You must marry and bear children swiftly. Only then can they feel secure in following you. Your mother wishes for you to become the crown prince, the heir of Chu. If you continue to dwell on these romantic entanglements, you shall forfeit your claim to the throne, the concubine implored earnestly. The prince smiled faintly. Rest assured, mother. I have my plans regarding these matters and shall not disappoint you. As for marriage, I have only just begun to recover and require time to regain my strength. It would be unwise to wed so soon. I ask for your patience. I wish to grant you that time, but even if I desire to, your father will not allow it. Upon my last return to the palace, he inquired if you had someone in mind, urging me to arrange your marriage. I have already considered several daughters of high-ranking officials. Once your celebration arrives, they will all come forth. Take your time to observe. I am confident you will find a woman even more remarkable than Princess Li, the concubine replied. Let us discuss this later, the prince said nonchalantly. Your Highness, I sense that the virtuous prince harbors strange feelings for you. Just moments ago, he called you with such intimacy, and he was willing to endure burns to save you. His gaze upon you is distinctly different. Do you think he might have feelings for you? Upon returning to the manor, Yun Ruoyue reached the corridor when she heard Fenger say this. She quickly glanced around, relieved to find they were in the garden, and there was no one else present apart from herself and Fenger. Fenger, the royal residence is filled with prying eyes. Do not speak carelessly. My relationship with the virtuous prince is merely that of friends. He knows I was the one who saved him when he fainted outside the tavern, and I saved him again afterward, which is why he feels grateful and treats me kindly. Do not overthink it, Yun Ruoyue hastily replied. What? The virtuous prince already knows that the woman in disguise who saved him was you? He must be aware that it was you who performed artificial respiration, reviving him with your lips. This matter must remain confidential. If the prince finds out, it would be disastrous, Fenger exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. She believed that incident was a secret that would never be revealed, only to discover it had reached the virtuous prince's ears. Do not fret. I have done nothing dishonorable towards the prince. My actions were solely to save a life. Artificial respiration is a means of rescue, not a kiss. Do not speak of it recklessly. In such situations, as long as I can save a life, it matters not if he is the virtuous prince or an elderly man. I would still save him. A person's life is far more precious than idle gossip and societal judgment, Yun Ruoyue declared with unwavering conviction. You are right, Your Highness. Your broad-mindedness shines through. I have been too narrow in my thinking. You acted out of a sense of chivalry to save the virtuous prince. Yet it seems he may have taken it to heart. However, you are already the prince's beloved. I trust the virtuous prince will not act inappropriately. Fenger nodded in agreement. Yun Ruoyue smiled gently. I believe he will not, for the virtuous prince is renowned for his integrity and noble character. I trust he will not overstep. Now, let us be on our way. After they departed, two figures, one stout and the other slender, emerged from behind the rockery. They watched the retreating figures with a glint of coldness in their eyes, delighted at the prospect of newfound wealth. In a secluded chamber, Nangong Ro lay on her bed, her complexion pale and withered, suffering from a persistent cough. Lu Shi gazed at her with deep concern, sighing heavily. Alas, Rower, your constitution is truly fragile. After finally stopping the bleeding with medicine, you succumb to a chill. It is truly lamentable. Mother, it is this miscarriage that has drained my vitality, making me susceptible to illness. The thought of Yun Ruoyue basking in favor while I lie here like a living corpse fills me with resentment, Nangong Ro replied, her sharp nails clawing the blanket, her eyes ablaze with jealousy. What does your resentment amount to? Chu Xuancheng loves Yun Ruoyue, not you. As long as she possesses his love, she holds all the privileges. Conversely, you are the one who saved Chu Xuancheng's life, yet you find yourself in this predicament. Fear not, my daughter. I will ensure you have your revenge, Lu Shi declared with anger. Upon hearing the words life-saving benefactor, Nangong Ro's heart sank heavily. She averted her gaze, unable to meet her mother's eyes, consumed by her own guilt. Suddenly, two knocks resounded from outside. Who could it be? Is it Aunt Zhou? Lu raised her head, glancing towards the door, only to find Zhu leading two young maidens who entered with a cold demeanor, carrying a selection of delicacies. The prince had decreed that in celebration of the princess's pregnancy, a sumptuous feast of 4 dishes and a soup would be distributed to all within the royal residence, including those at the solitary courtyard. Please set down the food, Zhu instructed. Upon hearing this, the 2 maidens promptly laid the dishes on the table. Lu's eyes widened at the sight of the steaming braised pork knuckle, fragrant mushroom chicken, steamed base, a roasted leg of lamb, and a bowl of fresh shrimp, kelp, and seaweed soup, all appearing exceedingly lavish. Since their arrival at the solitary courtyard, their meals had been limited to cornbread or rice porridge. They had never encountered such a feast. Were it not for her cleverness in winning over Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang with her resources, she and her daughter might have already withered away. So this is a reward from the prince. Please convey our gratitude to him, Zhu. Lu said with a hint of indifference. Mother, why should you thank him? They are merely flaunting their bounty before us. What is so remarkable about the princess's pregnancy? When I was with child, the prince did not exhibit such delight. Spare us your displays. We have no need for these offerings. Take them back. We refuse them. And you, lowly servants, get out of my sight. Nangong Ro's ire flared at the sight of the food. Zhou's actions were clearly intended to flaunt their power, a blatant reminder of the prince's affection for the princess and her own pitiable state. It was infuriating that Chu Xuancheng would bestow such rewards upon his subordinates for Yun Ruoyue and even send them to her. Was this not a deliberate provocation? While others might view this food as a delicacy, to her, it was merely a source of indignation. With a mocking smile, Zhu retorted, "Did you truly bear the prince's child? You, who sullied his name with your affair with Jiang Hong, have the audacity to act so haughtily? The mere fact that you are still alive is a stroke of luck." One of the maidens chimed in. "Do you still believe you are the exalted Ro concubine? The prince spared your life out of gratitude for your past deed, allowing you to recover here. You are no longer of the Liwang residence. So do not presume to act as our superior. The prince and princess are magnanimous, offering rewards to all equally. Yet you misconstrue their goodwill. Since you have no appetite for these dishes, we would rather feed them to the dogs than allow you to partake," Zhu added. "Indeed, let us feed them to the pigs and dogs rather than give them to you. Even animals possess loyalty. Unlike some who have committed countless misdeeds, yet continue to carry themselves with such arrogance. Reduced to this state, how dare you still play the master?" The young maid echoed with indignation. Nangong Ro, having fallen so low, still tried to assert her superiority over them. They were not swayed by her pretentiousness. "You, who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? I was once the prince's concubine and his savior. How dare you behave so insolently?" Nangong Ro's complexion darkened as she pointed a trembling finger at Xiaoyue and the others, shouting in outrage. "Those who initiate are despicable. We came with good intentions to offer food, yet you chose to act in a contemptible manner. Do not blame us for our harsh words. If we are to be regarded as lowly servants, then you are even beneath that, merely a foul maggot." With that, Zhou lifted a platter of food and departed coldly. The 2 young maidservants hastily placed the food onto the tray and followed suit. Witnessing their departing figures, Nangong Ro clutched her chest in fury, her heart racked with pain. "Mother, look how arrogant they are. They are but a few lowly servants, yet they dare to rise above me. I am the favored concubine Ro, yet they show me no respect at all." Seeing her daughter's agitation, Madame Lu quickly patted her chest to soothe her and offered comfort. "My dear, do not stoop to the level of such base creatures. The higher they climb, the harder they will fall. Yun Ruoyue has ascended today, but when she inevitably tumbles, she shall suffer the most. Mother, I am already in such misery. Can she truly be more wretched than I?" Nangong Ro shook her head in disbelief, pondering how Yun Ruoyue seemed to thrive while her own fate was so dire. At that moment, footsteps echoed through the courtyard. "Madame Lu, we have delightful news to share with you, which is sure to bring you joy," Aunt Zhou announced, tugging at Aunt Wang's hand as they hurried into the room, swiftly shutting the door behind them, exuding an air of secrecy. "Oh, what good news?" Lu questioned coldly. As for her, only misfortune befalling Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng would be considered good news. You instructed us to surveil the princess, and we just overheard a secret behind the rockery. It was spoken directly by the princess and Feng, and if I were to reveal it to you, it would surely make you faint with happiness. However, regarding the remuneration," Aunt Zhou remarked, her gaze greedily fixated on the pouch at Lu's waist. Lu smirked disdainfully at the pair, unfastening her pouch. Speak. What is this secret? Aunt Zhou cast a sidelong glance at the pouch. This great secret may well exceed the worth of your little purse. It has the potential to sow discord between the prince and princess, and is worth at least 500 taels of silver. 500 taels? You truly are asking for a king's ransom. What kind of secret could possibly be valued at that amount? Nangong Ro's complexion darkened immediately upon hearing this. Recently, her mother had already spent several hundred taels to manage these two women, and their funds were dwindling. Should they continue this way, they would exhaust their resources before avenging themselves. Naturally, she was opposed to it. Oh, did not Lady Ro used to be quite generous? When did she become so miserly? Aunt Zhou taunted. When have we ever let you suffer losses, Lady Lu? Rest assured, you will not be at a loss for the 500 taels. You shall only profit, Aunt Zhou continued with a cold smile. Were it not for witnessing their misfortune, she would have demanded 1,000 taels. She feared they could not afford that sum, hence the 500 taels. Very well, 500 taels it is. I shall purchase this secret. Now, reveal it, Lu replied icily. Ah, Lady Lu is indeed astute. Aunt Zhou leaned closer and whispered a few words into Lu's ear. As soon as she finished speaking, a glimmer of joy filled Lu's eyes. With a cold, sardonic smile, she remarked, Excellent, splendid. You are absolutely correct. The 500 taels spent by this lady were not in vain. Aunt Zhou, might I request your assistance in a matter? Once the silver arrives, all will be negotiable, she continued, to which Aunt Zhou replied with a cheerful smile. Such a money-minded individual, Lu scolded Aunt Zhou internally. At the Starry Pavilion, Emily stood anxiously by Chu Xuancheng's bedside, inquiring of Dr. Lin, what is the matter with the prince? Why does he feel so cold, his complexion so pale? And why is he suffering from a high fever? Could it be that he has truly caught a chill? Little did he expect that within a mere day, the prince had indeed fallen ill. After the prince's ruse of feigning illness had been discovered by the princess the previous night, he had returned to the study to attend to state affairs, not resting until the early hours of the morning. He had believed that the prince, having worked late, would benefit from additional sleep, thus he refrained from disturbing him. However, to his astonishment, the prince remained in bed well past noon. Perplexed, he entered the prince's chamber only to find him lying there, dazed, his complexion ashen, lips devoid of color, and he was coughing incessantly. Upon placing his hand on the prince's forehead, he realized it was burning with fever. With the princess absent, he hastily summoned Mo Zhu to fetch Dr. Lin. Upon Dr. Lin's arrival, both Mo Li and Mo Zhu looked on with anxious anticipation. Chapter 1093. The mysterious letter. Dr. Lin meticulously examined Chu Xuancheng's tongue and eyes, then took his pulse before declaring, the prince has succumbed to a malevolent wind, afflicted by damp and heat, resulting in a cold and a high fever. I shall procure medicine for him immediately and prepare a decoction. In the meantime, please use a cool cloth to help reduce his temperature. With that, Dr. Lin swiftly proceeded to the back courtyard to prepare the medicine. Alas, I never anticipated the prince would truly fall ill. If only the princess were here. Her presence would surely hasten his recovery. Emily lamented. I am fine. There is no need to inform the princess. Chu Xuancheng weakly interjected from his bed. Despite his frail condition and the sweat beading on his brow, his voice retained an air of authority that commanded respect. Last night, in a fit of displeasure, he had poured all his energy into drafting documents. Only after exhausting himself did he retire to bed. However, it wasn't long before he began to feel an unsettling chill, fatigue overwhelming him, and dizziness clouding his senses. Initially, he dismissed it as a minor ailment and drifted back to sleep. Yet, he was repeatedly awakened by the cold, only to be roused by heat shortly thereafter, caught in a relentless cycle of discomfort until noon. At one point, he considered rising, but the overwhelming weakness rendered him unable to do so, prompting him to surrender to sleep once again. It was only upon Mo Li's entrance that he learned Yun Ruoyue had gone to the Prince Xian's residence for a follow-up examination. Surely, she must be quite angry with him for deceiving her with his facade of illness. Little did he realize that retribution could strike so swiftly. He had genuinely fallen ill. Your Highness, this time you are truly unwell. It is imperative to inform the princess. If the princess were to know, she would undoubtedly feel great sorrow for you, Emily advised. No, she wouldn't believe me. In her eyes, I am merely a deceiver. Moreover, I do not wish to cause her any distress, Chu Xuancheng said with a pessimistic tone. Last night, she accused him of lying, which left her deeply worried and frightened. Hence he decided not to disclose anything to her today. He wished to spare her fear. My lord, the princess has returned to the estate. Should we summon her to assist you? At this moment, Li San joyfully rushed in. Upon seeing the princess's carriage parked at the entrance of the royal residence, he hurried to report. He dared not inform the princess of the matter, as the prince had just instructed them not to disclose anything to her. No need. Do not tell her. I am fine, Chu Xuancheng replied, discomfort causing him to close his eyes. Mo Li and the others sighed and quickly went to dampen a cloth, folding it neatly to place upon the prince's forehead to cool him down. Just then, the steward entered. Commander Mo, there is a child outside who has brought a letter, claiming it is for the prince and requires his personal attention. A child? How old is he, and who sent him? Mo Li inquired, puzzled. The child appears to be about 5 or 6 years of age, holding a string of candied hawthorns. He said a plump woman gave him the hawthorns and instructed him to deliver the letter to the royal residence. When I asked him what the woman looked like, he could not provide any details. I suspect this messenger wishes to remain anonymous, and thus bribed the child with the candied hawthorns to deliver the message. The child is too young to understand and could not gather any information, the steward explained. Give me the letter, Mo Li said, already taking it from him. Elder brother, be cautious. The letter may be poisoned. Mo Zhu expressed her concern from the side. It is fine. I checked it, and it should be safe. Mo Li replied before opening the letter. Upon reading its contents, his pupils widened in shock, and his complexion paled drastically. Brother, what does the letter say? Why has your expression changed? Has something occurred? Mo Zhu asked anxiously. Nothing, just an ordinary letter. Hand it to me. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng, with an unexpected surge of strength, suddenly sat up and snatched the letter away. To prevent Mo Li from obstructing him, he strained himself to seize it. My lord, do not read it. It is merely a letter of slander, and its contents are false. Do not believe it, Mo Li hurriedly warned. Hearing Mo Li's words, both Mo Zhu and Li San felt a chill of dread. The more Mo Li insisted, the more their worries intensified. Upon hearing Mo Li's statement, Chu Xuancheng's brow furrowed tightly. Had Mo Li not said such a thing, he would have been disinterested in the letter. The more Mo Li insisted, the greater his curiosity grew. He swiftly unfolded the letter and began to read its text, which stated, To His Royal Highness Li Wang. It is reported that Li Wangfei is having an affair with Xian Wang. Li Wangfei once disguised herself as a man and publicly kissed Xian Wang. All who were present on the street can testify. Who would have imagined that Li Wangfei, appearing so noble, would secretly don men's attire to entice men? Today, the Princess Li visited the residence of the virtuous prince, ostensibly for a clandestine meeting. I implore you, Prince Li, to open your eyes and discern the true nature of the Princess Li. She is nothing but a wanton woman, devoid of virtue. This message comes from an enigmatic individual. How outrageous! Unbelievable! Upon reading the letter, Chu Xuancheng roared in fury, hurling the missive to the ground. Mo Zhu hastily picked it up for inspection, while Li San approached with concern. The two, upon perusing its contents, were instantly struck with fear, their faces paling. My lord, you must not place any trust in the contents of this letter. It is undoubtedly a scheme to frame and slander. I am certain that the princess and the virtuous prince share an untainted relationship. There is absolutely no impropriety between them, Mo Li urged fervently. Indeed, we can vouch for the character of the princess and the virtuous prince. If they were of such a nature, then surely no one in this realm would be innocent. Mo Zhu added, Yes, if what this scoundrel claims were true, why does he not confront you directly, my lord? Instead, he resorts to these underhanded tactics from the shadows. His intent is clearly to sow discord between you and the princess. My lord, do not fall prey to his schemes, lest you be ensnared by this villain. Li San implored anxiously. Seeing the three fervently defending Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng felt a sense of gratitude. He spoke solemnly. Who claims I do not trust the princess? I am merely incredulous. Which scoundrel dares to tarnish her reputation? Mo Li, swiftly investigate this matter and uncover the truth. Should I discover the instigator behind this, I shall ensure he pays dearly. Yes, my lord, Mo Li responded before hastily departing. Chu Xuancheng gazed at the letter on the floor, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. Half an hour later, Dr. Lin's concoction was ready, and Mo Li returned from his inquiries. Dr. Lin placed the medicine at Chu Xuancheng's bedside, cautioning Mo Zhu about the dosage before departing to continue preparing remedies. As the newly appointed physician of the royal residence, he resided nearby, always ready to monitor the prince's condition, for only when the prince recovered could he return home. My lord, I was unable to uncover the identity of the letter's author, but I did discover the matter of the princess disguising herself as a man. Emily entered, drenched in sweat, looking troubled. What on earth is going on? Speak at once. Chu Xuancheng sat upright, his voice cold and commanding. Chapter 1095, fainted away at this moment. He appeared as pale as a sheet, his lips devoid of color, clad in a simple white garment, sitting upright on the bed, leaning against the pillow with a somber expression. My lord, according to my investigation, the situation unfolded as follows. A few months ago, the virtuous prince fainted outside a tavern, only to be rescued by a dashing young gentleman who revived him by mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The onlookers were astounded. They accused the young man of harboring ulterior motives, claiming he sought to take advantage of the virtuous prince. It was sheer luck that the young man succeeded in reviving him, for had he failed, he would have certainly faced arrest by the authorities. Through the spy's description of that young master, combined with the fact that the princess had disguised herself as a man to sell parrots to the servant of the Prince Jean on that very day, it became clear to me that the young master, who disguised himself to save the virtuous king, was none other than the princess herself. What? Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng felt a surge of anger rise within him. Kissing to save someone? Is there such a method of rescue in this world? Emily, is the information you obtained authentic? Your Highness, I gathered this intelligence through our spies stationed in the streets, and after my own analysis, I have concluded that it is indeed true, Emily replied, hesitating. He quickly added, however, the princess is a divine healer. Her methods of saving lives are always unique. I firmly believe she acted solely to save him and would never exploit such situations for personal gain. She is above such petty actions. Indeed, Your Highness is far more exceptional than the virtuous king, who at that time was burdened with a prominent belly. Regardless of his good looks, he pales in comparison to you. The princess is certainly not foolish enough to be enamored with the virtuous king, Li San interjected hastily. Forget about that for now. You should drink the medicine first, Zhu urged, fearing that the prince would become enraged as she brought the concoction forward. I shall not drink it. Chu Xuancheng bellowed in fury, suddenly sweeping his hand and sending the medicine crashing to the ground. Just after he had dismissed the medicine, a violent spasm coursed through him, and a sharp pain twisted within his heart. He let out a pained cry, collapsing heavily onto the bed. Suddenly, he found it hard to breathe, feeling a tightness in his chest, shortness of breath, and a wave of trembling chills. His heart felt as if it were being pierced by needles, each stab rendering him breathless, wishing only for an end to his suffering. This is bad. The prince is having another episode of heart palpitations. Quickly, summon Dr. Lin. Emily exclaimed in alarm. Calling Dr. Lin is futile. We must summon the princess. She has already returned, but she is unaware that the prince is truly ill. Hurry, I will find the princess. Zhu said urgently. Do not inform the princess. Do not let her worry. Chu Xuancheng managed to utter, but then he fainted. Your Highness, the three cried out in shock. In the Xiaoyue pavilion, Yun Ruoyue returned home and took a brief afternoon nap before rising. After freshening up, she was about to peruse her medical texts when she suddenly noticed Zhu rushing into the courtyard, her face etched with worry. Princess, it's terrible. The prince is having another episode of heart palpitations, and he has fainted. You must go see him. Zhu burst in, panic evident in her demeanor. Did he instruct you to say this? Yesterday he feigned a cold. Today he pretends to have heart palpitations. What will he feign tomorrow? Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. Chapter 1096. She feels guilty. She despised being deceived by others, even by Chu Xuancheng. The previous day, she had truly been frightened by him. Her heart lodged in her throat with constant worry for his well-being, only to discover he had been pretending. When she learned the truth, her anger flared. How could he deceive her so? My lady, this time the prince is genuinely unwell. Last night, for reasons unknown, he truly caught a cold and remained in a deep slumber until noon. It was only when Emily went to check on him that she discovered he was drenched in cold sweat and had developed a high fever. Not only that, upon learning that you had disguised yourself as a man and kissed the virtuous prince, he was overcome with distress and collapsed onto the bed, suffering from palpitations and fainting. My lady, you must go and see the prince. Dr. Lin mentioned that palpitations are typically induced by profound sorrow and heartache. Surely, he is pained by the knowledge of your kiss with the virtuous prince, compounded by his longing for your forgiveness. Zhu spoke anxiously. Is what you say true? Fenger, Quickly fetch the medicine box. We must go to the starry pavilion. As Yun Ruoyue spoke, she hastened towards the starry pavilion. My lady, please be careful and do not run too fast. You might fall. Fenger urged, swiftly gathering the medicine box while following closely behind. As they made their way, Mo Zhu informed Yun Ruoyue of the malicious letters sent by a mysterious individual. It turned out that Chu Xuancheng had seen the letter from the mysterious person, subsequently instructing Mo Li to investigate, and learned that she had performed artificial respiration on the virtuous prince, which had triggered his palpitations. Who could be so wicked as to pen such letters to sow discord between her and Chu Xuancheng? Before long, Yun Ruoyue arrived at the starry pavilion. Upon entering the chamber, she saw Mo Li and others vigilantly stationed by Chu Xuancheng's bedside. Scattered on the floor was a letter, and Chu Xuancheng lay unconscious on the bed. She never anticipated that such a strong man could succumb to faintness, appearing so frail. This time, she no longer doubted him, for he must have been deeply affected by the news of her rescuing the virtuous prince. He cared for her so profoundly that such knowledge would undoubtedly cause him great heartache. What has happened to the prince? Let me see. Yun Ruoyue rushed forward to Chu Xuancheng's bedside. My lady, you have finally arrived. In truth, the prince has been ill for some time. We wish to call for you, but he forbade us, fearing you would not believe him, and, even more so, worried that you would be distressed, so he bore the burden alone. Doctor, Lin has prepared medicine for the prince. However, he refused to take it, and even knocked it over before fainting. Emily hurriedly explained. All right, please step aside and ensure proper ventilation. I will examine him. Yun Ruoyue approached, beginning her inspection of Chu Xuancheng's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. On the bed, Chu Xuancheng lay with his eyes gently closed, his complexion unnaturally pale and his lips devoid of color. A set of long eyelashes lay upon his eyelids, exuding a delicate grace, truly a visage of noble beauty. Upon her examination, Yun Ruoyue discovered that he was indeed afflicted with a cold due to wind exposure. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the back of his left hand, where she noticed that a wound had become festering. She quickly grasped his hand to inspect it, finding the wound red and swollen, with yellowish-brown pus seeping from it. In that moment, she realized that his injury must have come into contact with cold water, leading to infection, fever, and the subsequent cold. The wound had been inadvertently caused by her careless use of scissors. Ultimately, she felt entirely responsible. Emily, there is a wound on the back of the prince's left hand that has become festering. This cold is a consequence of the infected wound. Fortunately, the area of infection is not extensive and the pus is minimal, so it is not a grave issue. I will tend to it immediately, Yun Ruoyue declared, promptly preparing to disinfect the wound on Chu Xuancheng's hand. Chapter 1097. Am I not dreaming? Despite the small size of this wound, if not treated promptly, it could lead to a systemic infection. She first cleansed his wound with iodine to achieve disinfection, then applied a soothing ointment for anti-inflammatory treatment. Finally, she retrieved an amoxicillin capsule, preparing to administer it to Chu Xuancheng to combat infection and prevent inflammation. However, Chu Xuancheng was unconscious and unable to take the medication. Mo Li, the prince is unconscious and cannot take the medicine. You all should step outside. I will take care of him, Yun Ruoyue said. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Mo Li and the others. Mo Li and the others immediately understood. The princess intended to administer the medicine by mouth to the prince. Another day of witnessing their affection. How delightful. They quickly withdrew, ensuring that the palace guards were also sent away, allowing the prince and princess to be alone. Once the room was clear, Yun Ruoyue seated herself at the bedside, taking out the pill, her heart racing in anticipation. To feed Chu Xuancheng with her mouth felt akin to kissing him. Yet, as a physician, she should not feel bashful. She ought to proceed without hesitation. Suddenly, she recalled the time she saved the virtuous king, when she had acted without a shred of embarrassment or hesitation, driven solely by her instincts as a healer, devoid of any romantic feelings. But now, facing Chu Xuancheng, she felt shy and anxious. Was it possible that her feelings for him had blossomed, causing this unease? Sometimes, when confronted with someone one admires, such actions can evoke discomfort. Regardless, he lay unconscious. Unaware of her actions, she placed the pill in her mouth, took a sip of water, and gently pressed her lips against Chu Xuancheng's, feeding him the medicine and water. The moment her lips touched his, a jolt of electricity coursed through her. His lips felt incredibly soft. Her face flushed a deep crimson. Fearing that he had not swallowed the medicine, she hastily took more water and administered it to him mouth to mouth. Subsequently, she provided him with cold medicine in the same manner. At that moment, a soft cough broke the silence, and Chu Xuancheng gradually began to awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Yun Ruoyue's unadorned yet exquisitely fair visage. Although he had been unconscious, he felt her tenderly feeding him the medicine. The contact with her soft, sweet lips warmed his heart, and he gazed at her tenderly. What brings you here? Is this real? Am I dreaming? He could hardly believe she had come, especially after her anger the previous night. Yun Ruoyue's face turned beet red as she lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, I am here. You truly have a cold. Why didn't you inform me sooner? I feared you would worry and become upset, Chu Xuancheng replied. Fool, what if your illness worsens? From now on, you must tell me immediately when you are unwell. I feel a bit cold, Xiaoyue. I am so cold. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng began to tremble all over, and upon touching his body, Yun Ruoyue discovered that his fever had subsided, leaving him unusually chilly. She quickly covered him with an extra blanket and rubbed his body gently, reassuring him, It's all right. I'll cover you warmly. You will feel better soon. The chill enveloped him, and I felt a profound discomfort as Chu Xuancheng began to break into a cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably, his skin as frigid as ice. Observing this, Yun Ruoyue realized that he was succumbing to the onset of a cold, hence his icy demeanor. The medicine she had administered had yet to take effect, and he might endure this chill for several hours. Are you truly cold? Yun Ruoyue asked, her gaze fixed on Chu Xuancheng, her heart twisting painfully at the sight of his shivering form. She felt as though a lump of cotton was lodged in her throat, her anxiety mounting as she watched him. Never before had she seen him so helpless. Even the mighty Chu Xuancheng possessed such vulnerable moments. Yes, Xiaoyue, I am terribly cold, and I miss my father and mother, he confessed, tears unexpectedly welling in his bright eyes. I will help warm you, Yun Ruoyue replied, determination sparking within her. Without hesitation, she loosened her garments and draped them over him, intending to share her body heat to restore his warmth. Mere blankets proved ineffective. Only the warmth of the human body could suffice. Xiaoyue, Chu Xuancheng exclaimed, feeling her unreserved embrace. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, her body soft and warm. And immediately, he felt a significant relief from the cold. Are you feeling any better, my husband? Yun Ruoyue inquired, holding him tightly, her heart racing with trepidation. I feel much improved, Xiaoyue. What did you just call me? Chu Xuancheng asked, astonished. My husband, Yun Ruoyue shyly whispered, then, closing her eyes, she gently leaned in and kissed him. Understanding that those suffering from heartache often do so from profound sadness, she resolved to comfort him, believing that bringing him joy would alleviate his pain. Thus, she took the initiative to kiss him. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback by her boldness. Though her kiss was clumsy and inexperienced, it stirred a deep emotion within him, causing his heart to race. He thought to himself that she must have fallen in love with him to act so. Yet, in that moment, a wave of discomfort surged through him. He rolled over, pinning Yun Ruoyue beneath him, his deep-set eyes gazing into hers, filled with tender affection. Xiaoyue, you are exquisite. Would you entrust yourself to me? Yes, she nodded shyly, having already initiated the kiss, signifying her forgiveness. But I fear for the baby, Chu Xuancheng expressed, concern etched on his face. Be gentle, it should be fine. The first 3 months are the critical period, and that danger has passed, Yun Ruoyue replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes fluttering shut in shyness. Is that truly so? How wonderful! Chu Xuancheng exclaimed, closing his eyes once more as he tenderly kissed her. In that intimate chamber, the atmosphere was suffused with warmth and the promise of spring. In that moment, everything felt both beautiful and deeply affectionate. The following morning, as Yun Ruoyue awoke, she found herself nestled comfortably against a broad chest. Lifting her gaze, she discovered that Chu Xuancheng had long been awake, propped up on one elbow, his handsome eyes gazing at her with deep affection, a hint of contentment gracing his lips. Why, you're awake? She stammered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. They were covered by the same quilt, their bodies pressed closely together, an undeniably mortifying situation. Recalling his dominance and fervor from the previous night, she wished she could burrow into the ground. The familiar sensation mirrored that fateful night of the misunderstanding, further solidifying her belief that it was indeed him then. As she observed his complexion returning to normal, his lips blooming like cherry blossoms in March, and his spirit vibrant, she realized that he had recovered from his ailment. Xiaoyue, Are you feeling shy? Chu Xuancheng teased with a wicked smile, his voice deep and alluring. I am not. Why you should close your eyes. I need to get dressed. Yun Ruoyue shyly insisted. Since this king has already seen all of you, why are you still shy? You err. Last night, you finally became this king's woman. And it was your initiative. How satisfying. Do not speak like that. Aren't you ashamed? Close your eyes, or I shall never return. She threatened, her face a deep crimson. Very well, this king will obey. Whatever my wife says goes, Chu Xuancheng replied, genuinely closing his eyes. Seeing him comply, Yun Ruoyue hurriedly grabbed her clothes from under the quilt and swiftly dressed beneath its cover. Chu Xuancheng, already clad in his garments, was loath to leave the warmth of the bed, relishing the feeling of her care. Once she was fully dressed, like a wrapped dumpling, she leapt from the bed and was suddenly drawn to a letter resting on the table. Picking it up, she read it briefly before tossing it back onto the table in anger. Do you believe what this letter states? I say I only performed artificial respiration on the Prince of Virtue to treat him. Do you believe me? My dear, if I did not believe you, I wouldn't have allowed you to touch me last night, Chu Xuancheng replied, rising and approaching her with a smile. He grasped her hand earnestly, looking into her eyes. I promise to love and trust you, and I shall certainly uphold that vow. I admit, upon seeing this letter, my heart was filled with jealousy. While I understand you did it to save someone, it still troubled me because I care for you, which is why I felt envy. However, I trust in your character. You have always been of noble virtue and integrity, and you would never act inappropriately towards the Prince of Virtue. Yet, after hearing Mo Li's words last night, you experienced heart palpitations. When you say it does not bother you, I find it hard to believe. Chu Xuancheng took her hand firmly. I confess, I was somewhat saddened at the time, but upon reflection, I realized you must have acted solely to save him. Your methods may not be understood by all, but in that critical moment, you surely acted with the only solution you could conceive. I should not blame you. At that time, the virtuous king was gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death. You are not a fool. It would be absurd to forsake such a handsome man as myself to choose someone who is on the verge of demise. Yun Ruoyue glanced at Chu Xuancheng, speechless, realizing that this fellow was indeed self-absorbed. Indeed, the virtuous king was in a state of unconsciousness, and urgency dictated that we resort to this method to save him. This is known as artificial respiration or respiratory therapy. When a person is unconscious or has drowned, they cannot breathe autonomously. If the brain is deprived of sufficient oxygen, it leads to damage to the respiratory system and ultimately death. Thus, it is imperative to administer artificial respiration swiftly, blowing air into the patient's mouth to provide oxygen and save them. Should you encounter someone fainting in the future, you might employ this method to save them. Yun Ruoyue advised. What if the one who fainted is a beautiful lady? Could I also use this method to save her? Chu Xuancheng jested. In truth, at the moment Yun Ruoyue had proactively fed him medicine, his earlier sorrow and anger dissipated. As long as she loved him and showed him even a modicum of kindness, all his grievances would vanish instantly. Moreover, he placed his trust in her. Chapter 1100. Drawing eyebrows. The mere thought of Chu Xuancheng kissing other women made Yun Ruoyue's heart twinge with jealousy. However, she quickly nodded with magnanimity. After all, artificial respiration was not akin to kissing. It merely involved blowing air into the patient's mouth. What was there to fret about? If you happen to encounter someone fainting, regardless of whether she is a stunning beauty or a celestial being, you may save her in this manner, and I shall not be upset. What if the person is an elderly gentleman? The very notion of an unconfined recipient for this life-saving technique filled Chu Xuancheng with reluctance. Then you could teach this respiratory method to Mo Li and the others, allowing them to perform the rescue. Yun Ruoyue chuckled. Poor Mo Li. It always seemed he bore the brunt of misfortune. My dear wife is truly astute. In fact, I am quite generous. I understand that you are saving lives, which is why I reluctantly allowed that young princeling to gain a slight advantage, just as you fed me medicine last night in a bid to save my life. Yet, you have still caused me sorrow, and you must make amends. Make amends? How so? Yun Ruoyue glared at Chu Xuancheng, incredulous at his audacity to mention compensation. Chu Xuancheng, with a possessive embrace, declared, naturally, you must bestow upon me a morning kiss, an afternoon kiss, and a good-night kiss, 3 times a day, without fail. If I am away or at the military camp, you must compensate for any missed kisses upon my return. You, how dare you think so shamelessly? Yun Ruoyue shot Chu Xuancheng an exasperated look before sitting before the mirror to prepare for her grooming. However, upon seeing her reflection, she let out a startled cry. "What is it, my dear?" Chu Xuancheng rushed over. "You scoundrel, look at my neck and my body. How am I covered in red marks?" Yun Ruoyue pointed at the kiss marks adorning her fair neck, glaring at Chu Xuancheng in indignation. Chu Xuancheng feigned innocence, claiming, "Well, that must be from mosquito bites. Are there mosquitoes of your size? This is a disaster. I am covered in red marks. How will I face others today? If anyone sees this, they will surely mock me," Yun Ruoyue said, blushing. "Who would dare to mock you? Just tell her this is the love mark bestowed upon you by this king. If she possesses the capability, let her husband bestow one as well," proclaimed Chu Xuancheng with an air of authority. "I am not as thick-skinned as you. I shall don a high-necked garment to conceal it. Allow me to comb my hair first," Yun Ruoyue replied, reaching for the wooden comb on her vanity to style her hair. "My dear, let me assist you with that," Chu Xuancheng said, seizing the comb from her grasp and positioning himself behind her to gently tend to her locks. "Are you skilled at combing hair?" Yun Ruoyue asked, momentarily astonished that a proud and domineering warrior was attending to her. Would the soldiers not be taken aback if they witnessed this? Why would they be? "Do you forget? I possess hair as well," Chu Xuancheng responded patiently as he continued to comb her hair. Once finished, he sat before her and declared, "I can also draw your brows. Come, allow me to do so." "Are you certain you can?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. "Perhaps it would be better if I did it myself." She glanced at Chu Xuancheng, noting how naturally beautiful his eyebrows were, perfectly shaped without the need for embellishment. "Indeed, the heavens are biased, gifting you with such exquisite features. Even your brows are flawless," she thought, filled with envy at his striking appearance, with features that were lovely both together and apart. Chapter 11:01. More than just brow drawing, I may not know how. But for you, my dear, I shall learn, Chu Xuancheng said tenderly. "The joys of our chamber surpass mere brow drawing. To adorn you in such a manner is a delight I cherish." "Very well, then, let us see your prowess," Yun Ruoyue said, sitting up straight, nervously watching Chu Xuancheng. After all, he was a man of battle. She wondered how adept he would be. If he transformed her into a cartoonish figure, she would not hesitate to chastise him. Chu Xuancheng approached the task with utmost seriousness and care, wary of causing her any discomfort. Before long, he had completed his work, a smile dancing in his eyes as he admired his handiwork. "Look, my dear, how does it appear? Wow, you did splendidly. Is this truly your first attempt at brow drawing?" Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, taken aback by the elegance of the brows he had crafted, resembling a delicate crescent moon, enhancing her bright eyes and captivating gaze. "Indeed, it is the first time," Chu Xuancheng replied with a confident raise of his brow. "No way. You must have drawn for other women before, hence the skill. Perhaps Nangong Ro or Su Changshao," she teased, recalling his past acquaintances. "My dear, that is an unfounded accusation. This is genuinely my first endeavor. I am naturally clever, mastering anything with ease, thus I drew it so well. Had I known I would excel, I might have refrained from showcasing my talent," Chu Xuancheng jested. "How self-absorbed." Yun Ruoyue shot him a playful glare, though her heart felt sweetly warmed. Chu Xuancheng gazed deeply into her eyes and said, "My dear, I am utterly fond of you." "Thank you. I too hold great affection for myself," Yun Ruoyue replied with a gentle smile. Chu Xuancheng's heart brimmed with indignation. Why did his wife not adhere to the expected conventions? By the way, has there been any progress in uncovering the identity of the mysterious messenger? Yun Ruoyue inquired. Chu Xuancheng shook his head, his eyes glinting with a cold intensity. "Not yet. But it is only a matter of time before the truth comes to light. When that day arrives, I shall ensure he pays dearly for his transgressions." At the Jin Wangfu, ever since the last incident in which he received 30 lashes, the Jin Wang had yet to rise from his bed, nursing his wounds. He reflected that he had endured over 100 lashes in total. Had they not been administered separately, he would have surely perished by now. His previous injuries had only just begun to heal, and now he found himself burdened with new ones. Fortunately, with Lan Wu's attentive care, his condition had improved significantly. Yet, as a man of stature and nobility, he felt humiliated at being subjected to such disgraceful treatment. Reclining at the head of the bed, he allowed Lan Wu to apply ointment to his wounds, exhaling a heavy sigh of frustration. "Ah, Lan'er, you are truly the best to me. I have fallen so low that not only do the ministers avoid me, but even Su Changshao does not deign to visit. This woman occupies the position of Jin Wangfei, yet fails to fulfill her responsibilities. I truly contemplate dismissing her and elevating you to the role of my consort. My lord. Lan'er hails from humble beginnings. How could she ever aspire to the position of Wangfei? Fear not, for the Wangfei still harbors feelings for you. It is merely a misunderstanding that separates you. Once it is resolved, she will return to care for you. Lan Wu gently reassured him. She harbors feelings for me. He scoffed inwardly, deeming it a grand jest. In truth, she held no affection for him. Only for that scoundrel, Chu Xuancheng. My lord, the Wangfei has come to see you, came the timid voice of Xiaoyue from outside. Chapter 11:02. The decree of separation. The Jin Wang lifted his head coldly, surprised by the timing of her arrival. Before him stood Su Changshao, adorned in a striking crimson ensemble, a sheer cloak draped over her shoulders, as though she had just returned from an outing. The Jin Wang let out a derisive snort. What do you want here, you shameless wretch? Su Changshao cast him a scornful glance, her eyes brimming with disdain. Do you think I desired to come? I am here to demand that you sign this. With that, she stepped forward and tossed a letter onto the table before him. Upon glancing at the paper, the Jin Wang's eyes widened at the bold characters spelling out decree of separation. He stared in disbelief at Su Changshao. You wish to divorce me? On what grounds? Simply put, there is no longer any affection between us. Our bond is severed. Let us part ways amicably to avoid becoming a pair of resentful partners, constantly at odds within our home. Su Changshao replied coldly. The Jin Wang chuckled mockingly. Is your sole desire to escape my grasp? You do not mean to pursue Chu Xuancheng, do you? Alas, he is blissfully married with children and harbors a strong aversion to you. You stand no chance. Moreover, your father, who values his reputation, would never consent to this. Who said my intent to divorce was to pursue Chu Xuancheng. Chu Tianyu, I am profoundly disappointed in you. This decree has my father's blessing, and I had it drafted with his approval. Since he consents, cease your futile entanglement. Men like you repulse me. Today, you shall be divorced, whether you like it or not. Su Changshao, bolstered by her father Su Ming's support, appeared exceedingly audacious. You dare to be so brazen before me? The Jin Wang exclaimed, his indignation palpable. After the crown prince finished speaking, he sprang to his feet, his eyes fixed on Su Changshao with a sinister glare. You've been going out frequently of late. What business could it possibly be? Ah, I see. You are seeking your deceased father's spirit. You wish to part ways with me and pursue some wild man, do you? I refuse to grant you your desire. You intend to leave the Jin Wangfu? That shall only happen over my dead body. Su Changshao could scarcely believe her ears. The man who had once been so tender towards her had transformed into a figure of terror. The disdainful demeanor he displayed was far more chilling than anything she had ever experienced, even compared to how Chu Xuancheng had treated her. Regret flooded her heart. She truly lamented marrying him. In a cold voice, she replied, My father has already consented. If you are willing, simply sign the papers. Once they are signed and duly recorded by the officials, we shall no longer be husband and wife. Rest assured, as long as you agree to the divorce, I will persuade my father to continue supporting you. Do you think I care for your father's support? Do not deceive me. If he has permitted you to divorce me, he will not support me any longer. Do you believe we are ordinary people? You think you can simply separate at will? The matter of divorce must be reported to the emperor and empress. Only with their consent will I agree to this separation. However, I shall not enter the palace. I will prolong this until you are utterly exhausted. You dream of flying off with some wild man. How naive. The crown prince sneered ominously. He then glared at Su Changshao with palpable hatred. Are you hoping that after our divorce, you will be able to be with Chu Xuancheng? What do you mean by that? My relationship with Chu Xuancheng is innocent. There is nothing between us, Su Changshao asserted, secretly wishing there were something more. Nothing? Do you take me for a fool? Do not think I am unaware. The last time you and Xiaoyue secretly met with Chu Xuancheng, pleading for reconciliation, you intended to become his concubine after parting with me. You wretched woman. You would forsake your rightful position as my consort to pursue becoming Chu Xuancheng's concubine? What do you think of me? Am I merely trash in your eyes? You would rather be his concubine than my legitimate wife? The crown prince bellowed in fury. Su Changshao was taken aback, her heart tightening. She had not anticipated that he would know of this matter. She cast a cold glance at Xiaoyue, who, terrified, fell to her knees. I am sorry, your highness. I did not mean to. When the prince questioned me, I had no choice but to speak the truth, or he would have killed me. Xiaoyue sobbed, prostrating herself on the ground. Fuming, Su Changshao shot a glare at Xiaoyue and lifted her chin defiantly. Yes, I sought him out, so what? Had you not tormented and abused me repeatedly, would I have done so? If you had treated me well, would I have acted this way? You vile creature. Even at death's door, you still seek excuses. The crown prince shouted, suddenly lunging forward to seize Su Changxiao by the throat, his eyes filled with malice. You even dared to inform him of my intentions to report to the palace. You treacherous wretch. How dare you betray me? I could kill you. Release me, you beast. How did I not see your true nature before? You only bully women. You are nothing but filth, worthless, a disgrace. You are unworthy even to serve as a footstool for Chu Xuancheng. I deeply regret marrying you. Su Changxiao, witnessing the Jin Wang gripping her neck, mustered her strength to curse him fiercely. You wretched man, you dare to insult this king? I shall put an end to you, the Jin Wang declared. And with a sudden, forceful kick, he sent Su Changxiao crashing against the pillar. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Su Changxiao's body slumped to the ground like a rag. Oh, it hurts. My stomach aches terribly. Help! Someone please. She cried out in agony, clutching her abdomen. Lan Wu glanced down and was horrified to see blood gushing from her lower body, spreading like a blooming lotus. Startled, she took a step back. Oh no, Your Highness. Sister is bleeding profusely. Your Highness, what has happened? Quickly, summon a physician, cried Xiaoyue, rushing to Su Changxiao's side in alarm. Upon closer inspection, she saw that Su Changxiao was drenched in blood. The Jin Wang stood frozen, his teeth chattering as he beheld Su Changxiao lying in a pool of blood. I merely kicked her. Why is there so much blood? He thought. Someone, fetch a physician, quickly. His concern was not for Su Changxiao's well-being, but rather fear of the consequences should anything happen to her. Su Ming would not spare him. Ah, it hurts. My stomach. Su Changxiao let out a mournful wail before losing consciousness. Soon, the court physician arrived, hastily carrying his medical kit. By this time, the Jin Wang had already ordered for Su Changxiao to be placed on the bed. As the physician entered, he was met with a strong metallic scent of blood. Rushing to her side, he took her pulse, his expression turning grave. Your Highness, the princess has suffered a miscarriage, which is why she is bleeding so severely. What? A miscarriage? When was she with child? How could I have not known? The Jin Wang's eyes widened in shock, his heart feeling as if it were being sawed in two, a mix of anguish and dread. What? The princess has miscarried? But she was unaware of her pregnancy. Otherwise, she would not have sought a divorce from the prince. Xiaoyue remarked anxiously. In my humble opinion, the princess must have been over a month pregnant, likely without her own knowledge. But why would she suddenly miscarry? Did she fall? The physician pondered, his face etched with confusion. Chapter 1104. Suspicions of Chu Xuancheng. Lan Wu and Xiaoyue exchanged uneasy glances with the Jin Wang, who wore a grim expression and awkwardly stated, the princess accidentally fell just now. You must prepare her medicine at once. Yes, Your Highness, the physician replied, hastily retreating. At that moment, Su Changxiao began to regain consciousness. Upon hearing the physician's words, disbelief washed over her. She reached down to touch her abdomen, only to find it smeared with blood. Recalling the Jin Wang's brutal kick, her eyes filled with loathing as she glared at him. Chu Tianyu, that kick you delivered has severed the last remnants of our bond as husband and wife. How cruel you are, to have taken my child from me. You, who would slay your own offspring, possess no conscience. You are a butcher. It was only now that she realized she had been carrying the Jin Wang's child, and she loathed the very thought of having borne such a wretched being. The Prince of Jin was accused by Su Changxiao of being the murderer of her child, which instantly wounded his pride. Coldly, he retorted, who knows whose illegitimate child you carry? What if he is not mine? If you truly bore my child, would you still seek to part ways with me? Chu Tianyu, cease your attempts to justify your mistakes. Before I even contemplated separation, I was unaware of my pregnancy. Your recent actions have unveiled your true nature. Even if it leads to my demise, I will pursue divorce. Su Changxiao's eyes blazed with fury, shimmering red with indignation. Do you think I still desire you? A woman like you, so fickle and untrustworthy, I would not even accept as a gift. Let us part ways. I disdain the thought of remaining with someone like you. The Prince of Jin spat through gritted teeth. He had never wished to divorce Su Changxiao, but with the loss of life, she appeared as fragile as a flower in the wind. Fearing retaliation from Su Ming and punishment from the emperor, compounded by his growing loathing for her, he ultimately resolved to acquiesce to the divorce. Upon hearing the prince's reluctant agreement, Su Changxiao exhaled in relief. Yet, as she caressed her flat abdomen, tears streamed down her cheeks. The prince was a beast. Had she married Chu Xuancheng, her life would have been filled with happiness. She had heard that upon learning of Yun Ruoyue's pregnancy, Chu Xuancheng had lavished her with affection and care, treating her as a precious treasure, never raising his voice nor laying a hand upon her. This happiness, which rightfully belonged to her, she had surrendered to another. Regret flooded her heart, and tears flowed abundantly. Witnessing Chu Changxiao's self-pity, a surge of anger ignited within the prince. What are you crying for? Do not weep as if I have wronged you. I suspect this child is not mine. What fault is there in eliminating him? Spare me your theatrics. Chu Changxiao gazed at him in disbelief. You kicked me until I miscarried, and now you forbid me to weep? Do I not even have the right to cry? Chu Tianyu, for the sake of your reputation, you truly know how to fabricate lies. This child is yours, he is not another's. I have never consorted with anyone else. You are the only man I have ever known. Even before the emperor, I am justified. Do not attempt to tarnish my name. The prince's expression twisted with rage. Justified? Do not forget, you once ran to the Li Wang residence, preferring to be his concubine rather than my wife. I suspect this child belongs to Chu Xuancheng. You betrayed me first. Let us see who is in the right. You speak nonsense, slandering me. Chu Tianyu, you are inhumane. Chu Changxiao gasped, her voice filled with fury. The Prince of Jin cast her a disdainful glance and coldly declared, I have no desire to continue this conversation. From this day forth, this woman wishes to divorce me. She is no longer the Princess of Jin. You need not respect her or honor her. Treat her as a mere dog or a fly, allowing her to fend for herself. With that, he took Lan Wu by the waist and coldly exited. My lord, is it truly appropriate to leave her in such a state? Lan Wu timidly inquired. What is inappropriate about it? Lanner, from this moment forth, you shall be the most esteemed in the Jin Wangfu. This woman pales in comparison to even a single toe of yours. Do not pity her. If she is to perish, so be it. Her remains could simply be discarded at a mass grave to feed the dogs. Henceforth, her existence is of no concern to this prince. The Jin Wang declared coldly, harboring disbelief that a divorced woman could ever find a worthy man. Chu Changxiao, having departed from him, would only lead a more miserable life. He awaited the day when she would shamelessly return to plead for his favor. As he uttered these heartless words, his relentless footsteps echoed, and Chu Changxiao resolutely decided that, even at the cost of her life, she must seek a divorce from him. With great effort, she propped herself up and addressed Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue, I understand you are also trapped in this situation. I bear you no ill will. However, I implore you to find someone to carry me into the palace. I must present my case to the emperor. Xiaoyue gazed at her bloodied appearance, utterly astonished. My lady, you have just suffered a miscarriage. It is unwise to exert yourself. Let us wait until you have regained your strength before entering the palace. No, I must go now. Only by entering the palace at this moment can I increase my chances of obtaining a divorce from that beast. Otherwise, I fear unforeseen complications may arise. Furthermore, you must swiftly inform my father to join me in the palace, Chu Changxiao insisted through gritted teeth. She believed that only by entering the palace in such a bloodied state could her chances of divorce be heightened. Otherwise, both the emperor and empress, concerned with royal dignity, would likely refuse her request. Had it not been for the heinous actions of the Jin Wang, they would never allow a divorce, and she would remain forever shackled to that scoundrel. No sooner had Chu Changxiao stepped into the palace than the Jin Wang's spies rushed to deliver the news to him, with a resounding slap on the table. The Jin Wang's visage twisted in rage. That wretched woman! How dare she enter the palace to lodge a complaint? Who gave her the audacity? She has even enlisted Su Ming to assist her. No, I must enter the palace immediately. I cannot allow her to frame me, and let that harlot revel in her triumph. My lord, your sister's condition will undoubtedly elicit much sympathy, which could be detrimental to you, Lan Wu cautioned. Fear not, Lanner. I have my own means to deal with her. Besides, the empress is my mother. She will surely favor me. Be patient and wait at home for my return. After I secure the divorce, I shall take you as my legitimate wife, and I will strike a heavy blow to her pride. I shall let the Su family know that I would rather marry you than have anything to do with Chu Changxiao. Since Su Ming has chosen to withdraw his support, I shall ensure he is humiliated. The Jin Wang spoke through clenched teeth. Upon hearing his words, Lan Wu felt a surge of delight. A woman from a brothel, destined to become a princess. She would undoubtedly elevate the status of those from her background, becoming a model for many to emulate and envy. Chapter 1106. The Jin Wang scheme. She had yet to employ any tactics, and already the Jin Wang and Jin Wangfei were on the verge of divorce. This position of Jin Wangfei appeared to come without effort. However, my lord, based on the timeline of my sister's pregnancy, you did indeed encounter her a month ago. Do you think that could be when she conceived? Lan Wu expressed her concerns, recalling the night Su Changxiao sought out Chu Xuancheng. In the presence of her, the Prince of Jin humiliated Su Changxiao, tearing her garments as he forced himself upon her. It is highly probable that this child was conceived during that grievous encounter. Overcome with despair from such indignity, Su Changxiao sought refuge with Chu Xuancheng. The Prince of Jin, with an icy demeanor, pondered the matter. What of it? The only witnesses to that incident were you and Xiaoyue. As long as neither of you speaks, and I deny it, then she has never had relations with me. Thus, this child must be deemed the illegitimate offspring of Chu Xuancheng, deserving of death, providing me with justification, absolving me of blame. To evade culpability, he saw no other recourse. Should the emperor discover that he had indeed violated Su Changxiao and yet harbored doubts about this child, leading to her miscarriage, the emperor would never believe him. Only by erasing any trace of his encounter with Su Changxiao could he hope to escape punishment. However, would Xiaoyue, a maid of the Su family, come to your aid? Lan Wu expressed her concern. The Prince of Jin replied calmly, rest assured. I have already secured Xiaoyue's family in my grasp when I compelled her to divulge her clandestine meetings with Chu Xuancheng. She is now mine. With but a word from me, she shall obey, and Su Changxiao will not rise against me. Upon discovering that Su Changxiao and Xiaoyue had abruptly left the estate, he had secretly interrogated Xiaoyue, threatening her family's lives to extract the truth. Thus he learned of the words exchanged between Su Changxiao and Chu Xuancheng. Naturally timid by nature, Xiaoyue feared him. A mere threat from him caused her to reveal the truth. Lan Wu shuddered internally. The Prince of Jin was indeed terrifying. It was clear that he was responsible for Su Changxiao's miscarriage, and this child was evidently his as well. In his desperate bid for absolution, he denied any encounter with Su Changxiao while coercing Xiaoyue to act on his behalf. He was truly ruthless. To associate with him was akin to seeking refuge with a tiger. She must tread carefully to avoid inciting his wrath. Soon, Su Changxiao's palanquin arrived at the palace ahead of others. It was midday, a time when the emperor and empress took their rest. Thus they should have the opportunity to address her plight. She instructed the palace attendants to carry her to the empress's quarters, the Ronghua Palace. Upon arrival, she hastily sent Xiaoyue inside to announce her presence. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoyue emerged alongside the ever-loyal Mama Chang and Aunt Tao. Upon seeing Su Changxiao, bloodied and barely alive, both women were struck with alarm. Mama Chang gasped in disbelief. Heavens! It is indeed as Xiaoyue described. How pitiable, Princess Consort Jin. The prince has gone too far. Do not worry, my lady, Mama Chang consoled. The emperor is dining in Ronghua Palace. Upon hearing Xiaoyue's report, he was enraged. You must enter at once. Both Mama Chang and Aunt Tao had watched Su Changxiao grow up and were naturally inclined to support her. Yet, the prince was also the son of the empress, complicating matters. Before long, the attendants carried Su Changxiao inside. When Emperor Han Yuan and the empress beheld her in such a state, bloodied and on the verge of collapse, they were both taken aback. Is this truly the work of Tianyu? The empress uttered in disbelief, having always defended her son, unwilling to allow him to be branded as an abuser of his wife. Once tarnished by such a reputation, his future would be irrevocably ruined, leaving no one daring to pledge loyalty to him. Yet Su Changxiao, in her pitiable state as an aunt, could not display favoritism and felt compelled to defend her. With a face etched in sorrow, Su Changxiao nodded, tears cascading down her cheeks like scattered pearls. Indeed, mother, ever since the prince took a liking to the new concubine, he has consistently harbored disdain for his daughter-in-law, subjecting her to daily abuse, kicking her one day, slapping her the next. Unable to endure his relentless torment, she sought a divorce. However, upon her mentioning this, he suddenly erupted in a fit of rage, mercilessly kicking her in the abdomen, resulting in her miscarriage. Chapter 11:07. A bloodied retort, is this true? This ungrateful wretch dares to treat you thus? Upon hearing these words and witnessing such a horrific scene, Emperor Han Yuan was instantly incensed, his heart throbbing painfully. Yes, father. Ever since he repeatedly faltered and faced your punishment, he returned home transformed. Frustrated by his failures in the official realm, he vented his anger on his daughter-in-law. Having struck her numerous times, despite her repeated forbearance, she found herself in this dire predicament today. While her pain is bearable, The child is innocent. Father, I desire nothing but to part ways with him. Otherwise, I fear he may eventually beat me to death. With that, Su Changxiao made an effort to crawl from the stretcher to the ground, kneeling with a resounding thud before Emperor Han Yuan, repeatedly bowing her head in reverence. Seeing this, Emperor Han Yuan felt a sharp pain in his brow, his heart filled with sympathy for Su Changxiao. This ungrateful son indeed favors his concubine over his wife. An egregious violation of moral integrity. Changxiao, you have always been virtuous and respectful. Wait for me. I shall certainly deal with him and provide you with an explanation. Rise now. Attendants, assist the princess consort to a resting place and summon the imperial physician at once. Returning to the emperor, the maidservant hastily replied, I have already sent someone to fetch the physician. He should be on his way. That is reassuring. I can rest easy now. Attendants, hasten to summon that wretch. I shall personally administer justice to him. Emperor Han Yuan commanded in anger. This ungrateful son dares to treat Su Changxiao in such a manner. Should Su Ming learn of this, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. As the emperor, he could not afford to face his esteemed ministers without resolution. In a short while, Physician Zhang arrived. Granny Tao and the others had already helped Su Changxiao to a nearby couch, covering her with a blanket. As Physician Zhang entered, he promptly set down his medical box and began to take her pulse. Your Majesty, the Duke of Jin and Lord Su have arrived outside, seeking an audience. They have come together. Just then, the voice of eunuch Lu echoed from the hall. This ungrateful son arrives at a fortuitous moment. Admit them, Emperor Han Yuan commanded in fury. If this wretch still harbored a shred of remorse or compassion for Su Changxiao, he might yet be spared. However, should he remain unrepentant, he must not blame me for being unyielding. Soon, the Duke of Jin and Su Ming entered. The Duke of Jin was visibly sweating, while Su Ming's face radiated fury. His gaze fixed ominously on the Duke, as if he wished to skin him alive. As a high-ranking minister of the court, his beloved daughter had been so grievously harmed by the Duke. Upon receiving the news, he had been so incensed that he wished to draw his sword and slay the Duke of Jin. However, he understood that it was futile. He could only endure. This grievance, he vowed, would be avenged. How could a proud member of the Su family be so humiliated? Your Majesty, Queen, Su Ming entered, first bowing respectfully to Emperor Han Yuan and the Empress. Su Aiqing, no need for formalities. Emperor Han Yuan quickly interjected. I pay my respects to father and mother. Prince Jin hastened to say, bowing as well. Unfilial son, how dare you show your face here? Was it you who kicked Changxiao, leaving her in such a state? Are you even human? Emperor Han Yuan pointed at Prince Jin with a face full of ire, filled with disappointment. Please, father, do not be angry. My actions were driven by reason. Su Changxiao is not carrying my child. Prince Jin raised his head, pointing angrily at Su Changxiao on the couch. Su Changxiao, immediately incensed, retorted, Chu Tianyu, you slander me with baseless accusations. I carry your child. Do not think you can shirk your responsibility by casting aspersions. Chapter 11:08. Each with their own words, Your Majesty. I too believe that Changxiao is not a woman of ill repute. Now that she has been so brutally injured by Prince Jin, I implore you to restore justice for her, Su Ming said, stepping forward with a grim expression. He quickly approached the bed, looking with concern at his daughter. How is she, Zhang Taiji? Has her internal organs been harmed? Is her life in danger? There are signs of miscarriage, and internal injuries have occurred, though fortunately, her life is not at risk. The princess is indeed fortunate, Zhang Taiji replied with compassion. That is good to hear. Please, Zhang Taiji, hasten to prescribe medicine for her. She must be healed, Su Ming said, worry etched on his face. As if a lump of burning coal lay within his chest, his gaze filled with hatred for Prince Jin, wishing he could devour him whole. Rest assured, my lord, I shall promptly prescribe medicine to restore the princess's health. However, before that, we must expel the fetus to ensure her safety, Zhang Taiji stated. Very well. Proceed as you see fit. Su Ming sighed deeply, feeling a profound sorrow. To be a parent in such a situation is the most heart-wrenching of experiences. Emperor Han Yuan, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of sympathy. His son had caused such harm to the daughter of a high official, leaving him utterly disgraced before his old friends. He awkwardly said, Su Aiqing, rest assured, I shall ensure that Changxiao receives the utmost care. I will not allow her to come to harm. Thank you, Your Majesty. But perhaps only by dealing with the perpetrator can there be any solace for Changxiao, Su Ming replied, his tone even and measured. Brother, between spouses, quarrels may arise, but they can be resolved. This may simply be a misunderstanding. Once clarified, they can still be a family and live harmoniously. Tianyu has erred this time, and I shall make certain he learns his lesson and apologizes to Changshao. I hope they can mend their rift and continue as a loving couple. You do not wish for their bond to end, do you? The empress quickly said to Su Ming. Su Ming was her elder brother, and Su Changshao was her beloved niece, but Prince Jin was her son. In this moment, she was, of course, inclined to protect him. After speaking, she hurried to Su Changshao's bedside, gently supporting her and comforting her. Changshao, Tianyu can be impulsive, but I believe he loves you. Even teeth and tongue may clash. How much more so between husband and wife? Rest assured, he has acknowledged his mistakes. Forgive him, and you both can return to a harmonious life. Focus on nurturing your health, and there may yet be the possibility of another child. No, aunt, if you truly care for Changshao, then allow her to part ways with him, granting her the freedom she deserves. He has frequently assaulted and mistreated me, nearly displacing my very organs. And he has taken the life of our child, even going so far as to slander the child as belonging to another. His actions have clearly demonstrated that he is no virtuous man. Remaining with him would lead to no favorable conclusion. Su Changshao implored the empress with tears streaming down her face. The empress paused. Changshao, have you perhaps misunderstood him? Tianyu, why do you linger there? Hurry and apologize to Changshao. Changshao has always been well-mannered, gentle, and kind. I believe she would forgive you. Upon finishing her words, the empress cast a meaningful glance at the crown prince. However, the crown prince huffed in defiance. Mother, she has spoken thus to me. Should I still apologize? She knows very well whose child she is carrying. The bloodline of the Chu family must not be tainted. I am merely ensuring the purity of the Chu lineage. I have done nothing wrong. Chapter 1109. The shameless crown prince. The crown prince understood that he could not apologize now. Doing so would imply his wrongdoing, which would undoubtedly result in punishment, and Su Changshao would never forgive him. He had no intention of offering her an apology. The empress glared at the crown prince in frustration. She was attempting to provide him with an escape, to save him, yet he seemed intent on self-destruction. Did he not realize how furious the emperor had become? Chu Tianyu, cease your slander. This child is undeniably yours. I have known only you as a man, and I am more aware than anyone. Su Changshao exclaimed angrily. You speak nonsense. A month ago, I did not even touch you. This child is undoubtedly Chu Xuanchen's. You met with him in secret, and Xiaoyue can testify to that. Not only did you meet him, expressing a desire to become his concubine, but you also betrayed me by revealing all my matters to him. You treat him with such kindness while showing me contempt. How dare you claim this child as mine? This is clearly the offspring of that scoundrel, and you shall not pin this on me. The crown prince spoke with malice. His eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Su Changshao, as if he wished to end her life. Upon hearing this, Su Changshao felt a surge of pain in her chest, her anger directed at the crown prince. You lie. A month ago, you clearly touched me. This child is undoubtedly yours. Chu Tianyu, how cruel you are to deny your actions simply to exonerate yourself. What I did or did not do is of no concern to you. This child is merely the illegitimate offspring of Chu Xuancheng. Do not attempt to cast the blame upon me. The crown prince snarled. His words detonated like a bomb, leaving everyone present in disbelief as they turned to him. Su Ming was the first to respond. Crown Prince, such words should not be spoken lightly. Changshao has always maintained her virtue. How could she possibly have an affair with the Prince of Li? She would not lie. You must have touched her. This child is certainly yours. Emperor Hongyuan added. Do you have any evidence? If not, this is merely slander and defamation. Unfilial son, you have committed a grave mistake, and rather than repent, do you wish to continue down this path of error? The queen, casting a sidelong glance, inquired, Tianyu, is this truly the case? I have always known you would not strike without cause. There must be a grievance behind your actions. If you have suffered, do not hesitate to voice your concerns. I shall advocate for you. Enough, Your Majesty. At this juncture, you still dare to show favoritism towards him? To spoil a child is akin to killing them. Were it not for your indulgence and bias, he would not have become this way. A tender mother often brings ruin to her child. You have single-handedly pushed him to this state. Silence yourself. Emperor Hongyuan glared at the queen in fury. He, as the sovereign, possessed superior wisdom and strategy, and could instantly discern that the Prince of Jin was lying. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the throne. Yet, the queen stubbornly chose to defend this rebellious son, allowing him to act without restraint. The queen suddenly let out a cold laugh. Your Majesty, Tianyu would never lie. If he claims there is truth to this matter, there surely exists some veracity. If you doubt it, inquire of Changshao. Changshao, did you not meet with Chu Xuancheng in secret? Caught off guard by the question, Su Changshao hesitated, her face paling as she reluctantly nodded. Yes, but I did not meet him for any illicit purpose. I heard that Yun Ruoyue had run away from home and was not present. I merely sought to comfort and express concern for the princely. As the sister-in-law of the prince, is it not my duty to care for him when his wife has left? She knew there were many witnesses to her meeting with Chu Xuancheng, so she dared not deny it, but she would not admit to the words exchanged between them. Yun Ruoyue has left home? How is that possible? Chu Xuancheng clearly stated she went to the temple to pray. Changshao, if you disdain the Prince of Jin for his current lack of favor and regret marrying him, you may speak openly. I shall support your decision. Why must you disregard his dignity and clandestinely meet with Chu Xuancheng in the dead of night? The queen coldly remarked. I was merely relaying what Chu Tianyu said. He claimed that Yun Ruoyue had run away, and the prince had been searching for her. Thus, I spoke with him for a short while to offer my comfort. We exchanged only a few words before I departed. Our relationship is innocent, Su Changshao quickly retorted. You speak nonsense. As far as I know, you were gone for 2 hours that night. Ample time for much to transpire. This child is undoubtedly his. Do not attempt to feign innocence, the Prince of Jin stated coldly, pointing at Su Changshao. Recalling that night's events ignited her fury, and she angrily pointed at the prince. How dare you mention that night? It was on the very evening I went to find Chu Xuancheng that you, before your concubine Lan Wu, forced yourself upon me. You humiliated and tormented me until I was a mere shadow of myself. This child was conceived that very night. Counting the days, it has been precisely a month. Lan Wu and Xiaoyue can testify. If my father does not believe me, he may summon Lan Wu to the court. Originally, Su Changshao wished to keep this matter private due to its shameful nature. However, under the prince's relentless pressure, she felt compelled to speak out. She had not anticipated that the prince, in his desperation to absolve himself, would deny ever having touched her. His shamelessness was beyond comprehension. Quickly, summon the dancers to the residence of Prince Jin. I must ascertain the truth, Emperor Hunyuan declared coldly. At this moment, Su Changshao gazed imploringly at Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue, you witnessed with your own eyes that Chu Tianyu assaulted me that night, did you not? You are aware of the innocence between myself and Chu Xuancheng. We share no connection, correct? Although she yearned to be associated with Chu Xuancheng, she felt compelled to defend him to safeguard her own reputation. Observing this, Prince Jin cast a chilling glare at Xiaoyue. You had better speak truthfully. Should you dare to provide false testimony against me, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. If Xiaoyue were to reveal the truth, he would see to it that her entire family met a tragic end, for their lives lay firmly within his grasp. Gritting his teeth, Prince Jin uttered these threats, causing Xiaoyue to tremble in fear. She knelt before him, reluctantly stating, I am sorry, Your Highness, but I cannot utter falsehoods. In fact, you have not touched her in 2 months. This child is not yours, but belongs to Princely. As Xiaoyue spoke, her fear made her bite her lip, her heart aching as if pierced by needles. Su Changshao, upon hearing this revelation, stared at her in disbelief. Xiaoyue, I have always treated you well. I never expected you to betray me. Are you so afraid of Chu Tianyu's retribution that you would perjure yourself for him? You know full well that my relationship with Prince Li is innocent, and that this child is indeed Chu Tianyu's. Why do you slander me? Your Highness, I apologize. I merely spoke the truth, Xiaoyue replied, bowing her head repeatedly until it turned red from the blows. The gravity of her situation weighed heavily upon her. She felt trapped between 2 ferocious wolves, with no escape in sight. Indeed, I was correct, Prince Jin mocked. Su Changshao, it is you who has betrayed me. Indulging in promiscuity, this child is undoubtedly Chu Xuancheng's, not mine. If I were to inadvertently deal with him, would it not be fate? His cold laughter resonated through the air. No, the child is not Chu Xuancheng's, it is yours. You shall not tarnish our names. Su Changshao exclaimed, her teeth chattering in rage. She could hardly fathom Prince Jin's audacity in attempting to drive her to despair. Your Majesty, if this child truly belongs to Chu Xuancheng, he has committed an unforgivable crime, daring to consort with his sister-in-law and allowing her to bear his illegitimate child. Such acts warrant execution, the Empress proclaimed. casting a significant glance at Emperor Han Yuan. The emperor, who had long sought to eliminate Chu Xuancheng, reflected deeply. With the withdrawal of troops from the Tianxin kingdom and a new trade agreement with the Chu kingdom, he had no immediate need for Chu Xuancheng. Perhaps this situation could be used to undermine him. However, Prince Jin was astute. He understood that the intent was not to execute Chu Xuancheng, but to tarnish his reputation. Su Ming quickly grasped the empress's intentions. She sought to use this incident to eliminate Chu Xuancheng. While this might align with her desires, it would also lead to the demise of his beloved daughter, whom he could never allow to perish unjustly. He pondered for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, in light of these circumstances, it would be prudent to summon the King and Queen of Li to the palace for questioning. I too wish to clarify this matter and restore my daughter's honor." Emperor Han Yuan lowered his head in contemplation. Su Ming was indeed a significant minister of the court, and his opinion warranted careful consideration. He replied, "Do not be anxious, Su Aicheng. I shall summon the King and Queen of Li to the palace for an immediate confrontation. You need not worry." At the Feiyue Pavilion, a voice announced, "Your Highness, there is news from the palace. Eunuch Lu states that the Prince of Jin suspects the Princess of Jin of having an affair with our lord, claiming that she was with child by him, which he has caused to be terminated. The emperor is now furious and demands that you and the lord come to the palace for questioning." Yun Ruoyue, having just awakened from her afternoon nap, was taken aback by the anxious expression on Feng'er's face. The news struck her like a bolt from the blue, heavy upon her heart. Does the Prince of Jin suspect that Su Changshao is carrying Chu Xuancheng's child? Is that truly the case? Yun Ruoyue inquired. Feng'er nodded, confirming. Indeed, Eunuch Lu spoke with great conviction. Mo Zhu has already gone to the military camp to fetch the lord, while Eunuch Lu awaits in the floral hall for you to join him. The lord will be waiting for you at the palace gates. Yun Ruoyue felt a tightening in her chest. Had Chu Xuancheng caused Su Changshao to become pregnant? Was there any truth to this? Su Changshao was his former lover, someone with whom he shared a past. If this were accurate, that man was indeed despicable. But if it were a frame-up, then she must hasten to the palace gates. She needed to confront Chu Xuancheng herself. "Let us go quickly, Feng'er," Yun Ruoyue said coldly. On their way to the palace, Eunuch Lu recounted all that had transpired within the palace to Yun Ruoyue, who then learned that the child had already been expelled by the Prince of Jin. Su Changshao had only been pregnant for a month, and the embryo had not yet fully formed, merely a gestational sac. However, should the sac still be present, it could be analyzed alongside a sample of the man's hair for a paternity test. Her medical system possessed the technology for such testing, though she feared that Su Changshao's gestational sac might have already been expelled. Moreover, considering that such matters might seem almost supernatural to those of ancient times, they might not believe her claims, and thus she would refrain from utilizing it for the time being. As the carriage arrived at the palace gates, Yun Ruoyue lifted the curtain to behold Chu Xuancheng clad in gleaming silver armor, exuding an air of majesty among the guards, standing tall and imposing. Behind him was Mo Zhu, who appeared to be engaged in a discussion, nodding vigorously before hastening back towards the royal residence. You have arrived." Upon spotting Yun Ruoyue's carriage, Chu Xuancheng quickly rode over, dismounting in a graceful leap to assist her in alighting from the carriage. Yun Ruoyue shot him an irate glare, swatting his hand away as she stepped down herself. "Be gentle, be careful not to harm the baby," Chu Xuancheng urged, alarmed at the thought of her stumbling. "Chu Xuancheng, what on earth is going on? If you do not clarify this matter for me, you shall return home tonight to kneel on the washboard." Once firmly planted on the ground, she placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Chu Xuancheng, though her demeanor appeared rather charmingly defiant. With an innocent expression, Chu Xuancheng gazed at her and anxiously spoke, "Please do not be angry. I truly have no idea how such a situation could arise. I have never even held her hand. Oh, but I have once. I have never kissed her lips. How could I possibly engage in such acts?" This must be the malicious slander of the petty and narrow-minded Jin Wang, attempting to frame me. Do not believe their words. Just moments ago, upon hearing Mo Zhu's report in the military camp, he felt as though struck by lightning. "You actually held her hand before? Oh no, you truly have never kissed her? Nor touched her?" Yun Ruoyue stared at Chu Xuancheng, her eyes narrowing in skeptical scrutiny. Her small face, puffed up in anger, resembled a delicate dumpling, and her hair was styled in an adorably charming lily bun, adorned with jade beads that swayed like tassels as she spoke, making her appear irresistibly cute and endearing, prompting an involuntary smile from Chu Xuancheng. "Of course, I would swear that if I were the one to cause her pregnancy, I would be struck down by divine wrath. He declared, "Forget it, I shan't swear." Yun Ruoyue quickly covered Chu Xuancheng's mouth, insisting it was unnecessary to swear for the sake of such a lowly individual. "They are unworthy of it. Let us enter the palace first." After saying this, she cast a glance at eunuch Lu, who, having witnessed Chu Xuancheng's oath, transformed his previously disdainful gaze into one of sympathy. Earlier, eunuch Lu had harbored doubts about Chu Xuancheng and had mockingly sat on the edge of the carriage, deliberately provoking him to swear. Upon hearing the oath, he began to believe in Chu Xuancheng's innocence. Seeing that Yun Ruoyue had prevented him from swearing, Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow, his heart filled with joy. "Where does this mean you believe in me?" "Of course, if I did not believe you, I would have long ceased to engage with you," Yun Ruoyue replied. Soon, the two settled into the palanquin, which was carried by several palace attendants. Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue sat closely together. Fearing she might misunderstand him, he hastily reassured her, "Wearer, as long as you believe in me, I am content. I was terrified just now, thinking you might not trust me, and I was contemplating how to explain." Yun Ruoyue pouted her cherry-like lips and glared at him, saying, "If it were not for your handsome appearance, attracting all manner of attention, would they swarm around you like flies? I am also innocent. I have not courted them at all. They simply wish to draw near to me without any provocation on my part. However, as long as you believe in me, I am happy," Chu Xuancheng replied cheerfully. Chapter 11:13. Is it an argument or a compliment? "Who said I believe you?" Yun Ruoyue retorted. "You are quite the charmer." Chu Xuancheng. "First, Su Yuyao eagerly desires to become your concubine, and now Su Changxiao is with child. How can you be so unfaithful? If you did not constantly adorn yourself with such handsomeness and expose yourself to the world, would they have the chance to entice you? Ultimately, it is your own lack of integrity that has attracted this horde of flies, forcing me to endure the same shame and disdain alongside you." With her arms crossed, Yun Ruoyue recounted Chu Xuancheng's previous taunts with embellishments. Chu Xuancheng was momentarily taken aback. He recalled how, upon discovering her acquaintance with Su Qixiao, he had similarly mocked her. To her astonishment, she returned it exactly as it was. He remarked, "What can I say? I possess an irresistible charm. I am a noble scion, a favored child of heaven, and it is only natural that I attract attention. I did not even cast a glance at them. They approach me of their own accord, which is no concern of mine. However, my heart is devoted solely to you. I do not seek the adoration of many, only your singular affection." Hearing this, Yun Ruoyue felt a shiver run down her spine. She playfully punched Chu Xuancheng's chest and retorted, "Narcissist. It's your incessant flirtations that have brought about this situation. I recall Emily mentioning that Su Changxiao sought you out last time, and you appeared quite pleased in her company. You are the one who dallies with other women behind my back. I find you rather distasteful at this moment." "Preposterous. When have I ever flirted with her? Which of your eyes witnessed this?" he challenged. "Even if you did not pursue her, she pursued you. And you are equally at fault," Yun Ruoyue replied. Her fierce demeanor, though intimidating, failed to instill fear, appearing rather endearing, prompting Chu Xuancheng to wish to pinch her chubby cheeks. She was simply too adorable. "What? She pursued me, and I am to blame? What logic is this? Wasn't it you who accused me of being too close to Su Qixiao?" he countered. "I merely returned her advances in kind. You are at fault, indeed. Your striking looks and exceptional skills have drawn both Su Qixiao and the virtuous prince to you," Chu Xuancheng countered. The attendants carrying the sedan chair ahead were left in a state of bewilderment, their nerves fraying as they wondered if the royal couple was indeed quarreling or merely exchanging compliments in a roundabout manner. Ultimately, it was a matter of "you are at fault, not I," with Yun Ruoyue asserting, "Since I am carrying your child, you ought to indulge us." Seeing she could not outwit him, Yun Ruoyue resorted to playful obstinacy. Chu Xuancheng lowered his head, unable to suppress a smile as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Utterly devoted to her and their child, for they were his most treasured individuals. "Are you so concerned about them that you feel jealous? My dear, tell me, have you fallen for me? Do not overthink it. I am merely considering our child. I do not love you," Yun Ruoyue stammered, turning her head in denial. Her cheeks flushed. Chu Xuancheng leaned closer, gently nibbling her earlobe, whispering, "That night, you willingly surrendered yourself to me. How can you claim not to love me? You are merely denying your true feelings. You care for me deeply, do you not? You do not speak nonsense. Be careful lest someone overhear," Yun Ruoyue murmured, her voice barely a whisper, her face aglow like the evening sky. She found his playful nibbling on her ear both exhilarating and mortifying, wishing to vanish into the ground. Ahead, Eunuch Lu observed the couple's interaction and could not help but shed a solitary tear, lamenting his own single status. Chapter 11:14. She will protect him were they in the palace to clear their names or to display their affection. It felt as though they were at home, their bond exuding warmth and ease, devoid of any sense of impending crisis. His heart ached, gazed affectionately at Yun Ruoyue, finding her anger to be utterly charming. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have succumbed to the urge to kiss her passionately. Resisting this impulse, he declared, "Regardless of your feelings for me, I shall ensure you remain by my side. You are destined to be mine for eternity, having filled my heart to the brim. Though you may deny it verbally, I am nonetheless elated." Such was his manner of self-comfort. Feeling the weight of his words, Yun Ruoyue hastily sought to divert the conversation. "Why does the Prince of Jin suspect you and Chu Xuancheng, yet not others? Do tell, is there something you are concealing from me?" Without hesitation, Chu Xuancheng raised a hand to the heavens, exclaiming with disdain, "Absolutely not. Who knows what he is thinking? Perhaps he is simply foolish. I have no interest in acknowledging his offspring. Flies do not alight upon unblemished eggs. The trouble you have stirred must be resolved by you. The truth of your relationship with Chu Xuancheng remains uncertain." Yun Ruoyue sighed. "Well, it is all your fault. Were you not so appealing to flies, I wouldn't be in such peril, constantly fearing that others might take an interest in you." It seemed she was lamenting her situation unfairly. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xuancheng realized she was envious. This young lady, who had clearly developed feelings for him, was still too timid to admit it. Calmly, he replied, "I do not even spare a glance at those flies. I am yours, and from now on, it is your duty to dismiss them. I refuse to take responsibility for their entanglements." At that moment, the palanquin arrived at Ronghua Palace. Once the palanquin came to a stop, Chu Xuancheng assisted Yun Ruoyue down, only to find a crowd of dark-clad imperial guards stationed at the palace entrance, weapons in hand. Clearly, the emperor intended to make a formidable impression. "You are with me here. Do not be afraid," Chu Xuancheng reassured her, clasping her hand. "What am I afraid of? This is not my doing. You should be the one without fear," she retorted, playfully swatting his hand away. Noticing a hint of sadness in his expression, she quickly added, "Rest assured, I shall protect you and clear your name. When a husband and wife are united, they can cut through metal. Who dares to frame you will surely regret it." With that, she squared her shoulders and stepped protectively in front of him, leading the way into the hall. Observing her petite figure attempting to shield him, a wave of emotion washed over Chu Xuancheng. He had never before experienced the sensation of being protected by a woman. It had always been he who safeguarded others. This feeling was exquisite. How could he allow her to face danger alone? He would gladly risk everything for her, so he swiftly followed, grasping her small hand as they entered the grand hall together. Upon their arrival, Yun Ruoyue was immediately struck by a heavy scent of blood. Raising her gaze, she beheld Chu Xuancheng, resembling a withered flower, lying feebly on a couch. Beside her stood the royal physician and the empress, while at the front of the hall stood Emperor Han Yuan, the Prince of Jin, Su Ming, and two matrons. "Greetings, Your Majesty, Your Highness," they both intoned as they entered, bowing respectfully to Emperor Han Yuan and the Empress. Chapter 11:15. Evidence of Chu Tianyu. "Please refrain from formalities," said Emperor Han Yuan coldly. "Li Wang, Jin Wang claims that you have engaged in an illicit affair with Jin Wang Fei, resulting in her secret pregnancy. Is there any truth to this? Your Majesty, this matter is nothing more than a fantastical tale. It is a baseless accusation from Jin Wang. I am already accompanied by a charming companion. How could I possibly be involved with anyone else?" Chu Xuancheng replied with unwavering calm. "Indeed, Li Wang, your presence is most fortuitous. Our relationship is innocent, and we cannot allow Jin Wang to slander us." Chu Xuancheng interjected, sitting up hastily, her face pale and her form frail, resembling a wilting flower. Her cold, piercing gaze fixed upon Jin Wang, as if she wished to devour him whole. Seeing Chu Xuancheng deny the accusations and not collude with Jin Wang, Yun Ruoyue felt a sense of relief. Chu Xuancheng still had some semblance of dignity, aware of the need to protect her reputation. Under such circumstances, she had no choice. If the charges were substantiated, she would surely face disgrace and a dire fate. Jin Wang, upon hearing this, spoke with chilling disdain. "You two seem quite affectionate, knowing how to protect one another. You must have conspired beforehand, awaiting the moment to deny it, correct?" Unfortunately, I possess evidence in the forms of Xiaoyue and Lan Wu, as well as tokens of your secret commitment to each other. Chu Tianyu, what evidence do you have? A sense of foreboding surged within Su Changshao as she felt her heart tighten. I would not dare to accuse you without evidence, Jin Wang declared. As he produced several items from his robe, he displayed a small wooden figurine, stating, Father, this is a carving made by Chu Xuancheng for Su Changshao. She has kept it by her side, never parting with it, which speaks volumes of her affection for him. Su Changshao quickly patted her body, only to find it empty. She was unaware of when the figurine had gone missing. Turning to Xiaoyue, she caught sight of her looking down, unable to meet her gaze. In that moment, she understood. The figurine had undoubtedly been pilfered by this treacherous servant. In this portrait of Chu Xuancheng, Jin Wang continued, which Su Changshao has treasured and painstakingly reassembled after I tore it to shreds. It is evident that her heart belongs solely to Chu Xuancheng, leaving no room for me. Her husband. Jin Wang then revealed the meticulously restored portrait. Chu Tianyu, you are shameless. These are mere trinkets and do not prove any affair between me and Chu Xuancheng. Su Changshao retorted vehemently, her eyes blazing with anger. With a cold smile, Jin Wang added, and this rouge box, a gift from Chu Xuancheng, which she has carefully preserved. Unwilling to use. It shows just how infatuated she is with him. Now, having engaged in this clandestine relationship and bearing an illegitimate child, I have been utterly humiliated. Father, should you not punish this pair of scoundrels? Yun Ruoyue, upon seeing these items, could not help but elbow Chu Xuancheng, whispering, I hadn't realized you had given her so many gifts, each unique and thoughtfully crafted. You have truly been kind to her. Noticing his wife's jealousy, Chu Xuancheng quickly replied, those are merely trifles. In the future, I shall present you with more and even finer gifts. Changshao, how is it that you possess so many items given to you by Chu Xuancheng? Upon witnessing these tokens, the queen's face contorted with fury. Chu Xuancheng, perceiving her wrath, stepped forward and addressed her, Your Majesty, this small statue was not only given to the Princess of Jin by me. I also carved numerous ones for the palace maids and eunuchs. Even the 7th princess has taken one. As for this rouge box, it was indeed a gift I presented to the Princess of Jin 4 years ago. At that time, Miss Su was not yet the princess, and I was unmarried. We were both single, and she had once sent me pastries. Thus, my gift of a rouge box was merely a customary return gesture, was it not? Chapter 11:16. Fabrication of false evidence. However, she has preserved all these in the Jin Palace, indicating she has not forgotten you. Is this not a slap in the face to the Prince of Jin? The queen remarked coldly. Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow. That is not my concern. If she chooses to keep these, it has nothing to do with me. My residence contains not a single item pertaining to her. Upon hearing this, Su Changshao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Chu Xuancheng was heartless. Once love was lost, it was irretrievable. Indeed, Your Majesty, Yun Ruoyue chimed in. From what I gathered from the Prince of Jin's earlier statements, it seems the Princess of Jin is the one fixated on my husband, while he harbors no affection for her whatsoever. Alas, it pains me as a wife to see my husband besieged by another's affections. With a sigh of feigned grievance, she continued, however, please rest assured, Your Majesty, my husband and I have traversed trials together, evolving from mutual strangers to a respectful partnership. I have complete faith in him. He is innocent of any wrongdoing. The queen's expression stiffened, a forced smile gracing her lips. Who wished to witness their display of affection? Yun Ruoyue, cease your defense of Chu Xuancheng. You are merely 2 peas in a pod, naturally inclined to speak for him. Besides the material evidence, I also possess witnesses. Lan Wu has arrived. With the presence of Xiaoyue and Lan Wu, it could be corroborated that on a certain night a month prior, Chu Xuancheng had clandestinely met with Su Changshao. I suspect this child was conceived during that encounter. Father, I request permission to summon Lan Wu to the court. The Prince of Jin declared coldly. Granted, Emperor Honyuan replied tersely. The Prince of Jin promptly exited and soon returned with Lan Wu. As a woman from the Qin Tower, this was her first foray into the palace, and the gravity of facing the emperor and the queen left her trembling with fear. Upon entering, she immediately lowered her head and knelt, quaking as she greeted, this humble woman, Lan Wu, pays her respects to Your Majesty and the queen. The queen cast a cold glance at her, realizing that this Qin Tower woman had disrupted the relationship between the prince and his wife, a type she loathed above all. Yet, this was not the moment for her to deal with the woman. Emperor Honyuan, disinterested in Lan Wu, stated solemnly, "Now that the witness has arrived, Prince of Jin, allow her to speak." The Prince of Jin promptly signaled to the two women, and Xiaoyue stepped forward, gritting her teeth as she declared, "I can testify that on the night of the 10th day a month prior, the Princess of Jin and I sought out the King of Li and entered his residence. I followed them inside and witnessed the King of Li escorting the princess into his chamber, where they remained for an hour. During that time, I overheard intimate sounds of a man and woman from within, and I was terrified to learn such a monumental secret. Yet, fearing retribution, I remained silent. It was only upon returning to the residence with the princess that I drew the suspicion of His Royal Highness, the Prince of Jin. Under his inquiry, I revealed the truth. His Highness, realizing the child the princess bore was not his, acted impulsively and kicked her, contemplating the demise of that child. His Highness is innocent. The true culprits are the illicit liaison between the Prince of Li and the princess." As Xiaoyue spoke, her voice dwindled, and her head bowed lower. These words were concocted by her to protect her family, without any consultation with the Prince of Jin. However, the gleam of satisfaction in the prince's eyes indicated her fabrication was effective. "Xiaoyue, you are spouting nonsense. We never even entered the Prince of Li's residence that night. We merely lingered at the entrance for a short while before departing. How dare you malign me?" Su Changxiao glared at Xiaoyue with indignation. Chapter 11:17. I too have witnesses. Even knowing Xiaoyue was coerced, her hatred for her was palpable, wishing to eliminate her entirely. "My lady, I beg your forgiveness. But I cannot stand idly by as you deceive His Highness. He is innocent. He is the true victim," Xiaoyue said, bowing her head in apology to Su Changxiao. She did not wish to slander Su Changxiao, but the lives of her family took precedence, forcing her to utter such treacherous words. "You wretched servant, you lie? These claims are utterly unfounded. My child was conceived solely due to the coercion of Chu Tianyu on the night of the 10th. Both Lan Wu and you were present as witnesses, yet you dare to fabricate lies against me. I cannot believe I misjudged you." Su Changxiao pointed at Xiaoyue, her expression one of sorrow and disappointment. At that moment, Lan Wu raised her head and said, "My lady, I can testify that on the night of the 10th, the prince did not lay a hand on you. He has not touched you for the past 2 months. Your child is merely a month along, thus cannot possibly be his." The Prince of Jin scoffed, suddenly enraged. "Did you hear that? Chu Xuancheng, Su Changxiao, Xiaoyue, and Lan Wu are all testifying against you. The evidence is irrefutable. It is clear you have engaged in illicit activities. Chu Xuancheng, how could you betray your brother by taking his wife? You are no better than a beast. Su Changxiao, how could you betray me, engaging in such scandalous behavior? A woman like you deserves the utmost disgrace. You have both shamed me, trampling upon my dignity. You deserve nothing less than death." Upon hearing this, the Empress, filled with fury, waved her sleeve and exclaimed, "Chu Xuancheng, I never anticipated you to be such a person. Since the passing of the late emperor, the emperor and I have raised you and your sister with utmost care, showering you with affection and honors. Yet, you have the audacity to steal your brother's woman. Have you no conscience? Do you deserve to lead the army and wield power? If this were to spread, the entire royal family would become a laughingstock. You are unworthy of commanding thousands of soldiers. My lady, the Prince of Jin has merely summoned 2 of his own to serve as witnesses. I too can gather numerous witnesses to attest to my innocence and that of the Princess of Jin," Chu Xuancheng replied, staring intently at the Empress, his voice low and firm. "What witnesses could you possibly find?" The Empress was momentarily taken aback. Chu Xuancheng stated, "On the night of the incident, there were numerous passers-by outside the Li Wangfu, along with many shopkeepers and my subordinates. Several hundred soldiers can attest to the fact that there was no impropriety between me and the Crown Princess of Jin." "Oh." The Empress raised an eyebrow, half in disbelief. "The Crown Princess did indeed seek me out that evening. However, our conversation lasted less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea before she departed. Pray tell, if I were truly inclined to an illicit affair with her, would I dare to meet in such a public setting? Would that not provide grounds for scandal? This demonstrates my integrity and innocence, allowing me to speak freely without trepidation." Once she left, I succumbed to exhaustion from days of tireless pursuit of spies. Fainting at the entrance of the palace. There are servants of the palace and external doctors who can vouch for this. With so many witnesses, can it not affirm my innocence? At this point, Yun Ruoyue interjected, "Your Majesty, there is no need for doubt. A few inquiries with the passers-by will reveal the truth." It need not be so complicated. Your Majesty, did not Xiaoyue just implicate me? Allow me to pose her a few questions, and we shall discern who is lying. Chu Xuancheng respectfully clasped his hands toward Emperor Han Yuan. Chapter 11:18. Little Xuanzai is impressive. Emperor Han Yuan narrowed his eyes coldly. Very well, you may ask. Chu Xuancheng approached Xiaoyue, gazing at her intensely. Xiaoyue, you mentioned that on the night of the 10th, you and the crown princess entered the Li Wangfu. Do you recall any distinguishing features of the Li Wangfu? Xiaoyue was taken aback. She had never visited the Li Wangfu, so how could she know its characteristics? Her face flushed, and she bit her lip, claiming it was nighttime and too dark to see clearly. Even in darkness. You must know that there is a pet kept in the courtyard, yes? Whenever anyone enters the Li Wangfu, that pet always barks loudly, leaving an impression on everyone. Tell me, is that pet a dog or a cat? Chu Xuancheng inquired. Xiaoyue cast a nervous glance towards the crown prince, who immediately interjected. Chu Xuancheng, what is the purpose of your questioning? I have been to your residence, and there is no pet kept at your entrance. Are you attempting to deceive Xiaoyue? If she truly had visited, she would be aware of it. I am merely unraveling the truth to clear my name. The crown prince's eagerness raised suspicions. Did he have something to hide and seek to caution Xiaoyue? Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. At that moment, Su Ming also bowed to Emperor Han Yuan, stating, Your Majesty, this matter is of great significance, concerning the honor of our war god and my daughter. To ascertain the truth, I hope the crown prince will refrain from speaking for the time being. The implication was clear. Chu Xuancheng held considerable power, and Su Changshao was no ordinary figure. Wrongful accusations could not be made lightly. Emperor Han Yuan shot a fierce glare at the crown prince, exclaiming, Wretched child, be silent. If you interrupt again, I shall suspect that Xiaoyue is under your influence. Please, father, quell your anger. The crown prince shrank back, visibly displeased. Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow, maintaining his composure. Xiaoyue, tell us, what kind of pet is kept in the courtyard as one enters the palace? There is no pet in the courtyard. Do not attempt to deceive me, my lord. Such deception would be futile. Xiaoyue gathered her courage to declare. Is there truly no pet? Chu Xuancheng smiled faintly, then suddenly turned to Emperor Han Yuan, clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect. Your Majesty, Xiaoyue is lying. I have kept a pet in my courtyard. That very parrot known as the Xianfeng. This parrot can speak and screech loudly. Whenever a stranger enters the courtyard, it squawks and converses. If your Majesty doubts my words, you may send someone to the Li Wangfu to investigate. Xiaoyue claims there are no pets in the courtyard, but she is clearly deceiving us. She has never set foot in the Li Wangfu. Had she done so, she would never forget that parrot. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyue trembled in fear, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Prince Jin was about to speak, but Su Ming shot him a fierce glare, silencing him instantly. He feared that if he uttered a word, the emperor would condemn him immediately. Yun Ruoyue's heart skipped a beat. That parrot had always resided in the Feiyue Pavilion, not in the main courtyard. Reflecting on the conversation before entering the palace, when Chu Xuancheng had instructed Maju, could it be that he had arranged for the parrot's release to clear his name? Otherwise, he would not be so certain. It appeared that this young Master Xuancheng was quite astute. No need, I trust you. This clearly indicates that this servant is the one lying. Emperor Han Yuan declared in a solemn tone. As the sovereign of a nation, if he lacked such judgment, he would not hold his position. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. This servant did not lie. I merely forgot. I truly witnessed the Li Wang's clandestine meeting with the princess. Xiaoyue desperately made her final stand. If she were branded a liar, her fate would be sealed. You claim to have seen it with your own eyes. How exactly did you see it? Do you know whether my chamber is on the left or right side of the palace? How many flower pots are placed at my door? What is the arrangement of my room? How is the bed made? If you truly saw it so clearly, how could you have no recollection at all? Chu Xuancheng pressed closer to Xiaoyue, his voice dark and probing. I was too nervous at the time and cannot remember, Xiaoyue wept. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue stepped forward, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on Xiaoyue and Lan Wu. Your Majesty, aside from this, I have another method to ascertain the identity of the father of the Jin Wangfei's child. Just now, I heard that the Jin Wangfei has recently miscarried and that the embryo should still be within her. If we were to conduct a blood test with the embryo, we would uncover the true father of the child. When the truth is revealed, if it turns out that Xiaoyue and Lan Wu colluded to slander the Li Wang, I request that they be punished with the annihilation of their family and the execution of their kin. Upon hearing the potential punishment of annihilation, Xiaoyue was immediately struck with terror. "I beg your majesty for mercy. It was Prince Jin who threatened my family's lives to coerce me into saying this. In truth, the princess has never had an affair with the Li Wang. This child is indeed the offspring of Prince Jin. I only testified falsely out of fear for my family's safety." As her words fell, the assembly gasped in astonishment. Everything Xiaoyue had done was solely to protect her family. Just moments ago, she overheard Yun Ruoyue mention that once it was revealed she had lied, the consequences would be severe. Her family could face extermination, and she would be subjected to the torturous punishment of being drawn and quartered. This was far harsher than the penalties imposed by the Jin Wang, who merely detained her family. The emperor, however, would annihilate her entire clan. How could she bear the burden of being the traitor to her family, causing the innocent to perish unjustly? She could not stand idly by and witness her relatives suffer the gruesome fate of being executed because of her. Thus, in a bid to protect her kin, she swiftly stepped forward to testify against the Jin Wang. She would rather see her own family unjustly perish than allow her entire lineage to be dismembered, leaving no remains. Upon hearing Xiaoyue's words, Yun Ruoyue's lips curled into a cold smirk. She had merely deceived Xiaoyue. At present, Chu Xuancheng's child had not yet developed into an embryo, merely a gestational sac, thus making blood tests for parentage impossible. Furthermore, the methodology of blood testing for parentage was notoriously unreliable. She would never resort to such means. To her astonishment, her casual bluff had frightened Xiaoyue into revealing the truth. Emperor Han Yuan, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with rage. He glared at Lan Wu, accusing her. "You too. Have you conspired with the Jin Wang to provide false testimony? If you do not confess the truth now, I shall have you drawn and quartered." Lan Wu trembled in fear, casting an apologetic glance at the Jin Wang. Bowing her head, she pleaded, "Your Majesty, I did not intend to provide false testimony. On the night of the 10th, I indeed witnessed His Highness the Jin Wang in contact with the princess consort. He is my husband, and I spoke falsely only to defend him." After uttering this, she cast a pitiful look towards the Jin Wang, who was her means of altering her fate. She desperately clung to him, yet dared not utter another lie, unwilling to solely blame him. At that moment, Xiaoyue interjected, "Indeed, on the night of the 10th, I too saw His Highness the Jin Wang forcefully and cruelly mistreating the princess consort, after which he left with me." The princess consort spoke only briefly with His Highness the Li Wang before returning to the Jin Wang's residence. Throughout this month, she has had no clandestine meetings with the Li Wang. The child is indisputably His Highness the Jin Wang's. I am risking my life to reveal the truth, fully aware that I face certain death, and I only implore your Majesty to spare my family for my honesty. Chapter 11:20. Imprisoned with this revelation, all present recognized that the entire affair had been orchestrated by the Jin Wang, absolving the Li Wang of any wrongdoing. Su Ming cast a fierce glance at the Jin Wang and addressed Emperor Han Yuan, "Your Majesty, the truth is now clear. It is evident that the Jin Wang, in his mercilessness, committed filicide and, to evade justice, has framed the Li Wang and my daughter. The Jin Wang repeatedly errs without remorse and has proven unworthy of such responsibilities, rendering him an unsuitable heir. His heinous act of murdering his own child to implicate his wife has stripped him of his humanity, inciting public outrage and tarnishing the royal reputation. I urge your Majesty to impose severe punishment upon him and to grant him a divorce from Changshao, allowing her a measure of solace." Emperor Han Yuan's countenance darkened, eclipsed by the storm clouds of fury. He strode towards the Jin Wang, bellowing, "Wretched son, so it is you who orchestrated this affair. Your pettiness and malevolence are unfathomable. I shall not acknowledge you as my son. I hereby decree your divorce from Su Changshao, restoring her to the Su family, severing all ties with you. Your servant is eternally grateful for your Majesty's benevolence." Upon hearing those words, Su Changshao was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Springing from her bed despite the pain coursing through her body, and bowing deeply before the emperor. At last, she had achieved her desire to part ways with the crown prince, liberating herself from this tormentor. The emperor, in a fit of rage, admonished, "You wretched son, utterly devoid of sense. Today you dare to kill your own child to frame your wife. Tomorrow, will you dare to murder your sovereign, to conspire against me? Father, please spare me." The crown prince, recognizing the gravity of his situation, quickly knelt and pleaded, "Father, your son acknowledges his wrongdoing. I did not intend to harm that child. It was merely the venomous words of that woman that incited me. She disdained me and sought to sever our bond first, which provoked me into kicking her. I was entirely unaware of her pregnancy. Had I known, I would never have acted so. They say even a tiger does not eat its young, no matter my transgressions. I would never harm my own child. I implore you, Father, show mercy. I can no longer place my trust in you, the emperor declared resolutely. I have decided to imprison you. Without my command, you shall remain confined for eternity. Your remaining days shall be spent in that prison. After pondering, the emperor concluded that failing to punish the crown prince adequately would leave him unable to provide an explanation to Su Ming and Chu Xuancheng, thus necessitating his imprisonment. Father, please have mercy. Your son has realized his errors. I beg you, do not cast me into the dungeon. As a prince, how can I endure such a fate? The crown prince desperately pleaded. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, accustomed to a life of luxury and ease, he could not fathom the hardships of a prison cell. He loathed Su Changxiao and Chu Xuancheng, wishing for their demise. The emperor, disheartened, could not bear to look at the crown prince any longer. His disappointment was profound. Take the crown prince away, he commanded. Your Majesty, please spare Tianyu just this once. He was driven to this by Su Changxiao's contempt. He has his own grievances. Domestic disputes are merely family affairs. Why must the punishment be so severe? As the firstborn son, he has suffered enough. Could you not show a measure of magnanimity and grant him another chance? The empress, witnessing the unfolding drama, fell to her knees, crawling before the emperor in supplication. The emperor scoffed. Family affairs? Had he not framed Xuancheng and Changxiao? I might have treated this as a domestic issue, but he incited a servant to commit slander. If this matter were to spread, it would tarnish the royal name. He has deceived me repeatedly. Does he hold me in any regard? Should you continue to intercede on his behalf, I shall deal with you as well. Chapter 11:21. Lan Wu is with child. Upon hearing this, the empress collapsed to the ground, pale and defeated. She could not afford to be punished. She had to save her son, and that meant preserving herself first. As for the servant and the woman from Qin Tower, those who dared to provide false testimony against the prince, the emperor vowed, I shall order their entire family to be executed. Xiaoyue and Lan Wu, upon hearing this, turned ashen, their bodies collapsing in fear. They had never anticipated that their act of providing false testimony for the crown prince would lead to such a dire fate. This was truly horrifying. Lan Wu, who had thought she had soared to great heights, found herself facing an unimaginable downfall. She had suffered a tremendous loss. She would have been better off as the woman from Qin Tower. Suddenly, Lan Wu covered her mouth and began to retch, causing everyone present to freeze in surprise. Lanner, what ails you? The Jin Wang exclaimed as he turned his gaze toward her. Although Lan Wu had just implicated him, he bore her no ill will. For she had acted under duress, she had no choice. Your Highness, I am unsure of the cause, but my monthly cycle has not appeared for a month, Lan Wu replied, her voice laced with discomfort. The Emperor Han Yuan cast her a cold glance. Zhang Taiji, attend to her pulse. Indeed, Your Majesty, Zhang Taiji responded, hastening to examine Lan Wu's pulse. Upon feeling it, he was taken aback. Your Majesty, this is a sign of pregnancy. She has been with child for a month. Oh, Lanner, you are with child? The Jin Wang gazed at Lan Wu with delight, his expression starkly contrasting the one he wore when he learned of Su Changxiao's pregnancy. Seeing this, Su Changxiao turned away in anger, letting out a cold huff. Only someone like Lan Wu, a woman of loose morals, would cherish a scoundrel like the Jin Wang. She held him in contempt. Your Majesty, Lan Wu is pregnant, and Tianyu has been without offspring for so many years. Now he finally has a child. Might you spare Lan Wu's life for the sake of this baby? After all, Tianyu deserves an heir, does he not? The Empress quickly interjected. Though she held no regard for Lan Wu, she deemed it prudent to let her live for the time being, given her condition. The Jin Wang added hastily, Father, Lan Wu carries my child. If you spare her, the people will surely praise your mercy. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Han Yuan spoke solemnly. In that case, Lan Wu shall be spared the death penalty, though she must face punishment. Once she delivers the child, she shall receive 30 strokes of the rod, as a warning to others. As for her family, they shall not be implicated or executed. Regarding Xiaoyue, let her fate be as previously discussed. Indeed, it would be improper for the royal family to be excessively harsh on a pregnant woman. Otherwise, what would the world think of him? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyue trembled in fear, her envy directed toward Lan Wu, whose family had been spared while hers faced annihilation. She cast tearful glances at Su Changxiao, hoping for her to intercede. But Su Changxiao's disdainful glare made it clear she wished for Xia He's demise and would not plead for her. In that moment, Xia He's heart sank. At that juncture, Yun Ruoyue's voice broke the silence. Your Majesty, since Lan Wu has been pardoned due to her pregnancy, might you also consider showing leniency towards Xia He? After all, she was compelled by the Jin Wang, whose family held her as captive, to commit such transgressions. If her family had not been captured, I believe she would not have borne false witness. Though Xia He erred, she acted out of desperation to protect her family, demonstrating her filial piety. She is a subject of our Chu kingdom, yet finds herself trapped by circumstance. I trust your Majesty will grant her mercy this once. She shall not err again. Chapter 1122. Pleading for her as a servant of this era, one finds oneself often at the mercy of others. She discerned that Xia He was not inherently wicked but rather a victim of circumstance, which compelled her to advocate on her behalf. While she lacked the power to save many, she hoped to rescue at least one. Emperor Hongyuan pondered and deemed the punishment for Xia He excessively harsh. He turned to Chu Xuancheng and inquired, given that Xia He has so tarnished your name, would you be willing to extend her leniency? Your Majesty, I heed my lady's wishes. My household is under her guidance. Her benevolence is profound, and since she wishes to spare Xia He, I have no objections, spoke Chu Xuancheng. Emperor Hongyuan narrowed his eyes coldly. The couple from Li Wang sought to be seen as benevolent, and in comparison to Prince Jin, they garnered greater favor among the people. As an emperor, how could he resign himself to being overshadowed? He spoke in a grave tone. Indeed, the Li Wangfei is correct. Xia He is one of my subjects. Though she is a servant, she is not to be treated as mere chaff. Since she was coerced, I shall rescind the decree of her family's annihilation, imposing only 50 strokes of the cane upon Xia He. As for her family, you wretched son, if you do not promptly release them, I shall take your life. This calamity was instigated by his feckless son. If he were to kill Xia He's entire family, he would be met with scorn. It was clearly Prince Jin's fault. Prince Jin, upon hearing this, hastily feigned remorse, saying, Yes, father, please rest assured. I shall immediately send someone to spare her family. Chu Xuancheng then bowed respectfully to the emperor, declaring, Your Majesty's love for the people is akin to that of a father for his own children. Your magnanimity is a blessing for the populace, and I am in admiration. Su Ming echoed this sentiment, bowing as well. Your Majesty's generosity in lightly punishing them is indeed a boon. I believe they shall no longer dare to rebel. Both Xia He and Lan Wu hurriedly expressed their gratitude, saying, We thank your Majesty for your grace and mercy. Following this, Xia He cast a look of deep appreciation towards Yun Ruoyue, her eyes brimming with gratitude and goodwill. Yun Ruoyue merely nodded lightly, refraining from further interaction. After all, Xia He was associated with Su Changxiao, and it would be prudent not to draw too close, lest she invite trouble. Su Changxiao observed this scene, consumed by jealousy, yet her discomfort rendered her unable to dwell on such matters. Thus, this farce concluded with Prince Jin being cast into prison, where he would likely stir no further unrest. Given that the fault lay with Prince Jin, the emperor decreed a strict prohibition on disclosing this matter, warning that any breach would undermine the imperial dignity. Should there be any illicit connection between Chu Xuancheng and Su Changxiao, that would be a different matter altogether. In the end, the emperor ordered Su Changxiao to part ways with Prince Jin, bestowing upon her numerous nourishing gifts, and commanded Su Ming to escort her home. Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue cleared their names and returned to the Li Wangfu with a sense of relief. Upon entering the palace, they were met with a cacophony of quacking, quack. Come quickly, someone has intruded upon the Li Wangfu. Yun Ruoyue recognized it was Xiaobai, who was flapping its wings in a cage, calling out. After alerting them, Xiaobai finally recognized the visitors, trembling with fright. It quickly changed its tone. Greetings, my lord, greetings. My lady, my lord is handsome, and my lady is beautiful. These were all phrases recently taught to it by Mo Zhu. It was quite clever and learned quickly. Mo Zhu, stationed beside the parrot, approached with concern upon seeing Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue. My lord, my lady, are you unharmed? Chapter 1123. Leaving a future opening, we are well, worry not. It is Chu Tianyu who is in trouble, Chu Xuancheng replied. That is a relief, we were quite anxious. My lord, shall Xiaobai be returned to Feiyue Pavilion? Mo Zhu inquired. Enough of this. Since it possesses such capabilities, let it guard the residence for a while. I see it is quite adept at the task, remarked Chu Xuancheng. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue could not help but admire him, asking, "Did you foresee that the crown prince would slander you before entering the palace, thus instructing Ma Zhu to place Xiaobai here?" With a gentle chuckle, Chu Xuancheng responded, "You are indeed perceptive, my dear. Chu Tianyu has always been one to fabricate accusations. Since he has already implicated me in an affair with Su Changshao, he will undoubtedly exploit her previous visit to me to create further chaos. He will certainly employ servants or even bribe Su Changshao to provide false testimony. They will likely accuse me of bringing Su Changshao into the palace and committing some wrongdoing against her. Thus, I devised this plan to clear my name. Xiaobai has only just arrived, and even if they are aware of the palace's circumstances, it is futile, for you hold the reins of the situation, which can change at any moment. Therefore, they will not be able to ensnare you today." Yun Ruoyue concluded that Chu Xuancheng was indeed quite astute, having anticipated the potential pitfalls and prepared accordingly. "My lady, the prince has left many contingencies in place. Moreover, he has instructed me to gather numerous witnesses, waiting only for the emperor's summons. Unfortunately, we have received no news for quite some time. It appears the crown prince is utterly inept. He will lose without needing any witnesses," Ma Zhu remarked, gazing at Chu Xuancheng with admiration. Yun Ruoyue's respect for Chu Xuancheng deepened. He truly considered every angle, leaving no stone unturned. Chu Xuancheng then gazed tenderly at Yun Ruoyue, saying, "You have toiled all day and must be weary. Allow me to carry you back to rest." "No, that is unnecessary. I can walk on my own." "You should return to Xingchen Pavilion," Yun Ruoyue replied, her cheeks flushed. The memory of their intimate encounter that night made her wish to vanish into the ground. She had initiated it, and the thought was mortifying, making her feel even more bashful in front of Chu Xuancheng. "Nonsense, I must protect you and our child. How could I sleep in Xingchen Pavilion? I will accompany you to rest, you cannot refuse." With that, he assertively lifted Yun Ruoyue into his arms and headed straight for Feiyue Pavilion. For a man in the prime of his youth, newly awakened to desire, previous encounters had been far too few to satiate his cravings. He yearned for such moments daily. "Lower your voice. Do not let Ma Zhu hear," Yun Ruoyue urged, playfully punching Chu Xuancheng. "What is there to fear? We are husband and wife. It is only natural for us to sleep together," Chu Xuancheng replied, eager for all to know he had won the heart of his beloved. However, out of respect for his wife's reputation, he would not publicly declare such matters. He merely wished for Ma Zhu and the others to be aware of his successful pursuit of love. Ma Zhu, taken aback, shed tears of envy, exclaiming, "The prince is truly fortunate." In the inner chamber of Feiyue Pavilion, Yun Ruoyue firmly held down Chu Xuancheng's hand, her expression stern as she admonished, "No, not after what transpired that night. Tonight must be different. For the sake of the child, you must exercise restraint. I understand. Yet I have only just begun to experience the sweetness of happiness." Chu Xuancheng gazed at her earnestly. "That is irrelevant. What matters more, the baby or your happiness? If the baby were to learn of your actions, he would be displeased," Yun Ruoyue stated firmly. Chapter 1124, Expecting Twins. Well, the baby is of utmost importance. However, could you endure a bit of hardship? Chu Xuancheng remarked, pulling Yun Ruoyue's hand towards him. You shameless rogue," Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she seized a pillow and hurled it at Chu Xuancheng. "Dear wife, please temper your anger. I shall take a cold shower to calm my restless heart," he responded hastily, leaping off the bed. He resolved to immerse himself in a cold shower to quell the turmoil within him. He believed it would be prudent to refrain from sharing a bed with Xiaoyue for the time being, lest he be unable to control himself and inadvertently harm her and the baby. Everything could wait until after she had given birth. Early the next morning, at the Crimson Moon Pavilion, the baby had reached 3 months, so Yun Ruoyue naturally needed to undergo a checkup. Regular prenatal examinations are essential to monitor the baby's development and her own health, allowing for prompt medical intervention should any issues arise. However, the advanced medical equipment, such as the 4-dimensional color Doppler ultrasound machine, required electricity to operate, and here, there was none, which posed a dilemma. Fortunately, she could first check the fetal heartbeat, as the laboratory possessed a compact fetal heart monitor, powered by batteries, which did not need to be plugged in. It could monitor fetal movement and heart rate, reflecting the baby's growth. With a flicker of her consciousness, she entered the medical space, and upon stepping inside, she was astonished to discover a new array of medical equipment, all compact and either rechargeable or battery-operated. Upon closer inspection, she found an impressive assortment of devices, including scanners, light machines, ultrasound machines, ventilators, electrocardiograms, gastric lavage machines, and radiation therapy equipment, everything one could desire. Almost all large medical devices had been replicated in miniature form, neatly arranged in the laboratory, ready for use with a simple charge or battery installation. As she approached, she noticed a sign detailing the purpose of this equipment, which was specifically designed for treating injuries sustained in field operations, making its portability a significant advantage. How fortuitous for her. She was astounded by the capabilities of this laboratory. She had not expected the director and her colleagues to develop such a plethora of devices in her absence. Quickly, she took a small ultrasound machine and, once everything was prepared, began scanning her abdomen. However, upon viewing the results, she let out a sharp gasp of surprise. "My lady, what troubles you?" At that moment, Fenger entered, carrying 2 large bags of fresh vegetables. "Fenger, come quickly. I believe I am expecting twins," Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight as she gazed at the ultrasound screen. "Is that true? My lady, how did you deduce such a thing?" "It is said that even the most skilled physicians cannot always detect twins," Fenger replied, excitement overtaking her as she dropped the vegetables and rushed to Yun Ruoyue's side. Upon seeing the ultrasound machine, she wore a puzzled expression. "My lady, what is this contraption? I have never seen anything like it before." "This is an advanced imaging device, capable of visualizing the fetus. Indeed, it was bestowed upon me by my master. Behold the screen. It reveals the presence of 2 fetuses within me, seemingly 2 daughters. This is truly splendid. I am unexpectedly expecting twin girls." Yun Ruoyue has longed for a daughter with fervor, which explains her elation. In chapter 1125, the prince is equally thrilled. However, upon hearing the news, Fenger feels a tinge of disappointment. How wonderful it would be if one of them were a boy, for that would solidify the position of the princess. I shall promptly relay this joyous news to the prince before he departs for the military camp. Having risen early to procure the freshest vegetables for the princess, Fenger hurriedly makes her way to Xuancheng Pavilion. Upon arrival, she sees Chu Xuancheng already clad in military attire, ready to head to the camp. "Your Highness, marvelous news. The princess is expecting twins, 2 little princesses. You must see for yourself." Chu Xuancheng's face lights up with excitement. But Fenger's words give the impression that the princess has already given birth. "Is it true? Xiaoyue is carrying twins, and they are both girls?" His joy is palpable as he swiftly turns towards Xiaoyue Pavilion. Fenger eagerly affirms, "Yes, the princess is a divine physician. She certainly knows." Soon, the news of the princess expecting twins, both daughters, spreads among the servants in the courtyard. While they outwardly express joy, inwardly they lament, wishing one were a boy. In no time, Chu Xuancheng enters Xiaoyue Pavilion, and upon spotting Yun Ruoyue, he strides towards her with delight and embraces her. "Xiaoyue, you truly bear 2 daughters? This is splendid." Yun Ruoyue presents the device for his inspection, pointing to the screen displaying 2 indistinct shadows. "Look, here are 2 gestational sacs, indicating 2 babies. Although I perceive them as girls, they are still small, and we cannot ascertain their gender until they grow or are born. That matters not. As long as they are our children, I shall cherish them regardless of gender," Chu Xuancheng replies. His curiosity piqued, he gazes in awe at this remarkable device. "What is this? It is astonishing that it can reveal the babies. This was a gift from my master, though I know not its origin. It is an apparatus for examining the body, known as an imaging device. Not only can it ascertain the presence of twins, but this fetal heart monitor can also discern their heartbeats." As she speaks, Yun Ruoyue carefully stows away the imaging device and retrieves the fetal heart monitor from her cloth bag. Lying supine on the bed, she applies a coupling agent to her abdomen and positions the probe, searching for the heartbeats. Upon locating them, she places the probe on her belly, and rhythmic heartbeats resonate. Steady and normal, indicating the safety of the fetuses. A sigh of relief escapes her lips. As Chu Xuancheng leaned in to listen, he was met with a rhythmic thumping sound, akin to a heartbeat, which filled him with immense excitement. "I can truly hear the heartbeats of 2, he exclaimed. "Xiaoyue, you have blessed me with twins. I am overwhelmed with joy." With that declaration, he suddenly lifted Yun Ruoyue, spinning her around in delight. Yun Ruoyue, equally astonished, had not anticipated such fortuitous news, twins at once, thus sparing her from enduring excessive hardship. Once Chu Xuancheng set her down, she gently caressed her abdomen and remarked, "It seems that both of them are girls. Would that trouble you?" She herself felt no concern, rather a mix of surprise and elation, fearing only that Chu Xuancheng might be displeased, having been raised under the rigid doctrines of feudal customs that favored sons over daughters. "Foolish one, did I not just declare?" Chu Xuancheng replied, playfully tapping her nose. "As long as they are born of you, I will cherish them, regardless of their gender. Daughters are like warm, comforting garments woven for their parents, exquisitely charming in their innocence. Boys, on the other hand, tend to be mischievous, bringing endless worry. I have little fondness for that." His spirits lifted. He jested, "Should they have been boys, I would have jumped into the moat in despair." Yun Ruoyue could not suppress her laughter at his words. Chu Xuancheng, ever considerate of her feelings, spoke in such a manner to lighten her heart. She had entrusted her life to him, and it seemed she had made no misjudgment. However, moments later, as he caressed her belly, a shadow of concern crossed his face. "This joyful news is tempered by worry. I have heard that many mothers face peril during twin births, with risks magnified exponentially compared to a single birth. I am deeply concerned for your safety." As he spoke, he grasped her delicate hand tightly, his eyes glistening with emotion. The thought of losing Yun Ruoyue was a pain he could hardly bear. Yun Ruoyue, well aware of the dangers associated with delivering twins, hastened to reassure him. "Do not fret. I am a doctor and will know how to mitigate the risks when the time comes. The key is not to overindulge, as excessive weight could complicate the delivery. My master has witnessed many successful twin births, where the infants were not too large and positioned correctly, leading to safe deliveries. Did you not say that fate has favored you in encountering me? We shall be fortunate this time as well. Both the children and I will be safe. Is that truly so, Xiaoyue?" Chu Xuancheng asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Yun Ruoyue nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I cherish my life even more than you do. Rest assured, I have strategies in place to ensure a safe delivery. You must not worry." Yet, she too felt the weight of uncertainty, knowing that in this place, no one was familiar with cesarean sections. She was left with the daunting prospect of a natural birth, with risks that necessitated meticulous preparation. Now, she must confront the unknown risks that lie ahead, and although fear grips her heart, she feigns composure for the sake of not alarming Chu Xuancheng. "Where? I shall immediately seek a midwife for you, one with ample experience, especially one who has assisted in the delivery of twins. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety." Chu Xuancheng tenderly reassured, stroking Yun Ruoyue's head. "Very well, I will heed your words," Yun Ruoyue responded. Her heart warmed as she nodded with a smile. Once Chu Xuancheng departed, Fenger and Xiaoyue burst into the room, their faces alight with joy. "Your Highness, congratulations on expecting twins. I shall rush to the market to procure items for the babies. If they are girls, I shall prepare an abundance of beautiful garments, shoes, and socks," Xiaoyue exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Go ahead," Yun Ruoyue encouraged. As soon as Xiaoyue left, she turned to Fenger, stating, "In order for me to have a smooth delivery, I must adopt a light diet from today onwards, reducing meat and increasing my intake of vegetables and fruits." With a woeful expression, she lamented the necessity of foregoing her favorite roasted meats and hot pot, allowing only for modest portions of bland fare. "I understand that you favor vegetables, Your Highness. I ventured out early this morning to procure an abundance of fresh greens," Fenger replied. Chapter 1127. Who has achieved the top scholar? At this juncture, Fenger appeared to recollect something, hastily adding, "Your Highness, there should be much excitement outside today. On my way back to the residence, I noticed officials posting the imperial edict, and I hear that the results for the top scholar have been announced. Today, the scholar shall ride a majestic steed, donned in a bright red robe and adorned with a golden crown, parading through the streets. Your Highness, can you guess who the top scholar is? Is it Jiang Muyu?" Yun Ruoyue thought to herself that given Jiang Muyu's exceptional talent and noble character, it was indeed plausible. "Ah, Your Highness, you are truly astute. You guessed correctly. It is indeed young Master Jiang, who has secured the top position. He shall parade this afternoon, and we must go witness the festivities," Fenger declared. "Your Highness, the second madam of the Xiang family has arrived to see you, accompanied by 3 young ladies," came the voice of Xiaoyue from outside. Xiaoyue was the newly appointed maid, diligent and trustworthy. Since Xiaoyue and Xiao Lu often assisted at the roast duck and barbecue establishments, Yun Ruoyue had promoted Xiaoyue to a second-rank maid, entrusting her to care for her alongside Fenger. Meanwhile, Hunger and Danger frequently helped at the medical clinic and were seldom present in the palace, prompting Yun Ruoyue to cultivate reliable maidservants anew. Among the new arrivals, Xuancheng and Xiaoyue were the most earnest and clever, hence Yun Ruoyue's decision to place her trust in them. Upon hearing Xiaoyue's announcement, Yun Ruoyue paused, wondering what the second madam's purpose was and who accompanied her. Before she could gather her thoughts, a group of women clad in silk and satin, resembling flamboyant peacocks, entered the courtyard. To her surprise, the second Madame Lu led the procession, followed by her third sister Yun Wanner, her fourth sister Yun Fian, and her biological sister Yun Ruoyue. Upon entering the courtyard, Yun Wanner and Yun Fian's eyes darted around the palace, brimming with envy and longing, akin to country bumpkins stepping into the city for the first time, utterly unacquainted with the world. As for Yun Ruoyue, she lowered her head, cautiously trailing behind. Her large, doe-like eyes sparkled with a hint of anxiety, revealing her nervousness. "Sister, are you well?" Upon catching sight of Yun Ruoyue, she hurried over, her face alight with excitement. Yun Ruoyue grasped her hand and smiled. "Rest assured, I am quite well. How is Mother? Has she been taking her medicine on time? How is her health?" "Mother has been taking her medicine regularly, with the medicine you provided. Her condition has significantly improved, and she appears much more spirited than before. Please do not worry, sister." "Oh dear, has Mother come to greet us at the door? What an honor. I extend my respects to her." At that moment, the second madam flitted towards Yun Ruoyue like a delicate butterfly, fanning herself with a handheld fan. Yun Wanner and Yun Fian followed closely behind, seemingly displeased with their mother-esque flattery towards Yun Ruoyue. Yun Fian scoffed inwardly, recalling how their mother had looked down upon Yun Ruoyue just moments ago, only to change her demeanor upon seeing her. Yun Ruoyue cast a dispassionate glance at the three and spoke in a low tone. "This princess has merely stepped out to bask in the sun, not to welcome you. I wonder what brings the second madam to the royal residence." The second madam promptly took the gifts from Yun Wanner and Yun Fian, smiling. "Your Highness, upon learning of your pregnancy, the master was overjoyed. He sent me and your sisters to visit you and bring along congratulatory gifts. Here we have exquisite blood swallow, 1,000-year ginseng, 1,000-year ganoderma, and Tianshan snow lotus, each a nourishing treasure, a token of goodwill from the family. I hope you will graciously accept them." Yun Ruoyue's lips curled into a cold smile. It was evident that Yun Qing regarded her merely as a pawn. Knowing of her pregnancy, he would undoubtedly be enraged rather than pleased. The second madam clearly harbored ulterior motives for her visit to the royal residence. With an indifferent tone, she replied, "My father is thoughtful. Please convey my gratitude to him, second madam. Fenger, please take the gift boxes." Upon observing the value of the gifts, which were evidently precious, she decided not to stand on ceremony, accepting them outright. "Yes, your Highness." Fenger nodded and went to fetch the gifts with Xiaoyue. "Kindly have the madam and your sisters take a seat inside," Yun Ruoyue instructed. Since they had presented such generous gifts, she could not treat them with disdain. She extended her hospitality, inviting them in and instructing Xiaoyue to serve fine tea and pastries. However, she did not concern herself with where the second madam and her daughters would sit, as she took Yun Ruoyue by the hand and guided her to sit beside her. Once inside, the guests were taken aback by the lavish decor and exquisite furnishings, antique treasures adorning the space. The floor was laid with soft golden carpets, clearly designed to prevent Yun Ruoyue from slipping, revealing the extent of Chu Xuancheng's affection for her. Furthermore, several guards entered alongside them, standing protectively near Yun Ruoyue, weapons in hand, as if to ensure her safety from any harm. A number of maids diligently attended to Yun Ruoyue, treating her as if she were a precious jewel. Some massaged her back, while others kneaded her legs or offered her food, each one cherishing her as one would a revered deity, evoking feelings of envy from the three women. As Yun Fian and Yun Wanner took their seats, they beheld Yun Ruoyue adorned in gold and silver, exuding an air of opulence. Yun Ruoyue was clad in garments fashioned from cloud brocade, trimmed with golden threads and structured with silver, shimmering as she walked, reminiscent of the Milky Way, unmistakably valuable. Her head and body were adorned with meticulously crafted jewelry, radiating brilliance and splendor. She sat there with an air of calm, embodying the regal demeanor of a princess, possessing the authority and grandeur of one in power. A far cry from the unattractive fool she once was. Witnessing Yun Ruoyue's elevated status, Yun Fian and Yun Wanner were instantly filled with resentment. How could this homely creature ascend to the rank of a princess? enjoying a life of luxury and ease, while they struggled to secure a respectable marriage. They had previously bullied Yun Ruoyue, often beating her, scolding her, mocking her, and looking down upon her, deriving amusement from her misfortune. To their astonishment, this seemingly plain girl had borne the child of Chu Xuancheng, a man of considerable wealth. How could she possibly deserve such fortune? They knew themselves to be more beautiful, more capable, and more talented, yet even becoming a concubine for them required great effort, while this plain girl trampled over them from her lofty position, inciting their profound jealousy. Oh, how hot! At that moment, Yun Ruoyue accidentally knocked over her teacup, spilling the hot tea onto her clothes, instantly soaking them. She sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Ah, my garments are drenched. I cannot face anyone now. What shall I do?" The second madam shot her an irritated glance. "Ruoyue, how careless of you. Pay more attention next time." "Mother, the tea was too hot. I couldn't hold on to it," Yun Ruoyue replied hastily, then turned to Yun Ruoyue, "Sister, my clothes are wet. May I borrow one of yours to wear?" Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue understood Yun Ruoyue's intentions. She had just touched the spilled tea, which was at a suitable temperature and not scalding at all. Yun Ruoyue had deliberately overturned the tea to covet her attire. From the unabashed look in Yun Ruoyue's eyes, she realized that not only did she desire her garments, but also her jewelry. "Very well, Feng'er, please fetch a garment for the third young lady," Yun Ruoyue instructed, signaling to Feng'er. Feng'er understood immediately and soon returned with a gray outfit on a tray, approaching Yun Ruoyue. "Miss, please come with me to the inner chamber to change." Yun Ruoyue glanced at the drab garment, her voice rising in disbelief. "What? This is what you bring me? This is clearly the most inferior coarse fabric. Even the maids in my courtyard wouldn't wear it. Have you made a mistake?" "I have made no mistake. This is indeed the garment. If Miss Ruoyue wishes to change, please follow me to the inner chamber. If not, I shall take it back," Feng'er replied coldly. In the past, while at the residence of the minister, Yun Ruoyue had often bullied her and her mistress, so now she would show no mercy. Yun Ruoyue had intentionally spilled the tea in hopes of acquiring the mistress's fine clothing, but she would not grant her that favor. It is rather perplexing that she finds fault with the garments I have chosen for her. "Sister, do take a look at this girl. Is this how one ought to treat guests? She is but a servant, while I am the rightful mistress, and yet she dares to belittle me in such a manner. Sister, I implore you to impose a fitting punishment upon her, and instruct her to procure several exquisite garments fashioned from cloud silk for my selection, if you please." Yun Ruoyue rose, her expression one of insincere flattery as she gazed at Yun Ruoyue. The fabric of cloud silk is exceedingly precious, worth a fortune for a single bolt. Even as a daughter of the Xiang family, she would find it beyond her means. Feng'er conveyed the sentiment of the empress. "I am of a higher status than you, and our physiques differ. Hence, you cannot wear my garments, which is why I have bestowed upon you the attire of a servant. Should you find it unsuitable, you may continue to wear what you have on." Yun Ruoyue stated coldly, "Sister, you are the esteemed princess of Luoyang. Surely, you would not be so miserly as to deny me a decent garment? If word of this spreads, will it not reflect poorly on you, painting you as a stingy and unkind sister? It is merely a piece of clothing, and yet you treat it as a precious treasure," remarked Yun Ruoyue with a scoff, her indignation palpable. Yun Ruoyue chuckled coldly. "If it is merely a garment, why do you exhibit such concern? Although this piece may be somewhat aged, every stitch and seam has been meticulously crafted by skilled seamstresses. Its fabric is derived from mulberry and hemp, cultivated with the sweat and toil of farmers. How could you, as a distinguished young lady of the Xiang family, look down upon it? Indeed, and furthermore, the third young miss of the Xiang family has no shame in coveting the garments of our princess. Has the Xiang family fallen into such poverty that they cannot afford a single fine piece of clothing?" Feng'er interjected coldly. At this moment, the second madam's countenance darkened, as if she were about to burst with indignation. She retorted sharply, "Feng'er, how can you speak of the third young miss in such a manner? You know she is the daughter of the Xiang family. How dare you insult her?" Ruoyue accidentally dampened her garment and sought to borrow one from the empress, not anticipating that even that would be too much to ask. It is ironic that Ruoyue often speaks of sisterly affection and has gone to great lengths to prepare gifts for the empress, while the empress clearly holds us in disdain. The second madam's words rang true. Yun Ruoyue indeed looked down upon the three of them. Chapter 1130. Brazen and unashamed, she sneered. "Second madam, do you not feel the temperature of this tea? Is it truly scorching? Why is it that none of us find it so, yet she alone perceives it as hot? Is this not an extraordinary coincidence? Could it be that her sensitivity to heat differs from ours? Upon realizing that her ruse had been exposed by Yun Ruoyue, Yun Ruoyue hastily declared, "Enough. If you are unwilling to lend it, then so be it. What is the point of further discussion? I shall wear this garment instead. Fenger, take me inside to change." In her bid for a convincing performance, she had drenched her outer garment, and now she had no choice but to change out of this coarse cloth attire, lest she be forced to sit in her damp clothing, which would be utterly embarrassing. Before long, Yun Ruoyue emerged clad in the rough cloth attire. Although it was old, it had been washed clean and infused with a floral fragrance. Her figure was commendable, and she did not appear unappealing in it. After all, beauty shines through, even when draped in a sackcloth, though others did not perceive her as particularly unattractive. Her own insecurities plagued her, leading her to believe that her attire was unsightly. As she stepped out, an expression of fury crossed her face as she glared at Yun Ruoyue. She had anticipated that Yun Ruoyue would still possess the naivety of her past, hoping to persuade her to lend her exquisite garments, only to find that she was far too astute to be swayed. Frustrated by her inability to acquire the fine clothing, she suddenly fixated on the shimmering golden hairpin adorning Yun Ruoyue's head and exclaimed, "Sister, that golden pin on your head is quite lovely. Might you lend it to me?" Surely, it would not be inappropriate. Witnessing Yun Ruoyue's naive demeanor, Yun Fian's face turned an ashen hue. She was utterly embarrassed to be seated alongside Yun Ruoyue, feeling her dignity was at stake. Such pettiness was unbecoming of a lady of the residence. Her audacity was truly remarkable. Before Yun Ruoyue could respond, several guards approached with cold glares, brandishing their weapons threateningly at Yun Ruoyue. "Return," Yun Ruoyue quickly commanded the guards, then added, "Since my sister admires it, I shall lend it to you." With that, she removed the golden hairpin from her head and handed it to Fenger, instructing her to present it to Yun Ruoyue. Although Fenger was reluctant, she complied, passing the pin with a warning. "This is a gift from the Empress to the princess. You must take care not to lose it." "Is it truly a gift from the Empress? My goodness, it must be priceless," Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, swiftly placing the heavy hairpin atop her head. Once it was in her possession, Yun Ruoyue would never reclaim it. Moreover, being a gift from the Empress only added to her prestige. "Sister, your golden necklace and the bangles on your wrists are exquisite as well. Were they also bestowed by the Empress? They are so beautiful. May I borrow them too?" Yun Ruoyue, having tasted the sweetness of fortune, immediately grew greedy, yearning for more. Yun Ruoyue smiled lightly. "Of course, you may borrow them." Now, it would be difficult for Yun Ruoyue to accuse her of being stingy. With that, she removed her golden necklace and bangles, offering them to Yun Ruoyue. Before Fenger and the others could intervene, Yun Ruoyue swiftly claimed these golden treasures for herself, eagerly adorning her body with the jewelry, her face alight with excitement. The weighty gold necklace and bangles sparkled brilliantly, each worth 5,000 taels of silver, filling her with immense satisfaction. She was determined to take them home and claim them as her own. Fenger and the others, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts bleed. The princess was far too kind. Previously bullied by Yun Ruoyue, she now found herself plundered even after ascending to the position of princess. In mere moments, 3 precious items had been taken from her. If this continued, it seemed that even the Li Wang residence might be stripped bare. In her revelry, Yun Ruoyue appeared utterly shameless. However, clad in such coarse garments, the golden ornaments clashed awkwardly, resembling a peasant dressed as a princess. Yun Fian shot a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue, thinking her perspective was limited. To be so easily thrilled by mere trinkets was beneath her. As her ambitions soared far higher, she desired to marry Chu Xuancheng. Upon becoming the concubine of Chu Xuancheng, all that exists within the royal residence, including gold and silver adornments, luxurious silks, and the servants, would belong to her, would it not? The second lady felt that Yun Ruoyue was indeed an embarrassment. However, upon noticing the treasures adorning her, she refrained from reprimanding her. Instead, she turned to Yun Ruoyue and tentatively inquired, "Your Highness, why is the prince not at home? Has he gone to the military camp?" "Today is not a day of rest for him," Fenger replied indifferently. "Thus, our prince is certainly at the military camp." "Oh, I had hoped to see him," Yun Fian lamented from the side. Observing her dejected demeanor, Yun Ruoyue quickly grasped the true intention behind their visit to the royal residence, most likely to catch a glimpse of Chu Xuancheng. She had not forgotten the previous incident at the Xiang residence, where Yun Fian had pledged herself to Chu Xuancheng, yearning to bear his children and expand their lineage. She had initially thought that after being spurned, Yun Fian would take the hint, yet here she was, pursuing him all the way to the royal residence. Should she commend her for her persistence or criticize her for her audacity? Yun Fian lowered her gaze, reminiscing about the events at the Xiang residence. Since the time Chu Xuancheng had saved her 2 years prior, she had been unable to forget him. Even after being rejected last time, she remained unwilling to concede. Such is the nature of affection. When one is enamored, even after facing countless refusals, the slightest opportunity reignites the desire to approach once more. Furthermore, Chu Xuancheng's previous rejection had not been overt, leading her to believe that she still had a chance. Thus, she had implored her mother, weeping and insisting on marrying Chu Xuancheng, requesting her mother to bring her to the royal residence to meet him. Initially, her mother had disagreed, intending to marry her off to another young gentleman. Yet, she found none of those suitors appealing. In her eyes, they paled in comparison to Chu Xuancheng, the most exceptional man she had ever encountered. This phenomenon might be termed love at first sight, leading to a lifetime of longing, as after meeting him, she could no longer regard any other man with interest. Her mother, unable to dissuade her, finally relented when Yun Fian declared that if she could not marry Chu Xuancheng, she would never marry at all. Thus, she sought an excuse to visit Yun Ruoyue, bringing along Yun Ruoyue to avoid appearing overly conspicuous in their intentions. Unexpectedly, the audacious Yun Wanner had also chosen to follow them. Upon arriving at the royal residence, they soon discovered that Chu Xuancheng was absent. Had they known, they would have selected a day of his rest for their visit. At that moment, the second lady's voice resonated. Your Highness, now that you are with child and concubine row has been dismissed, who will attend to the prince? Are there not servants in the residence? Yun Ruoyue replied nonchalantly. Servants are clumsy and lack the intimacy required for proper service. I have heard that Her Majesty, the Empress, wishes to find a concubine for the prince to attend to him and assist you in return, but the prince declined. In my view, he indeed lacks a suitable person to cater to his needs. Fian is your sister and has received the prince's grace in the past, having been saved by him. I propose that she serve the prince, allowing for mutual support between sisters while repaying a life-saving favor. What do you think, Your Highness? The second lady mused, contemplating whether Yun Ruoyue would be magnanimous enough to accept her sister. Chapter 1132. Aspirations higher than the heavens. Life as fragile as paper after all, they are family. And the waters of prosperity should not flow to outsiders. Ultimately, Chu Xuancheng would eventually take a secondary consort. It is illogical to allow an outsider to assume such a role. Yun Ruoyue now comprehended the true intent behind the second madam's visit. She replied coolly, the matters concerning the prince are beyond my jurisdiction. Such matters must be addressed within the palace, either with the Empress Dowager or the Emperor, for only they hold the authority over the prince's affairs. The implication was clear. If the second madam possessed the capability, she should petition the Empress Dowager. The second madam chuckled awkwardly, asserting that taking Fian as a secondary consort was merely a trifling matter, not akin to marrying a primary wife, and that the princess could indeed exercise her authority. Your Highness, Fian is your sister. If you were to speak to the prince, he would undoubtedly acquiesce, she insisted. Indeed. Sister, Yun Fian chimed in with flushed cheeks. 2 years ago, the prince saved my life. I owe him so much. To repay this debt, I find myself unable to eat or sleep in peace. If you truly value our sisterly bond, I implore you to introduce me so that I may repay the prince. Otherwise, my conscience will be troubled. Feng'er and the others were incensed, their faces darkening with indignation. How shameless these two women were. Yun Ruoyue queried, Sister, do you truly wish to repay the prince for saving your life? Is your desire to marry him not fueled by affection? Nay, it is not so, replied Yun Fian. I merely admire the prince's character. My intention is solely to repay his life-saving grace by serving him. Even in her boldness, she dared not admit her affections for Chu Xuancheng, fearing that such candor would lead to rejection and humiliation. If your only intent is to express gratitude, then there is no need to become a secondary consort. You could serve as a maid in the Wangfu and still attend to the prince. Yun Ruoyue continued, Since you are so sincere, I shall take it upon myself to decide. Henceforth, you shall remain in the Li Wangfu as a maid, diligently repaying the prince. With this, she coolly covered her teacup. Sister, that is not what I meant. Yun Fian exclaimed, taken aback, her face paling with anger. You were the one who claimed your sole aim was to repay the prince. I had assumed that if your affections for him were genuine, I would support your claim as his secondary consort. However, since you profess no such feelings, I shall not press you further, Yun Ruoyue retorted with a cold laugh. Sister, enough of this. You have yet to partake in breakfast, have you not? I shall summon someone to bring you your meal. I will take a stroll in the courtyard. With that, Yun Ruoyue rose and departed, wishing to evade further entanglement in this conversation. Observing Yunfian, she noted her ambitions soaring higher than the heavens while her life remained as fragile as paper. Out of respect for her family ties, she would entertain them well to prevent any further gossip upon their return. The three women were left seething, their faces dark with fury, trembling in indignation. Oh dear mother, my stomach feels quite unwell. I must use the restroom. Yun Ruoyue suddenly clutched her abdomen, exclaiming in distress. The second madam shot her a glare, exasperated. What a nuisance. Go quickly and return promptly. Yes, Yun Ruoyue grimaced, clutching her stomach as she hurried towards the restroom. Upon witnessing this, Yunfian remarked, Mother, I too wish to visit the restroom. Ah, go ahead, make haste and return quickly, the second madam replied, casting a silent glance at Yunfian, bemused as to why both sought to relieve themselves simultaneously. Chapter 1133. The instigation of Yunfian. Soon after, Yunfian reached the entrance of the lavatory, whereupon she discovered that the restroom of the Xiaoyue pavilion was remarkably clean, adorned with luxurious decor, resembling a grand chamber rather than a mere privy. What manner of life did Yun Ruoyue lead? She surveyed her surroundings, relieved to find no maids on guard. Hastily, she entered and noticed that Yun Ruoyue had just finished using the restroom and was washing her hands. Seizing the opportunity, she pulled her aside and, after checking their surroundings, said, Ruoyue, your attire appears rather peculiar. It clashes with the jewelry upon your head, akin to a country bumpkin venturing into the city. Really? Is this garment truly so unsightly? Yun Ruoyue replied, incredulous as she regarded Yunfian. Just moments ago, while gazing into the mirror, she believed herself not so unappealing. The adornments made her feel rather opulent. She was taken aback to learn that Yunfian held such a different perception. With a disdainful snort, Yunfian retorted, What do you think? The fabric of this garment is terribly coarse. Only the impoverished and lowly would don such attire. Yun Ruoyue deliberately dressed you in this manner, looking down upon you, treating you as a servant, and you still feel pleased? I fail to see what there is to be happy about. You are right. This woman, even when I sought a decent garment from her, refused to part with one. She is indeed miserly. Just seeing this coarse fabric infuriates me. Had my own attire not become wet, I would never wear this. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue immediately felt her spirits dampen. Indeed, if Princely were to see you in such attire, do you think he would regard you as anything but a servant? Would he still harbor any affection for you? Certainly not. People are judged by their appearances. Wearing such garments, I would surely be despised by the prince. Yet, Yun Ruoyue has bestowed upon me so many golden ornaments. She cannot be entirely stingy, can she? Yun Ruoyue questioned. That was merely a fade. Did you not hear her say they were lent to you? What is lent must be returned, and perhaps she will soon demand you to remove them. They do not truly belong to you. Is that so? I had hoped to take them back to the residence. Yun Ruoyue, that wretched woman, how can she be so stingy? With all her treasures, she is unwilling to share even a little with us. It is truly outrageous. Yun Ruoyue glanced at the jewelry she wore, suddenly feeling as though it could be taken from her at any moment. Seeing her instigation succeed, Yunfian spoke with a sly tone. The reason Yun Ruoyue enjoys her current status is solely due to her pregnancy with Chu Xuancheng's child. You are far more beautiful than she. Were you to bear his child, you would be even more favored. Alas, with that maternal tigress standing in your way, entering the Li Wangfu is but a dream. Sister, are you suggesting I too have a chance to marry into the Li Wangfu? Yun Ruoyue recalled the events that transpired in the residence and felt a lingering trepidation. Chu Xuancheng had shown her such disdain. Could she truly hope for a chance? That previous encounter was due to Yun Ruoyue's presence and the multitude of onlookers. In order to safeguard his reputation, the prince dismissed you. Were there no witnesses? Would he still reject you? Men are all of a certain disposition. When opportunity knocks, one would be foolish not to take advantage. Now that Yun Ruoyue is with child, she parades before us with an air of arrogance, as if she were a queen. Was she not once merely an unattractive woman? Do you truly wish to witness her ascendancy over us, flaunting her status as a noblewoman? Yunfian remarked with a sinister countenance. Having just been rebuffed by Yun Ruoyue, she was consumed by jealousy and sought to incite Yun Ruoyue against her. Chapter 1134. The scheme commences, of course not. This woman has never been in our favor. I would relish her miscarriage. Should she lose this child, it would strip her of her bravado, Yun Ruoyue declared with malice. A mountain chicken aspires to be a phoenix. Yes, let her suffer a miscarriage, and may it prove fatal. We must drag her down from her pedestal and plunge her into the mire, never to rise again. Sister, I have devised a clever plan. I shall provide cover for you while you execute it. What say you? Yun Fian suggested with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Even Yun Ruoyue, though not the brightest, discerned her ulterior motive. Coldly, she replied, Sister, you would have me harm another, should we be discovered. The punishment would fall upon you, while you remain unscathed. Your calculations are indeed clever. How could that be? We are sisters. I would never bring you harm. We are in this together. If you face trouble, I cannot escape either. Rest assured, I will ensure that this remains unknown, presenting it as mere misfortune, thus absolving us both. Since you dare to suggest such a thing, I shall heed your counsel. Yun Ruoyue scoffed inwardly, pondering the nature of sisterhood when it seemed to revolve around rivalry for affection and advantage. In any case, she felt unperturbed, should any fallout arise. She would cast Yun Fian to the wolves. Yun Ruoyue arranged for the second madam and her daughters to partake in breakfast separately, while Yun Ruoyue dined with her alone in another chamber. After their meal, she took Yun Ruoyue to the garden to admire the peonies. At that moment, Xiaoyue approached and whispered a few words to Yun Ruoyue, whose expression immediately turned frosty, her demeanor akin to a chilling wind. Oh, sister, you and Ruoyue have finished your meal together? Yun Ruoyue sauntered over, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Sister, you chose to dine alone with Ruoyue. Yet you did not extend the invitation to us. Do you hold us in disdain? Yun Fian chimed in icily. The second madam interjected. You must not speak in such a manner. Ruoyue is the princess's own sister. It is only natural for them to be closer. Perceiving their deliberate jabs at Yun Ruoyue, Yun Ruoyue hastily waved her hands, saying, You all misunderstand. My sister is with child and cannot bear the scent of oil or fish. I, too, am adhering to a vegetarian diet to pray for my mother's recovery, hence our separate dining. You eat vegetarian? What do you know of it? You are not even with child, Yun Ruoyue retorted coldly. My mother is still unwell. I vowed to eat vegetarian as a gesture of goodwill, Yun Ruoyue replied calmly. Enough. Third sister, let us not dwell on this. Sister, I have heard that the koi at the Li Wangfu are exquisite. They are said to be both beautiful and unique. Might you take us to the lakeside to see them? Yun Fian proposed eagerly. Very well, I shall take you there, Yun Ruoyue acquiesced. Yun Ruoyue cast a meaningful glance at her, then suddenly addressed the guards trailing behind, instructing them to keep their distance and follow from afar, lest they disturb their conversation. Indeed, the presence of so many people was quite discomforting. It was thoughtful of her sister to consider this. Yun Fian concurred, by dismissing the guards. Yun Ruoyue seemed to have received divine assistance. Soon, they arrived at the lakeside in the backyard. The Li Wang residence sprawled across an expansive area, adorned with gardens, artificial hills, and picturesque lakes, where small bridges arched gracefully over flowing waters. Each corner appeared meticulously crafted by skilled artisans, making one feel as though they were wandering through a palace, stirring envy and resentment in Yun Fian and the others. Chapter 1135. Falling into the lake, reflecting on the fact that all of this belonged to Yun Ruoyue, left her feeling unsettled. Upon reaching the lakeside, Yun Fian indeed observed clusters of koi at the water's edge, with maidservants feeding them. As the bait was cast, a multitude of koi surged forward, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. At that moment, she exchanged a glance with Yun Ruoyue, who promptly nodded in understanding. However, upon noticing that Yun Ruoyue was closely accompanied by Feng'er and Xiaoyue, Yun Ruoyue felt a pang of trepidation and hesitated to carry out her plan. Feng'er, Xiaoyue, why don't you assist with the feeding? Yun Ruoyue suddenly suggested to them. Yes, Your Highness, they replied, and moved away. Now, Yun Ruoyue was left entirely alone, with the guards maintaining a distant watch. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Fian nudged Yun Ruoyue and made her way toward Yun Ruoyue, swiftly extending her foot, preparing to trip Yun Ruoyue as she approached, intending for her to inadvertently push Yun Ruoyue into the lake. In her mind, she had already envisioned the scene of Yun Ruoyue's floundering and pitiful state upon hitting the water, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. After all, a pregnant woman falling into water would likely suffer miscarriage, thus her scheme was truly brilliant. Sister, look at that koi. It's so large and plump. I wonder what it has been fed, Yun Fian remarked, positioning herself behind Yun Ruoyue to draw her attention, extending her foot dramatically. Yun Ruoyue responded with a cold smile. Perhaps it has been nourished on human flesh to grow so rotund. Surely not, sister, what a jest. Yun Fian scoffed inwardly, thinking that soon these koi would feast upon the flesh of this princess. The second madam instantly caught sight of Yun Fian's subtle maneuvers and understood her daughter's intentions. She shot a warning glare at her, but Yun Fian ignored her, continuing to exchange glances with Yun Wanner. The second madam felt a sudden unease as she observed that Yun Ruoyue had no one to protect her. It struck her as strange. Even during meals and tea drinking, numerous maidservants had been closely attentive to her, yet at this perilous lakeside, they had inexplicably withdrawn. At that moment, Yun Wanner approached Yun Fian, and Yun Fian swiftly lifted her foot, delivering a sharp kick. Yun Wanner feigned a forward lurch, propelling herself forcefully toward Yun Ruoyue, exclaiming, "Ah, sister, be careful." Just as she was about to push Yun Ruoyue suddenly crouched down and nimbly darted to the left. Yun Wanner, caught off guard, plunged straight into the lake. With a resounding splash, she fell heavily into the water, startling the koi fish, which scattered in all directions. The second madam intended to warn Yun Wanner that something was amiss, but before she could speak, she witnessed her daughter fall into the water and screamed in terror, "Wanner! Someone quickly! Help her! What happened? How did Wanner fall into the lake?" At that moment, Yun Ruoyue scratched her head, staring at the crowd in confusion. Yun Fian shot a furious glare at Yun Ruoyue, realizing that the woman had seemingly evaded her attack with uncanny precision. However, she dared not reveal the truth and, with a panicked expression, said, "Perhaps my feet were too far apart and accidentally tripped third sister, causing her to fall into the lake. Sister, third sister cannot swim. You must call for help." Chapter 1136. I am a married man. What? You tripped her? If I hadn't just happened to step aside, I would have been pushed in as well. Yun Ruoyue exclaimed innocently. Your Highness, are you all right? Feng'er and Zhou'er rushed over, pushing Yun Fian aside to protect Yun Ruoyue closely. I am fine, but it is a pity for third sister. She actually fell in, Yun Ruoyue replied. What is happening? At that moment, a figure clad in white dashed over from a distance, swiftly appearing before Yun Ruoyue, wearing a worried expression. Where are you okay? Looking up, Yun Ruoyue found that the concerned man was none other than Chu Xuancheng. She quickly shook her head. I am fine. Why are you back? Did you not go to the army camp? I returned after Li San went to the camp. He mentioned that guests had arrived at home, and I naturally wanted to come back and check. Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. He had heard from Li San that the second madam of the Xiang residence had come, accompanied by Yun Wanner and Yun Fian. He immediately sensed their ill intentions and feared they might harm Yun Ruoyue, prompting his hasty return. Your Highness, your timing is perfect. Can you swim? Please save my daughter. The second madam approached Chu Xuancheng, pleading anxiously. Your daughter has fallen into the water. Her clothes will surely get soaked, and she will be exposed. If you can save Wanner, it would be you who caused her to lose her purity, and thus her future could be blamed on you. She thought. Chu Xuancheng glanced coldly at the second madam. I can swim, but are there not guards present? Someone, quickly rescue the third miss. No. How can we let the guards save my daughter? What if they touch her and ruin her purity? My daughter cannot marry a guard. Your Highness, I beg you. Please save her. The second madam urged desperately. Chu Xuancheng stepped back in shock, nearly slipping. What? If I save your daughter, I must marry her? I cannot accept that. I am already a married man and cannot assist. Li San, you go rescue her. Li San, arriving at the scene, was immediately struck with trepidation. The notion of marrying her terrified him. Even his subordinates dared not approach her, suggesting instead that they seek another. He had long heard of Yun Wanner's illustrious exploits from Mo Li, and thus knew better than to engage with such a woman. After voicing his thoughts, he feigned indifference and turned his gaze towards the distant horizon. At that moment, Yun Wanner had been struggling in the water for quite some time, swallowing lake water as her body rolled in disarray, presenting a most pitiful sight. Feng'er unintentionally dropped a handful of fish feed onto her, and the koi, upon sighting it, surged toward her with fervor. They began pecking at her, causing her immense distress. Seeing this, the second madam was both pained and anxious. She quickly directed a pleading gaze toward Yun Ruoyue. Your Highness, please implore the prince to rescue your sister. Her purity must not be tarnished by the guards. Would that not jeopardize my husband's honor? Replied the second madam. Your sister is on the brink of drowning. I advise you to decide swiftly, shall the guards save her, or shall she perish? Yun Ruoyue's countenance darkened, her demeanor exuding authority as she brushed her sleeve dismissively. Do not mistake my silence for weakness. The second madam, taken aback, realized that Yun Ruoyue had no intention of entangling her daughter in this affair. With an exasperated scoff, she declared, "Very well, let the guards save her. It is merely a matter of urgency. No one need be held accountable for my daughter. Did you hear that?" She addressed the guards. "You are not to be held responsible. Now, do hurry and rescue her." Prince Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glance at the guards, issuing a stern command. "Go." "Yes, Your Highness," they replied, visibly relieved, and hastily leaped into the lake to effect the rescue. Observing their expressions, the second madam noted a peculiar reluctance among these lowly guards, as if they too wished to distance themselves from her daughter. Surely, she must be mistaken. Her daughter was a lady of the residence. Yet these servants appeared to look down upon her. At that moment, a dark-skinned guard was the first to plunge into the water. He swam to Yun Ruoyue's side, unexpectedly producing a stick from behind and disdainfully urging her, "Grab this stick. I will pull you up." Yun Ruoyue clutched the stick, barely managing to stay afloat. After coughing up a considerable amount of water, she noticed the guard's coal-like complexion and found him utterly unappealing, wishing to avoid him entirely. Initially, she had thought he intended to take advantage of her, only to find him tossing a stick her way with apparent disdain, keeping his distance. Her pride was bruised. Angrily, she cursed inwardly, "I am a great beauty. What is he trying to prove?" Soon, the guard successfully pulled Yun Ruoyue to the shore. Yet the other guards hesitated to assist, fearing that any contact would result in her clinging to them. Indeed, Chu Xuancheng's guards shared his lofty demeanor, remaining aloof. Ultimately, it was Xiaoyue and a few maidservants from the prince's residence who came to her aid. "Wana, how are you?" The second lady hurriedly rushed to Yun Ruoyue, only to find her disheveled, her short top haphazardly draped, revealing her delicate waist and expanse of fair skin. Her skirt had also risen, exposing her two beautiful, snow-white legs. Those who caught a glimpse of her exposed undergarment quickly turned their heads, too embarrassed to look further. This was utterly humiliating. The second lady, witnessing this, swiftly pulled her clothing down to cover her, her face turning a shade of green with anger. After retching several times, Yun Ruoyue finally managed to open her eyes, only to find a crowd surrounding her as if she were a spectacle, her attire in disarray, hair tousled, her appearance both unkempt and foul, emitting an unpleasant fishy odor. Most alarming was the fact that the divine Chu Xuancheng had witnessed her in such a disgraceful state. Oh heavens, she wished to vanish from sight. Suddenly, she covered her eyes and began to weep inconsolably. At that moment, Feng'er cast a glance at her head, her expression shifting dramatically as she exclaimed, "Your Highness, it's terrible. The third miss has lost the golden hairpin bestowed upon you by the Empress Dowager. It must have fallen into the lake." "What? When she borrowed it just moments ago, I repeatedly warned her to be cautious and not to lose it. How could she dare to misplace it?" Yun Ruoyue's countenance immediately turned icy as she fixed a piercing gaze upon Yun Ruoyue. Hearing this, Yun Ruoyue was so frightened that her tears ceased. She hurriedly touched her head and, indeed, found the hairpin missing. "Where's my hairpin? Where has it gone?" she cried out in alarm. Chapter 1138. Punishment by golden hairpin. It must have been lost when you fell into the lake. This golden hairpin, a precious gift from the Empress Dowager to Our Lady, holds great significance. How could you be so reckless as to lose it? You are practically showing contempt for the imperial authority, disregarding the Empress Dowager. Xiaoyue scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Yun Ruoyue. "What? Wasn't it a gift from the Empress Dowager to my sister? Therefore it belongs to her, and she may dispose of it as she sees fit. How does this concern the Empress Dowager?" Yun Ruoyue murmured softly. "The hairpin bestowed upon me by the Empress Dowager remains a royal possession. Yun Ruoyue, your reckless loss of it is a profound disrespect to the Empress Dowager. You ought to kneel at once," Yun Ruoyue declared, her voice thunderous as she brushed her garments aside, glaring fiercely at Yun Ruoyue. At the mention of the Empress Dowager, Yun Ruoyue was instantly terrified and hastily knelt. Yun Ruoyue continued, "Yun Ruoyue, you are audacious and arrogant, daring to lose a gift from the Empress Dowager. Someone, bind her and take her to the palace for the Empress Dowager to administer justice." "Your Highness, how could the situation have escalated to this? Ruoyue is your own sister, and this hairpin was lent to her willingly. Why must you have her taken to the palace?" The second lady stepped forward, trembling with fear. She had not anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner. "I lent it willingly, but losing it is still her fault." Should I bear the responsibility for her carelessness? Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Quickly removing the golden necklace from her neck and the gold bracelet from her wrist, trembling as she handed them to Fenger. Sister, I return these treasures to you, pleading for your mercy. Please spare my life and do not send me to the palace. I am still young. I do not wish to die. It was only now that she realized that Yun Ruoyue's possessions were not so easily deceived. Yun Ruoyue coldly replied, Is that so? Do you believe that by returning these items, you can absolve yourself? If you wish to avoid the palace, you must tell me who incited you to attempt to push me into the lake. Upon finishing her words, her icy gaze shot towards Yun Fian, causing Yun Fian's heart to leap in fear, her face paling. Could it be that Yun Ruoyue was aware of something? Sister, what do you mean? Water fell into the lake. It was not you. We do not understand what you are saying, Yun Fian hastily interjected, fearful that her scheme would be exposed. Push you into the lake? Where? Who would dare to harm you? Chu Xuancheng, upon hearing this, was already brimming with murderous intent. He swiftly embraced Yun Ruoyue, shielding her, his cold eyes sweeping over the crowd. Seeing his evident anxiety, Yun Ruoyue quickly reassured him, Do not worry, I am unharmed. Some individuals are merely reaping what they have sown, while others, the true masterminds, are anxious and speak out of turn. Upon hearing this, both Yun Ruoyue and Yun Fian trembled simultaneously. How audacious! Yun Ruoyue, will you not speak the truth? If you refuse, I shall bind you and take you to the palace, Chu Xuancheng declared through clenched teeth. Terrified by his threat, Yun Ruoyue immediately knelt before Yun Ruoyue, trembling in fear as she confessed, I will tell you. My fourth sister is the mastermind. She orchestrated everything, and I was merely following her orders. I am innocent. The crowd was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend Yun Ruoyue's words. What scheme had Yun Fian concocted? Did they truly intend to harm the princess? Yet, the princess appeared unscathed while they found themselves in trouble. What could be the reason for this? Seeing the bewilderment on everyone's faces, Yun Ruoyue furiously demanded, Continue. What exactly did Yun Fian incite you to do? Chapter 1139. Villains meet their fate. Just a moment ago, while I was in the restroom, Fian suddenly approached me. Jealous of your refusal to allow her to become a side consort, she incited me to push you into the lake, aiming to cause a miscarriage while pretending it was an accident. Her plan was to feign asking you to take us to the lakeside to see the koi, and then she would trip me, causing me to accidentally push you into the lake. This way, it would appear as an accident, not a deliberate act. Who knew that when I attempted to push you, you would evade, and instead, I would fall into the lake myself. I truly ended up with a self-inflicted wound. As she recounted her tale, Yun Ruoyue covered her face and began to sob. It dawned on her that no matter how meticulously one plans, success is not easily achieved. Today, she had truly lifted a stone only to drop it on her own foot. What a foolish endeavor. Yun Ruoyue, you have brought this upon yourself. The wicked shall face their own reckoning, exclaimed the outspoken Xiaoyue, glaring fiercely at Yun Ruoyue. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng's countenance darkened with fury. How dare you conspire to murder the princess and my child? Guards, take these two criminals to the authorities. I shall not show them mercy. Wait. I beseech your highness to spare their lives, considering the tender age of this young girl and her naivety in the ways of the world. They are yet to be wed, and should they be taken to the authorities, their reputations would be irreparably tarnished, making future marriages impossible. The second lady fell to her knees with a thud, urgently pleading with Chu Xuancheng, while casting a resentful glare at Yun Fian. It was her misguided suggestion that led them to this predicament, and now they were facing the consequences. Just when she had sensed something amiss and intended to intervene, it was already too late. To her dismay, not only had their scheme failed, but they were also at risk of being taken to the authorities. This was a heart-wrenching ordeal for her. Seeing the second lady in such a state of panic brought a sense of satisfaction to Yun Ruoyue. The second lady had long tormented the original protagonist's mother and sister, feigning kindness before Yun Qing, only to turn around and abuse them. Yun Ruoyue, Yun Fian, and the second lady's precious son, Yun Hai, were all arrogant bullies who relished tormenting them. Having endured their oppression throughout her childhood, Yun Ruoyue was not inclined to show mercy now that the tables had turned. Second lady, your actions are utterly excessive. My sister has treated you with such kindness, lending you her precious jewelry, yet you sought to harm her. At this moment, Yun Ruoyue, who had remained in the shadows like an invisible presence, angrily pointed at the second lady, her eyes reddened with fury and her body trembling. She and her mother had cherished their sister, and it was unfathomable that she had nearly fallen victim to these financial wolves. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's words, Yun Ruoyue suddenly realized that Linger was still unmarried. If they took Yun Ruoyue and the others to the authorities now, it would similarly tarnish Linger's reputation and hinder her prospects for marriage. Turning to Chu Xuancheng, she declared, "We are all family. Let us spare their lives this once and refrain from taking them to the authorities for the time being. However, punishment is still warranted to serve as a lesson. I shall heed your wishes entirely. Whatever punishment you deem fit shall be enacted." Chu Xuancheng replied with an indulgent expression. He understood that Yun Ruoyue had ulterior motives, for her intelligence was far too keen for her to speak without reason. Yun Ruoyue cast a cold glance at the group, stating, "To conspire against me demonstrates your audacity. Nevertheless, in the spirit of familial ties, I shall show you mercy." Fenger, Xiaoyue, approach and deliver 20 slaps each to them. Ensure they remember this lesson well, so they think twice before harming others again. "Yes, Your Highness," Fenger and Xiaoyue replied, moving forward with a chilling demeanor. "Wait, sister, you cannot treat us this way. We are your sisters. If word of this slapping incident gets out, how shall we live?" Yun Fian trembled as she covered her face, fear evident in her eyes. "You must choose. Either endure the slaps or be taken to the authorities at once." Yun Ruoyue's voice was icy. "I choose the slaps." Yun Ruoyue, terrified of the authorities, quickly spoke up, shutting her eyes and lifting her face in submission. "Wait, Your Highness. Before the slaps commence, may I inquire how you became aware of this matter?" Yun Fian asked, confusion etched on her face. This matter was known only to her and Yun Ruoyue. How did Yun Ruoyue come to learn of it? "Do you think our Li Wangfu is a pushover?" Yun Ruoyue sneered. At that moment, Xiaoyue had already approached, her voice icy. "While the two of you were scheming in the lavatory, I was already inside. I overheard your conversation in its entirety, and then I informed Her Highness." The princess, in turn, feigned ignorance, pretending to fall for your ruse, and accompanied you to the lakeside. When you acted, she cleverly evaded your trap, allowing you to reap the consequences of your own actions. They may have devised a clever plan, but the princess had her own means to counter it. In fact, when Yun Ruoyue borrowed the hairpin from the princess, she was already aware of her ulterior motives, wishing to covet the pin. Hence she allowed her to take it as part of her strategy. Just earlier, when Yun Ruoyue fell into the lake, it was the princess who timely reminded her to seize the opportunity to retrieve that very hairpin. She took advantage of the chance to save Yun Ruoyue. Thus the hairpin was not truly lost. It merely resided within her sleeve. Had the princess not prepared in advance, she would not have been able to leverage the incident with the hairpin to compel Yun Ruoyue to reveal the truth. Fenger added, "If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing." Third miss, fourth miss, the princess has graciously entertained you and even lent you jewelry to wear. Who would have thought you would turn out to be ungrateful wolves, taking the princess's belongings while plotting against her? You deserve to be punished. With that, she had already removed her shoe and struck Yun Ruoyue forcefully across the face. "Ah, it hurts." The impact caused Yun Ruoyue to stumble, her face aflame with pain, and she glared furiously at Fenger, exclaiming, "You wretched servant, I merely asked you to slap me. Why did you strike me with your shoe?" "Apologies, but in our manner, a slap is delivered with a shoe," Fenger retorted coldly, narrowing her eyes as she struck multiple times. Xiaoyue, unwilling to be outdone, raised her shoe and began to strike Yun Fian's face as well, the sound of slaps echoing. Fenger and Xiaoyue attacked in tandem, their energy seemingly boundless, mercilessly beating Yun Ruoyue and Yun Fian until their faces were red and swollen, blood trickling from their lips. Their faces bore the imprints of the shoe's sole, marred and unsightly. Given their audacity to conspire against the princess, this punishment was indeed lenient. Lady Eyre, witnessing this, became frantic and began to stomp her feet. "Your Highness, please command them to cease. They are your sisters. Even if they have erred, they have not succeeded in their schemes. Please let it go, and others will surely commend your magnanimity." Chu Xuancheng cast a disdainful glance at Lady Eyre, forbidding any plea for mercy. "Whoever dares to plead for leniency shall receive double the punishment." At this, Lady Eyre promptly silenced herself in fear. Soon, Fenger and Xiaoyue finished their punishment and coldly put their shoes back on. As for Yun Ruoyue and Yun Fian, their faces were utterly unrecognizable. They quickly covered their faces with their sleeves, feeling utterly humiliated, their cheeks burning as if on fire. "Your Highness, the punishment has concluded. How shall we deal with them now?" Fenger stepped forward to inquire. Someone, Expel them from my manor. Do not allow them to tarnish the ground of our Li Wangfu. Chu Xuancheng commanded coldly. At his command, a guard promptly approached to drive away Yun Fian and her companions. They dared not resist and hurriedly scurried off, tails between their legs. Observing their hasty retreat, Yun Ruoyue felt a sense of satisfaction. Once they were dismissed, Chu Xuancheng gently placed his hands on Yun Ruoyue's shoulders and remarked, "Foolish girl, next time, simply prevent such people from visiting. You truly frightened this prince. Fortunately, you are unharmed. They are all from the Xiang residence. I cannot deny them entry without fearing their gossip about me, especially with Linger present." Yun Ruoyue replied. "Linger, your second sister?" Chu Xuancheng turned to cast a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue. To him, everyone from the Xiang residence, save for Yun Ruoyue, was his adversary, and he harbored deep-seated animosity towards each of them. The mere mention of the Xiang residence stirred his hatred, and his gaze at Yun Ruoyue was one that felt murderous. "Greetings, brother-in-law. Now that second mother and the others have departed, I shall return to the residence. I will visit you again soon," Yun Ruoyue said. Trembling under Chu Xuancheng's hawk-like stare, fear gripped her, and she dared not lift her head, eager to escape the vicinity. "Second sister, want you play a while longer? I hear there is a celebratory parade for the top scholar today. It must be quite lively outside. Shall we go and see?" Yun Ruoyue suggested, taking Yun Ruoyue's hand. She also wished to witness Jiang Muyu's demeanor as the newly crowned top scholar, curious if Yun Wanner would regret her previous actions upon learning of this. Sensing Chu Xuancheng's hateful gaze, she feared he might lose his temper with Linger, prompting her to take her away from him. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's voice, Chu Xuancheng's thoughts were swiftly pulled from hatred. He quickly responded, "Do you wish to see the parade of the top scholar? According to the time, they should be arriving shortly. Come, this prince will accompany you." With that, he took Yun Ruoyue's hand and led the way. His tone was surprisingly lighthearted, devoid of animosity, allowing Yun Ruoyue to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, a heaviness lingered in her heart. Their families had long been enemies. His current avoidance of the topic of Yunqing was merely a sign of his evasion. What if, one day, he recalled it and reignited his hatred towards her? Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the royal residence. As the door swung open, the sound of jubilant firecrackers filled the air. Looking out onto the street, Yun Ruoyue beheld a lengthy procession. At the forefront, individuals waved the flag of the Chu kingdom, beating drums to clear the way. Following this banner, atop a magnificent steed dressed in a crimson robe and adorned with a black cap, was the newly appointed top scholar, Jiang Muyu. At that moment, Jiang Muyu clasped his fists and smiled warmly at the gathering crowd, exuding an approachable demeanor. The atmosphere was electrified with cheers, cannon fire, and vibrant decorations. The entire street was alive with celebration. Guards escorted Jiang Muyu through the parade, creating an impressive sight. Jiang Muyu had shed his previous scholarly demeanor, now radiating confidence as he rode high on his horse, his face alight with a bright smile, emanating an aura of nobility, reminiscent of a phoenix rising from the ashes. At this moment, Yun Ruoyue spotted several familiar figures among the onlookers. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Yun Wanner and the second madam. However, Yun Wanner and Yun Fian had covered their faces with a scarf, presumably to conceal their injuries and avoid embarrassment. When Yun Wanner caught sight of the dashing and remarkably handsome Jiang Muyu, her hands instinctively clenched into fists, likely regretting their broken engagement. At this juncture, Jiang Muyu had already noticed Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue. As the procession reached the entrance of the Li Wangfu, he hastily dismounted and approached them, bowing respectfully. "Muyu pays his respects to your highness and her highness. Please rise, young master Jiang. I extend my congratulations on your success in the imperial examination and your remarkable achievements," Chu Xuancheng replied. Yun Ruoyue echoed his sentiments, adding, "I too congratulate young master Jiang on your outstanding performance and the promising future that lies ahead." "Thank you, your highness and your highness. I have not forgotten the kindness you both showed me during my return home," Jiang Muyu responded with a smile, referring to the assistance Chu Xuancheng had provided. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback, surprised that such a minor gesture had remained in Jiang Muyu's memory, revealing him to be a man of gratitude and integrity. "How is your father's health?" Chu Xuancheng inquired, looking toward Jiang Muyu. "Your highness, my father's health is well. He has entrusted me to bring you some local specialties, and I will deliver them at my earliest convenience," Jiang Muyu replied. "Your kindness is appreciated, Jiang Darren. I shall prepare a return gift for him personally," Chu Xuancheng remarked, casting a discerning glance at Jiang Muyu. Knowing that Jiang Ning was a loyal servant to the emperor, he had previously attempted to discreetly contact him, yet had received no response. Upon hearing Jiang Muyu mention the delivery of the specialties, he surmised that perhaps Jiang Ning had indeed replied. Forming an alliance with Jiang Ning and Jiang Muyu would be highly advantageous for him. At that moment, Jiang Muyu's gaze lifted and fell upon Yun Ruoyue, who stood beside Yun Ruoyue, causing him to momentarily freeze. This woman was stunning, exuding grace and propriety. He wondered why he had never encountered her before. Yun Ruoyue, noticing Jiang Muyu's captivated expression, hastily introduced, "Young Master Jiang. This is my younger sister Ruoyue. You may call her Linger. Linger, this is young Master Jiang. Greetings." "Young Master Jiang," Yun Ruoyue said, lifting her gaze to meet Jiang Muyu's warm, jade-like eyes. As she beheld his elegant demeanor and handsome features, her cheeks flushed crimson. This top scholar was not only exceptionally talented, but also strikingly handsome, truly dazzling and captivating. Jiang Muyu felt his own face redden. He had never encountered a girl as bashful as Yun Ruoyue. He hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. "Miss Linger, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Jiang Muyu. I know of you. You are my third sister's former fiancé. My father often praises you," Yun Ruoyue replied, her face still flushed. "You are aware of that matter? However, as you may know, I am no longer engaged to your sister, having severed our ties long ago. I apologize for the embarrassment it may have caused," Jiang Muyu said, feeling a bit sheepish as he rubbed the back of his head. Recalling that incident brought him considerable shame. Yun Ruoyue had suffered a tarnished reputation, and despite his intentions to marry her, he had been scorned and rejected. At that moment, he wished he could vanish into the ground. Fortunately, he has already annulled his engagement with Yun Ruoyue, and now having achieved the top scholar rank, he can finally hold his head high and no longer endure the vexations of that woman. Such is the nature of love. If two souls resonate, they shall unite. Yet if they do not, they will part ways. Young Master Jiang is so exceptional and has secured the top position. I am confident that he shall find another beloved wife, Yun Ruoyue reassured him, noticing his evident despondency. At that moment, a shrill voice pierced through the crowd, and in a rush, the woman speaking seized a large stone and hurled it fiercely at Yun Ruoyue. "Miss, be careful." Just as the stone was about to strike Yun Ruoyue's head, Jiang Muyu suddenly dashed forward, shielding her with his own body. The stone struck his chest with a heavy thud, eliciting a muffled groan of pain from him. "Ah!" Yun Ruoyue gasped in shock. Her intention had been to hit Yun Ruoyue, who had brazenly attempted to entice Jiang Muyu in public. Little did she expect that her aim would land on Jiang Muyu instead. "Are you all right, young Master Jiang?" Yun Ruoyue hurriedly approached him, her face etched with concern. Jiang Muyu grimaced in discomfort, shaking his head as he replied, "Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. I am fine." The strength of that woman's throw was formidable. It was remarkable he remained unscathed. However, as a man, he could not afford to appear weak, so he bit his lip and bore the pain silently. Seeing that the assailant was Yun Ruoyue, Yun Ruoyue's anger erupted. How dare anyone attack the newly crowned top scholar? Is she dissatisfied with the emperor's choice? Seize her at once and impose severe punishment. Immediately, guards rushed forward, apprehending Yun Ruoyue. They forcefully removed the veil from her face, revealing her battered visage, causing her to gasp in terror. "What is this?" Jiang Muyu's expression darkened as he recognized his assailant. A storm of fury brewed within him. "And what of it? Have I disrupted your romantic endeavors with your new flame, displeasing you, the top scholar?" Yun Ruoyue retorted with a cold sneer. Her words left Yun Ruoyue feeling deeply embarrassed. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Who is this woman to the top scholar? Her tone suggests she is his wife. Could it be that this top scholar is yet another Chinshimi, and the one named Linger is his new love? If so, what a disgraceful character he must be. To abandon his wife and children for a fleeting infatuation, how ungrateful. How can such a person hold the title of top scholar? Do not tarnish the honor of the position. His original wife is far too pitiful. Indeed, how dare he parade through the streets on horseback? Does he deserve such a privilege? Bah! In this moment, the uninformed crowd turned their disdain towards Jiang Muyu, their contempt palpable. These words ignited a tempest of indignation within Jiang Muyu, causing his chest to heave with fury, his lips turning pale from rage. As a scholar of integrity, he loathed being subjected to such slander. Yun Ruoyue, upon hearing the crowd's remarks, felt a surge of secret satisfaction, a smug smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Regrettably, she had barely savored her moment of triumph when, at the behest of Yun Ruoyue, Feng'er and Zhou'er approached Yun Ruoyue, pointing at her with scorn. Yun Ruoyue, what pretense is this? Are you the wife of Master Jiang? Upon finishing her statement, Feng'er straightened her posture, surveying the crowd with confidence, and proclaimed, "Let me be candid with everyone. This Yun Ruoyue is none other than the third young lady of the Xiang residence, and she currently holds no connection whatsoever with Master Jiang. She once had a betrothal with him, but when he sought to propose, she dismissed him as poor and shabby. Looking down upon him, in a fit of tantrum, she made a scene to terminate their engagement." The crowd, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of dawning understanding, their eyes widening in astonishment at such a twist of fate. Before they could fully process the revelation, Zhou'er pointed an accusatory finger at Yun Ruoyue, stating, "Moreover, this Yun Ruoyue, in her quest for social elevation, shamelessly attempted to seduce a wealthy young noble, an act witnessed by Master Jiang himself. Alas, her advances were in vain, as the noble held her in contempt. Upon learning of her preserved virtue, Master Jiang chose to forgive her and intended to marry her. Yet, she responded with harsh insults, accusing him of seeking to gain from her family's prestige, calling him shameless and alleging he was merely after the wealth and glory of the Xiang residence." Chapter 1144, Regret Beyond Measure. All her actions were a ploy to rid herself of Master Jiang, compelling him to break their engagement. Even a clay figurine has its dignity. Humiliated, Master Jiang promptly annulled their betrothal. Thus, she now held no ties to him, and Master Jiang remained a golden bachelor, unencumbered by any wives or concubines, and would not tolerate any attempts at deception, lest the deceiver be summoned before the emperor for judgment. In her haste, Feng'er unleashed a torrent of phrases learned from the princess, such as golden bachelor and deception, terms frequently uttered by the princess. This caused Yun Ruoyue to flush with a mix of embarrassment and rage, as she had not anticipated Feng'er would expose that incident. She felt utterly humiliated, wishing to vanish into the earth. So it was that this third young lady of the Xiang residence, in her disdain for the scholarly gentleman, pursued wealth and status, forcing him to sever their engagement. Now, witnessing his success in the imperial examinations, she regretted her actions and sought to create trouble for him. Truly, Yun Ruoyue displayed a lack of shame. Initially, she had dismissed the scholar as unworthy, and upon seeing him favor another, she succumbed to jealousy, resorting to petty vengeance, an act unbecoming of a lady. The crowd deemed her a disgrace, likening her to a fierce tigress, lamenting the misfortune of any man who might marry her. Upon hearing the scornful remarks, Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of anger, her face turning crimson. Wishing for nothing more than to perish on the spot, she initially intended to reveal that the man she had once seduced was Chu Xuancheng, hoping to drag him into her predicament. However, upon casting a glance at him, she noticed an aura of lethal intent surrounding him, exuding a chilling demeanor that warned others to keep their distance. Terrified, she instantly refrained from speaking. "Young Master Jiang, Yun Ruoyue has assaulted you. What punishment do you deem appropriate for her?" At that moment, Yun Ruoyue turned her gaze toward Jiang Muyu. Jiang Muyu shot a cold, disdainful glare at Yun Ruoyue, his face filled with contempt. Yet he replied, "Very well. Considering I once had a betrothal with her, I shall let her off this time. Second, madam, please observe the injuries on her face. I implore you to escort her back to the estate for treatment. As for today's incident, I have chosen not to hold it against her. However, given her inherently obstinate and overbearing nature, I trust you will impose stricter discipline to prevent future troubles. Thank you, young Master Jiang, for your magnanimity. Wretched daughter, why are you not coming with me?" As second madam spoke, she firmly tugged at Yun Ruoyue's ear, dragging her away. Today had truly infuriated her. With two daughters, one foolish and the other excessively clever, yet equally foolish, they had caused her endless trouble. How was she to manage the mess they had created? Now, Ruoyue had brought shame upon herself, with her past disgrace laid bare for all to see, tarnishing their reputation. As her mother, she was frantically worried, yet could only lament her children's shortcomings. While being pulled back to the estate, Yun Ruoyue suddenly recalled Jiang Muyu's words to her father at that time. He had expressed his willingness to marry her, stating that she was merely young and naive, and as long as she recognized her mistakes, he would grant her another chance. He had also promised that if she agreed to wed him, he would continue to cherish her, disregarding past grievances, and treat her with love and kindness, never bullying her. Chapter 1145. The Princess's Counsel, reflecting on those words and recalling his imposing presence today, akin to a celestial being surrounded by stars, her heart ached profoundly. It was impossible to claim she felt no regret. The thought of him gazing at Yun Ruoyue with such tenderness filled her with bitterness, jealousy, and a pang of envy. Now that Zhang Muyu had achieved the highest honors, he would soon enter the court as an official, with the potential to ascend to the esteemed position of chancellor. And becoming the chancellor's wife would be akin to soaring to the pinnacle of success. Alas, it was too late. She now lamented her past recklessness. Having let such an exceptional man slip through her fingers, she now wished for Zhang Muyu to remain a mere minor official, hoping to marry a noble young man, forever keeping Zhang Muyu beneath her heel. After witnessing the commotion, Yun Ruoyue suddenly caught a whiff of the fragrant tofu pudding. Turning her head, she spotted a vendor calling out while carrying tofu pudding, and she eagerly said to Chu Xuancheng, "I desire to eat tofu pudding. Could you procure a bowl for me?" "Of course, my dear. I shall buy it for you." Chu Xuancheng affectionately patted her head and cast a loving glance at her. After relishing her tofu pudding, Yun Ruoyue wore a satisfied expression, letting out a burp. "If only there were stinky tofu. I would love to indulge in crispy, golden fried stinky tofu." Suddenly, the maid Xiaoyue chimed in. "Your Highness, do you wish to eat stinky tofu? I shall learn to make it for you another day." "Indeed, indeed. Golden and crispy stinky tofu is simply delectable. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." Yun Ruoyue nodded, feeling that this little Qing was truly adorable. Although she was new, she was quite thoughtful. Chu Xuancheng playfully tapped her nose, teasingly calling her a little glutton. One evening, while Chu Xuancheng was engrossed in official documents in his study, he was interrupted by Dongqing, who entered with the Grand Princess. "Xuancheng, it's quite late. Why are you still poring over documents? Shouldn't you take a break?" The Grand Princess inquired with genuine concern. "I am not weary yet, sister. Do you have any pressing matters?" Chu Xuancheng replied, setting aside his papers and rising to meet her gaze. The Grand Princess glanced at Dongqing and Aunt Mei, signaling them to leave before she turned back to Chu Xuancheng, her expression laden with worry. "Xuancheng, have you forgotten our nation's grievances and your quest for vengeance?" "I have never forgotten. What do you mean, sister?" Chu Xuancheng responded coldly. "I did not come to incite discord between you and her. I am merely considering your grand ambitions. Today, I heard that you spared Yun Qing's 2 daughters for Yun Ruoyue's sake. You know full well that the Yun family are our foes. Given such a prime opportunity to exact punishment upon them, why did you let them go?" The Grand Princess's face darkened. Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow coldly. "Sister, it was Yun Qing who killed my mother. The vengeance should be directed at him, not his daughters. You did not hold such a view back then. Is it because of Yun Ruoyue that you have changed your stance?" The Grand Princess trembled, her heart sinking. Chu Xuancheng nodded resolutely. "Yes, it is indeed because of her. I now understand her words. It is Yun Qing who bears enmity towards us, not them. They are innocent. No wonder you have been so indulgent towards her of late. You have returned from the military camp several times, all for her sake. I have no objections to her personally. I have accepted her. I would be willing for her to become the princess consort of Li, to bear your children and extend your lineage. However, her family remains our adversary. You could have seized this opportunity to bring Yun Wan'er to the palace and let the Empress Dowager deal with her, allowing Yun Qing to taste the bitterness of losing his kin. Yet, you chose not to. You have deeply disappointed me." The Grand Princess continued. "You are the dignified Prince of Li, burdened with national grievances. How can you allow personal affections to cloud your judgment? Your grand ambitions remain unfulfilled, with enemies closing in from all sides. The treacherous emperor watches you closely, yet you seem consumed by romantic pursuits, neglecting your duties. I fear that if this continues, you will lose your resolve and forget your grand aspirations. I have never forgotten our national grievances. Each day, even in sleep, I ponder how to avenge my parents and overthrow this regime. How do my ambitions conflict with my love for her? Does loving my wife equate to losing my focus and hindering my quest to reclaim our homeland? Do you think that by neglecting my wife, the path to regaining our kingdom would become smoother?" Chu Xuancheng's voice was icy. Chapter 1146. She is innocent. He struggled to comprehend the Grand Princess's logic, which seemed devoid of reason. The Grand Princess furrowed her brow. "I acknowledge that Yun Ruoyue is remarkable. However, this is ultimately a cursed fate. She is the daughter of Yun Qing, and your excessive affection for her may deter those who wish to support you. For the loyal retainers of our late Emperor and Empress, The Yun family remains their enemy as well. Moreover, do you truly believe she is worthy of trust? Sister, I have faith in her. Chu Xuancheng replied, his gaze resolute. She is unlike the Yun family. They must not be conflated. The one at fault is Yun Qing. She is innocent. I no longer harbor any resentment towards her. I have embraced her. Once accepted, it is for a lifetime. I shall never abandon her nor inflict harm upon her. I will protect and care for her. The Yun family has not treated the three of them well. Her second mother often mistreats and bullies her. She is a pitiable soul, more noble than anyone in the Yun family. As for your assertion that marrying her will deter my supporters, I beg to differ. I see her as my virtuous partner. She possesses remarkable medical skills and a compassionate heart. Since her marriage to me, both Mo Zhu and Mo Li have grown fond of her. Those who have received her kindness and healing cannot help but cherish her. She has touched others with her medical prowess and personal charm. I am convinced that with her by my side, those who waver will be more inclined to support me rather than retreat. Chu Xuancheng declared firmly. Upon hearing his words, the princess frowned, biting her lip. Since marrying Yun Ruoyue, you are no longer the decisive king of Li. You have become indecisive, preoccupied with personal affections. Where have your ambitions gone? Chu Xuancheng replied, Sister, I have been transformed by Yue. I do possess ambitions, yet I cannot indiscriminately shed innocent blood. My heart must harbor the welfare of the populace. I once contemplated that if the Chu kingdom thrived under Chu Yao's governance, with the people living in peace and prosperity, I could forego revenge. Yet, I never anticipated that the realm would deteriorate to such a state under his rule. Now, the nation's strength wanes, calamities abound. Last winter, a snow disaster struck the north, plunging the populace into despair, starvation rampant. The emperor is solely focused on preserving his throne, oblivious to the plight of the common folk. Court officials are consumed by factionalism and intrigue. Subordinate officials are preoccupied with embezzling funds meant for disaster relief, providing the people with coarse rice mixed with sand. The Tiansheng kingdom casts a watchful eye, perpetually stirring unrest at the borders, yet the emperor remains indifferent. At this juncture, Chu Xuancheng sighed deeply. I never imagined that the splendor and peace my father once established would devolve into this under Chu Yao's stewardship. I yearn for a world devoid of famine, where the people can live in peace and prosperity, free from displacement. I aspire for the Chu kingdom to regain the glory of my father's era, and it is for this purpose that I have been tirelessly striving. You do not comprehend me. How could you know that I lack plans? The princess remained oblivious to the fact that, beneath his apparent disinterest in political affairs, he had been clandestinely reaching out to his father's former allies. He had penned numerous letters to the loyal ministers in Jiangning, bestowing many gifts, yet he received no response. For trust was lacking, and many chose to wait and see. It was not feasible for families to risk everything to align with him. Overthrowing a regime is no simple feat, contrary to her assertions. If he had not exercised caution and prudence, if he had not treaded carefully to avoid arousing suspicion, he would not have survived to this day. Upon hearing her words, the princess was momentarily taken aback, having always assumed that he had lost his ambition for Yun Ruoyue. To her astonishment, he had been engaged in numerous endeavors behind her back. She truly underestimated her brother. Reluctantly, she conceded, Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. My concerns regarding Yun Ruoyue are not born of discontent, but rather out of genuine care for you. I do not require your concern, elder sister. You ought to devote more attention to your own affairs. You have reached the age of marriage. If you find a suitor worthy of your heart, do inform me, and I shall gladly play matchmaker. Chu Xuancheng asserted earnestly. The princess's cheeks flushed crimson, and she turned away shyly. What nonsense you speak. I have no one in mind, nor do I wish to marry. Elder sisters should experience the joy of companionship, regardless of the outcome of marriage. With a beloved, many perspectives shift, and one may encounter a life replete with varied experiences, Chu Xuancheng remarked. Suddenly, the enchanting visage of Su Qishao flashed in the princess's mind. Apart from him, she realized she had never harbored feelings for any other man. However, Su Qishao despised her and favored Yun Ruoyue. Thus, she felt there was no opportunity for her. Enough. I shan't discuss this further. We shall speak of such matters another time, the princess declared, her face still flushed, as she turned to leave. As she exited the grand hall, she unexpectedly encountered Yun Ruoyue and Fenger, who were entering with a bowl of soup. Momentarily taken aback, she awkwardly stammered, You have arrived? Had Yun Ruoyue overheard her conversation with Chu Xuancheng? She had not intended to speak ill of her. Her only concern was for her brother's future. Greetings, elder sister. Why is it that as I arrive, you are already departing? I noticed the prince was so engrossed in his official duties that he neglected his health. So I prepared a nourishing soup for him. Would you care to join me? Yun Ruoyue smiled gently, nodding respectfully to the princess. Her words implied that she had just arrived and heard nothing. The princess breathed a sigh of relief, replying, "Thank you for your kind offer. But I am quite full and cannot eat anymore. I shall take my leave now." Feeling somewhat guilty after speaking ill of her, she hastily departed with Aunt May, who had been waiting at a distance. Yun Ruoyue cast a fleeting glance at her. Upon her arrival with Fenger, she had noticed Dongqing and Aunt May standing afar, which indicated that Chu Xuancheng and the princess were conversing within the hall. Just as Dongqing was about to announce her presence, she gestured for him to refrain. Upon reaching the entrance, she inadvertently overheard their dialogue. She was surprised to learn that the princess still harbored doubts about her, and equally astonished by Chu Xuancheng's staunch defense of her. "Fenger, please wait for me here," Yun Ruoyue instructed, then gracefully entered with the bowl of soup. As night deepened, the grand hall remained dimly lit, illuminated only by a few flickering candles. Yun Ruoyue stepped inside quietly, approaching the door of Chu Xuancheng's chamber. There, she beheld him standing by the window, intently gazing at an old portrait that he held in his hands. Raising her eyes, she discerned that the image was faded and yellowed with age, depicting a woman of extraordinary beauty, poised and elegant, exuding an aura of grace and nobility. Clad in a resplendent crimson gown, adorned with a 9-feather phoenix hairpin, she sat before a screen, radiating an air of dignified authority. As Yun Ruoyue gazed upon the captivating figure, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Chapter 1148. The poison he also drinks. Her brows and eyes bore a striking resemblance to Chu Xuancheng, while the contours of her face echoed the elegance of the Long princess. Could she be Chu Xuancheng's mother, the late Empress Luo Xingchen? Indeed, this must be Luo Xingchen. Chu Xuancheng cherished his mother deeply. He had even named his residence Xingchen Pavilion and kept a portrait of her close to his heart. At this moment, he reached out to caress her visage, appearing utterly solitary and forlorn, his back exuding profound loneliness, his fingers trembling, and his dark eyes glistening with unshed tears. She discerned his sorrow, a heart-wrenching pain that resonated within her. Witnessing his distress caused her own heart to ache. He had witnessed his mother's murder at the hands of Yun Qing, losing all hope and solace, left only with a portrait to mourn her memory, while Yun Qing enjoyed familial bliss and a flourishing career. In contrast, Chu Xuancheng's plight was undeniably tragic. His suffering stemmed from Yun Qing's actions, and as Yun Qing's daughter, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She believed she had wronged him. It was her father who had robbed him of his mother, inflicting a profound psychological scar. Yet, even in his grief, he still sought to protect her, to believe in her. She felt that the Yun family owed him a debt, and she was unworthy of his affection. Contemplating this brought her heart to a sudden halt. "What brings you here? When did you arrive?" "I did not notice at all." Chu Xuancheng, whose martial prowess was formidable and whose senses were keen, had been lost in the sorrow of missing his mother and had overlooked his surroundings. Moreover, Xingchen Pavilion was typically a sanctuary of safety. It was here that he could lower his guard, yet he was surprised by Yuer's unexpected presence. He promptly set down the portrait and approached her, noticing the bowl of soup she held. "Did you make this for me? Did you prepare it yourself?" "Yes, I just arrived. I noticed you often stay up late attending to official documents, and I feared you might be hungry, so I made you a bowl of 3-flavor soup. However, my culinary skills are not exceptional, and I am uncertain if you will enjoy it," Yun Ruoyue replied softly, her heart heavy with unexpressed emotions. Chu Xuancheng hastily accepted the soup, placing it on the table, and gently took her small hand, urging her to sit. "How could I not appreciate what my wife has made for me? As long as it is prepared by you, I would willingly drink even poison." With that declaration, he lifted the lid, scooped a spoonful of soup, and fed it to himself, exclaiming in exaggerated delight, "Ah, truly, this is indeed my wife's heartfelt soup, akin to pearls and jade dew, exquisite in flavor. I adore it." Afterward, he grasped Yun Ruoyue's hands, his smile radiant as he gazed at her. His large hand enveloped her petite one, instilling a sense of comfort within her. "I am glad you like it," Yun Ruoyue murmured softly. The more kindness he showed her, the more burdensome it felt, and her expression grew distant, losing the previous blush of shyness. Noticing her indifference, Chu Xuancheng immediately sensed something amiss. He glanced at the portrait nearby and said, "This is a portrait of my mother. Whenever I miss her, I take it out to gaze upon. Yes, I saw it earlier. Your mother is truly beautiful, graceful, and dignified, exuding the aura of one who could command the world," Yun Ruoyue replied. After she finished speaking, she gazed at the painting, longing to observe her mother from a closer perspective. However, Chu Xuancheng swiftly rolled up the scroll and tucked it away. I shall put the painting away for now," he stammered, hastily storing it in the cabinet. Chapter 1149. A sense of obligation. Noticing the sorrow etched on Yue's face, he surmised it was due to the matter concerning Yunqing, leading her to feel a sense of guilt towards him. He wished to alleviate her distress and certainly did not want her to perceive that the Yun family owed him anything. Thus, he hurriedly concealed the portrait to prevent memories of the past from resurfacing. He was even more reluctant for her to discover that he secretly gazed at his mother's portrait, fearing it would intensify her feelings of responsibility. Yun Ruoyue, seeing his reluctance to share the painting, assumed he was evading the issue, still harboring resentment regarding past events, which was why he did not allow her to touch his mother's image. Understanding his plight, she recognized her position as the daughter of his mother's murderer. Feeling unworthy to even lay hands on the portrait, determined to uncover the truth of that bygone era, she resolved to investigate precisely how much the Yun family owed Chu Xuancheng, believing that whatever was owed must be repaid. As Chu Xuancheng shut the cabinet, several scrolls unexpectedly tumbled out and scattered across the floor. He quickly bent down to retrieve them. "I will assist you." Yun Ruoyue promptly stepped forward to help gather the images. Suddenly, she spotted one portrait among the scattered papers, and to her astonishment, it depicted her likeness. She froze in disbelief. "Is this me?" she murmured, staring at the painting. The portrayal was indeed of her, rendered with exquisite detail and lifelike quality, and she could not help but feel it flattered her. Was she truly so beautiful? Surely, he hadn't used a brush to paint her. Chu Xuancheng hastily picked up the portrait and handed it to her. "Indeed, aside from you, who else possesses such beauty?" "Exaggeration. You've depicted me far too attractively." "I am not nearly so lovely," she protested, though her heart danced with gratitude. She had not anticipated that he had secretly painted her without her knowledge. "No, I believe you surpass the beauty of this painting. I have captured merely a fraction of your essence. Alas, I shall refrain from further comment, for I find it somewhat bittersweet," Chu Xuancheng confessed, abruptly ceasing his words. "Thank you. It is getting late. I must return to rest," Yun Ruoyue replied. "Will you not stay a while longer? Would you like me to accompany you and sleep?" he inquired eagerly. "No need. Did you not mention before that for the sake of the baby's health, we should sleep apart? Let us maintain that separation for now," she declared, turning away in haste. Fearing that prolonged conversation would lead her to surrender to her feelings and collapse into his embrace, she felt compelled to exit swiftly. The thought of her family owing him so much made it impossible for her to accept his affection with a clear conscience. Watching Yun Ruoyue's retreating figure, Chu Xuancheng cast a wistful glance at the bright moon outside, letting out a deep sigh. Recently, he had deliberately avoided mentioning past events, refraining from bringing up Yunqing in her presence, not out of a desire to evade her, but to spare her any guilt and alleviate her psychological burdens. That day, as soon as Yun Ruoyue found a moment of respite, she led Feng'er back to the residence. Within her heart lingered countless unsolved enigmas. She yearned to inquire of her father regarding the events surrounding the demise of the late empress. Additionally, she wished to question her mother about the butterfly-shaped tattoo upon her back, a secret her mother had consistently urged her to keep hidden from others. Thus, during her nights spent with Chu Xuancheng, she would discreetly lie in such a manner that her long hair concealed it, preventing him from discovering its existence. What could possibly explain the eerie cries of women, the sound of knocking, and the clinking of chains emanating from the storage room in her mother's courtyard? With these myriad mysteries weighing upon her, she made her way to the residence of the Xiang family. Chapter 1150. Where, indeed, is mother? However, it was daytime, and Yunqing had already departed for court, leaving the house empty. Thus, she led Feng'er directly to her mother's Dongfeng courtyard. Upon her arrival, she found that her mother was not present. Only Yun Ruoyue and Mama Sun remained. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Mama Sun's expression was one of astonishment upon seeing Yun Ruoyue, with a flicker of guilt evident in her eyes. She hastily approached to pay her respects. "Is it not permissible for me to visit my mother?" Yun Ruoyue replied coolly, her eyes piercing like blades directed at Mama Sunday. From the flicker of guilt in Mama Sun's gaze, she surmised that there were matters being concealed from her. Of course, it is permissible. However, the lady is currently resting and may require your highness to wait a while, Mama Sun said, her eyes nervously darting toward the inner chambers and then glancing towards the storage room. Is mother unwell again? She usually rises by this hour. It is merely the hour of C, equivalent to modern-day 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. Why is she still asleep? She was not one to indulge in slumber. The lady has been coughing throughout the night and did not sleep well. When I went to call for her, she requested to take a brief slumber and asked us not to disturb her. Perhaps, your highness, you might enjoy some tea while waiting for the lady? Mama Sun suggested, her face pale, her gaze consistently straying towards the storage room. Very well. Yun Ruoyue seated herself, though her heart was filled with perplexity. Coughing persistently? Has mother taken her medicine, yet has experienced no improvement? But Linger claimed she was recovering. If she is indeed improving, how could she have coughed all night? It is evident that Mama Sun is lying. At that moment, Mama Sun entered with a teapot, beginning to pour tea for her and Yun Ruoyue. Surely you must be thirsty as well, Mama Sun? Do partake in a cup of tea, Yun Ruoyue said. No, how could a servant drink tea alongside your highness? Mama Sun hastily waved her hand. We are all of the same household. You have worked hard caring for my mother. I am unable to drink wine due to my pregnancy, but it is only fitting that I honor you with a cup of tea. With that, Yun Ruoyue personally poured a cup of tea and offered it to Mama Sunday. Mama Sun hesitated for a moment. How could she refuse tea offered by the princess? Moreover, she was indeed a bit parched, so she said, Your Highness, you truly flatter this old servant. I am most honored. With that, she raised her head and consumed the tea in one gulp. Not long after, she suddenly felt dizzy, her vision blurring, and she collapsed onto the table, unconscious. Sister, what is the matter with Mama Sun? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, glancing anxiously at Yun Ruoyue. She merely drank tea laced with a sleeping powder. Fear not, she has simply fainted. She is unharmed. This soporific agent was illicitly procured from Mo Li, and one cannot deny its efficacy as a quintessential tool for silencing and plundering. Sister, what drives you to act in such a manner? Please, venture into the inner chamber and ascertain whether mother truly slumbers. Yun Ruoyue calmly sipped her tea. Yun Ruoyue, momentarily taken aback, hastily darted into the inner room, only to find the blanket spread out, yet the bed was devoid of any presence. She gasped in astonishment. Sister, mother is not in bed. Where could she have gone? When did you arrive? Yun Ruoyue entered, observing the empty bed. I have not been here long. I came to pay my respects to mother, but upon my arrival, Mama Sun informed me that mother was still asleep, so I took a seat to wait. I had hardly been here when you arrived. Can you guess where mother might be? Yun Ruoyue inquired. Chapter 1151. Not a biological daughter, could she be in the storage room? Yun Ruoyue suggested, pointing with an expression of bewilderment. Fenger, keep a vigilant eye on Mama Sun and those cleaning maids. Do not allow anyone near the storage room. Linger, let us uncover the secrets that lie within. Yun Ruoyue declared, grasping her sister's hand and leading the way. She surmised that Huang was indeed concealed within the storage room, and to facilitate this, she had previously sent the maids away, leaving only Mama Sun and Yun Ruoyue in the courtyard. The absence of the maids would certainly ease their endeavors. Upon reaching the exterior of the storage room, they observed Da Huang frolicking joyfully in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight, shaking off its fur, and drooling as it playfully pursued butterflies. Alas, its bulk rendered it clumsy, and it failed to catch a single butterfly. Noticing this, Yun Ruoyue retrieved a drugged meat bun she had prepared earlier and tossed it to Da Huang. The moment it caught the scent, it let out a howl and eagerly pounced upon the bun, devouring it with such speed that it likely did not even savor its flavor. Akin to Zhu Beiji consuming ginseng fruits. Before long, it collapsed onto the ground in a soft heap. Yun Ruoyue regarded it with a mixture of pity and dismay, shaking her head. Such a foolish dog. After last time's lesson, it has not learned, falling for the allure of the meat bun once more. After incapacitating Da Huang, Yun Ruoyue and Yun Ruoyue quietly approached the storage room. Upon closer inspection, they found the door unlocked, further affirming Yun Ruoyue's belief that their mother was indeed inside. She quickly moved closer, peering through the crack, and noted that the room was empty, yet there were footprints leading further inside. It became evident to her that their mother was confined in the chamber where women were held captive. Gently pushing the door open, she and Yun Ruoyue crept inside, only to be greeted by the sound of a woman's sobs resonating from the wall. It was the same mysterious woman from before, seemingly engulfed in sorrow. As Yun Ruoyue approached, she discovered a door in the wall, locked but ajar. At that moment, she was startled by her mother's anguished voice. Xiaoyue, forgive me. It is I who have wronged you. It is not that I refuse to let you go, but after all these years, I find myself powerless to do so. Mother, I wish to go outside. The anguished cries of a woman resonated from within, accompanied by the sound of chains scraping against the ground. Xiaoyue, hush now. Mother knows you have been trapped here for 16 long years and that you yearn for freedom, but it is not possible. The reason I have confined you here is to save your life. If you were to venture out, people would brand you a monster and burn you alive, Huang replied, her voice trembling. I want to go out. I want to go out. The woman continued to wail, her voice fragmented, suggesting a profound disturbance in her mind. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue abruptly approached and forcefully pushed open the door, stepping inside. Mother, who is she? You say she is 16, and I am also 16. If she is your biological daughter, then what am I? Xiaoyue Linger, how did you come here? Huang, upon seeing Yun Ruoyue and Yun Ruoyue enter, was visibly startled. Retreating several steps, her face ashen and trembling, as if a long-held secret had been unveiled. Chapter 1152, The Six-Fingered Girl. Mother, had I not come, I would have never known there was someone locked away in here who also calls you mother. Who is she? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, rushing towards the woman for a closer inspection. Ah, a ghost. The ghost has come. The woman, upon seeing a stranger, hastily nestled into Huang's embrace, shivering uncontrollably. Yun Ruoyue, fearing to frighten her further, took a step back. Observing the woman before her, she noted the resemblance to Yun Ruoyue, though the woman's skin was pale, as white as paper, a result of years without sunlight. She appeared frail, resembling a timid little mouse cowering in Huang's arms. Nonetheless, despite her confinement, her hair was impeccably clean, and she wore fresh clothing. Her chained limbs bore no marks, indicating that Huang cared deeply for her. Suddenly, Yun Ruoyue's gaze fell upon the woman's hands, and she was astonished to see that each hand possessed 6 fingers, an extra pinky alongside the thumb. Mother, her hands. Xiaoyue, you have seen nothing. Xiaoyue is perfectly normal. She is not a monster, Huang insisted, swiftly concealing Xiaoyue's hands within her embrace. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Mother, what monster? Do you truly believe that having an extra finger makes Xiaoyue a monster? Xiaoyue, Linger, now that you know the truth, I implore you not to speak of it. Each of Xiaoyue's hands has an additional curved pinky. If others were to discover this, they would seize her, believing her to be a monster. I have kept her here to protect her life. It pains me deeply to see her suffer in this manner, but I had no other choice. I can only watch as she endures her torment day and night. Huang lamented, embracing Xiaoyue and weeping. At last, Yun Ruoyue comprehended Huang's motives for keeping Xiaoyue confined. It was to shield her from being perceived as a monster by the outside world. In ancient times, people revered feudal superstitions. Their limited understanding led them to perceive the unfamiliar as monstrous. It is likely that Xiaoyue was born with 2 extra thumbs, which prompted Huang to confine her in fear of being branded a monster. She empathized with such suffering. In middle school, a classmate was born with 12 thumbs and, consumed by embarrassment, sought a dubious clinic to have the extra fingers removed. Unfortunately, the clinic's instruments were reused, and her classmate subsequently contracted hepatitis B, resulting in a lifelong affliction. Therefore, she comprehended the depths of that anguish. Had her classmate not been overwhelmed by profound insecurity and despair, she would not have recklessly sought out that illicit clinic for surgery. Mother, if I were to tell you that Xiaoyue's extra digits could be surgically removed, allowing her to become a normal person, would you reveal to me her lineage and mine? Yun Ruoyue inquired. What? Xiaoyue, what are you saying? I do not understand. Huang responded, her complexion paling, her gaze flickering. You mentioned that Xiaoyue has been confined for 16 years. I am also precisely 16 this year. If she is your daughter, then who am I? And what are the tattoo on my back? How did it come to be? Yun Ruoyue trembled as she questioned. Their appearances did not resemble one another, thus they could not be twins. Additionally, she felt a nagging suspicion that her mother had concealed something significant. If she were not her mother's daughter, what was her true identity? Chapter 1153, She is Purchased. When she first grasped this notion, her heart was filled with shock and disbelief. She found it nearly impossible to accept such a truth, Yet she felt compelled to uncover the reality. You err, Huang hesitated, biting her lip. Seeing the expression on her mother's face, Yun Ruoyue understood that there was indeed a secret being kept. Mother, please tell me the truth. I promise I will not speak of it. I merely wish to know the entire truth. Seeing her daughter's earnest desire for knowledge, Huang sighed and nodded. Well, since you have uncovered it, there is no point in hiding it any longer. I shall recount the events of that year. With a distant gaze, she continued, in truth. You are not my biological daughter. Xiaoyue is my daughter. Upon hearing this revelation, both Yun Ruoyue and Yun Ruoyue were left in utter shock, with Yun Ruoyue stepping back as if doused with cold water. Huang continued, when I gave birth to Xiaoyue, your father was away on business and not at home. After 2 days and nights of labor, I finally delivered Xiaoyue, only to discover that she had an extra thumb on each hand, making her appear exceedingly peculiar. The midwife, Aunt Dong, upon seeing Xiaoyue's hands, was so frightened that she dropped her on the bed, crying out monster. I was equally alarmed. When both I and Aunt Sun realized the situation, we were devastated. Xiaoyue would surely be executed as a freak. To save her life, I concocted a scheme to switch her with another child. While your father was away, I instructed Aunt Sun to procure a female infant from the streets to replace Xiaoyue, and that infant was you. Once you were born, I entrusted Xiaoyue to Aunt Sun, allowing her to raise her discreetly in the storeroom. As for Mother Dong, she was also aware of the matter. To silence her, I provided her with 2,000 taels of silver, urging her to distance herself from the imperial city and return to her hometown. After Huang spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Yun Ruoyue, her face etched with guilt. I am truly sorry, you err. It was never my intention to conceal this from you. I simply did not know how to broach the subject. You say I was bought by Granny's son on the street? From whom did she purchase me? Was it from my parents? Can you still find that person? Yun Ruoyue inquired, her heart racing, her blood boiling, her mind stunned as if struck by lightning, still reeling from the revelation. Granny's son claimed she did not know who your parents were. When she visited the market, she saw numerous impoverished individuals selling their children, each with a straw inserted into their hair. However, those children were rather old, and she thought them unsuitable. Just as she was about to leave, a cloaked woman holding a newborn approached her, asking if she wished to buy a child, specifically, a recently born girl. Hearing this, Granny's son's heart leaped. She desired a daughter, and thus handed the woman 200 taels of silver to bring you home, Huang recounted. Does Granny's son know that woman's name, her origin, or her occupation? Yun Ruoyue asked anxiously. Huang shook her head in response. I do not know. At the time, Granny's son wished to ascertain your background, but the woman refused to divulge any information, insisting that you bore a butterfly-shaped tattoo on your back. She warned that this tattoo must remain hidden, lest it bring calamity upon you and all of us. That is why I have urged you to keep it concealed all these years, fearing for your safety. As for your identity, neither Granny's son nor I have any knowledge. The woman vanished after selling you, never to be seen again in the imperial city. Chapter 1154. A forgotten countenance mother. Typically, a child costs at most 20 or 30 taels. Why did Granny's son spend 200 taels on my sister? Yun Ruoyue, who was nearby, inquired curiously. Huang replied, because that woman claimed your sister was of noble lineage and would not sell her cheaply. Additionally, Granny's son was quite anxious, and thus she resolved to purchase her at that price. In retrospect, it has proven to be a wise investment. Your sister possesses remarkable abilities and holds the esteemed title of Li Wangfei. She is indeed fortunate. Perhaps her original parents were of noble standing. Would noble individuals truly have the heart to sell their own child? Perhaps that woman fabricated the story, merely seeking to swindle Granny's son out of her money. Yun Ruoyue speculated. You make a valid point. It is possible that the woman, noticing Granny's son's urgency, decided to inflate the price. However, it may also be the case that your sister was stolen, and the woman was aware of her parents' status, prompting her to speak as she did. In any case, I consider this a stroke of good fortune. You err. I have never regretted purchasing you. I only lament that I could not provide you with a better life earlier. I feared you would blame me, Huang said, casting a remorseful glance at Yun Ruoyue. Mother, please do not speak that way. The fact that she could sell me indicates that she was not a good person. Thankfully, it was you and Granny's son who rescued me, allowing me to live the life I have today. Without you, I might have perished from hunger or cold, or been sold to a brothel. Do you truly have no information about the whereabouts of that trafficker? Yun Ruoyue pressed. Uncertain, I inquired of mother's son, yet she too was in the dark. At that moment, the individual donned a cloak, her visage concealed by a veil. Mother-son had no inkling of her appearance. She vanished swiftly, never to be seen again by Mother-son Day. How regrettable, Huang remarked. I see, Yun Ruoyue sighed in disappointment. Since both Mother-son and her mother were ignorant of the woman's identity, the truth remained elusive. Perhaps she could uncover her lineage through the tattoo on her back. But judging by the woman's tone, her parents had numerous enemies. Caution was paramount. She must investigate discreetly to avoid revealing her identity. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's offer to perform surgery on the young Lu to remove the extra fingers, Huang promptly unlocked the chains and escorted Lu to her chamber. At that moment, Mother-son had already regained consciousness. Upon seeing Huang enter with Lu she was taken aback, and Huang hastily recounted the earlier events. After listening, Mother-son gazed at Yun Ruoyue with palpable guilt. I beg your pardon, my lady. I did not intend to conceal this from you. I feared that revealing Lu's identity might bring trouble to the lady. Now that the lady had informed you, I feel reassured. Do you recall the woman who sold me? What did she look like? Did she possess any distinguishing features? Yun Ruoyue queried. Mother-son pondered for a moment before replying. She wore a cloak and a veil. I cannot describe her face. She was quite slender and of average height, and I could not discern anything particularly notable about her. Receiving Mother-son's response, Yun Ruoyue felt a chill in her heart. There was not a single detail regarding the woman. The quest to find her seemed akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. However, this revelation also brought her a measure of relief, as it indicated that the woman was not of the Yun family and not an enemy of Chu Xuancheng. Might the discord and barriers between them dissipate? Subsequently, Yun Ruoyue instructed Mother-son to guard the entrance, preparing to perform surgery on Lu. Huang, upon hearing of the impending finger amputation, expressed her concern. Will this procedure be painful? I fear Lu may not endure it. It will not be. I will administer anesthesia, and she will feel no pain at all, Yun Ruoyue assured her. Feng added, please trust the lady, for she previously performed an amputation on Vice General Shun and even conducted surgery on the virtuous king, administering anesthesia so they felt no discomfort. The effect of this anesthetic far surpasses that of the traditional concoction, rendering them entirely insensible to pain. I understand now. In that case, I am relieved. Huang exhaled, her worries alleviated. Yun Ruoyue then instructed Huang to step outside, leaving the room solely for herself, Feng and Lu to facilitate the surgery. As Lu noticed Huang preparing to leave, she abruptly clutched her in terror, unwilling to let her go. Observing this, Yun Ruoyue swiftly retrieved an anesthetic needle from her medical kit and administered it to Lu's spine, inducing general anesthesia. Given Lu's childlike disposition and unstable temperament, which made her prone to outbursts, only full anesthesia was deemed appropriate for the procedure. The medication employed was highly safe and metabolized swiftly, ensuring no harm would come to her health. Soon, little Lu succumbed to the softness of the bed, appearing as if in slumber, devoid of consciousness. Upon witnessing this, Yun Ruoyue promptly summoned Huang Shi outside. Once Huang Shi had departed, she retrieved a compact light apparatus from the medical system, first taking an X-ray of Lu's hands to discern the connections between the bones. Subsequently, she procured a sterilized scalpel and began the delicate task of excising the superfluous fingers. Feng, unable to bear the sight, hastily turned her head. When she glanced back, she discovered that the princess had already removed Lu's excess finger, placing it upon a piece of gauze, and had commenced the processes of hemostasis and sterilization, followed by suturing. After skillfully stitching Lu's hand, Yun Ruoyue flexed her fingers and perceived that the joints were functioning normally, agile and unencumbered, confirming the operation's success. Such minor surgeries were, to her, decidedly uncomplicated. Thus, she completed the procedure in a short span of time. Before long, Yun Ruoyue beckoned Huang Shi and Mama-son to enter. Upon witnessing the excised little finger and the now normal thumb, both women were filled with elation. Huang Shi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, you are truly remarkable. Though others have hailed you as a miraculous physician, I was initially skeptical. Today, witnessing your medical prowess firsthand, I am utterly in awe. Mama-son added, Your Highness, had you discovered Lu sooner and performed the surgery earlier, she could have lived as a normal person much sooner. No one will dare to label her as a monster again, nor will anyone have the audacity to harm her. As she spoke, she wiped away tears with her sleeve. Mother, Lu's hand is healed, but what identity will you bestow upon her? Yun Ruoyue inquired suddenly. Huang Shi pondered for a moment before grasping her hand, and replied, Although you are not my biological daughter, I have always cherished you as my own. Rest assured, I shall not reveal the truth, nor allow Lu'er to usurp your place. To enable Lu'er to bask in the sunlight, I shall arrange for her to assume the identity of a distant relative. I happen to have a cousin whom I have not seen in years. I shall declare Lu'er to be her daughter, claiming that my cousin's hometown suffered a flood, and that Lu'er has come to seek refuge with me. I will then adopt Lu'er as my goddaughter, allowing her to remain by my side as my daughter, thus facilitating her prospects for a favorable marriage in the future. Initially, Huang Shi had contemplated assigning Lu'er the role of a maid, but upon reflection, she deemed it unfit for her daughter. Chapter 1156. The endearing Lu'er being a maid would subject her to disdain and mistreatment, precluding her from receiving proper care and hindering her chances of a good match. However, as a goddaughter, Huang Shi could legitimately protect her and seek a suitable suitor on her behalf. Mother, does Lu'er have a name? Yun Ruoyue queried. She cannot be called Lu'er indefinitely. Huang Shi admitted, I have not bestowed upon her a proper name. Lu'er was merely a name I gave out of pity upon seeing her hand. Yun Ruoyue mused, Lu'er. Little Lu. Mother, Lu and Six are homophones. We can name her Yun Ruoyue, which is both gentle and melodious. Huang hastily expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, princess, for bestowing such a lovely name. I too find it delightful. Once I find the opportunity, I shall present her before your father to discuss the matter of adopting her as my goddaughter. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue, who had been resting on the bed, began to awaken. The effects of the anesthetic lingered, leaving her in a state of drowsiness. She slowly sat up, blinking her sleepy eyes, appearing both dreamlike and bewildered, akin to an innocent child. Her large, shimmering eyes, framed by long, dark lashes, resembled a delicate array of fine brushes. Her small face was a charming blend of pale and rosy hues, her skin as thin as parchment and as white as mutton-fat jade, presenting a visage sculpted with exquisite care and undeniable cuteness. Having been confined in her room for an extended period, deprived of sunlight and sustenance, she had grown quite petite, exuding a soft and endearing demeanor reminiscent of a little girl or a sprite, evoking a sense of affection. Lu'er, you are awake. How wonderful. Look at your hand. The princess has healed you, Huang said eagerly, moving closer to show Yun Ruoyue her hand. Previously, Yun Ruoyue had been aware that her hand differed from others, often overhearing her mother and granny son discussing her condition, which had instilled a sense of inferiority in her. Now, witnessing the absence of her extra little finger filled her with both surprise and joy. Lu'er, the princess has given you the name Yun Ruoyue. From now on, you shall be my goddaughter. You must express your gratitude to the princess for saving you, Huang hurriedly instructed. She hoped her daughter would be protected by Yun Ruoyue's benevolence, thus urging Lu'er to draw closer to her. But mother, am I not your biological daughter? Why have I become a goddaughter? Yun Ruoyue asked suddenly, her eyes widening and her cheeks puffing up in an innocent, bewildered expression. Both Yun Ruoyue and Yun Ruoling were taken aback by the sheer adorableness of little Lu'er, whose face resembled a round bun, plump and childlike. Before Huang could respond, Yun Ruoyue pouted her rosy lips and softly inquired, Mother, what is a goddaughter? Is it different from a wet daughter? Is it because I lack water that I am a goddaughter? Hearing this, Yun Ruoyue quickly turned to Huang, whispering, Mother, does Lu'er have a problem with her mind? Why does it seem her speech is so peculiar? Huang's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she sighed. Initially, her mind had been sharp, and she had been quite intelligent and quick-witted. However, prolonged confinement had dulled her faculties, having never encountered the outside world. Her current intellect resembled that of a 3- or 4-year-old child, lacking understanding and entirely reliant on others for guidance. Thus, it was not that her mind was impaired, rather, her prolonged isolation in a storeroom, devoid of human interaction, had rendered her remarkably innocent. From this day forth, you shall educate her thoroughly, teaching her to read and write. I believe she will improve, Yun Ruoyue asserted. Observing Yun Ruoyue's demeanor, she recognized that it was not a matter of mental deficiency or madness. She was simply an untainted child. With proper instruction, she would gradually learn everything. Contemplating a 16-year-old girl whose intellect resembles that of a 3- or 4-year-old child, Yun Ruoyue felt a subtle sensation. She pondered how Lu'er would interact with her future husband. Chapter 1157. Still a family to await Yun Qing's return from court. Yun Ruoyue spent an entire day at the East Wind courtyard. She conducted a thorough examination of Huangshi and discovered that, after using her medicine, Huangshi's emphysema had significantly improved. Although she still coughed, it was no longer as severe as before. She was no longer gasping for breath or struggling to breathe. Yun Ruoyue left a substantial supply of medicine for Huangshi, instructing Mama Sun to ensure she took it regularly to stabilize her condition. During lunch, Luer, unable to use chopsticks, resorted to eating with a spoon. Previously, she had been confined and, in her distress, had little appetite, often being fed by Mama Sunday. Now that she was free and in a better mood, she wished to learn to eat with chopsticks like Yun Ruoyue and the others. However, she found herself utterly incapable of using them, prompting Huangshi to prepare a spoon for her to practice with initially. As Luer struggled with the spoon, food spilled everywhere. Resembling a child at mealtime, Huangshi looked on apologetically, saying, "I am sorry, Luer has made quite a mess, affecting your appetite." "Mother, please do not say that. We are all family," Yun Ruoyue replied graciously. "Moreover, Luer is just beginning to experience the outside world. It is perfectly normal for her to be clumsy. Allow her to practice, and with time, she will learn to eat properly." Since revealing her background, Huangshi had become somewhat cautious, treating Yun Ruoyue with a reverence akin to that of a princess, fearful of offending her, rather than as a daughter. "Given the circumstances, do you still consider us family?" Huangshi asked, grasping Yun Ruoyue's hand, her eyes shimmering with hopeful tears. "Of course, mother. It is you who painstakingly raised me. Without you, I would not be who I am today. Everything I possess rightfully belongs to Luer, and I feel indebted to her. You have always been my family. Without you, I would have nowhere to belong. We will always be family," Yun Ruoyue declared with heartfelt emotion. Huangshi, moved to tears, replied, "No, everything you possess is truly yours. If it were not for your affection for Princely, your father would not have arranged your marriage to him. If you had not been so clever in saving him, he would not love you as he does. If Luer were in your place, she would have long been consumed by Nangongro. Only you are fit for the position of Princess Li. Neither Linger nor Luer could endure it for long." At this point, she wore a look of deep concern. But now, Prince Li is under scrutiny from so many, and the Li manor is besieged from all sides. You are with child, and I fear for your safety. Do not worry, mother. Chu Xuancheng will protect me, and I am expecting twin daughters. This news has already been made public. I believe that knowing I carry daughters will deter them from acting rashly," Yun Ruoyue reassured, gently touching her slightly rounded belly. "Not necessarily. Until the children are born, uncertainty remains," Huangshi cautioned. "Even the slightest hint of threat will not be overlooked. For there are those who wish to eliminate you, regardless of gender. Therefore, one must exercise utmost caution and vigilance." Huang expressed his concerns. Yun Ruoyue nodded, realizing that a smooth delivery would be challenging. In the afternoon, at the hour of shun, Yunqing finally returned from court. Upon hearing from Mama Sun that her father had come back, Yun Ruoyue hurriedly took Feng'er to the flower hall. Chapter 1158. Before this concubine, how dare you be arrogant? Yunqing had just changed out of his court attire and was seated in the flower hall, sipping tea, when he noticed Yun Ruoyue's arrival. His eyes immediately narrowed into slits, exuding a sense of cunning and malice. With a cold wave of his hand, the servants discreetly withdrew. As a minister, he felt reluctant yet obliged to rise and greet Yun Ruoyue, now a noble consort, with a formal bow, acknowledging her status. "Daughter pays her respects to father," Yun Ruoyue said, also bowing to Yunqing. "I have heard you are with child. Congratulations are in order," Yunqing said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue felt that it was far from a congratulatory remark, but rather akin to a curse. She replied coolly, "Father seems rather displeased. I recall when I first entered the palace, both you and the emperor eagerly inquired if I was expecting. Why is it that upon learning of my pregnancy, there is no trace of joy upon your face? That was inquiring about your relationship with Prince Li, its progress. Now we need not ask. It is evident that you and Prince Li are deeply in love, inseparable. You have long disregarded the words of father and the emperor. Haven to you?" Yunqing responded icily. "Father, I have made it clear before. I am an individual, not a pawn in your game. Since I have married Chu Xuancheng, I belong to him. I hope you will refrain from assigning me any further tasks, as I am unable to comply," Yun Ruoyue declared resolutely. This time, she intended to clarify matters with Yunqing. Previously, he had discreetly sent her numerous messages, urging her to report everything about Chu Xuancheng to him, which she had feigned ignorance about, continuously evading the issue. Now was the opportune moment to speak plainly, to prevent further coercion. Yunqing was taken aback, and then coldly retorted, "Do you dare to defy the emperor for the sake of Chu Xuancheng? Do you understand that your refusal is not just to your father, but to the emperor himself? Do you know what consequences await those who anger the emperor? Daughter is aware, and it is precisely because I am aware that I shall proceed without hesitation. Chu Xuancheng is the father of my child, my husband, and I will never betray him. I believe he would do the same for me. We have already become one. If he were to perish, I would not survive in this world. For the sake of being with him, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Regardless of how the emperor chooses to deal with me, I will not betray him. Nor will I change my mind about this," Yun Ruoyue asserted with unwavering conviction. Yunqing stared in disbelief at Yun Ruoyue, his teeth clenched, his eyes filled with derision. "Very well, I have indeed raised a remarkable daughter. You no longer heed your father's words. Do not blame me for not warning you of the consequences that may follow. Father, do not feign concern for my well-being. You know in your heart whether you regard me as your daughter," she replied. "From a young age, my mother, sister, and I have often been subjected to the cruelty of the second madam and her ilk. Did you ever turn a blind eye or intervene on our behalf? You sustain us merely as pawns in your grand game. We are but stones laid to pave your path. The only one you truly cherish is your son, Yunhai. To you, we are outsiders, mere water spilled, valued only for our utility. When we serve no purpose, we hold less worth than a dog in your eyes. Do you truly deserve to be called our father?" Yun Ruoyue exclaimed coldly. Upon hearing this, Yunqing slammed his palm upon the table with a resounding thud. His voice filled with wrath. "Impudent! Do you dare speak such nonsense before me? How dare you be so audacious in my presence?" Yun Ruoyue retaliated by striking the table with a force even greater than his, her presence formidable. Chapter 1159. Seeking to resolve hatred. Seeing this, Yunqing's demeanor faltered slightly. He spoke in a low tone. "Were it not for me, would you have had the opportunity to become the princess consort of Li? Is it now that you don this title that you feel entitled to flaunt your power before me, even to disrespect your own father? It is not that I do not respect you, but rather that you are unworthy of my respect. As a dignified princess, have you ever shown me respect? You wed me to Chu Xuancheng not out of love, but to manipulate my life, to mold me into a puppet. Had you truly loved and cared for me, I would have honored you and shown you filial piety. To be candid, I have come to you today to ascertain the truth behind the death of the late empress. Did you truly slay her with your own hand?" Yun Ruoyue inquired coldly. "Why do you ask such a thing?" Yunqing retreated a step, his expression darkening. "Why did you kill the late empress? Was it under the emperor's command, leaving you no choice but to act? Or did you take the initiative to curry favor with him?" Yun Ruoyue pondered, finding an excuse for Yunqing. Although he was not her biological father, to the outside world, they still shared a blood connection, and she remained an adversary of Chu Xuancheng. She hoped he had his reasons that might temper Chu Xuancheng's animosity. She sought to mend the rift between the Yun family and Chu Xuancheng, wishing to prevent further conflict and spare Chu Xuancheng from enduring continued torment. "Why do you concern yourself with this? It is none of your business." Yunqing's face flushed with indignation upon hearing her words. "If you have your reasons, perhaps I could help alleviate the hatred between you and Chu Xuancheng. His current loathing for the Yun family is not beneficial for him either." She desired for him to be free of hatred, to live a life unburdened, yet she knew it was no simple task. "I have no reasons. Let Chu Xuancheng harbor his hatred if he chooses. I care not. I warn you, speak less of such matters in the future, especially before the emperor. To utter these words is to question the authority of the current emperor. You would be deemed a traitor, and your fate would be dire." Yunqing stated coldly. Yun Ruoyue retorted, "So, father, you killed the late empress to gain favor with Chu Yao? You enjoy the benefits of the late emperor's bounty, yet choose to betray him, conspiring against the late empress. You are the true traitor." Yunqing coldly gazed at her. "You, a mere woman, what do you understand? In my father's time, I was also powerless. Had I not acted as I did back then, how could I have preserved our family and secured a high official position? The late emperor was gravely ill, his fate sealed, while Chu Yao was brimming with vitality and surrounded by allies. If I had not hastened to ally with him, we would not be here today. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. It was Jiang Ning's stubbornness and obstinacy that led to his downfall. If I had been like Jiang Ning, you would have long since met your demise." Yun Ruoyue replied with a cold smile. "Yet, no matter the circumstances, the late empress was innocent. You are the murderer. How much better it would be if you had not committed those crimes. If it were not for your hands. She would not feel indebted to Chu Xuancheng. There are no ifs in life. Had my father not acted as he did, you would all be dead. Yun Qing retorted coldly. Yun Ruoyue scoffed. In the end, it is your fear of death and your obsession with power and wealth that led to your betrayal of the late emperor. Thus, Chu Xuancheng's hatred is well placed. I cannot mediate between you two, so I can only urge you to act wisely. Chapter 1160. Coming to take her home, Yun Ruoyue found it incomprehensible that, despite his debts to Chu Xuancheng, Yun Qing maintained an air of righteousness. He felt no trace of remorse. How could he expect Chu Xuancheng to forgive him? It seemed inevitable that the Yun family and Chu Xuancheng would face a storm of bloodshed. Feeling disheartened, she chose not to dine at the minister's residence, but instead left with Feng, intending to return home. Upon stepping out, she was met by the sight of Chu Xuancheng, majestic on horseback, flanked by guards and a carriage, seemingly waiting for her. You have finally emerged. Upon spotting Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng swiftly dismounted and approached her. After examining her closely and confirming she had not been harmed, he sighed in relief. What brings you here? Yun Ruoyue asked, her expression one of surprise. This prince knew you would return to the minister's residence today, so I came specifically to escort you home. Look, this is a gift from me, he said, retrieving a bouquet of wildflowers from the carriage and presenting it to her. I picked these myself. Do you like them? Thank you. I like them very much. Yun Ruoyue replied softly. Beside them, Emoli could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. While the prince gifting wildflowers was romantic and could win a lady's heart, if they were to do the same, they would surely be ridiculed as impoverished fools. This little daisy suits you perfectly. Allow me to place it in your hair, Chu Xuancheng said, gently plucking a yellow daisy from the bouquet and adorning her head with it. Yun Ruoyue gazed into a small mirror and found it quite lovely. Chu Xuancheng indeed had an eye for beauty. Yet, the more kindness he showed her, the greater the pressure she felt within. She dared not reveal her true identity to him, for she had yet to uncover the truth herself and feared it might bring him grave danger. Watching the daisy atop her head, Chu Xuancheng felt satisfied with his handiwork. He gazed at her with affection. From now on, whenever I have the chance, I shall bring you a bouquet each day. Given how well I treat you, will you not show me some gratitude in return? As Chu Xuancheng spoke, he leaned his handsome face closer to Yun Ruoyue, shamelessly gesturing towards his own face, subtly implying that she should kiss him. Yun Ruoyue glanced at Emoli and the others, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, and shot him a glare, exclaiming, How can you be so shameless with so many people around? I refuse to kiss you. With that, she angrily turned her back on him, ignoring his presence. Unexpectedly, Chu Xuancheng commanded the crowd, Turn around. No peeking. At once, the guards complied, swiftly turning their backs, though their curious eyes narrowed, hoping to catch a glimpse of something. In that moment, Chu Xuancheng hastily lowered his head, his lips brushing against Yun Ruoyue's in a fleeting kiss before he stood upright again, as if nothing had transpired. Chu Xuancheng, you rogue. How could you be so disgusting? Yun Ruoyue fumed at his audacity to tease her in public, lifting her foot to step on his. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The princess displayed remarkable boldness, daring to scold the prince in such a manner. If it were any other woman, she would have faced dire consequences. Yet, Chu Xuancheng merely cradled his foot, chuckling with a calm demeanor. He leaned towards Yun Ruoyue, teasingly whispering, To have my feet stepped on by the princess is indeed a privilege. You are so shameless. I shall ignore you, Yun Ruoyue retorted, her face aflame with embarrassment. Just then, she suddenly sniffed the air, her expression brightening as she exclaimed, What is that delightful aroma? Following the scent, she made her way toward a nearby alley. Chu Xuancheng paused momentarily before following her. Upon reaching the alley, Yun Ruoyue was greeted by a vendor frying stinky tofu. A middle-aged man wearing a hat was busy frying the tofu in a bubbling pot. The golden brown tofu sizzled, exuding an enticing fragrance of pepper and salt, which made Yun Ruoyue's mouth water. It was truly delightful. She yearned to taste it. She had longed for stinky tofu the last time she craved it, but had never had the chance. Now, by a stroke of fortune, it appeared before her. Boss, how much for a bowl of stinky tofu? I would like one, please. As she reached into her pouch for coins, Chu Xuancheng suddenly grasped her hand, pulling her aside. Wait, he whispered. This food from the street is quite unsanitary. You must not eat it. If you desire it, I shall have the kitchen prepare it for you. No, the kitchen's food cannot compare to that of a vendor. Besides, What is unsanitary about it? You once relished the wontons from a street vendor with me. Why deny me this? Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of grievance, her heart heavy with disappointment at his refusal to let her enjoy her favorite snack. Chu Xuancheng gazed at her seriously. Stinky tofu is different from wontons. The latter is freshly made and clean. This stinky tofu is prepared from spoiled tofu, unfit for consumption. I fear it may upset your stomach, which would not be good for the baby. Who says eating this will definitely cause an upset stomach? In the past, I often indulged in it without any ill effects. Now, I simply wish to savor it. Why do you prevent me from doing so? The last time I craved tofu pudding, you allowed me to indulge. Yun Ruoyue, feeling wronged, had reddened eyes, as a pregnant woman. She yearned for a bowl of stinky tofu, yet Chu Xuancheng remained steadfastly opposed. At that moment, she felt he was being unkind. Where? The tofu pudding from last time was different. It was made with fresh ingredients. This has been fermented for quite some time. It surely isn't clean. What if it harms the baby? You must consider our child, Chu Xuancheng said coldly, casting a glance at the vendor, who promptly pulled down his hat and lowered his head, continuing to fry tofu. Oh, baby, you prioritize the child above all else. You care only for the baby and not for me. I merely wish to enjoy a bowl of stinky tofu, yet you deny me this simple pleasure. Chu Xuancheng, I truly misjudged you, Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, her frustration reaching a boiling point. Chu Xuancheng finally comprehended Dr. Lin's words, who had advised that pregnant women often experience emotional fluctuations and can feel wronged over trivial matters, leading to tears and distress. Furthermore, their cravings can be quite peculiar. Tastes they once favored may lose their appeal, while those they previously detested may become irresistible. It appeared to be true. His refusal to allow Xiaoyue to indulge in stinky tofu stemmed from deeper concerns. Fearing Yun Ruoyue's anger, he hastily assured her, rest assured, I shall have someone prepare it for you, even more delicious than this. No, I want it now. I crave it immediately, Yun Ruoyue insisted, hands on her hips, stamping her foot in a rather adorable manner. Her gaze was fixed upon the golden, crispy, stinky tofu, inhaling its unique aroma, her eyes gleaming with desire. Where? I did not expect your angry demeanor to be so charming, Chu Xuancheng remarked suddenly. However, regardless of how charming you may appear, that stinky tofu is off limits due to hygiene concerns. Chu Xuancheng, you could have stopped after the first part of your statement. Why add the latter? She retorted, I have considered this. My body is my own. If you forbid me from eating, I shall eat regardless. I demand 10 bowls. Yun Ruoyue boldly declared as she rushed towards the vendor. Sir, my wife is pregnant and cannot consume stinky tofu, not even a single bowl. Chu Xuancheng interjected, lifting Yun Ruoyue onto his shoulder and addressing the vendor. The vendor scrutinized Yun Ruoyue, saying, Young man, our stinky tofu is quite clean. Even pregnant women can enjoy it. My wife often ate it while expecting, and she gave birth to a healthy, robust boy. Indeed, if the vendor's wife consumed it without issue, why can't I? Yun Ruoyue, perched high, pouted and lightly punched him in frustration. I said you cannot eat it, and that is final. I dislike the smell, and our child surely would as well. Come now, let us return home, Chu Xuancheng declared, hoisting Yun Ruoyue and striding toward the carriage. Yun Ruoyue gazed at the departing stinky tofu, and in an instant, she burst into tears, striking Chu Xuancheng's shoulder repeatedly. Angrily, she exclaimed, You vile man, you wicked man. You won't let me eat stinky tofu. I shall seek a divorce from you. I no longer want you. How tyrannical of him to deny her even this humble delicacy. Little did she realize, their love had succumbed to a mere bowl of stinky tofu. I shall let you have my tofu, Chu Xuancheng declared, swiftly lifting Yun Ruoyue into the carriage and taking a seat, enveloping her in his embrace to prevent her from escaping. He then lifted the curtain and signaled to Mo outside. Mo nodded eagerly and hurried towards the tofu stall, while Chu Xuancheng commanded, Everyone, return to the palace. At his word, the carriage was set in motion. Seeing the carriage depart, Yun Ruoyue hurriedly lifted the curtain, her heart shattered as she fixated on the tofu stall. Her hands desperately grasping Chu Xuancheng's, her face a portrait of unwillingness. My stinky tofu, my stinky tofu. Alas, Chu Xuancheng had already pulled the curtain down and held her close. Noticing her intent to strike him in defiance, he suddenly cupped her delicate face and captured her lips in a forceful kiss. When he found no other means to subdue his spirited wife, this was his only recourse. Yun Ruoyue, taken aback, felt his lips claim hers with an overwhelming fervor, sending shivers throughout her being. Yet, the thought that he would deny her stinky tofu ignited her fury. In a sudden act of rebellion, she bit down hard on his lip, pushing him away as she shouted, "Scoundrel! You fiend! Release me! You shall not kiss me again." Chu Xuancheng brushed his lips, feeling the salty liquid, and upon inspecting his hand, he discovered it stained with blood. She had indeed drawn blood from him. "My dear, have you bitten me again?" Chu Xuancheng feigned anger, glaring at Yun Ruoyue, a flicker of ire crossing his features. "And what of it? Who told you to lay hands on me?" Yun Ruoyue replied, her confidence wavering. "Oh, have I been too indulgent with you, allowing you to become utterly unruly? You dare to assault a royal? I shall punish you now," Chu Xuancheng proclaimed, pulling Yun Ruoyue over his knee, raising an eyebrow with a wicked grin. "What are you, a pervert, planning to do? I merely bit you. You wouldn't dare take it too far, would you?" Yun Ruoyue glared at him, her heart racing at the thought of him executing his whims in the carriage, with the coachman and guards present. Moreover, she was with child. How could he be so audacious? "How dare you call me a pervert? I shall punish you," Chu Xuancheng retorted, unexpectedly delivering a playful smack to her backside. He was resolute in his intent to tame her. "Why are you hitting me? You scoundrel, release me!" Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, a strange sensation coursing through her upon being struck, as if electricity surged through her body, leaving her in a state of delightful confusion. "Should you dare to call me a scoundrel, I shall continue to discipline you until you comply," proclaimed Chu Xuancheng, feigning a heavy hand that gently descended upon her backside. In an instant, Yun Ruoyue felt a wave of grievance wash over her, bursting into tears. "You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? Not only do you deny me stinky tofu, but you also hit me." Upon witnessing his little wife weep, Chu Xuancheng quickly released her, his heart racing. "My dear, please do not be angry. I was merely jesting with you. I was only playing. I did not truly strike you hard. I was gentle. Even a gentle strike is unacceptable. It signifies your indifference towards me and amounts to domestic violence." Yun Ruoyue sobbed, reaching out to hit Chu Xuancheng. He did not retaliate. Instead, he allowed her to strike him, enveloping her in his arms and bending down to kiss away her tears, his expression filled with concern. "I am sorry, Yue. I noticed your mood was low and wished to lift your spirits. I truly did not use force. Did it hurt you?" "It does not hurt." Upon hearing his question, Yun Ruoyue quickly covered her backside with her hands, fearing this maniac might inspect her for injuries. Though he had struck gently, it did not inflict pain. But she felt humiliated. She was not a child. How could he punish her in such a manner? Denying her stinky tofu was one thing, but hitting her was utterly intolerable. "Since it does not hurt, then I shall take my turn to hit you next time." Chu Xuancheng chuckled. Observing Yun Ruoyue with red-rimmed eyes sniffling, he found her utterly endearing and wished to hold her forever, showering her with affection. "I refuse to hit you, you scoundrel. I shall ignore you henceforth," Yun Ruoyue declared, settling into a more comfortable position in his embrace, muttering about his ill treatment and the stinky tofu denial, her tears flowing as she spoke until, eventually, she cried herself to sleep. The sounds within the carriage gradually quieted, leaving only her occasional sniffle and the steady rhythm of snoring. Noticing his little wife had succumbed to slumber, Chu Xuancheng, fearing she might be cold, tightened his embrace and gently draped a blanket over her. She looked adorable as she slept, her eyes crescent-shaped and closed, long eyelashes resting on her lids, her luscious lips resembling a rosebud kissed by dew, glistening and tempting him to steal a few more kisses. After all, she was blissfully unaware in her dreams, allowing him the freedom to indulge. He held her tightly, gazing at her with adoration, a smile of happiness gracing his face. Before long, he noticed a trickle of saliva escaping from the corner of her mouth. This little one, could she be dreaming of stinky tofu? Chapter 1164. Who calls for anti-pain? He hastily retrieved a cloth to wipe away her drool, only to hear her mumble sleepily, "Wow, anti-pain, you are so handsome, I couldn't help but drool." "Anti-pain? Who calls for anti-pain? Am I not handsome?" Chu Xuancheng squinted, a profound sense of alarm bubbling within him. How could she say that another man was handsome? He was tempted to wake her with a kiss. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue suddenly let out a sleepy sigh, her eyes still closed as she murmured, "What a pity, Uncle Tong. I'm truly sorry, but I am already committed. My apologies. But we are simply not meant to be. You should leave. I still love my little Xianxian." Upon hearing that final statement, Chu Xuancheng's previously gloomy mood was instantly brightened, replaced by a radiant sunshine that awakened his spirits, making the world seem suddenly beautiful. "Uncle Tong, However, upon hearing those words, would likely weep in despair. How foolish to entertain such daydreams. He, too, had commitments. He certainly did not covet your affection. Listening to Uncle Tong's lament, a sense of discomfort washed over Chu Xuancheng. In a moment of jealousy, he pinched Yun Ruoyue's plump cheeks, his expression one of possessive ire. This sudden action jolted Yun Ruoyue awake. Blinking her eyes open, she was met with the sight of Chu Xuancheng's handsome face, which was now adorned with a look of jealousy. "Why are you disturbing my sweet dreams?" she protested, her voice soft and tender, imbued with a delightful charm. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Just moments ago, in her dream, she had rejected Uncle Tong's advances on behalf of Chu Xuancheng. Overwhelmed with regret, she wished to mend things with Uncle Tong, only to be awakened by Chu Xuancheng's pinch. Goodness, Uncle Tong had finally pursued her in her dreams, only for this fellow to ruin it all. "Did I interrupt your romantic interlude with that Uncle Tong? Is that why you're upset? Tell me, who is this Uncle Tong? Is he more handsome than I?" Chu Xuancheng inquired coldly. A man cherished by Yun Ruoyue must possess considerable merit, and he felt an immediate surge of rivalry. Seeing the jealousy radiating from the king of jealousy, Yun Ruoyue gulped nervously. "How do you know I like Uncle Tong?" "No. The kind of like I mean is not like yours. It's merely admiration from afar. I heard you speaking in your sleep. You actually fancy this Uncle Tong? We already have a child together. Where does that leave me?" Chu Xuancheng's frustration was palpable as he tightened his grip on the side of the carriage, his forehead veins bulging and his expression as dark as storm clouds. This sight caused Yun Ruoyue to instinctively retreat. "Please, don't misunderstand. My admiration is akin to how you admire the poets, painters, and calligraphers here. Uncle Tong is a celebrated figure, but I have never met him. I simply appreciate his work." Noticing Chu Xuancheng's rising anger, Yun Ruoyue hastily distanced herself from any misunderstanding regarding her relationship with Uncle Tong, fearing the implications. "I am not a fool. I understand now. It's like how people admire talented individuals, treating them as idols, correct? Is he a poet, painter, or calligrapher?" He excels in poetry and painting, mastering all forms of art: poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He is truly remarkable." Seeing that Chu Xuancheng began to comprehend, the tension in his demeanor lessened significantly, allowing Yun Ruoyue's heart to finally settle. "Who is this Uncle Tong? Why have I never heard of his name?" Chu Xuancheng asked coldly. He thought to himself that he must meet this Uncle Tong one day to see just how handsome and impressive he truly was. To have captivated his wife so thoroughly. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback for a moment and hurriedly replied, "He does not reside in the imperial city, but far away in the northern regions. I learned this from my friends. As a grown man, of course, you wouldn't know who he is." Chapter 1165. The attempt at being adorable fails well. "Considering you just claim to love only me, I shall grant you a reprieve this time. From now on, your idol shall be none other than me, and you shall only harbor affection for me," Chu Xuancheng declared haughtily, raising an eyebrow in a proud manner. "When did I ever say such a thing? Furthermore, you have no works to your name. I have no desire to idolize you," Yun Ruoyue retorted disdainfully, casting a disapproving glance at Chu Xuancheng. "Who says I have no works? The little girl in your belly, my dear Xiaoyue, is my most esteemed creation," Chu Xuancheng proclaimed with a narcissistic grin. "You narcissistic fool, you truly have no shame," Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, glaring at him in anger. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt in front of the Li Wangfu. Li was the first to ride over, holding an oil paper bag in his hand, from which emanated a strong aroma of stinky tofu. Upon catching a whiff of the scent, Yun Ruoyue leaped out of the carriage, her face lighting up with excitement as she looked at the stinky tofu, then at Chu Xuancheng. "Wow, did you ask Li to buy this for me? You actually care about me." Li appeared embarrassed and replied, "Your Highness, this is not for you." "What?" Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Just then, her stomach let out a loud growl. She inhaled the aroma of the stinky tofu, then suddenly winked at Chu Xuancheng, her eyes sparkling as she flirted with him. She jumped into his arms, hugging him tightly, and began to act coy. "Husband, if you didn't buy it for me, then who did? You must have planned a surprise for me, haven't you? But I want to eat it now. Just let me have a taste. And I promise I will be at your beck and call tonight." As she whispered the last part, she leaned closer to Chu Xuancheng's ear, her voice barely a whisper, audible only to him. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback, realizing that this little one was willing to barter her own desires for a taste of the stinky tofu. His face flushed crimson at her words, The thought of her being at his disposal was something he had longed for. His throat felt parched, and he could feel the blood rushing through his veins. Faced with such temptation, he felt as though he might lose control. Regaining his composure, he gently touched her forehead and said with affection, "My dear, you cannot eat this. It is not clean. If you wish to eat it, I can personally prepare it for you." With that, he turned to Mo Li and instructed, "Mo Li, you may proceed with your tasks." "Yes, Your Highness." Mo Li replied and took the bag of stinky tofu, heading towards the physician Lin's residence next door. Unbeknownst to Yun Ruoyue, he was heading to find Dr. Lin. She could only watch as Mo Li departed with the stinky tofu. Unable to indulge in her beloved delicacy, she turned around and shot Chu Xuancheng an angry glare. "Chu Xuancheng, I shall remember this. You have gone too far." With that, tears welling in her eyes, she stormed into the Li Wangfu, accompanied by Feng. She surprisingly allows him to act as he pleases, yet he denies her even a morsel, revealing the cruelty of his heart. Has her allure diminished to such an extent that it proves futile? Witnessing his wife's fury, Chu Xuancheng felt a sharp pang in his heart. "Where? It is not that I refuse to let you eat, but rather that this particular dish is unsuitable for you." His gaze swept coldly around the surroundings, and in the distance, he spotted several shadowy figures departing with satisfaction, their expressions icy. As those figures vanished from sight, he clenched his fist tightly before stepping into the royal residence. Chapter 1166. The prince cooks personally in the kitchen, Emoju, Li San. And the cook Fat Hai gazed in astonishment at Chu Xuancheng, who had donned an apron and wielded a spatula. "Your Highness, are you truly going to prepare stinky tofu for the princess? But you have never cooked before. Do you even know how?" Emoju regarded him with skepticism. Their master, raised with a silver spoon in his mouth, had lived a life of luxury and opulence. So how could he possibly know how to cook, especially such a complex dish as stinky tofu? With unwavering confidence, Chu Xuancheng lifted the pot on the stove, brandishing the spatula with flair as if it were a sword. "If I do not know, I shall learn. I am quite intelligent. Why do you assume I am incapable? The last time I drew the princess's eyebrows, they turned out beautifully." The three shuddered at his boast. Even in his self-praise, he could not resist showcasing his affection. "Your Highness, drawing eyebrows and cooking are two entirely different matters. Moreover, stinky tofu cannot be prepared in a day. It must first be made into fermented tofu, marinated for half a month, and only after can it be fried into stinky tofu. There is simply not enough time," Fat Hai said, raising his hands in exasperation. "Your Highness, who has never even touched the water, is likely to set the kitchen ablaze. I admire your audacity." Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow calmly. "Since my princess desires it, I must certainly prepare it for her. Therefore, you should go to the market and procure some fermented tofu for me. I shall personally fry it. That is my heartfelt intention. Your Highness, is it because you previously denied the princess stinky tofu that you have now resolved to prepare it to placate her? If so, why did you not allow her to eat it before?" Fat Hai, oblivious to the subtleties, inquired with a round face. "Ahem." Emoju quickly cleared his throat and patted Fat Hai on the shoulder. "Some matters are better left unspoken. Such bluntness could be detrimental to the prince's image. Your Highness possesses endless charm. There is no need to placate a woman. It is she who should win your favor." "Indeed." Chu Xuancheng cleared his throat again and raised an eyebrow. "The princess is so enamored with me. Have I done anything wrong that requires appeasement? I am merely cooking for her because I see her delight in it." "Your Highness, how wise. I shall procure the fermented tofu at once," Emoju declared, eagerly departing. The fermented tofu was already the finished product. It merely required frying, making the task of charming the princess quite simple. Once Emoju left, Fat Hai remarked, "Your Highness, if you are preparing dinner for the princess, it cannot be limited to just stinky tofu, can it? Should I prepare some additional dishes for her?" "Very well, however. I shall undertake the preparation of all the dishes myself. Uncle Hai, you need only to guide me from the side," declared Chu Xuancheng with resolute determination. For the sake of his beloved wife, he was willing to exert every effort. Fat Hai was taken aback, the flesh on his face quivering slightly. "Your Highness, you intend to cook personally?" he inquired, glancing with a tinge of concern at the gleaming pots and pans, hoping that his treasured utensils would not be ruined. "Have I not already stated this?" "There is no need for further questioning," Chu Xuancheng replied. "By the way, cooking certainly requires rice. Uncle Hai, how does one cook rice?" He cast an awkward glance at Fat Hai. Here he was, a formidable war god, capable of turning the tides of battle, yet he could not even boil rice. The thought of this becoming public knowledge was quite embarrassing. Fat Hai hesitated before forcing a laugh. To cook rice, one must first wash it, then place it in the pot to boil. Once it is partially cooked, it should be transferred to a wooden tub for steaming. Your Highness, allow me to assist you with washing the rice. Your status is too noble for such tasks. Not at all. Regardless of my esteemed status, I must serve the princess. Since I have declared that this meal shall be prepared solely by me, I must do so myself and cannot allow you to take over, Chu Xuancheng asserted, seizing a basin and hastening to the rice jar. Before long, under Fat Hai's guidance, Chu Xuancheng managed to place the rice in the pot. He glanced at the vegetables and suddenly pointed to the carrot on the cutting board. The princess mentioned she wishes to lose weight and prefers light meals. I shall prepare stir-fried shredded carrots with meat. How does one cut the carrot into shreds? My lord, cutting carrots into shreds is quite simple. I can demonstrate for you. Fat Hai replied. At that moment, Emoli rushed in like a whirlwind. Upon seeing the carrot and knife on the cutting board, he eagerly rolled up his sleeves, ready to showcase his skills. He positioned himself behind Chu Xuancheng, preparing to take the knife. Startled, Chu Xuancheng instinctively stepped back, eyeing him warily. Emoli, what do you intend to do? Emoli paused. I am here to teach you how to cut shredded carrots, my lord. I will demonstrate first. Go ahead and cut. But why do you need to stand behind me? Chu Xuancheng remarked with disdain, suspecting that Emoli harbored some ulterior motive under the pretense of teaching him how to chop vegetables. Faced with the disdainful gaze, Emoli felt a rush of helplessness. He was not of such peculiar disposition. He merely had the urge to chop vegetables. In Xiaoyue Pavilion, Chu Xuancheng had refrained from allowing Yun Ruoyue to indulge in stinky tofu that day, which left her feeling quite dejected and infuriated, to the extent that she had no appetite for the dinner prepared by Fenger. My lady, even if your appetite is lacking, for the sake of the baby in your womb, you should eat something, Fenger implored, her expression filled with concern as she looked at Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue gazed at the spread of dishes before her, her heart aching as if torn apart. Had he not promised to treat her well? Yet, all she desired was a bowl of stinky tofu, and he had denied her that pleasure. Not only did he refuse to let her eat, but he also allowed Emoli to partake, running off without even offering her a taste. It was maddening. What sort of man is this? My lady, you wished for tofu pudding, and the prince did buy it for you. Moreover, Emoli is quite different from you. He is a rough and uncouth man, impervious to all toxins. You, however, are a precious little princess, and should refrain from consuming such unsanitary fare, as it poses the risk of poisoning, Fenger cautioned. Poisoning? Yun Ruoyue was taken aback, her heart suddenly ringing alarm bells. Could that person truly be audacious enough to poison someone in the streets? Furthermore, how could he possibly know that she craved stinky tofu? Suddenly, she recalled a few days prior at the entrance of the royal mansion, when Chu Xuancheng had purchased her a bowl of tofu brain, and she had publicly expressed her desire for stinky tofu afterward. Surely, many had overheard her words. Could it be that a malicious individual had taken note of her remarks and deliberately set up a stall selling stinky tofu, just to ensnare her? Who could that person be? At the time, aside from Chu Xuancheng, herself, Fenger, and Xiaoyue, there had also been the steward and a throng of guards. Along with curious onlookers, with so many present, it was indeed challenging to ascertain the culprit's identity. Your Highness, it's terrible. You must come quickly. The prince has set the kitchen ablaze. At that moment, Xiaoyue rushed in, breathless. What? How could this happen? How did he ignite the kitchen? Yun Ruoyue sprang to her feet in alarm. It is said that the prince was trying to prepare stinky tofu for you, while the cook and Captain Mo were assisting. They complained that the prince had burnt the tofu. In a fit of anger, the prince dismissed them. Consequently, while tending to the fire, he accidentally let it flare up, igniting the hay outside and setting the kitchen ablaze. Xiaoyue explained, panting heavily. Chu Xuancheng was attempting to fry stinky tofu for me, and he even set the kitchen on fire? Is he unharmed? Yun Ruoyue could hardly believe her ears. She struggled to envision the illustrious god of war floundering in the kitchen, attempting to fry stinky tofu. The prince is fine. He managed to escape. However, in his haste to save the platter of stinky tofu, his clothing caught fire, but fortunately, Emoli and the others extinguished it. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Xiaoyue replied, "Let us hurry to the kitchen." Upon hearing that Chu Xuancheng had nearly been burned, Yun Ruoyue's face filled with concern, and she dashed toward the grand kitchen. Upon her arrival, she found a multitude of servants surrounding the kitchen, creating a blockade. The fire had already been extinguished, with some carrying wooden buckets back and forth, while others were tidying up inside. Peng Dehai stood at the entrance, lamenting, "My latest pots and pans." At that moment, she noticed a man, his clothing singed and covered in soot, disheveled and grimy, standing at the entrance of the kitchen, cradling a platter of stinky tofu protectively. Squinting, she realized it was none other than Chu Xuancheng. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Yun Ruoyue rushed forward, pushing through the crowd to see Chu Xuancheng's handsome face smeared with soot, yet his eyes sparkled brighter than the stars. You've arrived. Look what I have," Chu Xuancheng exclaimed, presenting the platter of stinky tofu to her with an endearing smile that was utterly charming. Yun Ruoyue glanced at the stinky tofu, noticing that most of it had been fried to a crisp, an overpowering burnt aroma wafting through the air. The presentation was quite unappealing, and one could hardly expect anyone to desire such a dish. Fortunately, a few pieces were a golden hue, yet the tofu was crumbled and mushy, failing to evoke any appetite. "Did you make this?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. "This truly qualifies as dark cuisine. Did you not express a longing for stinky tofu? I personally took to the kitchen to prepare it for you. Come, allow me to showcase my culinary skills," Chu Xuancheng replied, wrapping an arm around Yun Ruoyue and leading her to the dining room next door. The servants, having witnessed the unfolding spectacle, hastily returned to their tasks, no longer daring to linger. Who could have anticipated that the Prince of Li would ignite the kitchen while attempting to fry stinky tofu for his princess? If this were to spread, it would surely become a tale of admiration, for which noble man would go to such lengths for his beloved wife. Upon entering the dining room with Chu Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue gazed at the charred stinky tofu, momentarily at a loss for words. "Are you certain this stinky tofu is edible? The golden pieces should be fine," he reassured her. "It is my first time tending to a fire, and I inadvertently allowed it to blaze too fiercely, resulting in the tofu being burnt. I also prepared rice and stir-fried shredded carrots with meat, but unfortunately, they were consumed by the flames. My apologies," Chu Xuancheng confessed, a hint of guilt in his voice. Yun Ruoyue observed him, noting the soot smudged across his face, the sweat glistening on his brow, his attire tattered, and the burns marking his hands. He appeared in a state of disarray, yet his bright eyes shone with anticipation as they met hers, igniting a wave of emotion within her. "Where would you like to try it? If it does not please your palate, I can always make another attempt." Chu Xuancheng gazed earnestly at Yun Ruoyue, filled with hope that his culinary creation would meet her approval. "No need for that. This looks quite appetizing. It should be better than what the vendors offer. Let me have a taste," Yun Ruoyue thought, her heart swelling, and she quickly picked up her chopsticks to sample a piece of golden tofu. Surprisingly, despite its unappealing appearance, the flavor was delightful, truly delicious. Within it lay his profound affection and care, bringing tears to her eyes. As she savored the dish, she gave him a thumbs up, her smile radiant. "Wow, this is the most delectable stinky tofu I have ever tasted. It is simply exquisite. Thank you, my husband," she exclaimed, before hastily taking another bite, tears streaming down her cheeks. At that moment, what had appeared as an unsightly dish transformed into the most exquisite food in the world. Upon hearing her praise, Chu Xuancheng could hardly believe it, chuckling incredulously. "Really? Is it truly that good? You aren't merely flattering me, are you?" "No, it is genuinely delicious. Thank you," Yun Ruoyue replied, her eyes misty with tears, regretting her earlier anger. "Why are you crying? Did I upset you? Or is this stinky tofu truly inedible?" Chu Xuancheng quickly embraced Yun Ruoyue, wiping the tears from her face with his hand. "No, you have not angered me. It is simply that your kindness overwhelms me," Yun Ruoyue uttered, her sobs growing louder, her shoulders trembling. Chu Xuancheng swiftly enveloped her in his embrace, acknowledging the notorious fluctuations of a pregnant woman's emotions. He gently patted her shoulder, whispering soothing words in her ear. There, my dear, do not cry. Eat quickly, or it will become cold and unappetizing." At that moment, Mo Li entered with Dr. Lin. "Your Highness, Master Lin has ascertained that the stinky tofu sold by that vendor indeed contains poison. Fortunately, you did not allow the princess to consume it, or it would have led to regrettable consequences." Upon entering, Mo Li placed the bag of stinky tofu on the dining table. The tofu, once a golden hue, had morphed into a sinister black, bubbling ominously and emitting a foul odor, instantly sapping Yun Ruoyue's appetite. This is the stinky tofu sold by that vendor, and it is poisonous?" Yun Ruoyue gasped, rising abruptly, her disbelief fixated on the noxious tofu. No wonder Chu Xuancheng had been so reluctant to let her eat it. The truth of its toxicity was now evident. Dr. Lin promptly responded, "Indeed, Your Highness. I examined it with a silver needle, and it certainly contains poison. However, it is not as lethal as arsenic or hemlock. Rather, it comprises mercury and strychnine, both of which are chronic toxins. Those affected will not die immediately, yet they possess potent toxicity that, in large doses, could lead to miscarriage. I investigated thoroughly and discovered a significant amount of strychnine, which is notorious for its abortifacient properties. Clearly, there has been a conspiracy to harm you, Your Highness." The gravity of his words sent a chill through Yun Ruoyue. She had never imagined that a mere street vendor could sell something so deadly. She felt immense relief that Chu Xuancheng had prevented her from consuming it, as a momentary craving could have jeopardized her child. She instinctively cradled her belly, overwhelmed with guilt and simmering anger. It appeared that her earlier suspicions were correct. This was a premeditated scheme to poison her. Chapter 1170. Let the baby take the blame. These individuals are truly wicked. How did you discern that this stinky tofu was poisonous? Yun Ruoyue inquired, her curiosity directed at Chu Xuancheng. With a cold arch of his brow, he gazed ahead. Firstly, the alleyway by your doorstep is uninhabited and rarely traversed. There is no business to be found there. So why would a vendor sell stinky tofu in such a desolate area? Secondly, that vendor, despite being a mere merchant, possesses calloused hands indicative of martial training. And he walks without a sound. Clearly, he is a practitioner of the martial arts. Lastly, you publicly expressed a desire to eat stinky tofu, and lo and behold, a vendor appeared to sell it. Such coincidences are exceedingly rare. I also noticed a shadowy figure following from a distance. It is evident that they are all part of the same scheme. Li added, Your Highness, the prince is indeed astute. Upon seeing the stinky tofu stall, he immediately harbored suspicions. There were accomplices lurking nearby, and to avoid alarming them, he refrained from revealing the truth, only preventing you from consuming the tofu. Subsequently, the prince instructed me to procure a sample for examination, and remarkably, the vendor fled in a panic after my purchase. I immediately rushed to pursue him. But the individual possessed considerable martial prowess and was well acquainted with the terrain, swiftly evading capture. The prince, having experienced numerous assassination attempts, was astute enough to notice the anomaly. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed to poison long ago. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue was even more impressed by Chu Xuancheng, astonished at his remarkable ability to discern the assassin at a glance. Have you managed to uncover the identity of that vendor? She inquired. If she were to discover who was behind this, she would undoubtedly repay them tenfold. Anyone bold enough to harm her precious child would face her relentless wrath. We have yet to ascertain their identity. The adversary is quite cunning, employing unfamiliar experts, making it challenging to track them down at this moment. However, rest assured, Your Highness, we shall expedite our investigation to apprehend the culprit and ensure your peace of mind, Li declared with a respectful bow. The capacity to recruit such a multitude of skilled individuals and orchestrate such a sophisticated scheme indicated that this person wielded significant power. They were certainly not an ordinary individual. Yun Ruoyue concluded. Chu Xuancheng coldly remarked, Should I uncover the identity of the mastermind, I will not let them evade justice. Once Li and Dr. Lin had taken their leave, Yun Ruoyue promptly instructed Feng to dispose of the toxic stinky tofu, expressing her distaste. Fortunately, I did not consume this foul dish. Now that I see it, it is both unappealing and unappetizing. It pales in comparison to the culinary delights prepared by my husband. At this moment, she covertly glanced at Chu Xuancheng, and her cheeks flushed with sudden embarrassment. She realized she had misjudged him and had been angry over a misunderstanding. He bore no resentment and even prepared stinky tofu for her. Reflecting on his kindness, she recognized that all his actions stemmed from a desire to protect her. While she had acted so capriciously, she longed to apologize to him but found it difficult to lower her pride. Instead, she cradled her belly, puffed out her cheeks, and with a hint of trepidation confessed, I'm sorry, I misjudged you. I thought you were being unkind and didn't want me to eat the stinky tofu. However, I cannot place all the blame on you. It was the babies who desired it, and as their father, you should be understanding and indulgent toward them. At this point, she bashfully blinked, feeling almost as if she could bury her head in the ground. It was indeed her fault, yet she absurdly placed the blame on the babies, revealing her inclination to spoil them. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Chu Xuancheng affectionately ruffled her hair, gazing down at her with his beautiful, gentle eyes, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, you cannot be at fault. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed toward our two greedy babies. You are in the right. You are the most endearing. Furthermore, it is also my fault for not reminding you sooner, leading to your misunderstanding. His voice brimmed with love, nearly overflowing with affection. Chapter 1171. Who Sent the Assassin? Nearby, Feng'er could not help but stifle a laugh, marveling at how adept their prince was with words. To placate the princess. He even allowed the children to take the blame. How unfortunate for the little ones. The hierarchy within the household was evidently clear. Feng'er, no laughing. Chu Xuancheng said with a serious expression directed at her. I have heard from Dr. Lin that pregnant women are prone to emotional lows. When I am not by the princess's side, you must take care of her and pamper her on my behalf. Yes, my lord. Even without your instruction. I would do just that, Feng'er replied, covering her mouth as she chuckled once more. At the same time, filled with envy. The prince remarked on how exceptionally kind he was to the princess. You have served the princess faithfully for so long, and your bond resembles that of sisters. Therefore, how about I bestow the position of Mo Xiaoyue upon you? Chu Xuancheng suddenly proposed. What? I have no desire for him. Rather, I feel unworthy of Mo Xiaoyue. The maid replied, her spirit visibly deflated. I only wish to serve the princess and accompany her for a lifetime, with no intention of marrying. I implore the prince not to jest with me. Feng'er steadfastly refused, her demeanor forlorn. The idea of pairing her with Mo Li was utterly unacceptable to her. Regardless of his rank as a Xiaoyue, she, as a maid, looked down upon the notion of aspiring to him. His flirtatious nature and rogue demeanor repulsed her. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. Mo Li, I have done my utmost. It is not that I do not wish to assist. The fact that even a maid does not favor him speaks volumes of his shortcomings. It appears Mo Li has the potential to remain a bachelor for life. Since you do not desire Mo Li, I shall increase your monthly stipend 5-fold henceforth, Chu Xuancheng declared. What? 5-fold? That would grant me 100 taels of silver each month. Thank you, my lord. Feng'er's spirits lifted dramatically, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Tears nearly spilling from her eyes. She had become a high-salaried talent. At that moment, a certain individual who had retreated only to return, upon hearing Feng'er's words, felt his heart plummet into despair. Heaven above, Feng'er actually rejected him. How utterly inadequate must he be? In her eyes, he was worth even less than silver. A gust of wind swept by, as if sand had invaded his eyes, prompting him to hastily rub them and flee in a fluster. In the Duke of Wei's residence, Madame Wei stood vigil by her son's bedside when a spy entered to report. Madam, I am utterly incompetent. My attempt to poison failed. Upon finishing his statement, he lifted his head. The shabby tofu vendor transformed into a cold-blooded assassin. He was a hired killer raised by Madame Wei, known as Gao Yang. Upon hearing this, Madame Wei slammed her palm on the table in fury, exclaiming, I have invested so much silver in cultivating you, expending great effort to learn that Yun Ruoyue desired stinky tofu, and yet you fail at something so straightforward? Gao Yang, what purpose do I have in keeping you? Please, madam, do not be angry. We had originally devised a plan to lure Yun Ruoyue with the smell of the stinky tofu. Who would have thought that Chu Xuancheng would discern the flaw? He prevented Yun Ruoyue from eating it and took her away. He even instructed Mo Li to procure a portion of the stinky tofu for inspection. I suspect they will surely uncover the issue with it. Otherwise, they would not persist in stopping Yun Ruoyue. Chu Xuancheng has already dispatched men to search for us. For the time being, we must avoid detection to prevent implicating you. Gao Yang spoke solemnly. What? Chu Xuancheng is truly formidable. He has discerned your flaws. Madame Wei asked incredulously. Gao Yang replied, indeed. He has extensive experience from years of military campaigns and frequent assassination attempts. Moreover, he is accompanied by a cadre of peculiar strategists. All astute individuals well-versed in the common assassination techniques employed in the world. Thus, the ordinary methods of poisoning are utterly transparent to him. Chu Xuancheng has withstood the imperial might through sheer strength. Without genuine prowess, he would not have survived until today. The Lady of Wei coldly remarked. I painstakingly bribed an individual close to Yun Ruoyue and learned of her craving for stinky tofu, yet you still failed. Nevertheless, rest assured, I shall ensure that Chu Xuancheng remains oblivious to your involvement. My hunger has been rendered a wretch by him and Su Qi, and I am resolute in my quest for vengeance. However, She dared not administer potent arsenic, fearing that a direct poisoning of Yun Ruoyue might escalate matters and implicate herself. Instead, she instructed her subordinates to employ a slow-acting poison, intending to first extinguish Yun Ruoyue's child and deprive Chu Xuancheng of an heir. To her dismay, this plan too faltered. At that moment, Jiang hung on the bed began to cough violently, exclaiming, "Mother, it is Su Qi and that Mo Li who have turned me into a cripple, leaving our Jiang family without descendants. You must avenge me." The lady of Wei quickly turned her gaze to Jiang Hong, witnessing her son, tormented in prison and now gravely ill. And her heart swelled with a mix of hatred and fury. Previously, spies had reported that Jiang Hong, having forcibly taken Chu Xuancheng's concubine, Nangang Ro, had caused her to become pregnant and had repeatedly intruded upon her quarters, resulting in Chu Xuancheng finding a pretext to imprison him. Subsequently, her subordinates Mo Li and Su Qi infiltrated the jail under the guise of extinguishing a fire and ruthlessly crushed Jiang Heng's lineage, rendering him incapacitated. The festering wounds led to a high fever, spiraling into a serious illness. Now, her son lay pallid and emaciated, weak and bedridden, resembling a living corpse. And her heart ached profoundly. With a fierce glare into the distance, she ground her teeth in rage. That scoundrel Chu Xuancheng has condemned our Jiang family to extinction. I shall never let him escape my wrath. If he denies us heirs, I shall ensure that Yun Ruoyue's child never sees the light of day. I swear. At this juncture, her eyes widened with fury, her teeth clenched, tears of blood welling as she glared at Gao Yang. You and your companions shall continue to monitor the Li Wangfu. Should an opportunity arise, continue the poisoning. If all else fails, abduct Yun Ruoyue. I shall personally extinguish the life within her womb. I want Chu Xuancheng to experience the anguish of having his lineage severed. Yes, my lady. Gao Yang replied before taking his leave. Once Gao Yang departed, the lady of Wei cradled Jiang Heng and wept, her eyes filled with profound hatred. Hunger. It is all my fault for failing to protect you from these treacherous villains. Rest assured, I will avenge you. Neither Chu Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue, nor Su Qi shall escape my retribution. Mother, must I truly be rendered inhuman, unable to marry and father children? Is our Jiang family destined for extinction? Cannot you find a renowned physician to cure me? I do not wish to become a eunuch, nor do I desire to live as a cripple, Jiang Heng lamented, his face etched with reluctance. Hunger, even the palace physicians summoned by the Empress have deemed your condition irreparable. Not even a celestial being could save you. Accept your fate. Focus on your recovery. Matters of marriage and children can be considered later. Chapter 1173. Seeking a better companion marriage is an option, yet the prospect of fatherhood is forever beyond my reach. Mother, I refuse to be a mere shadow of a man. I desire the company of women. Procure a few for me. Even if I am incapacitated, I wish to indulge with them. Upon hearing this revelation, Jiang Heng was taken aback, unable to contain his agitation. Madame Wei, upon listening, rose in fury, exclaiming, "How can you, in such a state, still seek the company of women? Had you not been unable to restrain your desires and harassed another's concubine, would you have found yourself in this predicament? I have consistently warned you, any woman is fair game. But you must not lay a hand on those who are married. Yet, you persist in your folly. How many lives have you already ruined? I foresaw this day would come, though I did not expect it to arrive so soon. You reap what you have sown without even a descendant to blame. Had you heeded my counsel earlier, we would not be in this situation. Mother, how can you cast blame upon me? If you had not been preoccupied with your own indulgences alongside your numerous male favorites, perhaps I would not have found myself in such a plight. The apple does not fall far from the tree. You have raised multiple male consorts, yet I am not allowed to seek a few women. You hardly care for me. Perhaps one day you will bear me a brother, and then the Jiang family will no longer require my lineage." Jiang Heng shouted in fury, faced with her son's accusations. Madame Wei's face flushed with shame. She retorted, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You were nearly lost to the dungeons, and had I not leveraged my connections to rescue you, you would have perished long ago. I shall no longer concern myself with you." With that, she instructed her servants to tend to Jiang Heng before storming off. However, she did not seek out her male favorites, but instead went to the residence of Duke Zhongyong to find Su Changshao. Su Changshao was shrewd and resourceful, and they shared a common adversary. She wished to confer with her on how to deal with Chu Xuancheng. It had been a while since Madame Wei had seen Su Changshao, and upon their reunion, she noted that her cousin appeared considerably thinner. likely a consequence of her recent miscarriage. Thanks to Su Yuyao's commendable medical skills and careful nurturing, Su Changxiao had made a remarkable recovery and was now able to move about freely. The kick from Prince Jean had only taken her child, but spared her internal organs and womb. Long time no see, Changxiao. You appear to have recovered splendidly. Indeed. Youth offers a resilience that we do not possess, Madame Wei complimented as they settled in the flower hall, sipping tea. Though she was the sister of the Empress and held the title of Madame Wei, without a man by her side, she relied solely on the protection of her brother, Su Ming, and thus treated Su Changxiao with great courtesy. With a sigh, Su Changxiao replied, her demeanor weary, "Aunt, what does it matter if I am well? I have still met with this unfortunate fate. At least the Emperor has permitted my separation from Chu Tianyu, and I am finally free. The air of freedom is indeed sweet. I never envisioned he would stoop so low, for the sake of a woman from Qinlu. He treated you in such a manner. Nevertheless, since you have left him, and while you are still young, you can seek a far better companion." Madame Wei smiled. Su Changxiao lifted her gaze, a cold smile gracing her lips. What good can I possibly find for myself? Most exceptional men are already married, and those who remain are merely inexperienced youths. The truly admirable ones have long been claimed by other women. They are not so easily found. Suddenly, the lady of Wei cast a mysterious glance her way. Changxiao, despite your past, your beauty is celestial. With your charm, what sort of man could you not ensnare? Just because outstanding men are wed, does that truly matter? You could easily unseat their wives. With but a mere flutter of your eyes, those men would be yours. Yet, they are married, Su Changxiao replied hesitantly. Isn't that improper? If I were to act in such a manner, I would surely be scorned. She remained youthful and somewhat bashful. The lady of Wei, however, was altogether different. Were it not for your great-aunt's opposition, I would have remarried long ago. Your great-aunt is overly traditional, deeming my remarriage a disgrace to her status as empress. She insists I raise Jiang Hung well, promising that when I am old, I shall receive a chastity plaque to honor my family. What use do I have for such a plaque? What I desire is a man. I cannot live without one. However, at my age, I no longer wish to endure the turmoil. You, on the other hand, are still young. Seek a man to marry. A new life awaits you. At the Lady of Wei's words, Su Changxiao felt a pang of admiration. It was said that the Lady of Wei was frivolous and unrestrained, and indeed, she appeared as such. Second aunt, I have my sights set on Chu Xuancheng. Do you think I stand a chance of displacing Yun Ruoyue? Su Changxiao inquired suddenly. The Lady of Wei paused, then awkwardly replied, as for him, perhaps not. He is no ordinary man. He is not easily deceived, and he currently dotes on Yun Ruoyue. She then recounted her previous attempt to poison Yun Ruoyue, which had ended in failure. Su Changxiao's face twisted with jealousy and regret. Had I not betrayed him and married Prince Jean, he would have been my protector today. Now, he harbors nothing but disdain for me, refusing even to cast a glance my way. There is no possibility between us anymore. Then you must seek another. Beyond him, Prince Zhao is renowned as a good man. He cherishes and spoils his wife, remaining utterly devoted to the princess. Though he holds no significant position in court, as a leisurely prince, he faces no opposition. He lives a life of comfort and ease, his status noble, with ample lands and riches, and he is quite handsome. If you could win him over, your future would be secure, the Lady of Wei remarked with a sly smile. Upon hearing Prince Zhao's name, Su Changxiao recalled how he had defended her during their last encounter at the Xianwang's residence. Indeed, when she had feigned vulnerability to provoke a rift between him and the princess, his protection had warmed her heart. It had been a long time since anyone had cared for her in such a manner. But aunt, Prince Zhao is unambitious, lacking the desire for power or the throne. If he cannot ascend to the position of crown prince, how can I ever become the crown princess or empress? My father has invested so much in my upbringing, aspiring for me to one day wear the crown. Am I to live my life in such an ordinary manner? Su Changxiao lamented, her spirit unwilling to accept such a fate. Her dreams of queenship remain unshaken. She still yearns to surpass Yun Ruoyue. The Lady of Wei shook her head and smiled lightly, saying, "What is so splendid about being a queen? Just observe your great-aunt. Not only is she disregarded, but she must also constantly guard against this and that, contending with various intrigues. She is merely a pawn in the Su family's efforts to solidify their power. Although the queen appears formidable, leaving the palace is a challenge, and she possesses no freedom, confined to a small realm where she can only display her authority. devoid of her husband's affection. What is the point of that? If you were to be merely a princess, living freely and without constraint, you would be the sovereign of your own domain. Moreover, if you had some cunning to win your husband's heart, life would be far less burdensome. Life is fleeting. One should relish the present. Why pursue such ambitions? Look at the Princess of Zhao. Her happiness surpasses that of the Queen 100-fold. Chapter 1175. Targeting the Prince of Zhao. Chu Xuancheng, enlightened by the Lady of Wei's words, suddenly found clarity. She remarked, "Aunt, you are indeed correct. The vast ocean allows fish to leap, and the high sky permits birds to soar. Freedom, wealth, and leisure are indeed preferable." Hearing you speak, the Prince of Zhao seems quite remarkable, almost a prized catch. Of course, you have no idea how many women wish to marry him for a life of luxury. It is merely the fortune of the Princess of Zhao that she wed him. If I were 20 years younger, I too would desire to marry the Prince of Zhao. The Lady of Wei scoffed. Is he truly that admirable? Previously, I only had eyes for the Crown Prince and Chu Xuancheng, scarcely noticing any other men. After hearing your words, the Prince of Zhao does seem rather appealing. Being a cherished and revered princess would not be so bad. However, the Princess of Zhao is already expecting. Pulling her down from her pedestal may prove challenging. Chu Xuancheng was swayed by the Lady of Wei's arguments. Having experienced the incident with the Crown Prince, she became less fixated on power, instead envying the profound love shared between Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue, as well as that of the Prince and Princess of Zhao. As she could not attain Chu Xuancheng, she resolved to set her sights on the Prince of Zhao. The prince, who cherishes the Princess of Zhao so deeply, would undoubtedly treat her with the same tenderness. The Lady of Wei sneered. The Prince of Zhao is not as clever as Chu Xuancheng. He has not endured much hardship and is naive to the treachery of the world, making him easily deceived. Did you not succeed in sowing discord with just a casual remark last time? If you continue to incite him, that man will inevitably belong to you. As for the Princess of Zhao, it is her misfortune that her husband is so extraordinary and has caught your eye. Chu Xuancheng narrowed her eyes coldly. Indeed, that child in her womb cannot be allowed to exist. As long as she dares to obstruct my path, even if she manages to give birth, she shall not survive. The Lady of Wei paused before getting to the crux of her visit. I have come to discuss serious matters. My hunger has suffered greatly at the hands of Chu Xuancheng and Chu Xiao, and I seek vengeance. However, they are too astute, making it difficult to exact retribution. Do you possess any strategies? Chu Xuancheng responded with a chilling smile. From what you have just said, your true intention is to eliminate Yun Ruoyue's child, which is why you have resorted to administering slow-acting poison. You do not dare to truly kill her, fearing Chu Xuancheng's wrath, am I correct? If I were in your position, should he dare to treat my child in such a manner, I would not hesitate. I would directly abduct Yun Ruoyue, retaliating in kind, and ensure that both she and her child meet a grim fate. That would be true revenge. The Lady of the Wei Kingdom was taken aback by the ruthlessness of Chu Xuancheng, so young yet so merciless. She remarked, if this leads to the demise of Yun Ruoyue, and if Chu Xuancheng were to discover it, he would not spare me. Her love for Jiang Heng was profound, and she yearned for vengeance, yet she was unwilling to gamble her entire life for it. After all, she wished to indulge in the company of male favorites for the rest of her days. Chu Xuancheng, with a sinister smile, replied, I have my ways to keep you uninvolved. We merely need a scapegoat. The time is not yet ripe. Do not rush into action. When the moment is right, I will inform you. For now, our primary concern is to assist Her Majesty the Empress. What is your command, sister? The Lady of the Wei Kingdom inquired. Our previous scheme against the princess failed. She remains the strongest ally of Chu Xuancheng. You despise Su Qi, do you not? This time, I have devised a splendid plan that serves two purposes. We can undermine both Su Qi and the princess, tarnishing their reputations to the extent that they become reviled, like rats scurrying through the streets, and thus, Jiang Heng's vengeance will be avenged. What clever scheme can ensnare both Su Qi and the princess? The Lady of the Wei Kingdom's heart raced with excitement upon hearing this. I shall reveal it to you in due course, but it may require your personal involvement. In any case, as long as you heed my guidance, Jiang Heng's vengeance shall surely be fulfilled, Chu Xuancheng asserted. Chapter 1176. A stroll together. The Lady of the Wei Kingdom was momentarily taken aback. Chu Xuancheng was astute, allowing her to take the lead while maintaining her own distance. Yet, her eagerness for revenge compelled her to take the risk. As long as the reputations of the princess and Su Qi were destroyed, they would be finished. She even contemplated a way to incapacitate Su Qi, avenging her son. Regarding your previous separation from the crown prince, sister, you did not defend me at that time. You hold no resentment towards her, do you? The lady of the Wei Kingdom suddenly asked. Su Changshao smiled gently. How could I? Your Majesty is my dear aunt. How could I harbor anger towards her? The crown prince is her son. It is only natural for her to support him. We are, after all, one family, bound by blood. There are no lingering grievances. Though she spoke thus, her heart was filled with contempt. At that time, the empress had sought to shift the blame onto her to protect the crown prince, aiming to ruin her reputation and ensure her downfall. How could she not resent her? Yet, she now needed to rely on the empress's power, while the empress sought to utilize her for her own ends, an arrangement of mutual exploitation. Seeing Su Changshao's magnanimity, the lady of the Wei Kingdom smiled. Indeed, we are in the same boat. We rise or fall together, so we must unite. Of course, you are all my cherished aunts and kin. Su Changshao's smile grew more sincere. Very well, I shall await your good news. Changshao, may our collaboration be fruitful. The lady of the Wei Kingdom raised her teacup in a toast to Su Changshao and drank deeply. Since the last incident where the princess spoke ill of Yun Ruoyue in front of Chu Xuancheng, which she overheard, the princess had been feeling rather uneasy. Though she had intended to advocate for her brother, she realized that such words about Yun Ruoyue were unwarranted. The more she reflected, the greater her regret became, and the more she felt remorse for Yun Ruoyue. Aunt Mei, who stood beside her, advised, Princess, since you feel remorse for the princess consort and wish to mend your relationship, why not invite her for a shopping excursion? It will not only enhance your bond and dispel misunderstandings, but also allow you to enjoy some fresh air. The eldest princess nodded in agreement, acknowledging, you are right. It has indeed been a while since I last indulged in shopping. Before long, she and Aunt Mei arrived at the Feiyue Pavilion. Upon entering the courtyard, she noticed Yun Ruoyue languidly reclining on a noblewoman's chair, engrossed in a medical text, dressed in a flowing white gown adorned with plum blossoms. Her hair was partially styled and embellished with a golden hairpin, upon which delicate red silk plum blossoms were nestled. Strands of her lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders, resembling a shimmering waterfall, exuding an air of serene elegance and languid grace, much like a contented feline. In such a tranquil state, she radiated a beauty that was understated, devoid of any ostentation. Unable to resist the urge to draw closer, the eldest princess approached and said, Yuer, I wish to venture out for some shopping. Do you have time to accompany me? Upon realizing it was the eldest princess, Yun Ruoyue set aside her book and replied, Of course. I was just planning to shop today, hoping to procure some fine medicinal herbs. Where would you like to go, Your Highness? Did you not express a desire to savor the roasted duck from the Empress's establishment? Aunt Mei interjected, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. However, the eldest princess countered. But isn't it a bit too greasy to indulge in roasted duck at this midday hour? I fear I might not be able to manage it. Not at all. A bit of indulgence at lunch is perfectly acceptable. It will aid digestion by evening. If it were dinner, that might be a different matter, Aunt Mei insisted, her urgency palpable. Aunt, it seems you are the one craving it. Since you are so keen, let us indeed go for the imperial city's roasted duck, and afterward, we can continue our shopping, the eldest princess said affectionately, casting a fond glance at Aunt Mei, who had cared for her since childhood and earned her utmost trust and indulgence. Little did she know that in the palace, Aunt Mei had previously been restrained by the Dowager Empress, too fearful to harbor ulterior motives. Now, free from the Dowager's imposing presence, her spirit had long since run wild. Observing Aunt Mei's enthusiasm for roasted duck, Yun Ruoyue chimed in, It is nearly noon. Very well, let us enjoy some roasted duck. As the host, I shall treat you. At Yun Ruoyue's generous offer, the eldest princess promptly gave her a thumbs up, having heard that the two barbecue establishments owned by Yuer flourished splendidly, and that she had invented many novel dishes. With Yun Ruoyue as the host, the princess was eager to broaden her horizons today. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Imperial City Roasted Duck Restaurant, where a male manager, upon seeing Xiaoyue and Fenger alight from the carriage, hurried over to greet them. Miss Xiaoyue, Miss Fenger, may I inquire which esteemed guest is seated within the carriage? Manager Li Donglai approached with an expression of utmost respect. He understood that Xiaoyue and Fenger were not the proprietors of the restaurant, but rather representatives acting on behalf of the owner, whose identity remained a mystery to him. However, he sensed that this owner must be either immensely wealthy or of noble lineage, for such a lavish establishment could not exist without substantial means. And no one would dare to cause trouble here. Masterly, since we have collaborated for quite some time, I shall reveal the truth to you. The esteemed guest seated here is none other than the princess consort of the Li Wangfu. Zhu'er whispered softly to Li Donglai. This Li Donglai is indeed a remarkable individual. Recognizing the necessity for a long-term partnership, Zhu'er decided, after consulting with the princess, to disclose her identity, thereby alleviating any reservations and enabling Li Donglai to serve her with greater assurance. What? She is truly the princess consort of the Li Wangfu? I must hurry to pay my respects, Li Donglai exclaimed, his face a picture of astonishment. He had suspected that the identity of the esteemed guest was not ordinary, certainly belonging to a person of high status, but he never anticipated she would be a princess. There is no need for that. The crowd here is rather large and inquisitive. Just serve the finest food and beverages with utmost care, Zhu'er quickly interjected, hoping to avert undue attention. After all, with their special status, it was prudent for the princess and the grand princess to remain incognito. Indeed, Zhu'er has thought this through well. Please, let us proceed, Li Donglai replied. As he finished speaking, Yun Ruoyue and the grand princess had already alighted from their carriage and entered the establishment. Upon witnessing the grandeur and imposing presence of the restaurant, the grand princess immediately praised, "Yuer, this place is splendidly luxurious, with unique decor and exquisite furnishings. You truly possess remarkable taste. Thank you for the compliment, sister. Shall we ascend to the private room on the second floor?" Yun Ruoyue suggested. Having previously conferred with the grand princess, she referred to the grand princess as sister, while the grand princess addressed her as sister-in-law. After speaking, Yun Ruoyue cast a glance at the first floor and noticed the absence of patrons. She turned to Li Donglai and inquired, "Master, it is already lunchtime. Why is there not a single guest?" "Esteemed guest, I must confess that our establishment has been reserved by a mysterious gentleman for today's lunch." After I disseminated this information, patrons naturally refrained from visiting, Li Donglai responded promptly, feeling anxious as it was his first conversation with the ethereal princess. "Reserved by someone? Should we change locations?" Yun Ruoyue asked immediately. "Not at all. That gentleman likely has no urgent matters. He merely wishes to dine without interruption, which is why he reserved the first floor. The private rooms on the second floor remain available for dining. You may enjoy your meal there without concern for disturbance," Li Donglai assured them. "Understood. Let us select a more secluded room to avoid intruding upon that gentleman," Yun Ruoyue decided. Chapter 1178. The Grand Princess influenced by the princess. Before long, Li Donglai arranged a cozy private room for Yun Ruoyue and her companions. Once they had ordered their dishes, a short while later, several nimble waiters appeared, carrying an array of delectable dishes. Among them, the renowned roasted duck stood out. As the duck was presented, it exuded an inviting aroma, its golden and crispy skin enticing enough to make the Grand Princess swallow hard, her stomach audibly rumbling. Upon hearing the sound, she flushed with embarrassment. "My apologies, this roasted duck is simply too fragrant. It has made me quite hungry. Aunt May mentioned that you did not have breakfast, so it is only natural to feel hungry. To speak frankly, I, too, am quite famished. Since we are all in need of sustenance, let us commence our feast," Yun Ruoyue said with a charming smile, playfully urging them to eat. With Yun Ruoyue's assistance, the eldest princess felt a sense of relief, realizing that her embarrassment was not as profound as she had initially believed. It was in this moment that she discovered the endearing nature of Yun Ruoyue, who was not only charming but also remarkably empathetic and considerate of others. A wave of guilt washed over her for having underestimated her. As the server presented the roasted duck at their table, he deftly carved the succulent bird before their eyes, slicing it swiftly and thinly. The golden layers of duck meat piled elegantly upon one another, releasing an aromatic fragrance that made the eldest princess's mouth water. Yet, as a noble, she maintained her composure, resisting the urge to drool like a commoner at the sight of such a delicacy, for that would be beneath her dignity. In contrast, Yun Ruoyue, seated beside her, was unabashedly salivating, her large eyes fixed eagerly on the duck. With her small hands rubbing together in anticipation, she exclaimed in delight, "Oh, how fragrant! Just the smell is divine. Imagine how exquisite it must taste. Madam, being a celestial being is not as delightful as being human. Celestial beings can only savor peaches of immortality, whereas we mortals have the luxury of enjoying all kinds of food," Fenger chimed in playfully. "Sister, you must be hungry. Please, Allow me, Yun Ruoyue offered, using the communal chopsticks to place a tender duck leg into the eldest princess's bowl. Thank you, the princess replied, deeply touched. Fenger Jiur and Aunt May, please join us and partake in the meal without hesitation. The eldest princess hesitated, as it was customary for servants not to dine at the same table as their masters. Fenger, aware of the princess's strict protocols, quickly waved her hand. Your Highness. No need. We shall serve you and wait until you finish before we eat. Nonsense. We arrived late today, and it would be a waste of time if you waited for us to finish. We are all comrades here. This is not the royal palace. So there is no need for such formality. Please, all of you, sit with us, Yun Ruoyue insisted. Fenger glanced at the eldest princess and suggested, Your Highness, perhaps we should eat at that table nearby, as it is unoccupied. Indeed, Your Highness, we are but servants, and it is improper for us to share a meal with our mistress. Such behavior is frowned upon in the palace, Aunt May added. The eldest princess, breaking from her usual stern demeanor, declared, This is not the palace. Since Xiaoyue has spoken, you should heed her and join us for the meal. Fenger and the others were taken aback. Could it be that the eldest princess would utter such words? Known for her strictness, this change was unexpected. Had she truly been influenced by the presence of Yun Ruoyue? Nevertheless, despite the princess's invitation, they felt it was inappropriate to dine at the same table. Fenger quickly responded, Thank you, Your Highness, but there are distinctions to be honored. We will eat here. We shall finish promptly to attend to both the princess and madam. With that, Fenger swiftly guided Jiur to a nearby table. Meanwhile, Aunt May remained close to the eldest princess, hesitant to leave without her command. She envied the freedom that Fenger and Jiur enjoyed and felt constrained by the princess's presence. At that moment, the eldest princess turned to her and said, Aunt May, you have stood for quite a while. You too should join Fenger and the others for a meal. However, Your Highness, I must attend to your needs, Aunt May said. I am perfectly capable of caring for myself, the princess retorted, her demeanor exuding confidence. If even Xiaoyue can manage on her own, so can I. You may leave. The eldest princess raised her head, her expression regal. Indeed, Your Highness, Aunt May replied, visibly thrilled by the princess's words, and she promptly joined Fenger and the others. Thanks to the princess, she was finally experiencing a taste of freedom. After ensuring Fenger and the others were settled, Yun Ruoyue took a roasted duck leg and began to savor it. The eldest princess, noticing the way Yun Ruoyue enjoyed her meal, observed her cheeks puffing slightly, her dimples becoming animated, eating with such natural grace that it was utterly charming. She was indeed a remarkable woman, unlike the others in the palace who were constantly vying for favor. The eldest princess finally understood why Xuancheng was so fond of her. Who could resist such a woman? As Yun Ruoyue relished her food, the eldest princess decided to emulate her, picking up a duck leg and biting into it. Surprisingly, consuming the duck leg directly was 100 times more delightful than having someone carve it for her. This down-to-earth manner of eating whetted her appetite, and she felt no embarrassment, joining Yun Ruoyue in her feast. Yun Ruoyue realized that the eldest princess, when not holding herself with formality, was quite endearing. Just then, Aunt May suddenly felt an urgent need, promptly excusing herself. She returned shortly, her face alight with excitement as if she had stumbled upon a great discovery. Your Highness, my lady, you won't believe whom I just saw? Who? The eldest princess inquired. I saw the 7th young master of the Su family, Su Qi. He is downstairs on a blind date. You won't believe how entertaining it is. Aunt May gossiped eagerly. Really? The eldest princess, upon hearing this, hastily grabbed her duck leg and rushed outside, with Yun Ruoyue quickly following suit. Upon reaching the balcony on the 2nd floor, they peered down at the scene below, careful to remain hidden behind a screen to avoid being noticed by Su Qi. As the eldest princess gazed at Su Qi, she noted that he appeared even more handsome than before. Today, he wore a black outfit adorned with golden trim, cinched at the waist with a golden jade belt, and topped off with a jade crown. His lustrous black hair cascaded down his back, his long brows arching elegantly, and his features were striking and defined. He exuded less of his usual carefree demeanor, now embodying the nobility befitting the air of the loyal and brave duke's residence. The moment she caught sight of his profound gaze, the eldest princess was reminded of the time he had saved her, cradling her in his arms and spinning her around on the ground, causing her heart to race like a startled fawn. After many days apart, this man had become increasingly remarkable. His sharp features and piercing eyes had matured considerably. To her surprise, The man who had reserved the venue for the blind date was none other than him. Yun Ruoyue cast a glance at Su Qi before her attention was drawn to the woman seated opposite him. The lady sat with poise and grace, her demeanor gentle, adorned with exquisite hairpins and garments that exuded an air of aristocracy. Chapter 1180. Attending a blind date while expecting? At this moment, she was casting flirtatious glances at Su Qixiao, speaking in an exceedingly coy tone. I have heard that young Master Su possesses a character that is both unrestrained and rebellious, living life freely. Upon meeting you today, it is indeed as the rumors suggest. To be honest, I find you quite appealing. As she spoke, she poured a cup of tea for Su Qixiao. Upon hearing her affected voice, a wave of goosebumps coursed through him, and he coldly retorted, "You have never seen me before, so how could you possibly like me? Of course I like you. I am aware that you are a man of integrity, still a virgin, untouched by the pleasures of the world." She continued, caressing her slightly rounded belly. "As long as you are willing to marry me and accept the child I bear, I would gladly become your wife, forever devoted to you." At this, Yun Ruoyue and the princess finally noticed that this woman was indeed pregnant. By the looks of it, the child must be around 3 months along. Both were so astonished that they nearly collapsed. While Su Qixiao was sipping his tea, he suddenly heard her words and instinctively recoiled in shock, spraying the tea from his mouth. Once he regained his composure, he looked at the woman in disbelief. "What? You come here for a matchmaker meeting while pregnant?" The woman chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, please don't be so blunt. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. You stand to gain." Gain? Su Qixiao pointed incredulously at himself, unable to believe his ears. "Indeed, a princely bride price, along with an extra child. How is that not a gain?" she inquired. "Young Master Su, you wouldn't refuse, would you?" "Refuse? I have no interest in being an unexpected father. You may seek out whoever you wish. I shall not accompany you," Su Qixiao replied, bowing slightly. His face darkened with displeasure. Upon hearing this, the woman stood up in indignation, coldly flicking her sleeves. "They say you, Su Qixiao, are carefree and unrestrained, unlike ordinary men. Yet you cannot even accept a child, an innocent life at that. I see now that you are just as petty and vulgar as the others. I misjudged you." Su Qixiao was taken aback. Did he really have to bear responsibility for her child simply because he was carefree? Whoever fathered that child should be the one to take responsibility. Why seek me? If he were willing to take responsibility, would I be here for a matchmaker meeting? She snapped. "If you refuse to accept this child, then I wish you to remain a virgin forever." With that, she turned away coldly, fanning herself as she swayed her hips in departure. Yun Ruoyue and the princess exchanged amused glances, unable to contain their laughter. Su Qixiao was indeed unfortunate to encounter such a person during a matchmaking event. Most surprisingly, he was still a virgin. They had assumed that, given his frivolous nature, he would have long since lost that status, yet he had not. The princess felt her face flush at the mention of the word virgin, realizing that not only Su Qixiao, but she herself was also in the same situation. She had not anticipated that beneath Su Qixiao's seemingly flirtatious exterior lay a man of considerable integrity, which only endeared him to her further. At that moment, another woman entered through the grand door, clad in a fitted martial attire with her hair tied high, a sword strapped to her back, and a blade of grass clenched in her mouth. She resembled a heroine from the world of martial arts. As she entered, she strode forward with great confidence, exuding an air of grandeur as she approached Su Qixiao, placing her sword with a resounding thud upon the table. She nonchalantly took a seat, crossed her legs, and with a voice as thunderous as a bell, declared, "You must be young Master Su. Greetings, I am Chen Runan, the daughter of General Chen." Chapter 1181. I am here to seek a wife, not a brother. Su Qixiao was momentarily taken aback by her imposing presence. He scrutinized her from head to toe, awkwardly shifting back in his seat. "You are the gentle and virtuous Chen Runan, the refined lady of the Chen household, as described by the matchmaker Wang, one who is well versed in both the parlor and the kitchen?" "Indeed, I am she. And you are the illustrious Su Qixiao, renowned for your vast knowledge and noble character, as the matchmaker Wang has spoken of?" Chen Runan responded with a slight bow. "I am indeed Su Qixiao, though I must say the matchmaker has greatly exaggerated," he replied, gritting his teeth, feeling that her praises were not only inflated but utterly ludicrous. Chen Runan, displaying a hint of embarrassment, admitted, "The matchmaker has perhaps sung my praises too highly. In truth, I cannot cook at all, having never even set foot in a kitchen." "May I inquire about your hobbies?" Su Qixiao asked. At this, Chen Runan sprang to her feet, placing one leg atop the chair and clapping her hand upon her thigh. What I adore most is practicing martial arts and engaging in brawls. I excel at drinking and playing games of chance, often with my many good brothers. We frequently gather for a round of games. By the way, do you know how to play? Not really. I have never engaged in it, Su Qishao responded, his astonishment evident as he gazed at her. He had never encountered such a bold and spirited woman. Is it truly so? You cannot possibly not know how to play. You appear to be of similar ilk. However, fret not, for I can teach you. Come, let's have a round. 1, 2, 3, 4. We shall play. And since you have some wine here, the winner shall drink. With that, Chen Runan raised her brows, lifted her hand, and began the game. Typically, the loser drinks. But she, eager for a taste of wine, sought to twist the rules to her advantage, hoping to indulge in some drink, having been forbidden by her father. However, Su Qishao politely declined, stating, I'm afraid I do not partake in such games, and the current setting is not appropriate for drinking. Then let us roll the dice, and the winner shall drink. Chen Runan exclaimed, pulling out a pair of dice from her pocket. Come, while no one is watching. Let us play a few rounds before we discuss the matter of marriage. Su Qishao, feeling somewhat awkward, responded, My dear lady, I am here to seek a wife, not a comrade. Upon witnessing Chen Runan being summoned by Su Qishao, Yun Ruoyue covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Aunt May had mentioned that Su Qishao's matchmaking was quite entertaining, and indeed it was. From start to finish, she and the princess had been laughing, and had it not been for the fear of being overheard, she would have burst into peals of laughter. At that moment, a slightly plump young lady entered the room. The instant she laid eyes on Su Qishao, her eyes sparkled, and she gazed at him with starry admiration, drooling slightly. Wow, sir, you are truly handsome. What is your name, and what does your family do? Are you here to court me? Su Qishao, taken aback, asked incredulously, You do not know who I am? The young lady covered her face with a handkerchief and smiled bashfully, expressing her apologies for the frequency of her recent matchmaking endeavors, which had proven fruitless. Each encounter had been devoid of hope, hence she had not inquired about the matchmaker's name. However, she assured him that among all the striking gentlemen she had encountered, he had left a remarkable impression, and their potential seemed promising. Su Qishao's lips twitched involuntarily as he introduced himself. I am Su Qishao, the son of the loyal and valiant Duke Su Ming. Upon hearing this, the young lady abruptly stood, glaring at him with disdain, and exclaimed, What? So you are the notorious scion known for your love of chaos and mischief? It is said that at a mere year and a half, you were already indulging in wine. By 2, you were an adept in romance. At 3, you were entangled in vices. And by 4, you were engaged in deceit and thievery. You have flirted your way through the flower-laden paths, leaving a trail of heartache, making you a frequent visitor of brothels and gambling dens. You are utterly despicable, your reputation is abominable, and you are unworthy of my esteem. Chapter 1182. On how a courtesan seeks redemption after her furious outburst, she slammed her palm on the table and spun around like a whirlwind, departing in haste. Su Qishao stumbled back, startled by the disdain of a portly girl. How could she slander him so? He felt an overwhelming urge to confront her. He had never engaged in such heinous acts, nor had he ever set foot in brothels or gambling houses, let alone indulged in deceitful practices. Alas, he chose to endure. Wang, the matchmaker, and other suitors awaited him at the entrance. Yun Ruoyue, witnessing Su Qishao's predicament, could not contain her laughter. Stifling her giggles with her hand while clutching her stomach, relieved that the bustling street outside masked her mirth. As the two continued to chuckle, the grand door of the tavern swung open, revealing a slender beauty. Su Qishao lifted his gaze, taking in her delicate figure clad in sheer fabric, hinting at her graceful shoulders. Her face was adorned with heavy makeup, exuding the allure of a courtesan, yet in her hands, she held a book. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the title, On How a Courtesan Seeks Redemption. His eyes widened in astonishment. Who might you be, young lady? I am Xiaoyue, the renowned courtesan of Yihong Tower. I am not just any lady of high standing, but rest assured, while I may reside in Yihong Tower, my heart belongs to the literary realm. My greatest passion lies in composing poetry and prose. Recently, I have immersed myself in literature, striving to better myself. With the hope of finding a respectable match and marrying into a good family, she proclaimed earnestly. Su Qishao's lips twitched again as he glared at Xiaoyue. Was it Wang, the matchmaker, who sent you to court me? This unreliable matchmaker had either introduced him to peculiar women or those of dubious reputation. He felt a surge of gratitude for her questionable matchmaking skills. Indeed, Wang possesses a plethora of resources and women. We all paid her a fee and secured our places in line to participate in the matchmaking, Yue replied with a smile. At last, Su Qishao comprehended the gravity of his situation. He had unwittingly encountered a courtesan seeking a path to virtue. The matchmaker, motivated by profit, had failed to verify the identities of the women she presented, thus entwining him with those who yearned for redemption. No wonder that previous young lady was pregnant. It seems that among these suitors, there are hardly any truly virtuous and refined individuals, yet a multitude of misfits abound. That matchmaker, Wang, I shall certainly have words with her. By the way, young Master Su, I have heard that your father is the loyal and valiant duke. And you are the heir of the Su family, such a distinguished status you possess. May I inquire what official position you hold in the court? Are you engaged in public service? At this moment, Yue suddenly inquired. Su Qishao was taken aback. Why do you ask such a thing? He retorted. I am but a carefree individual without any official duties, nor do I hold any desire to pursue a bureaucratic career. Having witnessed the myriad of corruptions within the officialdom, he held a deep disdain for the idea of becoming an official. Upon hearing this, Yue's countenance fell in disappointment. So you are merely a frivolous scion, indulging in pleasures without ambition. This path leads to no future, she lamented. Look at me, as a woman of the night. I strive to improve myself, diligently pursuing my studies with the earnest intention of reforming my ways. If I, with my humble origins, possess such aspirations, how can you languish without purpose, devoid of dreams? At this juncture, Yue gazed at Su Qishao, earnestly advising him, Young Master Su, your aimless lifestyle is misguided. You ought to prepare for the imperial examinations, enter the court, and serve your country. With your advantageous circumstances, you must strive for progress and refrain from squandering your family's fortunes. If you continue in this aimless manner, beware of becoming a pitiful descendant of a once prosperous lineage. Chapter 1183. Confrontation with the matchmaker. Hearing these words, Su Qishao's teeth clenched in frustration. He glared at Yue, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I thank you. I shall be grateful for a lifetime, not just to you, but to your entire family, even your ancestors for generations. Now, please leave. Such a person you are, unwilling to heed good counsel, making communication impossible. I cannot fathom how that matchmaker consistently presents me with such unsuitable candidates. Not a single decent man among them. It is utterly infuriating. After muttering her grievances, Yue turned to leave. At that moment, the matchmaker Wang burst into the room. Her round face bore a prominent mole, her features heavily adorned with makeup. She was robustly built, adorned with a large flower in her hair, epitomizing the traditional matchmaker's appearance. Upon entering, she waved a handkerchief, placed her hands on her hips, and addressed Su Qishao. Young Master Su, your expectations are excessively high. You are far too particular. I have introduced you to numerous beauties, yet you have dismissed them all, sending them away without a second glance. What sort of bride do you seek? A celestial maiden or a royal flower? Ah, Wang the matchmaker, you arrive at a most opportune moment. Are these unsightly misfits truly the caliber of candidates you present to me? After providing you with such a substantial sum, is this the best you can do? Do you deem me so unworthy as to deserve only such company? Su Qishao's ire flared as he confronted the matchmaker. He was incensed, unable to comprehend why. In her eyes, he was deemed so unworthy that he could only aspire to such women. As the esteemed heir of the Su family, was it too much to wish for a virtuous and graceful partner? Yun Ruoyue, upon hearing Su Qishao's words, resonated with his sentiments. It appeared that in the eyes of matchmakers, they could only aspire to those of a far inferior standing. Once, she was deeply engrossed in her medical studies, leaving no time for romantic pursuits. Consequently, her mother arranged for a matchmaker to set her up on blind dates. The matchmaker consistently introduced her to an assortment of peculiar individuals, none of whom piqued her interest, leading her to question her own worth. Was she truly lacking in desirability? From that moment onward, she resolved never to entertain the suitors suggested by the matchmaker again. Upon hearing Su Qishao's disdain for her introductions, the matchmaker, Wang, was incensed and clapped her hands in frustration, sarcastically remarking, Young Master Su, you are exceedingly selective. Yet have you taken a good look at yourself? Like attracts like. The individuals I present to you are all refined young ladies from esteemed families. Yet, you dismiss them all, and soon you shall find yourself alone. She continued, Let me be frank with you. When it comes to marriage, a woman should be decent-looking, with ample childbearing potential. One cannot be so demanding. Where in this world are there perfect beings? Settling for a reasonable match should suffice. I have encountered many men who, due to their excessive selectivity, have ended up single for life. The women they once overlooked have long since been married, enjoying harmonious marriages and raising families. Upon hearing these words, Su Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to lash out at her. He had been enduring her insults, but the more he pondered, the more his ire grew. Retreating seemed like conceding defeat. He could no longer hold back. Pointing at Wang, he exclaimed in anger, "Wang, you take money from those courtesans to deceive me. I perceive you as nothing but a charlatan, a mere madam." It was astonishing that he, the illustrious heir of the Su family, found himself ensnared by a lowly matchmaker. In response, Wang pointed back at him and retorted, "They say you are a good-for-nothing dandy, a scourge, and it appears to be true. I have kindly introduced you to numerous virtuous ladies, and yet you scorn them all while casting aspersions upon my integrity. I have been a matchmaker for many years, facilitating countless successful unions that have resulted in blissful marriages. I am neither a fraud nor a madam. You, sir, should watch your words lest you suffer the consequences of your vile tongue." Chapter 1184. A vicious curse. Seeing Wang's continued derision, Su Xiao raised an eyebrow and coldly pointed at her, declaring, "With that round face of yours, short stature, and a mole at the corner of your brow, I see ominous signs. Your fate is surely short-lived. When the day comes for you to depart this world, I shall light incense in your memory. You venomous scion." Wang shot back, "You, with your feminine demeanor, emaciated frame, and gaunt appearance, are the one whose days are numbered. Your head is bulbous, your face round like a full moon, and you are as dull-witted as they come, worse than any beast." Su Xiao retorted, advancing toward Wang. "You are a wicked soul, irredeemably vile, capable of inciting nightmares in children and howling like a banshee." Wang countered, "I wish for you to be barren, yet surrounded by grandchildren, to live long, yet die alone." He proclaimed, "How dare you, despicable man? You know I am yet unmarried, and you have the audacity to curse me with solitude in my old age? I shall have your head." Wang, incensed, seized a nearby chair and prepared to hurl it at Su Xiao. "Stop. This is my territory. Who dares to fight here? If a chair is damaged, the penalty is 1,000 taels. If a table is destroyed, the fine is 10,000 taels. If you wish to fight, you may do so, but first, you must present the silver. I shall allow you to engage in battle." Seeing that Wang the matchmaker was about to clash with young Master Su Yun Ruoyue anxiously stepped forward. If she did not intervene, what would become of her tavern if they wreaked havoc? To her astonishment, there were indeed people on the upper floor. Wang the matchmaker glanced up and spotted Yun Ruoyue and Manager Li observing her from above. Upon hearing the mentioned penalties, she felt a surge of anger and hastily placed the chair down. With a furious glare directed at Su Qi, she cursed, "Su Qi, I wish you a tumultuous romantic journey, forever unable to marry the woman you cherish most, destined only to wed the one you despise. As a matchmaker, my words are often prophetic. Prepare for your retribution." With that, she huffed disdainfully and stormed out. As Wang the matchmaker departed, the atmosphere instantly grew quiet. Su Qi tilted his head, his gaze fixed on the second floor, astonished to find someone eavesdropping on his courtship, none other than Yun Ruoyue. At that moment, he noticed several heads slowly peeking out from behind the screen. He counted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heads. 6 individuals had witnessed his courting scene. How utterly humiliating. Suddenly, a laugh erupted from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to Su Qi, who could not suppress a chuckle. "Xiaoyue, Princess Chong, what brings you here?" Upon seeing them, Su Qi's face flushed a deep crimson, yet when his eyes landed on Yun Ruoyue, they sparkled with joy, and a natural smile blossomed on his face. The presence of Xiaoyue banished all his previous grievances, replacing them with an overwhelming sense of brightness. We didn't intend to spy on your courtship. It was merely a coincidence. Please don't be upset," Yun Ruoyue said, grasping Princess Chang's hand as they descended. Su Qi raised an eyebrow. Was he truly such a petty man? Since their meeting was fortuitous, it must be fate. "Come, allow me to treat you both to drinks." "But I cannot drink." "The Empress said that young ladies should refrain from alcohol," Princess Chong replied, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze. "Very well, if you ladies do not partake, I shall drink alone while you accompany me for a meal," Su Qi declared. Chapter 1185. Inviting them to dinner. However, I can learn. Will you teach me how to drink? Princess Chang suddenly interjected. Upon realizing that all eyes were now fixed on her in surprise, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. I don't genuinely want to drink. I merely wish to sample the flavor of the wine. Please do not misunderstand. Sister, what do you fear we might misconstrue? Are you concerned we would think you enjoy drinking with young Master Su? Yun Ruoyue teased. You speak not such nonsense. Young Master Su, please do not heed her words. That is not my intention. Princess Chang stammered, blushing and wishing to vanish into the ground. Su Qi, having already noticed the affection in Princess Chang's eyes, feigned ignorance of her meaning and smiled. No worries, we are all friends. It is perfectly acceptable for friends to share a few drinks. After the three individuals settled down, the princess cast a discreet glance at Su Qi Xiao. Upon observing him, she noted his deep-set eyes, strikingly handsome features, and an alluring yet cold demeanor that seemed unapproachable. Her heart raced wildly at the sight of him. Suddenly, Su Qi Xiao inadvertently turned his gaze towards her, causing her heartbeat to quicken even further. Shyly, she lowered her head, biting her lip, consumed by nervousness. Princess, are you not going to drink? Allow me to fill your cup, Su Qi Xiao spoke, promptly pouring wine into the glass before the princess. Thank you, she replied eagerly, taking the cup into her hands. After filling the princess's glass, Su Qi Xiao poured himself another drink, swirling the wine in his glass before stating with a faint smile. The woman earlier spoke quite rightly. Even a courtesan strives for a better life. As a man, I find myself idle, drifting through life without purpose. Her words have awakened me. I have resolved to dedicate my skills to serve my country. I cannot meander aimlessly through life. I have decided to train in the military. Wow, really? You are already a martial champion. If you train in the military, you will surely achieve great things. It will be a blessing for the state of Chu. The princess gazed at Su Qi Xiao with admiration, her eyes sparkling with delight. The diligent and ambitious Su Qi Xiao appeared more mature and composed than before, rendering him even more captivating. Thank you. After all, I am on the verge of marriage, and I would not want my future wife and children to be ridiculed for having a husband and father who is indolent. As the heir of the Su family, I must set a commendable example, Su Qi Xiao declared resolutely. At this proclamation, the princess clapped her hands lightly, her face illuminated with admiration. Mr. Su, you have changed. Whoever becomes your wife will undoubtedly be very fortunate. Su Qi Xiao offered a faint smile, his gaze drifting towards Yun Ruoyue. I am not so fortunate. The matchmaker was right. My romantic pursuits are fraught with obstacles, and I shall never marry the woman I truly love. The one who weds me will likely be quite unfortunate as well, for he did not love her. He envied Chu Xuancheng, who, through a twist of fate, had what a treasure like Xiaoyue. Noticing the despondence in Su Qi Xiao's eyes, Yun Ruoyue quickly feigned indulging in a snack and shifted the topic. Were you not going to teach the princess how to drink? You should instruct her now, as a pregnant woman. I cannot partake in wine and will have to accompany you with tea instead. Is there truly a need for instruction? Princess, simply observe. Just tilt your head back and finish the cup in one go, just as I am about to do, Su Qi Xiao replied, slightly tilting his head and downing a glass of wine. The princess was momentarily taken aback. She understood that Su Qi Xiao's heart belonged solely to Yun Ruoyue, and in that moment, she felt like an unwelcome presence. Chapter 1186. The truth after drinking. Each time she witnessed Su Qi Xiao gazing at Yun Ruoyue with such tender affection, her heart ached with bitterness. After finishing his drink, Su Qi Xiao poured himself a second glass and remarked, drinking does not require instruction. It is an innate skill, especially when you are sorrowful or heartbroken. There is no need to learn. One simply drinks, just as I am doing now. With that, he poured another glass for himself. Upon finishing, his smiling eyes, reminiscent of March cherry blossoms, gazed tenderly at Yun Ruoyue. When he smiled, two charming dimples appeared on his cheeks, enhancing his already captivating visage. Witnessing such a gaze, the heart of the grand princess was pierced anew. She suddenly lifted the wine in her hands and downed it in one gulp. After consuming the drink, the grand princess felt an intense spiciness in her mouth and throat, which also pricked at her heart, bringing tears to her eyes. She incessantly flicked her tongue and fanned it with her hand, bewildered by the fiery nature of the wine. What kind of liquor is this, so pungent? They say fine wine is fragrant and mellow, a balm for sorrow. Why does this taste so unpleasant? This is called pear blossom spring, a poetic line that evokes the image of lonely tears cascading down, reminiscent of spring rain on a pear blossom branch. This wine, brewed from the pear blossoms of spring, is particularly fragrant and sweet, with a lingering aftertaste, and is indeed a remedy for worries. It was the Grand Princess's first experience with such a drink. It was entirely natural for her to find it unaccustomed. Su Qixiao remarked. The Grand Princess found the wine excessively spicy, while he deemed it just right. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, flooding his heart, and penetrating his lungs, drowning his solitude. Is it sweet? Then pour me another glass. I wish to savor it again, she said, cautious not to miss the opportunity to converse with Su Qixiao. Su Qixiao smiled gently and refilled her glass. My lady, please. After the Grand Princess expressed her gratitude, she began to savor the exquisite wine slowly, drinking at a leisurely pace. She soon discovered that the wine was not as spicy as she initially thought. It possessed a delicate fragrance of pear blossoms. Glancing at Su Qixiao, she noticed he had already consumed several cups, his drinking posture elegant, flowing like a stream. His demeanor exuded a carefree and unrestrained charm, leaving her momentarily entranced. At that moment, a rosy hue graced his cheeks, and the aroma of wine enveloped him, intoxicatingly pleasant. The more she observed him, the more handsome he appeared, stirring her heart with burgeoning affection. Yet, Su Qixiao's gaze seemed to drift toward Yun Ruoyue, and as he continued to drink, his body began to sway. And the wine glass in his hand trembled. He must have been inebriated. Noticing this, Yun Ruoyue quickly interjected, Su Qixiao, you seem rather drunk. Perhaps you should temper your drinking. Until then, she had quietly sipped her tea, refraining from interrupting his moments with the Grand Princess, but seeing him in such a state, she hurried to caution him. Su Qixiao leaned closer to her, tenderly gazing into her eyes with a smile. Xiaoyue, are you concerned for me? It has been so long since I last saw you. I finally comprehend the meaning of a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Poets truly possess extraordinary talent to articulate such beautiful verses. Those who gather flowers. A day apart feels like March. Those who gather reeds. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Those who gather mugwort. A day apart feels like 3 years. A day without seeing you feels like a year. My yearning has become a malady. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue immediately realized he was genuinely intoxicated. Fortunately, Manager Li and the attendants had tactfully withdrawn, and the wine attendant stood at the door, keeping watch. It was just the two of them in this intimate space. Chapter 1187. Speaking nonsense, lest others overhear, would not be ideal. Upon hearing those words, the princess felt a sudden jolt in her heart, as if a cloud of cotton had lodged itself in her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. Yun Ruoyue quickly turned to Su Qixiao and exclaimed, Su Qixiao, you are intoxicated. What nonsense are you spouting, reciting such melancholic poetry? Please stop drinking. I will find someone to escort you home to rest. Xiaoyue, I will not leave, Su Qixiao stubbornly declared, suddenly grasping her hand tightly in his own. With a gaze filled with deep affection, he continued, Xiaoyue, do you know? Ever since we parted last time, I have longed to see you. Yet, I dared not disturb you, fearing that others might misunderstand. The reason I engaged in matchmaking was to forget you. However, I have realized that no matter how many women I meet or how many dates I go on, I cannot let you go. I live each day like a mere shell of a man, meeting different women in hopes of finding a trace of you within them. But none can compare to you. At this point, his eyes had grown red, his expression filled with sorrow and longing. Rest assured, I am not drunk. I simply wish to speak with you one last time before you wed. I will sincerely wish you happiness with Chu Xuancheng, and may you bear him a chubby, healthy little one. I will not haunt you, nor disrupt your life. Upon hearing Su Qixiao's words, Yun Ruoyue felt a pang of sadness within her. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. She quickly withdrew her hand, glancing anxiously at the princess. Your Highness, he must be intoxicated to speak such strange words. Please do not take them to heart. Drunk individuals often speak like this. I understand. I know he is in great pain and discomfort, and I empathize with his feelings. It was only then that the princess realized how deeply she had come to understand Su Qixiao. She felt his sorrow acutely, as her own heart mirrored his distress. Seeing Yun Ruoyue pull her hand away, Su Qixiao cast her a regretful glance, his heart aching. He had hoped to forget her by engaging with other women. Yet the more he encountered, the more he longed for her, the more he recognized her as his one and only. No one could ever replace her. He had once suffered from lovesickness for her, nearly perishing. How could he so easily forget her? He drank a few more cups of wine, ultimately becoming so intoxicated that he leaned heavily on the table. Your Highness, the prince and princess are inside, drinking with Master Su. Your Highness, please come in. A voice called from outside. Upon hearing that voice, Yun Ruoyue was suddenly startled. She quickly stood up, only to realize she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. She had not done anything with Su Xiao. Why should she feel guilty? Resolving to appear forthright, she sat back down, sitting upright with an air of integrity. Soon, the doors swung open, and a beam of sunlight streamed in, illuminating the tall figure of Chu Xuancheng. He seemed to be adorned with golden rays. Dressed in a white brocade robe embroidered with auspicious clouds, his waist cinched with a jade belt, wearing a jade crown atop his head. His jet-black hair cascaded gracefully over his shoulders. With his elegant brows and phoenix-like eyes, he exuded an aura of refined nobility and striking beauty. Your Highness. Fenger and the others hurriedly greeted him. Oh, what brings you here? Yun Ruoyue gazed curiously at Chu Xuancheng, who appeared to be as elusive as a specter, yet had surprisingly shown up. Chapter 1188. Perceptive thoughts this evening. Having concluded court matters early, upon returning to the royal residence, I learned that you all were out shopping. Hence my desire to join you. Chu Xuancheng approached Yun Ruoyue, and due to his considerable height advantage, he casually ruffled her hair in an affectionate manner. At that moment, Su Qi, noticing an unfamiliar presence, groggily opened his eyes. As he did, he spotted a man caressing Yun Ruoyue's head, prompting him to bellow, "You audacious scoundrel! How dare you be so familiar with Xiaoyue? You seek death." Unprepared for Su Qi's sudden attack, Chu Xuancheng skillfully sidestepped the blow. In the same fluid motion, he positioned himself before Su Qi and struck towards his chest, causing Su Qi to stagger backward. With a cold sweep of his robe, he declared sharply, "Su Qi, you are inebriated. I am not drunk. Who are you, a lecherous rogue? You shall not take advantage of Xiaoyue, or I will have your hands severed and your eyes gouged out." Su Qi retorted, only to belch unexpectedly. After being forced back by Chu Xuancheng's strike, he barely regained his footing, yet his body swayed perilously, teetering on the brink of collapse. Seeing this, the Grand Princess rushed to support him, exclaiming, "Su Xuancheng, you are intoxicated. Look closely, this is Xuancheng, Yuere's husband." With her timely assistance, Su Qi managed to avoid falling. He cast a cold glare at Chu Xuancheng, yet failed to recognize him. Chu Xuancheng, dismissive of Su Qi, wrapped his arms around Yun Ruoyue's shoulders, gazing tenderly into her eyes. "Yuere, did you not wish to shop? I shall accompany you. Someone, escort Su Qi and the princess back to their respective residences." Having said that, he took Yun Ruoyue's hand and turned to leave. "Xuancheng, Su Qi is drunk. I shall remain to look after him until he sobers up before we return home," the Grand Princess interjected suddenly. Chu Xuancheng paused, then turned, his gaze icy as he regarded the Grand Princess. "Sister, I shall arrange for someone to attend to him. It is prudent for you to return home." "No, I have only just arrived. I have not had my fill of fun yet. I wish to stay longer," the Grand Princess retorted angrily. Chu Xuancheng studied her intently, noticing how her arm clung tightly to Su Qi. His pupils dilated with an ominous premonition. "Sister, have you developed feelings for him?" "No, I have not." "What nonsense are you speaking? He saved my life once. We are merely friends." The Grand Princess's face flushed, and she hastily explained. Yet, the blush in her awkward demeanor betrayed the truth of Chu Xuancheng's words. Chu Xuancheng gazed at her in disbelief, realizing that not only was Su Qi 3 years her junior, but also that the Su family and his own were incompatible. If the Grand Princess were to marry into the Su family, she would undoubtedly face disdain and mistreatment from them. He would never allow his sister to be subjected to such indignities. "Sister, you and he are not suited for one another. Return home. I shall find you a more fitting suitor." "No, I assure you, he and I are merely friends, akin to the moon and him. Our relationship is nothing beyond that of ordinary friends. Why should we not engage further? The princess has finally found someone she likes, and naturally, she does not wish to relinquish that affection so easily." The way Chu Xuancheng obstructed her brought her to the brink of tears. "Are you certain that your feelings for him are solely those of a platonic friend?" Chu Xuancheng spoke coldly. Chapter 1189. Denying affection for him upon noticing Chu Xuancheng's disapproval. Yun Ruoyue forced a smile and ventured, "May I speak?" "Of course, my dear, please do," Chu Xuancheng replied, turning to gaze at Yun Ruoyue with deep affection, his tenderness evident towards his beloved wife. Yun Ruoyue suddenly lifted her head, feigning anger as she glared at him. "Why must you be so domineering? Is it the princess marrying or you? She is free to choose whom she likes. Why must you meddle?" Continuing, she added in a softer tone, "If you can be with me, why can't the princess be with Su Qiao?" You bear no grudge against him, only against Su Ming. Besides, Su Qixiao has always been at odds with his father. He detests his father's ways and refuses to be complicit. He is often marginalized by his brothers at home. He is a pitiable soul, distinct from the Su family. He remains a virgin at his age, a paragon of virtue. If you do not allow the princess to seize this opportunity, what if someone else lures him away? At this, Chu Xuancheng was taken aback, almost losing his balance. What? Su Qixiao is still a virgin? How do you know this? Did he tell you? His eyes narrowed in suspicion as he scrutinized Yun Ruoyue. Well, we overheard it from the lady he was set up with, but that is beside the point. The important thing is that the princess has taken a liking to him. It is rare for her to have feelings for someone. We should facilitate their union rather than hinder their togetherness, Yun Ruoyue asserted. I do not like him. Please do not speak nonsense, the princess blurted, her face turning crimson. Thankfully, there were no outsiders present, only familiar faces. Otherwise, she would have had to feign fainting to escape this predicament. Regardless of whether the princess liked him, that was her own affair. She could make her own decisions. Husband, I wish to visit the herbal shop. Would you accompany me? After we finish, we can fetch the princess and return home together, Yun Ruoyue said, tugging at Chu Xuancheng's sleeve and playfully batting her eyelashes at him. The princess quickly realized that Yun Ruoyue was attempting to divert Chu Xuancheng's attention, thereby granting her a chance to be alone with Su Qixiao, and she felt a surge of gratitude. As Yun Ruoyue acted coyly, Chu Xuancheng stared at her in astonishment. No way. Is it possible that you is actually being affectionate with me? He gazed at her, entranced, allowing her to lead him away, his focus solely on her, oblivious to the princess and Su Qixiao. Once Yun Ruoyue had pulled Chu Xuancheng outside, he suddenly grasped her hand. Were you just being affectionate with this king? And you called me husband in front of the princess? Yun Ruoyue's face flushed at his words. I merely wanted you to accompany me to the herbal shop. Do not overthink it. Are you shy? The prince recalls the last time he fell ill, when you embraced him and called him your husband. Chu Xuancheng lowered his gaze, his deep-set eyes sparkling with mirth as they rested upon her. You shameless creature. Upon hearing his words, Yun Ruoyue raised her small fist in embarrassment, angrily striking him. However, her hand landed on his shoulder, which was solid with muscle, causing her to immediately retract her hand, shaking it vigorously as tears nearly welled in her eyes from the pain. Ouch, Chu Xuancheng. Is your shoulder made of stone? It hurts terribly. Let me see. Chu Xuancheng exclaimed, taking her small hand and gently blowing on it. Does blowing help? It's still painful, utterly useless. Yun Ruoyue glared at him, her pitiful expression resembling that of an innocent little rabbit, evoking sympathy. Blowing is ineffective, but perhaps this will suffice? Chu Xuancheng suddenly leaned down and swiftly planted a kiss on the back of her hand, then raised his gaze, smiling at her. Yun Ruoyue, flustered by his playful gesture, felt her cheeks flush like the evening glow, and she hurriedly glanced around. You are unbearable. I shall ignore you. With that, she hastened down the street, fearing others might witness this scene and mock her. Yet inside, her heart brimmed with sweetness, akin to honey. Chu Xuancheng quickly followed, grasping her hand protectively. Be careful. Don't let anyone bump into you. I am not a child. You needn't worry, she replied. I intend to visit the Jishir Hall. Accompany me. But can you walk? Should I carry you? He inquired. Yun Ruoyue, feeling shy, cast a glance around and, upon realizing no one was listening, replied. The Jishir Hall is quite nearby. I can walk there, consider it a stroll. Besides, I have passed the critical period. It is now safe for me to engage in moderate exercise, which is beneficial for future childbirth. Since it is safe now, may I? Chu Xuancheng asked, his handsome eyes glimmering with a smile as he gazed at her. How presumptuous. Absolutely not. Yun Ruoyue retorted, blushing and hastily moving ahead. What on earth occupies that fellow's mind, that he thinks of such things daily? Meanwhile, inside the tavern, Aunt May glanced outside, relieved to see Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue depart. Wonderful. Young Master Su has reserved the entire tavern. There are no other patrons, and with Yun Ruoyue gone, our plan can proceed successfully. Little you, why did you leave with that man? Who is he? Do you not care for me at all? At that moment, young Master Su slumped over the table, drowning his sorrows in drink while mumbling incoherently. Seeing his state, the princess felt a pang of sadness within her. Noticing his continued drinking, she sat beside him and seized his cup. Young Master Su, you must stop. If you keep drinking, it will lead to trouble. Who are you to interfere? Leave me be. Young Master Su coldly dismissed her, his gaze icy. This is none of your concern. Just go away. Upon hearing this, the princess was immediately filled with anger. You have saved my life, and seeing you like this compels me to intervene. Just moments ago, you spoke of training in the military, of no longer wallowing in self-pity, of embracing a new life. Yet, in the blink of an eye, you are inebriated beyond measure. Have you forgotten the words you just uttered? Su Qishao, with a self-deprecating shake of his head, toyed with the wine glass in his hand, his crimson lips curling coldly. Indeed, I am but a ne'er-do-well, a person of no accomplishment. Everyone condemns me as a wastrel, a debauched scion, desiring me to live as they envision. Yet I refuse. I would rather be a squanderer than their pawn. No, do not belittle yourself, she urged. In truth, you are remarkable, an unparalleled martial champion, adept in both strategy and literature, and maintaining your integrity by steering clear of the brothel. You surpass those men 100-fold. Though you may appear to be cynical, your heart is meticulous and kind. Your rebellious demeanor is merely a facade. Your carefree exterior is but a guise. Others may misunderstand you, yet I comprehend. You are unique in my heart, irreplaceable. The princess gazed at Su Qishao with encouragement. Chapter 1191. Administering the drug. Upon hearing her words, Su Qishao suddenly stared at her in a daze, grasping her hand. His gaze tender. The warmth of his eyes sent her heart racing like a startled deer, and she shyly lowered her head, her cheeks aflame. Xiaoyue, is it you? You are encouraging me, aren't you? Only you would utter such words to me. Thank you. Su Qishao's gaze remained soft as he looked at the princess. Hearing this, the princess's heart plummeted. She stared blankly at Su Qishao. What did you just call me? Xiaoyue, what is it? Did I call you incorrectly? Is it because I used the name exclusive to Chu Xuancheng that you are upset? Su Qishao said, extending his hand to gently cup her face. The princess was momentarily taken aback, her expression paling, her heart sinking with disappointment and pain, realizing he had mistaken her for Xiaoyue. Princess, come here. I have something to discuss with you. At this moment, Aunt May approached opportunely, pulling the princess aside. Aunt, what is it? The princess glanced at Su Qishao, who had completely ignored her, pouring himself another drink. Aunt May cast a sidelong glance at Su Qishao and leaned towards the princess, whispering in her ear, Princess, it is evident that you harbor feelings for Su Qishao. You have a rare opportunity to be alone with him. You must seize this moment to become his woman. After today, there may be no more chances. He will surely wed soon, and then your possibilities will vanish. Aunt May, what do you mean? The princess looked at her in confusion. My dear princess, I am suggesting that you find a way to become Su Qishao's woman. You have grown up and finally encountered a man you admire. You must not let this opportunity slip away. Aunt May urged earnestly. Become his woman? The princess was taken aback, her heart trembling. Princess, let me be frank. Since you like Su Qishao, why not take advantage of his inebriation to create a beautiful encounter with him? As long as you become his, what fear is there that he would not marry you? I possess a pouch of medicine. Shortly, you shall mix it into his drink, and I assure you, once he tastes it, he will become enamored with you. Aunt May spoke, retrieving a thin packet of powder from her waist. The princess, upon seeing the powder, was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of fierce indignation. Aunt, how could I possibly do such a thing? I cannot take advantage of his vulnerability. It would surely incite his disdain. I cannot drug him. My dear princess, I only wish to see you thrive. This Su Qishao is evidently a man worthy of lifelong devotion. Should you miss the opportunity to secure him, finding another man of such caliber whom you adore would be exceedingly difficult. Given your profound affection for him, can you truly bear to relinquish him to another woman? He does not love those other women. His sole desire is to fulfill the duty of marriage and procreation. Can you bear to witness him suffer a lifetime with someone he does not cherish? But such underhanded tactics are utterly vile. If he were to discover this, he would surely loathe me, the princess lamented. Moreover, would a life together with me not also be fraught with anguish? Not at all. I can see he harbors feelings for you. Furthermore, if you simply refrain from disclosing the nature of the drugging, all will be well. Once you have successfully united. Upon his awakening, you may claim he acted inebriated and forced himself upon you, compelling him to take responsibility and marry you. In this manner, he could not blame you. Rather, he would feel indebted to you and treat you with utmost care for a lifetime. Aunt May spoke in a hushed tone. Chapter 1192. The drugging succeeds. Is it truly so? He will not hold it against me. The princess found herself swayed by Aunt May's arguments. Indeed, as long as you firmly assert that he forced himself upon you in a drunken state, he would dare not accuse you and would be obliged to take responsibility. If it means marrying the man you love, no means is too extreme. Should you let this chance slip, you would regret it for eternity, Aunt May added, stoking the flames of resolve. After a moment of contemplation, the princess made her decision. Very well, if I cannot marry him, I shall not wed another. Besides, this is for his own good. I shan't allow him to marry a woman he does not love. I will heed your counsel and give it a try. Her love for Su Qixiao was profound. Ever since he had rescued her, she had been restless, unable to find solace in sleep or sustenance. Now, with this opportunity before her, she felt an overwhelming desire to seize it. After conferring with Aunt May, the princess took the pouch of medicine and seated herself before Su Qixiao. Drink, Xiaoyue, come and drink with me. At this moment, Su Qixiao was sprawled across the table, the bottle in his hands rolling about, yet he appeared oblivious to his inebriation, drinking directly from the bottle. Seizing the moment, the princess, trembling, retrieved the pouch and hurriedly opened it, anxiously pouring half of its contents into his cup, fearful of overdoing it. After administering the drug, she tucked the remaining pouch into her sleeve and swiftly poured wine into the cup. Once the wine was poured, she stirred it with chopsticks before gently tapping Su Qixiao's shoulder. Qixiao, are you not going to drink? Come, let us drink together. You'll drink with me? Excellent. Let us drink. Su Qixiao rose, accepting the cup from the princess's hands, and without a moment's hesitation, downed it in one gulp. Upon witnessing him consume the drink, the princess finally exhaled in relief. She suddenly supported Su Qixiao and called out to the distant shopkeeper, asking if there were guest rooms available upstairs. Su Gongzi was intoxicated, and she intended to assist him in resting. The shopkeeper, without a hint of suspicion, promptly replied that there were guest rooms on both the third and fourth floors. Young lad, hurry and escort our esteemed guest upstairs. Yes, shopkeeper, replied a young attendant, who swiftly led the way. Su Qixiao, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, was already inebriated and drowsy. Now, under the influence of a potion, he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, longing to lie down on a bed. Thus, he did not refuse and allowed them to assist him upstairs. Before long, they had guided Su Qixiao to a bed in a guest room on the third floor. Once inside, Aunt May called the young attendant to leave. At this moment, Aunt May said, Princess, the effects of the medicine on Su Gongzi have already begun to take hold. Take swift action while the prince and princess are yet to return. I will keep watch outside for you. But I do not know how to do such a thing, the princess replied, her head bowed in shyness. Rest assured, once you are both undressed, you will not need to worry. Su Gongzi, being a man, will instinctively know what to do in such matters. However, should anything go awry, you must not reveal my involvement, princess. If I were to face consequences, I would no longer be able to serve you or procure such delightful items for you in the future. I understand, Aunt May. You are doing this for my sake. And you need not worry, I will not expose you. Time is of the essence. Princess, please hurry. I shall take my leave now. With a smile, Aunt May exited the room and closed the door behind her. Once outside, a triumphant smile spread across her face, concealing the fact that she had, out of necessity, become the wife of a man from Wei. Previously, the lady of Wei had sent word to inform her that Su Qixiao would be hosting a matchmaking event there that day and instructed her to devise a scheme to lure the princess into a compromising situation, even encouraging the princess to administer the potion to Su Qixiao to facilitate their union. What a charming way to phrase it. For the truth was that it sought to tarnish the reputations of both. However, she was unperturbed by the prospect of the princess's downfall, as she had already secured an escape route for herself. Initially, she had thought the task would be challenging, but to her astonishment, the princess was so eager that it was accomplished with such ease. It truly was a matter obtained without effort. In the guest room, Su Qixiao was increasingly overwhelmed by the heat. His face flushed, and he tugged at his clothing in discomfort. Observing this, the princess cautiously approached him. Aunt May had asserted that if they simply removed both their garments, the deed would be done. With this thought in mind, she trembled as she climbed onto Su Qixiao, beginning to untie his belt. However, as it was her first attempt at such an endeavor, she found herself inexperienced and nervous, struggling for an eternity without succeeding in loosening his belt. Beads of sweat began to form on her brow. In his discomfort, Su Qixiao suddenly felt the presence of a woman seated upon him. Her soft, fragrant body made him tense all over. Upon opening his eyes, he found a woman attempting to untie his belt. His consciousness was hazy, and his vision blurred. The heat within him felt as if it would erupt. He grasped her hand firmly and asked, "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon my room?" The one who harbors affection for you, the princess whispered softly. Her voice, delicate and melodious, was as pleasing to the ear as her touch was soft and refined. Under the dual intoxication of aphrodisiac and alcohol, Chu Xiao had long forgotten his own identity. In a sudden, domineering movement, he flipped over and pinned the woman beneath him. You ventured in of your own accord, so do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, he leaned down and captured her lips with his own. The moment their lips met, he was enveloped by warmth and sweetness. Her skin felt tender and smooth against his touch, an exquisite sensation that momentarily weakened his resolve. He found himself drawn closer to her. The princess had not anticipated that Chu Xiao would be so assertive even in his drunken state. She had expected to take the initiative herself. However, he was far more proactive than she had imagined, exuding a commanding presence that rendered her passive. Despite her initial thoughts that he had little experience with women, his actions betrayed a surprising proficiency. Was it true, as Aunt May had said, that men are innately skilled in such matters? Or perhaps he had encountered other women before, thus acquiring such expertise. Ultimately, he succumbed to slumber while she lay there, feeling as though she had been run over by a truck, her body aching all over. In a haze of exhaustion, she too drifted off to sleep. After approximately 2 hours, Chu Xiao was roused by the commotion from below, the sounds of patrons clamoring for food and the bustle of waitstaff. As he groggily opened his eyes, he felt the warmth of a small being nestled in his arms, its skin delicate as jade, its texture delightful. What could it be? Perhaps a small animal? A sense of unease washed over him, and upon opening his eyes fully, he was astounded to discover that he was holding a woman in his embrace. He gasped in shock, realizing that it was, in fact, the princess. His pupils widened. His mind felt like it had exploded, and a surge of panic coursed through him, prompting him to leap up. In that instant, he noticed their state of undress. Hastily, he covered her with a blanket and began to dress himself with urgency. Meanwhile, the princess, still in a deep slumber, was stirred awake by the noise. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Chu Xiao in a frenzy, hastily putting on his clothes. Mortified, she glanced at herself and wished for a block of tofu to perish beneath. Suddenly recalling Aunt May's words, she pointed at Chu Xiao, trembling as she declared, Chu Xiao, you have wronged me, and you must take responsibility. With that, tears began to flow. Did I truly wrong you? Chu Xiao's mind felt overwhelmed. The events of the previous night were a blur. Would I lie about such a matter? You were intoxicated, and I, with good intentions, assisted you inside to rest. Yet, you accuse me of wrongdoing. I am no longer a Navi maiden. I fear I am now unfit for marriage. Perhaps it would be better if I simply perished. As the princess spoke, she clutched the blanket and made as if to throw herself against the wall. Chu Xiao quickly intervened, having dressed himself by now. Wait, princess. I was inebriated and lost control of my actions. If I have indeed committed an indecent act and caused you harm, I assure you that I will take responsibility for it. Rest assured. Upon finishing her words, he tossed the princess's garments to her and quickly turned away, closing his eyes. Don the attire first. We shall discuss matters once you are properly dressed. Rest assured, I am a man of integrity. Having touched you, I shall marry you and will never abandon you. Hearing this, the princess's heart eased, and she felt a surge of emotion. It turned out that Chu Xiao was not one to indulge without accountability. On the contrary, he possessed a sense of responsibility that made her glad she had acted as she did. Very well, I shall trust you this once, she replied, hastily beginning to dress. As she donned her pristine undergarment and reached for her outer robe, a small package tumbled from her sleeve and landed at Chu Xiao's feet. What is this? He asked, puzzled as he glanced at the princess. In nothing, she stammered, her body trembling in fear as her complexion paled at the sight of the fallen package. Just as she bent to retrieve it, Chu Xiao was quicker, snatching it up. Upon examining the package, he was struck by the 3 words emblazoned on it, aphrodisiac. His mind erupted in disbelief, akin to a thunderclap, as he fixed an incredulous gaze upon the princess, seething. How could you have such a thing in your possession? Chu Jiu, did you drug me? At this moment, he recalled that he had been intoxicated but had not felt any overwhelming heat until he consumed the wine she had offered. His gaze fell back on the package, and when it returned to the princess, it was now filled with fury akin to a sharpened blade. You slipped this into my drink, did you not? Why would you seek to harm me? His heart belonged to Yun Ruoyue, and he had vowed to remain virtuous, refraining from other women. Yet here was Chu Jiu, brazenly attempting to ensnare him. The princess, Witnessing the hatred and revulsion in Su Qixiao's eyes, instinctively recoiled, her beautiful gaze now laden with terror. I did not drug you. You forced yourself upon me when you were intoxicated. It has nothing to do with me. Then why does an unwed woman possess such a substance? He demanded. I do not know. Perhaps someone sought to frame me, placing it in my possession. Frame you? You are a princess. Few dare approach you. Who would be bold enough to set a trap for you? You were the one who assisted me earlier and the one who threw yourself at me. If this is not your scheme, I cannot believe it. As he spoke, he advanced, seizing the princess by the throat, his eyes aflame with rage. Did you administer this to me? What is your intent? Chapter 1195. What transpired? The princess gasped for breath as his grip tightened around her neck. Forgive me. Even if I did drug you, it was because I like you, Su Xuancheng. I do not wish for you to marry a woman you do not love and suffer through life with her. I only wanted to help you. Help me? Do you mean to say that marrying you would not cause me anguish? You shameless woman, you repulse me even more than they do. Even if you shamelessly force yourself upon me, I shall never accept you. Prepare to live a life of solitude, forever a widow. Su Qixiao declared fiercely. His words pierced the heart of the princess like sharp steel blades. The princess gazed at him in disbelief. This man who had previously smiled at her now appeared so cruel. She looked at him in anguish, tears welling up in her eyes, filled with profound disappointment and regret. Su Xuancheng, do you truly hold only Yun Ruoyue in your heart, leaving no space for me? Do you truly despise me so? Indeed, my heart belongs solely to Xiaoyue. I haven't even taken note of your appearance. How could you possibly exist in my thoughts? I once regarded you as merely willful, arrogant, and spoiled. Today, I see you for what you truly are, a venomous and cunning person, willing to resort to underhanded means to win a man's affections. You are utterly shameless. Su Qixiao glared at her with palpable disdain. The princess trembled, unable to fathom his words. If you detest me so much, why did you save me back then? That was merely a matter of convenience. Had it been a dog or a cat, I would have saved it too. Had I known that saving you would lead to such misunderstandings, I would have preferred to let you fall to your demise. Su Qixiao's eyes burned with hatred. He could almost envision ending the princess's life. At that moment, a loud bang reverberated as the door was forcefully kicked open. In rushed Chu Xuancheng, cloaked in an aura of coldness and exuding a menacing presence. Upon entering, he spotted Su Qixiao gripping the princess's neck and immediately bellowed, launching a stool towards him with a powerful kick. Su Qixiao deftly evaded while releasing the princess, and with a swift motion, he split the stool in midair, sending splinters flying. Just then, Yun Ruoyue entered, rushing to support the swaying princess. Sister, are you all right? I am fine, Yue. What brings you both here? The princess inquired with surprise. Although Su Qixiao had been furious, his grip had not been excessively forceful, allowing her to converse with him. If he had truly intended harm, she would not have been able to speak. Did this imply that he did not wish to kill her, that he did not loathe her as much as he claimed? Yun Ruoyue replied, After we returned, we did not see you, and noticing a multitude of guests arriving downstairs, we presumed you and Su Qixiao had departed. However, Manager Li informed us that you were still upstairs resting. It felt amiss, so we rushed up to check. Upon reaching the doorway, we saw Aunt Mei lurking suspiciously, and upon listening closely, we overheard you and Su Qixiao quarreling. The prince feared for your safety and kicked the door open. Sister, what on earth is happening? Chapter 1196, An Uninvited Guest. We are fine. The princess quickly averted her gaze, unwilling to reveal the truth to Yun Ruoyue. At this moment, Chu Xuancheng beheld the disheveled bedding upon the bed, the inner garments worn by the princess, and the telltale marks of affection upon her neck. Instantly grasping the gravity of the situation, his obsidian eyes, imbued with icy fury, fixed a fierce glare upon Su Qixiao. You have taken advantage of my sister, and now you wish to eliminate her to silence her. I shall personally exact vengeance upon you. Upon witnessing Su Qixiao's grip around the princess's throat, he had assumed the worst, that he had violated her and sought her demise. Thus, with a swift motion akin to a gust of wind, he struck out at Su Qixiao. Su Qixiao, quick to evade, countered with his own strike. Chu Xuancheng, your timing is impeccable. What do you mean by claiming I took advantage of her? He retorted, engaging in combat while his voice brimmed with indignation. A lone man and a woman, confined to a chamber together. What have you done to my sister? Dare you deny it? You shall not escape responsibility. The uncontainable rage ignited within Chu Xuancheng, a fire fierce enough to consume Su Qixiao entirely. With a cold smirk, Su Qixiao replied, What have I done? Chu Xuancheng, do you truly believe I have harmed her? Ask her what she has done to me. Taken aback, Chu Xuancheng's gaze turned frigid as he fixed it upon the princess. What is the meaning of this? Xuancheng, I am sorry. In a moment of folly, I administered a potion to him. The princess confessed, her head bowed, trembling, her complexion as pale as porcelain. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xuancheng retracted his hand in disbelief, his expression a tempest of incredulity. You administered the potion? So it was you who? Yes, it was I who did so. I cannot fathom my own actions. The thought of him marrying another woman was unbearable. The princess responded weakly, omitting any mention of Aunt May, fearing that divulging her name would leave her without aid in the future. Outside, Aunt May watched the unfolding drama with trepidation, hoping the princess would refrain from implicating her. While anxiously glancing downstairs, praying for Lady Wei to arrive swiftly. Chu Xuancheng, you have heard, have you not? She took advantage of my inebriation, drugged my drink, and forced herself upon me. I am the victim, I was coerced. At this juncture, he turned suddenly to Yun Ruoyue, his eyes filled with guilt and remorse. Xiaoyue, I did not intend to touch her. I do not wish for her. I hold no affection for her. It was she, devoid of shame and cunning in her designs, who ensnared me. You must believe me. Fearing a misunderstanding from Yun Ruoyue, he hastened to clarify. At that moment, a sharp female voice pierced the air, followed by the hurried sound of footsteps. Yun Ruoyue turned to see Lady Wei entering with a throng of curious ladies. She froze momentarily, struck by the uncanny timing of Lady Wei's arrival. What brings you here? Yun Ruoyue inquired, approaching to close the door, only for it to be pushed open coldly by Lady Wei. With eyes akin to a cunning fox, she surveyed the room before sneering, "Ah, it seems we have arrived at an inopportune time. Who would have thought that a simple meal downstairs could lead us to witness such a remarkable spectacle? Young Master Su, you and the Princess of Chang are disheveled and bruised all over. You weren't just engaged in a quarrel in bed, were you?" Chapter 1197, A Group of Old Maids. The other ladies immediately burst into laughter, pointing out the numerous kiss marks on the Princess of Chang, with half of her undergarment exposed. What else could this suggest but that they had just indulged in an amorous encounter? It was surprising to discover that the usually pure and pristine Princess of Chang could be so reckless in private, revealing a rather unruly nature beneath that facade. TSK. At 25 and still unmarried, if she doesn't seize the opportunity to indulge in a few romantic escapades while she's young, what will become of her when age catches up with her? Ultimately, the lady from the Wei Kingdom triumphantly concluded, a group of old maids. Spare us the chatter. Otherwise, I shall have your tongues severed. Young Master Su glared at the crowd like a venomous serpent. After that, he bowed to Yun Ruoyue and gestured toward the group of ladies, saying, Your Highness, the princess, I apologize on behalf of my beast, which has escaped and caused a ruckus, embarrassing you all. It is my fault for allowing such unrefined creatures to roam freely. Please forgive me. Not at all. Yun Ruoyue replied, stifling a laugh. Since their birth, I, as their owner, have not properly educated them, and they have grown so uncouth, barking aimlessly here. Please do not hold it against them. It is my failure to fulfill my responsibilities as a master. I shall take them back and educate them properly. Young Master Su said this with utmost seriousness, even bowing deeply to Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue waved her hand graciously. No matter. In the future, when raising such creatures, please be attentive, instill proper guidance, and establish rules to prevent further disturbances and calamities. You have gone too far, young Master Su. You, an unlearned scoundrel, dare to speak in veiled insults? The lady from the Wei Kingdom's face flushed with anger, wishing she could tear apart young Master Su's insolent mouth. Young Master Su turned around, casting a dark glare at her. Old maid, spare us your rambling. Speak too much, and beware of meeting the same fate as your son. Upon hearing this, the lady from the Wei Kingdom nearly spat blood, for her son had been ruined by young Master Su and Chu Xuancheng. How dare he threaten her in public? She would not let this go unpunished, and was determined to avenge her son. Yun Ruoyue also turned her gaze toward the lady from the Wei Kingdom, her voice cold as she waved her sleeve, audacious. Your Highness, the Prince of Li is present. And not only do you fail to pay your respects, but you also dare to speak ill of him, violating propriety. Do you have no regard for him and this consort? What do you intend to do? As Yun Ruoyue spoke, the other ladies trembled in fear. We pay our respects to His Highness, the Prince of Li, the Princess of Li, and the Princess of Chang. Immediately, Some ladies stepped forward to bow before Chu Xuancheng and the others. Here stood 3 esteemed figures, all of higher rank than the lady from the Wei Kingdom. They were merely women from lesser households and dared not confront the Prince of Li, nor could they neglect to pay their respects. They had merely been acting on behalf of the lady from the Wei Kingdom, and in their moment of arrogance, their words had gone too far. Seeing this, the lady from the Wei Kingdom's face turned dark with fury. Yet, even she was bound by etiquette to bow to Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue, making her feel small and infuriated as she twisted the handkerchief in her grasp, nearly ripping it apart. At that moment, a lady hastily stepped forward and said, "Princess Li, while we were dining downstairs, we heard sounds of a struggle from above. Curious, we rushed up only to find the prince and young Master Su engaged in a fierce altercation. We are puzzled as to what could have transpired between them to escalate to such a violent confrontation." Implicit in her words was the notion that they had not come seeking trouble, but rather stumbled upon the incident unintentionally. Chapter 1198. What a fortuitous timing. They had just been chastised by young Master Su and felt utterly humiliated, wishing to burrow into the ground. Yet, young Master Su's sharp tongue intimidated them. They dared not retort, fearing further rebuke. "This does not concern you. Everyone, vacate the premises at once, or I shall not be courteous." At this point, young Master Su had leapt in front of Madame Wei, his eyes glinting like those of a viper, piercing into her very soul. Under his gaze, Madame Wei shivered involuntarily. "You are the heir of the Zhongyong Duke, and she is the Grand Princess. How dare you engage in such morally reprehensible conduct in this place? This tarnishes the royal reputation beyond measure. I shall report this to the Emperor and see how he chooses to deal with you." With that, Madame Wei disdainfully waved her sleeve and turned to leave, determined to ensure the Emperor would punish them for their indiscretions. "Go ahead and report us if you dare. Do you think I fear you?" Young Master Su retorted, suddenly grasping the Grand Princess's hand and defiantly following Madame Wei, unafraid of her threats. Observing this, Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng exchanged glances before deciding to follow suit. Chu Xuancheng coldly fixated on Madame Wei's retreating figure and remarked, "Isn't it rather peculiar how she arrived just in time? I find it strange as well. This matter is certainly not as simple as it appears," Yun Ruoyue replied icily. Should Madame Wei divulge this incident to the palace, it would irreparably damage the reputations of both the Grand Princess and young Master Su. Considering that Madame Wei had previously sought to harm the Grand Princess, she could not help but suspect her involvement in this matter. However, as the Grand Princess had administered the drug, how could Madame Wei have possibly known? Could it be that a traitor lurked among the Grand Princess's entourage? Suddenly, she recalled how Aunt May had fervently invited them to partake in the roast duck earlier that day. She had found the invitation rather odd at the time. It seemed apparent that they had been deliberately lured there by Aunt May. She was undoubtedly the traitor. She shot a swift glance at Aunt May, who, upon meeting Yun Ruoyue's gaze, quickly lowered her head, adopting a demeanor of submissiveness. Internally, she was in a state of panic, fearing that Yun Ruoyue might have connected the dots to her involvement. Was it possible that Madame Wei's rapid arrival had sparked her suspicion? Yet, Madame Wei had feigned a desire to dine here, fortuitously encountering the incident. Surely she could not have been clever enough to deduce everything? Soon, they all arrived at the palace gates, awaiting entry. Madame Wei led the group of ladies at the forefront, her neck held high as she cast a scornful glare at young Master Su. "Humph, young Master Su, do not revel in your momentary triumph. When you meet the Emperor, you shall face the consequences. Ah, madam, do be cautious with your words. I observe the darkness clouding your brow, the coarseness of your eyebrows, the protrusion of your eyes, and the shadows behind your ears. Your pallor reveals a troubling fate. It seems you have recently incurred the wrath of misfortune, perhaps due to your harsh words that have offended the divine, bringing upon you their retribution. If you do not temper your speech, the consequences could be dire, perhaps the destruction of your family, or, worse still, the severance of your lineage." The young Master Su Qi feigned surprise as he regarded the Lady of Wei. Upon hearing this, the lady was so incensed that she nearly fainted. "Su Qi, come here. We must speak," Yun Ruoyue insisted, pulling him aside, followed closely by Chu Xuancheng and the princess. The Lady of Wei shot them a disdainful glance, scoffing inwardly. How curious it was to ponder what whispers they might share. Yet, given the circumstances, no matter how eloquently they spoke, these two scoundrels would ultimately face disgrace and infamy that would linger for eternity. Chapter 1199. Persuading Su Qi. Once they had retreated to a secluded corner, Yun Ruoyue inquired. Have you devised a strategy to address this predicament? Is there truly a need for a strategy? The princess has openly confessed to drugging me. I have been wronged. What could possibly befall me? Su Qi replied nonchalantly. Yun Ruoyue paused, then gently advised, while you may be unscathed, have you considered the princess? Though she initiated the deception, you too have benefited from the situation. You cannot simply absolve yourself of responsibility. You must also regard the princess. Su Qi cast a cold glance at the princess, who paled and lowered her head. He scoffed. What do you expect me to do, marry her? That is out of the question. My reputation has been tarnished by her actions, and I have yet to seek retribution. You want me to take her under my wing? I refuse. And you should not concern yourself with her either. How could I possibly ignore my sister? She is my kin. When she is in trouble, I must offer assistance. I do not demand that you marry her. Rather, in the grand hall, you should declare to the emperor that you are already deeply enamored with one another, that your affections are mutual. Your rendezvous in the guest chamber stemmed from genuine feelings, both of you being unmarried and naturally drawn to one another. If you could wed her, that would indeed resolve this crisis, Yun Ruoyue coaxed persuasively. Upon hearing her words, the princess felt a surge of emotion. Despite her previous treatment of Ruoyue, she had anticipated that Ruoyue would revel in her downfall. Yet, she had consistently assisted her in navigating perilous situations. Chu Xuancheng affectionately ruffled Yun Ruoyue's hair, recognizing her innate kindness. He had not misjudged her character. He hoped his sister would learn from this experience, discerning who genuinely cared for her and would no longer misjudge Ruoyue. In disbelief, Su Qi stared at Yun Ruoyue and protested. You want me to pretend to be her lover? I refuse. Her troubles are not mine. With that, he turned away coldly. Su Qi, you once proclaimed that you owe me a debt of gratitude for saving your life. Now, I require your cooperation to rescue the princess and repay that debt. Faced with Su Qi's obstinacy, Yun Ruoyue resorted to her trump card. Surprised, Su Qi felt his brow twitch. Very well, what do you require of me? You agree? Splendid, Yun Ruoyue exclaimed. Su Qi gritted her teeth resolutely. After all, she had invoked the life-saving grace. How could he possibly refuse? Yun Ruoyue suddenly cast a glance at Chu Xuancheng and whispered something in his ear. Chu Xuancheng reached into his bosom and reluctantly produced a pouch, which he handed to her. After receiving the pouch, Yun Ruoyue reached into her own bosom and retrieved an identical one. She then distributed the two pouches to the hands of the princess and Su Qi, simultaneously instructing them. Time is of the essence. I shall be brief. For the sake of your honor, you must follow my instructions later. When we enter the hall, you will present these two pouches and address the emperor as follows. What are the ladies whispering about? They seem to be plotting something devious, someone remarked to the Wei State Lady. The Wei State Lady responded with a derisive snort. Who knows? They are likely scheming to extricate themselves from this predicament. Alas, with so many eyes upon them, any attempts at evasion will be futile. Soon, a eunuch emerged to announce that the emperor had summoned everyone to the palace. Chapter 1200. Mutual affection. By the time Yun Ruoyue and her companions arrived at the imperial study, Emperor Hongyuan and the empress were already waiting. Upon entering, the Wei State Lady first paid her respects to the emperor and empress, then pointed accusingly at Su Xuancheng and the princess, declaring, Your Majesty, we witnessed Su Xuancheng and the princess engaging in illicit conduct in the private room of a duck restaurant. Everyone knows that the princess represents the royal family with her every action. Her involvement in such scandalous behavior tarnishes the dignity of the crown. She and Su Qi have no shame, meeting in broad daylight at a tavern, bringing disgrace upon the royal name. I beseech your majesty to impose severe punishment. Is this truly the case? You too, do you not kneel? Emperor Hongyuan's voice thundered with fury upon hearing this. He was taken aback that after allowing the princess to roam free, she would descend into such immoral conduct. Su Qi and the princess hastily knelt, with Su Qi maintaining a straight posture while the princess bowed her head, too ashamed to look up. Su Xuancheng, Jiu, explain this matter at once. Emperor Hongyuan's cold gaze bore down on them, his expression dark and menacing. Tell the emperor, have you both truly brought shame upon your family with such disgraceful actions? The empress also rose, her voice icy in reproach. Upon hearing these words, the princess's complexion turned ashen. The empress's deliberate harshness struck her like a blade, piercing her heart. The proud woman, unaccustomed to bowing her head, now found herself the subject of scorn and ridicule, as if she were a discarded flower paraded in the streets for public humiliation. Her head dropped to the ground, wishing for nothing more than to vanish. Suddenly, someone grasped her hand. Startled, she looked up to find Su Qixiao's large hand firmly holding her small one. He gazed deeply into her eyes, then turned to face Emperor Han Yuan, his voice resolute. Your Majesty, all of this is my fault. I have long been infatuated with the princess, and in a state of intoxication, I lost control, causing her to lose her virtue. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, having touched her, I shall take full responsibility. The minister would choose an auspicious day to wed her, thereby restoring the dignity of the royal family. At this proclamation, the assembly was taken aback. All eyes turned to Su Qixiao in astonishment. He had confessed, and moreover, he intended to marry the eldest princess. The princess herself was taken by surprise, for it was she who had administered the drug to Su Qixiao, yet he had taken the blame upon himself. Not wishing for him to bear the culpability, she hastily interjected, Your Majesty, it is not his fault. It is my niece's fault. No, Your Highness, you are not at fault. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me. Su Qixiao interrupted the princess. He then turned to Emperor Han Yuan and clasped his hands in reverence, stating, Your Majesty, it was I who tarnished the princess's reputation first. I am willing to accept responsibility and marry her. I implore Your Majesty's approval. At this juncture, Chu Xuancheng also spoke. Your Majesty, both of them are unmarried. When feelings run deep, it is only natural that passions may ignite. Since the matter has come to this, I believe it is, in fact, a delightful turn of events. I hope Your Majesty will bless their union. Yun Ruoyue also clasped her hands and smiled. Your Majesty, the eldest princess, Yuning, is yet unwed, and it is indeed time for her to marry. Since Your Majesty seeks a suitable match for her, why not grant them this opportunity? Their love is genuine, and their union would not only restore the royal family's honor, but also fulfill the desires of two loving hearts. In due time, they shall express their profound gratitude to Your Majesty, repaying your kindness manifold. Chapter 12:01. Presenting the token of affection, Emperor Han Yuan was taken aback. This couple, in perfect harmony, had transformed a matter that could have brought disgrace into a seemingly fortuitous event. Meanwhile, the Empress coldly interjected, Princely, Princessly, the marriage of the eldest princess, a member of the royal bloodline, is a matter that must be decided by the Empress Dowager and Your Majesty. Since Your Majesty has yet to speak, what authority do you possess? At this point, she turned her furious gaze upon Su Qixiao. Su Qixiao, I have heard that you and the eldest princess were not well acquainted before. How could you suddenly be smitten? If you were truly in love, it would be one matter, but I suspect you were merely indulging in drunken debauchery. Your behavior is nothing short of licentious, a brief dalliance devoid of any genuine affection, unworthy of the term mutual love. The Empress understood that if the two were indeed in love, given their status, they could not be harshly punished, perhaps only allowed to marry. Thus, she sought to frame the situation as a mere tryst. If they were truly engaged in such indiscretion, they would appear exceedingly careless, one fickle and the other a libertine, bringing shame upon the royal family. Madame Wei of the Wei family spoke coldly, while the Empress retorted sharply. A princess engaging in such shameless acts with a man signifies a grave moral failing. Such a person deserves severe punishment and is unworthy of a noble union. Su Qixiao has long been of ill repute, consorting with unsavory characters. He is vile, and the princess, a seductress, has brought this upon herself. Now, as a withered flower, she is no better than him, a beast in human guise. They both deserve imprisonment and stringent punishment. The Empress would not extend her favor to Su Qixiao simply because he hailed from the Su family. On the contrary, she harbored a disdain for him, as his interests did not align with her own. She only supports the other sons of the Su family, such as Su Zhan, the son of the second Madame Bai, as they are united in purpose. Su Qi, on the other hand, merely obstructs their path, and she wishes nothing more than to see him eliminated swiftly. Upon hearing this, the princess felt a sudden weakness. She had not anticipated such words from the Empress. It was as if the Empress wanted her demise. She regretted following Aunt May's advice to drug Su Qi. If given another chance, she would certainly refrain from such actions. Your Majesty, I have something to say, Su Qi declared, his tone suddenly serious. If I can prove that the princess and I share mutual affection and are not merely engaged in a fleeting liaison, will you cease your troubles with us? Prove it. How could you possibly prove such a thing? You have already engaged in a liaison. Whatever you say is mere words, and your arguments are worthless. The Empress scoffed disdainfully. Qi shot a resentful glare at the empress and suddenly retrieved a pouch from his bosom. Turning to Emperor Han Yuan, he stated, "Your Majesty, my relationship with the princess is not as sordid as the empress suggests. I have long admired her, and we have exchanged jade pendants as tokens of our affection." With that, he unveiled a translucent, resplendent jade pendant from the pouch. He looked at the princess and gently urged, "Princess, please reveal your pendant as well." "Oh, very well." The princess was momentarily taken aback, but quickly produced her own pouch. Upon opening it, she revealed a jade pendant identical to Qi's. The two pendants, displayed together, sparkled with an ethereal clarity, their exquisite emerald hues suggesting immense value. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. "Your Majesty, this is a pair of phoenix jade pendants, symbolizing harmonious union, indicating that they have long understood each other's hearts and wish to become husband and wife," Yun Ruoyue interjected. "They are a match made in heaven, a perfect union, not a casual affair. I beseech your Majesty to show mercy and grant them this beautiful marriage." Impudently Wang Fei, "This is not a place for your words. The decision lies with the Emperor and the Empress. You should refrain from interfering." The Madame of Wei suddenly stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Yun Ruoyue. She had long harbored disdain for Yun Ruoyue, who repeatedly disrupted their affairs and deserved reproach. Before Yun Ruoyue could respond, the protective Chu Xuancheng had already stepped forward, positioning himself in front of her and sternly addressed the Madame of Wei. "How dare you raise your voice before the Emperor? Yuer is my wife, and the princess is my elder sister. She certainly has the right to discuss this matter. Conversely, you are the one with the least right to speak here." "What do you mean by that?" The Madame of Wei's expression faltered, her confidence wavering. Chu Xuancheng replied with a low voice, "You are the one most unworthy to speak. Qi and the princess share genuine feelings, yet you tarnish their reputation. You, a widow with a son, harbor numerous male lovers within your household and indulge in licentiousness. You are the truly shameless, extravagant, and morally corrupt individual here. So what right do you have to criticize them?" Yun Ruoyue coldly remarked. "It is said that the Lady of Wei indulges in numerous male favorites, thus severely tarnishing the family's reputation. She is indeed formidable, simultaneously harboring male companions within her household while striving for her son's honor as a virtuous widow. It is rumored that in a few years, the Empress intends to bestow upon her a plaque of chastity to commend her fidelity to her late husband. One wonders if the Empress is aware of the conduct of this Lady of Wei. After all, the Empress and the Lady of Wei are close sisters. Should the Empress be privy to these matters yet choose to turn a blind eye while planning to grant the lady such an honor, then Chu Xuancheng, at this juncture, artfully refrained from further comment. However, the face of Emperor Han Yuan darkened ominously, his glare at the Empress sending shivers down her spine. Moreover, the affair between the eldest princess and the young Qi is known only to a select few of us. If we remain silent, the royal reputation shall remain intact, unless the Lady of Wei chooses to loudly proclaim it herself. Yun Ruoyue interjected. So it seems that the one truly wishing for the royal reputation to be sullied is, in fact, the Lady of Wei? Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. At this, the Lady of Wei's countenance shifted from pale to green, then to a deep shade of black, culminating in a visage clouded with despair and sorrow. As her disgrace was so publicly unveiled by Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue, she felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground. She had not anticipated that this couple possessed such a tactic. They had no intention of exonerating the eldest princess, but rather shifted the blame onto her. The Empress, too, was caught off guard by her involvement in this scandal. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Li Wang. One may indulge in food, but one must not speak carelessly. When did I ever claim to grant the Lady of Wei a plaque of chastity? If you have no evidence, you are slandering me. Is that so? I, too, have heard such rumors circulating in the streets, purportedly emanating from the Duke of Wei's residence. It was once stated at a banquet that the Lady of Wei boasted of such things. She even claimed that the Empress had secretly commissioned artisans to craft this plaque for her, asserting that the Empress intended to construct the most luxurious and imposing plaque in Chu, hence the need to commence work ahead of time. Am I to believe that this is a misunderstanding on our part? Chu Xuancheng replied with a faint smile. This is utter nonsense. When have I ever uttered such words? The Empress, enraged, waved her sleeve dismissively. Upon turning, she noticed the Lady of Wei with her head bowed, trembling in fear. Suddenly enlightened, she glared at her, exclaiming, "Bold Lady of Wei, did you not spout these words while intoxicated at a gathering?" "Yes, Please forgive me, Your Highness. You know I have a penchant for wine, and in my cups, I may speak indiscreetly. Your Majesty, these are not truths. They are mere drunken ramblings from a foolish woman. The Empress never intended to grant me such a plaque, nor did I desire it. I beseech Your Majesty's forgiveness. As the Lady of Wei knelt and began to kowtow before Emperor Han Yuan, she realized she could no longer deny her previous boastful claims, which many could attest to. Thus, she chose to confess outright, fearing that Chu Xuancheng might unearth witnesses, rendering her position utterly untenable. Upon witnessing the defeat of the two individuals, Emperor Hong Yuan's forehead bulged with fury, his anger palpable as even his beard trembled. He cast a disdainful glare at Lady Wei, bellowing, "Begone, you filthy creature! Do not linger before me." Simultaneously, he directed his ire towards the Empress, commanding, "And you, who thrives on chaos, leave my presence at once. I hereby confine you to the palace for a month. Without my express command, you shall not step outside." "Yes, Your Majesty, I acknowledge my transgressions," the Empress replied, trembling at the sight of his wrath, hastily departing. Lady Wei, fearing retribution, was equally distraught, scurrying away in a panic, her steps faltering as she crawled out. Terrified of the consequences of remaining, she lamented her ill fate, realizing that their scheme against the princess had failed miserably, nearly costing them dearly. Once the Empress and Lady Wei had exited, Emperor Hong Yuan finally settled onto the dragon throne, weary as he rubbed his temples. He spoke gravely, "Su Qingchen, Chu Jiu. Since your love is genuine, I grant you my blessing for marriage. Choose a day to unite." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Your wisdom is unparalleled," Su Qishao responded, promptly taking the princess's hand and bowing deeply in gratitude. The emperor, caught in a predicament, recognized Su Ming's affection for Su Qishao and felt compelled to grant this union in his favor. The Empress and Lady Wei, lacking discernment, failed to grasp his intentions, unwittingly igniting a situation that would serve his purposes. This marriage would yield multiple advantages. Firstly, it would win over Su Ming. Secondly, it would confine the princess within the Su household, granting them control over her and thus crippling Chu Xuancheng. And thirdly, having discovered Su Qishao's long-standing affection for Yun Ruoyue, he anticipated that the princess's jealousy would drive a wedge between her and the Li Wangfu, inciting discord and chaos within their ranks. Sometimes, one need not wield the dagger directly. One can orchestrate a demise from the shadows. After expressing their gratitude to the emperor, Yun Ruoyue and her companions exited the imperial study, making their way home along the palace path. The princess's legs trembled, her steps unsteady as she lowered her head in embarrassment, prompting Yun Ruoyue to offer her support. Su Qishao, witnessing her distress, felt a surge of indignation. "What is this? Are you frightened now? Were you not once so lofty, flaunting your status as a princess? You dared to drug me, and now you feign helplessness?" Chapter 1204. Wedding Gifts. This predicament was indeed the princess's fault, leaving her in a vulnerable position. Under normal circumstances, she would have engaged in a fierce argument with Su Qishao. "Cat got your tongue? I see you only bully the weak," he chided. "Had it not been for Xiaoyue lending us the token of your betrothal with the Li Wang, I doubt you would have left here unscathed." The thought of being compelled to marry the princess filled Su Qishao with discomfort. He knew he could have refused the union without bearing any responsibility. Yet, upon witnessing her humiliation at the hands of the Empress and Lady Wei, he had felt a pang of sympathy and unwittingly voiced his intentions. Reflecting upon the past, he now harbors regret. Why did he marry her out of pity? His feelings have turned to loathing. It seems the words of the matchmaker have come to fruition. Su Qishao will never wed the woman he loves most, but instead must marry the one he despises most. The princess glanced at Su Qishao, weighed her words carefully before speaking. "This matter is my fault. I owe you an apology. Thank you for taking responsibility for me in the court earlier. Rest assured, since you do not wish to marry me, I shall not compel you. I will seek an audience with the Empress Dowager to request the annulment of this engagement. Do you think that just because the emperor has bestowed this marriage, it can be so easily undone? Matters of marriage are no trifling matter. I detest being manipulated. And since this is what you desire, I shall grant your wish, but do not expect anything else." Su Qishao retorted harshly. As the two exchanged words, Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng discreetly stepped away. Upon witnessing Su Qishao's appalling demeanor towards the princess, Chu Xuancheng initially intended to reprimand him, but was restrained by Yun Ruoyue. In matters of romance, outsiders are best kept at bay. The more they interfere, the more intense the disputes become. Only by allowing them to resolve their own issues might harmony be restored swiftly, she advised. She sensed that Su Qixiao did not genuinely despise the princess. Otherwise, he would not have sought her hand in marriage in the court. True disdain for someone would render even sharing the same air intolerable, let alone marrying her. He merely struggled to accept his feelings and was speaking contrary to his heart. Xuancheng, thank you for lending us the jade pendant. I shall return it to its rightful owner now, the princess declared, stepping forward to hand the pendant back to Yun Ruoyue. This was the token of their love that Xuancheng and Xuancheng had purchased during their midday stroll, unexpectedly repurposed for the princess. Mine shall return as well, Chu Xuancheng. Thank you, Su Qixiao remarked, offering his pouch to Chu Xuancheng. Chu Xuancheng, however, pushed it away with an arched brow, saying, This jade pendant has already been presented before the emperor. It is your token of love. We merely purchased it and have not had a chance to use it. Since that is the case, we shall gift it to you as a congratulatory present for your nuptials. Do you no longer want it? This is your token. What will you do now? The princess inquired. The two jade pendants were evidently carefully selected, precious, and of considerable value. She could not claim them as her own. We can certainly purchase another. Besides, we already possess our own token of love, Yun Ruoyue replied, suddenly touching her belly, her cheeks flushing. Oh, so your token of love is the little treasure within? How meaningful indeed, the princess remarked. Since Xuancheng had expressed it so, she accepted the jade pendant, for it held sentimental significance for her. Just before entering the palace, Xuancheng had informed her that the pouch contained a jade pendant purchased during their midday outing. Yet, before they could even wear them, they were given away. Chapter 1205. Suspicions of a traitor. Soon, they exited the palace gates. Aunt May and Fenger waited at the entrance, and upon seeing them, they hurried forward. Princess, are you unharmed? Did the emperor threaten punishment? If he intends to punish you, please allow me to endure the consequences on your behalf, Aunt May implored, grasping the hand of the crown princess, her eyes brimming with tears. Yun Ruoyue regarded her coldly, noting the redness in her eyes, evidently the result of prolonged distress. Observing her bewilderment, it was clear that the Lady of Wei had yet to depart the palace. I am fine. His Majesty not only absolved me of blame, but also arranged a marriage for me and young Master Su, the crown princess declared, her voice barely above a whisper. What? His Majesty did not chastise you, and even bestowed a marriage upon you? Aunt May's face fell in disappointment. Aunt, this is splendid news. Why do you not rejoice for the princess but wear a countenance of dismay instead? Yun Ruoyue remarked coolly. Aunt May quickly forced a sheepish smile, conceding, Yes, your highness speaks true. I was caught off guard. The princess is to be wed. This is indeed a joyous occasion, and I am truly happy for her. By the way, your highness, who provided you with this medicine? As far as I know, the Wang residence does not possess such concoctions, Yun Ruoyue inquired. Turning to the crown princess. The crown princess shot a furtive glance at Aunt May, who immediately signaled her to remain silent. Biting her lip, the crown princess responded, Yes, I brought it from the palace. Yun Ruoyue refrained from pressing further, recognizing that additional inquiries would only cause discomfort, and she had no desire to unearth old wounds. She would investigate this matter herself. During the return to the residence, Yun Ruoyue kept a vigilant eye on Aunt May, who wore a perpetual expression of anxiety, as if she believed that should the task remain unfulfilled, she would forfeit her rewards. Once back at the Xiaoyue pavilion, Yun Ruoyue summoned Jior. Jior, send someone to monitor Aunt May closely for any unusual behavior and report back to me with the findings. Does the mistress suspect Aunt May's involvement in the matter of the princess administering medicine to young Master Su? Jior queried, sharing her own suspicions about Aunt May. However, they dared not speculate further, given the princess's reluctance to speak. Yun Ruoyue nodded, noting the various signs that indicated Aunt May's potential culpability. Furthermore, we have a traitor within the Xiaoyue pavilion. This must be thoroughly investigated, and that infiltrator must be exposed. The Lady of Wei is capable of bribing those close to the crown princess, so she could certainly have corrupted someone here. Such underhanded dealings bear the hallmark of the Lady of Wei, making her a suspect in the recent poisonous incident involving stinky tofu. Who could the traitor be? Jior asked, her expression shifting to one of vigilance, her eyes igniting with fury. Do you recall the stinky tofu incident? I mentioned before that when I expressed a desire for it. The assassin immediately took note. I said this in the courtyard, where several individuals were present. They too are under suspicion. Yun Ruoyue sipped her tea and added, I remember. At the time, both Fenger and I were there, along with Xiaoyue, Xiaocheng, the prince, and the steward. However, the steward and guards were at a distance. So only we few truly heard it. Fenger has always been loyal to you, mistress. It could not possibly be her. As for me, I have long served the Li Wang residence, leaving only Xiaoyue and Xiaocheng as the newcomers. They appear to be the most likely suspects. The astute Xiaoyue concluded swiftly. Do you recall what Xiaocheng said at that time? Yun Ruoyue inquired. Chapter 1206. Aunt May's man recall. She mentioned that the princess desired stinky tofu, and she promised to prepare it for you another day. However, so much time has passed, and she has yet to fulfill that promise. Not only has she not cooked it, but she hasn't even purchased any tofu. This girl truly excels at empty promises, showing no commitment to her tasks. At this moment, Xiaoyue suddenly had an epiphany. Princess, I believe I have uncovered the identity of the mole. It's Xiaocheng. If she genuinely cared for you, she would have acted by now. After all, we all regard your instructions with utmost seriousness. Her previous words were merely a ploy to extract information from you. Upon realizing your fondness for stinky tofu, she must have informed the assassin. You are astute. Your thoughts align perfectly with mine. However, this remains but a conjecture. We require tangible evidence, Yun Ruoyue replied. Rest assured, I will monitor Xiaocheng with Fenger. If she truly is the mole, we shall not allow her to escape retribution, Fenger declared through gritted teeth. The following noon, Xiaoyue observed Aunt May hurriedly exiting the palace with a bundle of belongings after finishing her lunch. She quickly summoned Mo Zhu, who was skilled in martial arts, and the two followed Aunt May to discern her destination. Having informed Mo Zhu of the princess's suspicions earlier, she was eager to assist. Upon stepping out of the palace gates, Aunt May glanced around nervously before heading eastward into the city. Xiaoyue and Mo Zhu promptly trailed behind her. Soon, they witnessed Aunt May enter a secluded alley, and they disguised themselves as passers-by, quietly following her. After meandering through the alley several times, Aunt May finally halted before a small house. She knocked on the door. Who is it? A middle-aged man's voice resonated from within. Zhou Xing, it's me, Mei Xiang. Hurry and open the door. Coming, coming, the man replied, swiftly opening the door. Upon seeing Aunt May, his eyes sparkled with delight. Noticing the bundle on her back, he eagerly stepped forward to assist her. Allow me to carry that for you. I can manage on my own. Aunt May playfully swatted Zhou Xing's hand away, then entered the house. Zhou Xing promptly closed the door. Xiaoyue and Mo Zhu rushed over, and upon finding the entrance securely shut, Xiaoyue grew anxious. What should we do? Mo Zhu? They've closed the door, and we cannot enter. Mo Zhu, observing Xiaoyue's flushed face due to her anxiety, couldn't help but chuckle. Have you forgotten? I possess martial arts skills. Allow me to take you inside. With that, Mo Zhu moved closer, wrapping an arm around Xiaoyue's waist, and effortlessly leapt onto the wall, landing in the courtyard. As Mo Zhu's arm encircled her waist, Xiaoyue felt her face flush deeply. Accidentally glancing sideways, she met Mo Zhu's gaze, which held a gentle, teasing warmth. She quickly lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably. Noticing Xiaoyue's bashful demeanor, Mo Zhu's own cheeks flushed. It was the first time he had embraced a woman, and Xiaoyue's slender waist felt delicate in his grasp, sending a jolt of electricity through him, making him tremble with excitement. The faint fragrance of femininity lingered around Xiaoyue, causing Mo Zhu to realize just how intoxicating a woman's scent could be. His face flushing even deeper. As they descended into the courtyard, they discovered that the door to the side room had already been shut, from which emanated the sounds of conversation between a man and a woman. Quick, let us go listen to what they are saying. Xiaoyue urged Mo Zhu in a hushed tone. We can sneak around to the back. There's a hiding spot there, making us less likely to be discovered. Mo Zhu, pulling Xiaoyue's hand with urgency, hurried toward the back courtyard. The moment Xiaoyue felt his strong grip, ripples of emotion stirred within her heart. Meanwhile, Mo Zhu's typically tranquil demeanor was similarly stirred. Upon reaching the back courtyard, Mo Zhu noticed his palms were clammy with sweat, and he quickly released Xiaoyue's hand, offering her an awkward glance. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pull you. It was just a moment of panic. It's all right. Let us just listen to what they are saying, Xiaoyue replied, her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly leaned against the window. Observing her, Mo Zhu cautiously approached, producing a dagger and gently slicing a small opening in the paper covering the window. Xiaoyue eagerly peered inside and gasped at the sight of a man named Zhou Xing. who was embracing Aunt May and attempting to remove her clothing. In that instant, she wished she could gouge out her own eyes. Zhu, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing for nothing more than to vanish. Hey Zhou, wait a moment. Don't be so hasty. I still have something to discuss with you. Aunt May playfully chided as she pushed Zhou Xing away, casting him a coy glance. Zhou observed Zhou Xing, a burly man with dark, oily skin, likely in his 30s, while Aunt May appeared to be in her 40s. It seemed that Aunt May had become the older cow grazing on tender grass. Mei Xiang, let me see what's in that bundle of yours. Did you bring me any silver? How much did you manage to bring this time? Zhou Xing inquired, reaching for the bundle. Aunt May snatched it back, seated herself on the bed, and replied, Zhou, I'm sorry, but I couldn't succeed in my task this time. I didn't receive much silver. However, rest assured, I managed to bring back many jewels from the princess's dressing box. You can take them to a pawn shop and exchange them for money, just like before. Save the money until we have enough, and then I will leave the princess to live with you in a different place. There's no silver this time. Zhou Xing's face fell in disappointment upon hearing this. However, when Aunt May opened the bundle to reveal the gold and silver jewelry, his eyes lit up with excitement. He embraced her and kissed her on her not-so-youthful cheek, exclaiming, Wow, Mei Xiang, you are truly remarkable. You managed to bring back so many jewels so effortlessly. There's a lot of gold here. It must be worth a significant amount. Indeed, but be cautious when you pawn them. It would be wise to disguise yourself to avoid detection. These are the princess's belongings, and I took great risks to acquire them. If the princess finds out, she won't let me off easily, Aunt May warned, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. Zhou Xing scoffed dismissively. What are you afraid of? She is a princess, undoubtedly adorned with treasures and jewels. What you possess from her is merely trifling. Have you properly stored the silver I gave you? Did you purchase the house, land, and shop in Jiangzhou as I instructed? Asked Aunt May. Zhou Xing's gaze flickered momentarily as he replied, Rest assured, I have carefully selected the house and land. I am currently finalizing the transaction with the seller. As for the shop, it is quite expensive. The silver you provided was solely sufficient for the acquisition of the property. Once I pawn these jewels, it should be enough to procure 2 shops. At that point, we will have home, land, and business. Life will be delightful. You speak the truth. Once that day arrives, I shall no longer serve others or live under their scrutiny. Once you complete the transaction, ensure that you hand over the deeds to me. They are of utmost importance and must not be lost. I understand, Zhou Xing continued. Mei Xiang, once we have amassed enough wealth, we shall depart from this place of turmoil. I shall marry you, and we will raise several children, living harmoniously for the rest of our lives. As he spoke, he glanced at Aunt May's aged visage. Observing the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and her weathered skin made him feel a sense of revulsion, yet he was compelled to feign affection to appease her. He embraced Aunt May, saying, Come now, Mei Xiang, it has been far too long since I last saw you. I have missed you dearly. You are truly excessive. Tempting an old woman. Aunt May playfully glared at Zhou Xing, yet her hands eagerly sought to unfasten his belt. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing's face contorted with disdain. Were it not for the silver, he would not be interested in this aged woman. At just over 30, he was in the prime of his youth, drawn only to young and beautiful maidens, not to this elderly figure. Behind the window, Xiaoyue and Zhu nearly retched at the scene. They were astonished to discover that the ordinarily serious Aunt May was so audacious in private. At that moment, Zhou Xing remarked, Mei Xiang, I have heard that the Li Wangfu is quite affluent, with mountains of gold and silver. When you return to the Li Wangfu, exert yourself further to acquire more jewelry. Once I have amassed enough wealth, I shall marry you, and we shall have children together. When you grow old, my children and I will care for you, treating you like a matriarch. Upon hearing this, Aunt May was filled with elation. She was aware of Zhou Xing's lack of education, yet he was robust and youthful. The substantial funds she provided to support him were intended for the purpose of building a family, entrusting her later years to him. Having entered the palace at a young age, she had long severed ties with her past family, remaining solitary. She yearned for a family, envying those with husbands and children. Women like her had long missed the age of suitable marriage, and the eldest princess showed no intention of allowing her to wed. Once she grew old and lost her worth, she might be cast aside, left to a dismal fate with no one to care for her, perhaps even without anyone to collect her remains. Thus, she fervently desired to establish a household with Zhou Xing, hoping he would provide for her in her old age. As she unfastened Zhou Xing's garments, she remarked, however, despite the wealth of the Li Wangfu, acquiring it is no simple task, as the estate is strictly regulated. The swiftest means of acquiring wealth is indeed through the act of serving others. The 2,000 taels I previously handed to you were merely an advance for services rendered to another. What sort of tasks have you undertaken for others? Is it truly so effortless to earn 2,000 taels? Who, pray tell, is the gullible soul from whom you have acquired such easy money? Zhou Xing inquired, his face adorned with curiosity. It is a lady of considerable influence and power. I am unable to disclose her identity at this juncture. Having accepted her financial remuneration, I must, of course, maintain discretion regarding her affairs. That is a valid point. Zhou Xing nodded in agreement. However, I must assert that there are certain matters that only I am capable of resolving, which is precisely why they are willing to pay handsomely for my services. Aunt May proclaimed with a sense of pride. Yet, with a sigh of disappointment, she continued, regrettably, this endeavor was only half successful. Thus I received merely the 2,000 taels as a deposit. Had the task been completed in its entirety, she would have provided an additional 1,000 taels. Alas, such a significant loss. Zhou Xing hastily offered her consolation, assuring her that with a little more effort, and by assisting the lady further, she would certainly recover the lost silver. Chapter 1209. A Shattered Worldview. Upon hearing this, Zhu'er wore a grim expression. She exchanged a knowing glance with Emo Zhu, and together they silently exited the back courtyard. Emo Zhu, using his lightness of foot, guided her out of the house. Upon stepping outside, Zhu'er exclaimed in indignation, how could that wretched Aunt May betray the trust of the Grand Princess, who has treated her so well? It is fortunate that the princess is unharmed this time. Otherwise, she would deserve to face dire consequences. Emo Zhu quickly sought to comfort her, urging her not to be angry. Thankfully, the Grand Princess is safe. Now that we are aware of Aunt May's treachery, we must return and ensure the princess remains vigilant. We cannot only be cautious. When the opportunity arises, we must confront Aunt May directly and see her imprisoned, Zhu'er declared with fervor. In the end, Zhu'er and Emo Zhu lingered outside for a while longer. Soon, Aunt May emerged, stealthily making her way back towards the Li Wangfu. Once she had departed, the concealed Zhu'er and Emo Zhu prepared to leave as well. Suddenly, they noticed a young woman adorned in extravagant makeup approaching the door. Before long, the door swung open, and Zhou Xing appeared. The moment he laid eyes on the woman, he embraced her, stepping into the courtyard oblivious to the fact that he had left the door ajar. Xiaoyue, what brings you here? You didn't encounter that old hag, did you? Zhou Xing inquired, holding the woman close. She replied, no. I waited until she left before coming. So, how much silver did she bestow upon you this time? The gambling den next door is about to open, and we could use some funds to recoup our losses. This time, she did not give me silver but rather some jewelry. However, fear not. Once I pawn these jewels, we shall have capital to reclaim our fortunes. Last time, I lost 1,000 taels at the gambling den, but today I shall surely win it back, Zhou Xing declared, his eyes ablaze with determination. Xiaoyue nodded resolutely, affirming, yes. We have lost so much silver, we must win it back. Let us first go and pawn the jewelry. I did not expect that old hag to be so resourceful, always managing to acquire such wealth. Zhou Xing boasted, it is not merely my skill. I charm her into happiness, and thus she is generous. You know, she is quite infatuated with me and genuinely wishes to marry and bear my children. Xiaoyue disdainfully scoffed, questioning her worthiness. Did she not glance in the mirror to acknowledge her own reality? With age creeping in, how could she still dare to entertain thoughts of younger men, or even conceive a child? Could she truly bear one? Perhaps not. After all, she was just over 40 and still had a chance. However, she was far too aged. Where could she possibly compare to the youthful and vibrant Xiaoyue? Rest assured, I harbor no affection for her. My association with her is merely a ruse to extract her wealth for your benefit. Once we recover our losses at the gambling house, we shall procure a bit more silver from her, and then we will cease our gambling, returning home to marry with our newfound riches. Zhou Xing elaborately mapped out his plans. Zhou Lang, how kind you are to me. Xiaoyue blissfully nestled in his embrace. This scene shattered Zhou perception entirely. She had initially believed Zhou Lang craved May's physical allure, only to discover his true desire lay in her riches. He was using the money he swindled from May to support a young girl, which was utterly disgraceful. May, though appearing astute, was fundamentally foolish. having been duped by a man while assisting him in counting his coins. Did she not comprehend that a woman could forge her own path in life? Must she rely on a man to thrive? Moreover, she was sustaining a man who, by all appearances, was a ne'er-do-well, indulging in every vice imaginable. Such a person was hardly worthy of lifelong commitment. Chapter 12:10. The Banquet at Hongmen in the Feiyu Pavilion. Yun Ruoyue was left astounded upon hearing the reports from Xiaoyue and Zhu. She had not anticipated that Mei, at over 40, would be involved with a younger man. Zhou Xing, in his 30s and still unmarried, certainly raised suspicions. It baffled her that Mei had entrusted her entire fortune to him without further inquiry. Was she simply naive or profoundly foolish? She instructed Xiaoyue and Zhu to proceed with caution, advising them to continue monitoring Mei. The previous incident lacked substantial evidence, preventing her from taking down Madame Wei at this juncture. Nevertheless, Madame Wei would not relent easily. She was waiting for an opportunity. When the time came for her next move, both she and Mei would be eliminated. As for Xiaoqing, she had yet to uncover any abnormalities. She would seek another opportunity to test her. If she turned out to be an informant, she must be exposed. 2 days later, while Chu Xuancheng was drilling troops in the military camp, Yun Ruoyue received a personal summons from eunuch Lu, stating that the emperor wished to invite her to the palace for a meal. Stunned, she mused, had the sun risen from the west? The Honyuan emperor was actually inviting her to dine? She suspected this invitation was but a pretext for something more significant. She initially intended to wait for Chu Xuancheng to return to the residence before heading to the palace together. However, eunuch Lu insisted that the emperor required her presence alone, and time was of the essence. She could not delay. Reluctantly, she sent Xiaoyue to inform Chu Xuancheng. Accompanied by Feng, she entered the palace with eunuch Lu. What is destined to come will arrive, and one cannot evade destiny. She resolved to confront the challenge head-on and discern the emperor's intentions. Before long, Yun Ruoyue was ushered into the emperor's sleeping quarters at Guangming Palace. As she and Feng entered, the Honyuan emperor awaited them inside, surrounded by numerous eunuchs serving the meal. Yun Ruoyue directed Feng to wait outside, while she followed eunuch Lu into the hall. I pay my respects to your majesty. May you enjoy eternal blessings and peace. As Yun Ruoyue stepped inside, she gracefully bent her knee, resting her hands above her left knee, and offered her respects to Emperor Honyuan. Niece-in-law, you are with child. There is no need for excessive formality. Furthermore, we are all family. Simply call me uncle. Emperor Honyuan approached, giving Yun Ruoyue a gentle assist. Thank you, uncle, she replied. It is already noon, and I too am feeling hungry. Come, sit here and join me for lunch, he said, already taking his place upon the dragon throne. Of course, uncle, Yun Ruoyue said, nervously seating herself opposite the emperor. Once the dishes were served, Emperor Honyuan addressed the eunuchs. That will be all. You may leave. Yes, your majesty, the eunuchs replied, bowing before gradually exiting, leaving only Emperor Honyuan and Yun Ruoyue in the grand hall. Emperor Honyuan squinted, his eyes glinting with the cunning of a seasoned fox as he gestured towards the array of dishes. Niece-in-law, you must be hungry as well. Come, partake in the feast. Thank you, uncle. However, the emperor did not explicitly state the purpose of her summons, causing Yun Ruoyue to feel increasingly anxious, gazing at the sumptuous delicacies before her. She found herself devoid of appetite. This was, after all, a banquet akin to the infamous Hongmen feast. Seeing the emperor pick up his chopsticks, she followed suit, taking a small portion of food into her bowl and eating slowly. After a few bites, Emperor Honyuan suddenly turned his attention to Yun Ruoyue, broaching the main topic. I have heard that Xiancheng treats you well. Your marital relationship is quite harmonious, is it not? Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. She was, after all, a pawn placed by the emperor beside Chu Xuancheng. To declare their love would be tantamount to betraying him. After careful consideration, she replied, in response to uncle, my relationship with him is acceptable. In such moments, it was wise to speak sparingly. The more one spoke, the more one risked error. Silence was indeed golden. Only acceptable? The emperor remarked, his keen perception revealing his discontent. I can see that Chu Xuancheng treats you with great care, particularly during your previous visits to court. He has staunchly defended you, showering you with affection, and has shown reluctance towards separation. Now that you carry his child, your bond has deepened significantly. What are the matters I previously entrusted to you? Emperor Honyuan narrowed his eyes, his tone languid yet resonant, akin to a cello. and as clear as jade beads, striking directly at Yun Ruoyue. It was a test, imbued with authority and an underlying pressure. Yun Ruoyue understood that Emperor Han Yuan expected her to surveil Chu Xuancheng, to investigate his correspondence and eavesdrop on his conversations, to unveil his confidants one by one, and ascertain his movements. After weighing her response, she said, "Uncle, those are merely superficial appearances in front of outsiders. He must uphold the reputation of the Li Wang residence, and, thus, treats me with a degree of kindness. As for this child, it was rather an unexpected occurrence. Recently, he has shown a slight improvement in his demeanor towards me, yet I remain unaware of his affairs. He does not permit me to involve myself in his matters." Upon hearing this, the emperor's countenance darkened ominously. Having used her as a pawn for so long, she had uncovered none of the intelligence he sought. He was resolute in his disbelief. Moreover, he could clearly perceive the affection shared between her and Chu Xuancheng. They protected one another and collaborated against outside forces. This hardly resembled a mere faade, had it not been for Chu Xuancheng's excessive vigilance. He would have long since infiltrated the Li Wangfu with his own people. He had attempted this before, yet each time, his plans were swiftly uncovered by Chu Xuancheng, who found justifications to deal with the intruders. Thus, he pinned his hopes on Yun Ruoyue, but judging by the current situation, it seemed she had already aligned herself with Chu Xuancheng. Evidently, this pawn of his had been swayed by Chu Xuancheng and was no longer under his control. He remarked nonchalantly, "So, he harbors suspicions about you? After spending so much time together, he still does not trust you?" Initially, Chu Xuancheng's marriage to his niece was not a matter of his own choosing. He had never been fond of her. The union was merely a consequence of an unforeseen incident that led to a child, and for the sake of that child, he begrudgingly acknowledged her. His true affections lay elsewhere, thus it was only natural for him to remain wary of his niece. Yun Ruoyue responded, "The emperor has observed him closely. Each day, he arrives punctually for court, trains soldiers in the military camp, and retires to rest at the same hour each evening. He seldom interacts with others and dedicates himself entirely to official duties. Therefore, I believe he holds no ulterior motives against His Majesty. Is that truly the case?" The emperor's eyes narrowed coldly. Yun Ruoyue felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, yet she maintained a calm facade. "Indeed, through careful observation, I can ascertain that he harbors no disloyalty towards His Majesty, but rather demonstrates profound loyalty. He often instructs those in the household to remain faithful to the emperor and the nation, urging them to become individuals of worth to the state." At this point, she refrained from elaborating further, fearing that excessive words might lead to misfortune. The emperor's expression had long since darkened. His inquiry had yielded no fruitful revelations. Yun Ruoyue's assertions were as if she had said nothing at all. Chapter 12:12. The emperor bestows a gift recently. Chu Xuancheng had successfully outmaneuvered the Jin Wang, and his influence was steadily growing. The emperor was skeptical of the notion that he bore no ulterior motives. Thus, he declared, "Niece, given your condition, I, as your royal uncle, cannot remain indifferent. I shall bestow upon you the most capable of my aides, Aunt Bing." Aunt Bing was a seasoned palace attendant with experience assisting several consorts during childbirth. "With her care for your daily needs, I shall rest easy. Thank you for your kindness." "Your Majesty," Yun Ruoyue swiftly replied. "However, Aunt Bing is one of your most trusted aides. How could I accept her when she is so vital to you?" The emperor raised his hand, asserting, "My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. Summon Aunt Bing." As his command echoed, Eunuch Lu entered, escorting a woman in her 40s. Despite her age, she possessed a complexion as smooth as cream and a figure that retained its allure, embodying a certain grace of maturity. Dressed in a purple palace gown, she immediately bowed to the emperor, greeting him respectfully. "Rise, Aunt Bing. Your arrival is fortuitous. The Li Wangfei is expecting and requires an experienced hand for her care. Given your expertise in childbirth and prenatal care, I am entrusting you to look after her daily needs." Emperor Han Yuan gazed meaningfully at Auntie Bing. Understanding his intent, Auntie Bing nodded and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall take good care of Princess Li." Yun Ruoyue smiled faintly. Though it appeared as if she would provide care, it was, in truth, a form of surveillance. It seemed the emperor still harbored doubts about her, thus placing a spy in her midst. In light of this, she resolved to play along, consenting for the time being, with other matters to be addressed later. "Very well, as my esteemed auntie, once you arrive at the Li Wangfu, You must heed the commands of both Prince Li and Princess Li, diligently attending to their needs. The emperor continued, I now bestow upon you a golden token. With it, you may freely enter and exit the palace. Should Princess Li fall ill in the future, you may use this token to summon a physician. After speaking, Emperor Han Yuan accepted a gold token from eunuch Lu and handed it to Auntie Bing. Yes, Your Majesty, Auntie Bing respectfully received the token. Yun Ruoyue mused that the token's true purpose was not to aid her, but to grant Auntie Bing unfettered access to report back to the emperor about the affairs of the Li Wangfu. Furthermore, possessing this token indicated the emperor's high regard for Auntie Bing, thereby ensuring they would not dare offend such a formidable presence. Thank you, dear uncle. Your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated, Yun Ruoyue replied, though reluctantly accepting Auntie Bing's presence. The emperor continued, It is fortuitous that you are with child. I have also prepared a congratulatory gift for you. Eunuch Lu, please prepare the gifts and accompany Auntie Bing to the Li Wangfu. Yes, Your Majesty, Eunuch Lu replied. Then turned to Yun Ruoyue, saying, Princess, the emperor has bestowed upon you a pair of jade rui, a pair of emerald and pearl bracelets, 20 bolts of brocade, 2 pots of red coral, 3 pieces each of 1,000-year-old ginseng and reishi mushroom, and 5 boxes of nourishing supplements including bird's nest, fish glue, and sea cucumber. You should express your gratitude. Your humble niece thanks the emperor for his grace, Yun Ruoyue said, preparing to bow in gratitude. However, the emperor stopped her, saying, Dear niece, you are with child. There is no need for such formalities. Auntie Bing has served me for many years, and now she is yours. I hope you will treat her kindly. Such is the duty of a niece, she replied. Even without your words, I would respect Auntie Bing. Auntie Bing belonged to the emperor. She would not dare offend her easily. Yet, should Auntie Bing dare to meddle, she would not hesitate to respond with firmness. On the way out of the palace, Auntie Bing kept her hands clasped before her, head held high, following closely behind Yun Ruoyue with unwavering attention. Her demeanor was icy, her gait precise and measured, exuding an air of dignity and propriety that commanded respect. Yun Ruoyue thought to herself that having served beside the emperor for so long accounted for Auntie Bing's composure. However, her stern expression and unyielding countenance, reminiscent of a cold deity, created an oppressive atmosphere that made Yun Ruoyue uncomfortable. Your Highness, look, we have arrived at the palace gates. Oh, the prince and Captain Mo are also here. Feng Er exclaimed, lifting her gaze to see Chu Xuancheng and Mo Li mounted upon their horses, anxiously peering towards the palace. Prince, what brings you here? Yun Ruoyue asked, her excitement evident upon seeing Chu Xuancheng. She initially intended to call him my husband and rush into his embrace. But upon seeing Aunt Bing's expression, she hastily changed her address and slowed her pace. Aunt Bing was dispatched by the emperor to monitor them. It was imperative that she remained oblivious to the intimacy between her and Chu Xuancheng. Your Highness, Chu Xuancheng immediately noticed Aunt Bing walking alongside Yun Ruoyue, accompanied by eunuch Lu bearing gifts. Consequently, he altered his salutation. Approaching her, he scrutinized Yun Ruoyue carefully and sighed in relief upon discovering she was unharmed. Earlier, he had heard from Xiaoyue that the emperor intended to summon Yue to dine in the palace, which indicated ill intentions, prompting him to hurry from the military camp. As he arrived at the palace gate, he spotted Yue exiting, which alleviated his worries. This servant pays her respects to His Highness. Aunt Bing approached respectfully and greeted Chu Xuancheng. Where are you headed, Aunt Bing? Chu Xuancheng inquired, recognizing her with a scrutinizing gaze. In response to His Highness, the emperor has bestowed this servant upon the princess to attend to her daily needs, Aunt Bing replied with utmost seriousness. His Majesty mentioned that Aunt Bing has experience in childbirth, hence her care for me. Yun Ruoyue interjected, casting a knowing glance at Chu Xuancheng. He instantly comprehended her unspoken message. Very well, then we shall trouble you, Aunt Bing, he responded courteously. On their way back to the residence, Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue shared a carriage, while Aunt Bing and Feng Er, along with the gifts from eunuch Lu, occupied another. Once aboard, Yun Ruoyue recounted the events that transpired within the palace to Chu Xuancheng. After listening, he narrowed his eyes coldly. The emperor sought to place Aunt Bing as a spy within the Wangfu. Let us play along and stage a performance that the emperor wishes to witness, he declared. Indeed, the emperor believes you treat me well, and I am aware of your confidential matters. I will inform him that these are mere aids, and in truth, you remain wary and distrustful of me. That is why he ceased his pressure, Yun Ruoyue remarked. In that case, Let us present a spectacle for him. For the time being, he shall refrain from pressing you further. Yet, as long as Aunt Bing is present, I cannot openly draw near to you. How regrettable. Chu Xuancheng lamented, pulling Yun Ruoyue into his embrace. It is all right. There will be ample opportunities in the future, Yun Ruoyue reassured him. Rest assured, I will not allow her to linger in the Wangfu for long. Her destiny lies not within the Li Wangfu, Chu Xuancheng declared coldly. Upon returning to the Wangfu, Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng retreated to their respective pavilions. Doesn't the princess reside with His Highness? Aunt Bing inquired, observing the situation with a hint of curiosity. Oh, we have always lived separately. His Highness has important matters to attend to and prefers not to have me reside with him, Yun Ruoyue explained. But everyone in the palace says His Highness is quite fond of the princess. Why does he not allow you to stay together? Aunt Bing's gaze scrutinized Yun Ruoyue closely. Yun Ruoyue smiled wistfully, a trace of bitterness curling at her lips. In the eyes of others, he merely feigned affection. However, my relationship with His Highness remains harmonious and respectful. It is simply that he is preoccupied with official duties and does not favor disturbances, which is why I do not stay with him. Upon hearing this, Aunt Bing wore an expression of skepticism. By the way, Aunt, I have arranged a guest room for you, where you shall reside alone, Yun Ruoyue said, turning to Fenger. Fenger, Aunt Bing is a person of significance close to the emperor. She is our esteemed guest. You must take good care of her and lead her to rest. Everything can be addressed tomorrow. Thank you, Your Highness, you are too kind, Aunt Bing replied. As a confidant of Emperor Hongyuan, she had initially anticipated hostility from the princess consort upon her arrival, but to her surprise, the prince and princess had treated her with considerable respect and courtesy. In the dead of night, while Aunt Bing was immersed in slumber, she was abruptly awakened by a tumultuous commotion. Startled, she quickly dressed and rushed outside. Yun Ruoyue, you have secretly met with young Master Su Qi behind my back. What clandestine dealings transpire between you two? As she stepped out, a chilling voice resonated from the princess consort's quarters. Drawing closer, she was taken aback to witness Chu Xuancheng gripping the princess consort by the neck, pressing her against the wall and furiously interrogating her. Fenger and the others knelt nearby, trembling in fear, tears streaming down their faces. The sight sent a shiver down Aunt Bing's spine. I have not. He and I are merely friends, believe it or not, Yun Ruoyue retorted, her gaze fiercely locked upon Chu Xuancheng, exuding courage. Just friends? The nature of your relationship is far from trivial. Why not confess the truth? Chu Xuancheng thundered. Yun Ruoyue raised her eyes, glaring at him defiantly. How dare you blame me? You have kept Nangong Ro in the residence without sending her away. I question your relationship with her. What right do you have to interrogate me? I am a man. It is natural for a man to have multiple wives. What of it? Why should you concern yourself? Chu Xuancheng replied harshly. Yun Ruoyue scoffed coldly. In my heart, there is no distinction between the superiority of men and the inferiority of women. Why is it that men may have multiple wives while women cannot? We are all human. Why should what is permissible for men be forbidden for women? You are delusional. Chu Xuancheng suddenly tightened his grip, veins bulging on his forehead. Yun Ruoyue, how dare you utter such treasonous words? You are indeed a daughter well taught by Yun Qing, as shameless as he. What of my father? He educated me to be literate and reasonable, raising me to be a lady of distinction. Unlike you, who has received no guidance and merely blames others, dragging them into your troubles. You insist on implicating me in matters that do not concern me. Yun Ruoyue retorted, her eyes wide, shouting back at Chu Xuancheng. Yun Ruoyue, you seek death? I shall grant it to you. Chu Xuancheng exclaimed, viciously tightening his grip as if to strangle her. Your Highness, have mercy. Please spare the princess. Fenger and the others cried out in terror, rushing forward to protect the princess consort. They could hardly believe that the prince, who had always favored the princess, had suddenly transformed into someone so menacing. Your Highness, the Empress is with child. You cannot treat her this way. Please, awaken to reason. She is innocent. Spare her. Fenger implored, kneeling at Chu Xuancheng's feet, clutching his leg and weeping for mercy. Chu Xuancheng coldly waved her away, a menacing expression overtaking his features as he declared, all of you leave this place. No one is permitted to plead for the Empress. Should anyone dare to speak out of turn, they shall face dire consequences. Fenger and Xiaoyue trembled in fear, their hearts heavy with dread as they glanced anxiously at the Empress. After uttering his decree, Chu Xuancheng turned, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Yun Ruoyue. Do you wish for death, Yun Ruoyue? I shall grant you that. With that, he clenched his jaw tighter, exerting more force as he mercilessly gripped her throat. Yun Ruoyue's complexion turned ashen, her pain rendering her speechless. Stop it. Aunt Bing, unable to endure the scene any longer, stepped forward with a fierce glare fixed upon Chu Xuancheng. Desist. His Majesty has entrusted me with the care of the Empress. You shall not harm her. Chu Xuancheng slightly loosened his grip, casting a sidelong glance at Aunt Bing. Aunt, this is a matter of my household. I ask that you refrain from meddling, lest you invite trouble upon yourself. I may be a mere servant, but I shall oversee this matter today, Aunt Bing retorted, revealing a golden token that had miraculously appeared in her hand. She raised it, directing her ire towards Chu Xuancheng. Your Highness, this is a royal decree from His Majesty. To see the token is to see the Emperor himself. I demand that you release the Empress at once and refrain from causing her any harm. Upon seeing the golden token, Chu Xuancheng gradually released his hold. Very well, I shall spare her this time for your sake, Aunt. Should there be a next time, she will not be so fortunate. With that, he disdainfully brushed off his robes and departed. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Feng'er and the others rushed over, enveloping Yun Ruoyue in their embrace, their tears flowing freely. Aunt Bing hurried to Yun Ruoyue's side, noticing the marks on her neck, her heart filled with concern. Oh, Empress, are you all right? Thank you for your concern, Aunt. I am fine, Yun Ruoyue replied, tears streaming down her cheeks. Aunt Bing shot a fierce glare at Chu Xuancheng and sighed deeply. Alas, in this male-dominated world, the lives of women are fraught with hardship. I truly pity the Empress. Who would have thought her seemingly glorious life would be marred by such tribulations? Feng'er, Jiu'er, hurry and fetch some ointment for the Empress, Aunt Bing commanded coldly. Yes, Aunt, Feng'er replied, hastening to retrieve the ointment. Aunt, I apologize for disturbing your peaceful dreams. I noticed you were only in light clothing. I feared you might catch a chill. Please return to your room to rest. I am truly fine, Yun Ruoyue expressed with genuine concern. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Your Highness. I shall take my leave, Aunt Bing replied, feeling relieved now that Chu Xuancheng had departed. After casting one last glance at Yun Ruoyue, she returned to her quarters. Once inside, she quickly took up pen and paper, meticulously documenting the events she had just witnessed. Chapter 12:16. Thus it is after composing her thoughts. She opened the window and gently whistled. In no time, a homing pigeon swooped down and perched on the windowsill. Go, deliver this letter to Lord Lu, Aunt Bing instructed as she secured the message to the bird's leg. Once the letter reached Lord Lu's hands, he would present it to the Emperor. To her surprise, upon arriving at the Li Wang residence, she witnessed this scene. From the earlier events, it was evident that Chu Xuancheng did not hold Yun Ruoyue in high regard. On the contrary, he seemed to harbor a strong disdain for her. No wonder Yun Ruoyue had been unable to glean any intelligence about Chu Xuancheng. It turned out he did not trust her at all. Outside, a tall and imposing figure stood coldly beneath the locust tree. The moment he noticed the pigeon flying out from Aunt Bing's room, a cold smirk played upon his lips. Inside the Xiaoyue pavilion, as Feng'er and Jiu'er wept while embracing Yun Ruoyue, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a figure strode in. Your Highness, why have you come again? Feng'er gasped, her heart racing upon recognizing Chu Xuancheng. She quickly rushed over, hastily wiping her tears, and said, Your Highness, are you still blaming the princess for the matter concerning the Prime Minister? You have misunderstood her. Last time she returned to the Prime Minister's residence, she had a fierce argument with him. She declared that since she married you, she belongs to you alone and implored the Prime Minister not to impose any tasks upon her, as she could not comply. She asserted that you are her husband and the father of her child, and she would never betray you. Chu Xuancheng stood there, momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Yun Ruoyue had spoken such words to Yun Qing. Seeing him lost in thought, Feng'er assumed he was skeptical and quickly added, The princess also said that you two are already one. If you were to perish, she would not wish to survive. She is willing to sacrifice everything to be with you. Regardless of how the Emperor chooses to deal with her, she would never betray you, and no matter the consequences, her resolve would remain unchanged. I heard all this directly from her and the Prime Minister. The princess defied the Prime Minister's orders for you, severing ties with him and opposing the Emperor, showing no fear of life or death. Her love for you is profound. How could you misunderstand her? Jiu'er chimed in. Your Highness, today in the palace, the Emperor sought information about you from the princess, yet she feigned ignorance, steadfastly defending you. Clearly, she fears not even death for your sake. With such devotion, How could you continue to treat her as you did before? At that moment, Chu Xuancheng's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. He stood silently, gazing at Yun Ruoyue with a gentle smile gracing his face. Feng'er and Xiaoyue were bewildered by his expression. They raised their heads, fearfully regarding him, barely daring to breathe. Are you two girls so frightened of me? Chu Xuancheng asked, offering them a tender smile. His voice rich and melodious like a cello, truly enchanting. Your Highness, Feng'er is utterly bewildered. What has come over you? Just a moment ago, you were fierce, and now you are so gentle. It is quite peculiar. At that moment, a smile also graced Yun Ruoyue's face as she took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the marks on her neck. To her astonishment, the marks vanished with a mere touch. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiaoyue immediately comprehended the situation, exclaiming, I understand. The prince and princess were merely performing a ruse to deceive Aunt Bing. It was all an act to mislead her. Is that truly the case? Your Highness, so your neck is unscathed? Feng'er swiftly turned to Yun Ruoyue, relieved to see that the marks on her neck had vanished. I am quite well. Those marks were merely applied with a potion beforehand. The prince and I did not quarrel. It was all a charade to fool Aunt Bing. Yun Ruoyue hastily clarified. You frightened me terribly. I cannot believe it was all a fade. Your Highness, why did you not inform us beforehand? I was genuinely terrified, Feng'er said, patting her chest. Not only had she been frightened, but she also harbored resentment towards the prince. Yun Ruoyue replied, had I informed you earlier, I feared you might inadvertently reveal our intentions. Aunt Bing is quite perceptive. If the performance lacked authenticity, she would not have been deceived. Now I understand. But your expression was so pained and realistic. It truly pained my heart, Feng'er said, her eyes glistening with emotion. Silly girl, it was all an act. The prince did not exert any real force. Would you like me to perform it for you again? That will not be necessary. Now that I know you are unharmed, I feel at ease. Xiaoyue, let us not intrude upon the prince and princess's private moment. We shall take our leave, Feng'er suggested, sharing a knowing glance with Xiaoyue. They exchanged a glance with the prince and princess before covering their mouths and giggling as they exited. Once they departed, Chu Xuancheng stepped forward, tenderly embracing Yun Ruoyue. Where? I am sorry for putting you through that. Had it not been to mislead Aunt Bing, I would never have treated you so. Although he had been acting, his heart trembled with concern. Even in pretense, he wished not to treat her in such a manner. It is of no consequence. I found the quarrel quite exhilarating. However, I did not anticipate that Aunt Bing possessed a heart of compassion. Had she not been loyal to the emperor, she could have been of use to us. Yun Ruoyue remarked. Her loyalty to the emperor is unwavering. She cannot be swayed. We must remain vigilant against her, lest she conspire against you, Chu Xuancheng cautioned. Yun Ruoyue nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, especially as she carried Chu Xuancheng's child. This child was a thorn in the emperor's side, and he could very well incite Aunt Bing to harm her. Hence, a vigilant guard was indeed necessary. Where? I truly did not expect you to speak so boldly to Yun Qing. You severed ties with him for my sake, which signifies that you care for me. Do you not? Chu Xuancheng said, gently caressing her face, his gaze soft and filled with affection, stirring deep emotions within him. Unable to withstand his tender gaze, Yun Ruoyue quickly turned away, feigning indifference. Who cares for you? We are now husband and wife, united as one. Thus we must present a united front. Besides, my father treats me poorly. He merely uses me as a puppet, which is why I spoke that way. Do not read too much into it. Speaking of your father, I must inquire why your demeanor towards me has recently seemed peculiar and somewhat distant, lacking the previous warmth, Chu Xuancheng observed, gazing intently at Yun Ruoyue. As Yun Ruoyue recalled the poignant scene of him gazing at his mother's portrait in solitude during the deep of night, her heart ached profoundly. Even though she was not Yun Qing's daughter, to the outside world, she was perceived as such. It was the Yun family who had wronged Chu Xuancheng, and she felt indebted to him, making it impossible for her to wholeheartedly accept his love. Lowering her head in silence, she pondered the gravity of the situation. What has transpired? If there is something troubling you, you must confide in me. We are married and should confront matters together, Chu Xuancheng said, placing his hands gently on her shoulders. It actually pertains to my father and your circumstances, Yun Ruoyue whispered. Chu Xuancheng was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly grasped the implications. Chapter 12:18. Together before the portrait with a magnanimous smile, he replied, I was concerned it was something far more serious. I had already suspected as much. You suspected? Yun Ruoyue lifted her gaze to meet his. Chu Xuancheng nodded. Did you think I harbored resentment towards you because of your father? Come, allow me to show you something. He took her hand and led her outside. Their voices hushed to avoid detection by Aunt Bing. Upon arriving at the Star Pavilion, Chu Xuancheng opened a cabinet and retrieved his mother's portrait, revealing it before Yun Ruoyue. This is the painting from last time. It depicts your mother, and she is truly beautiful, he said, watching her expression transform with emotion. Last time I did not allow you to examine it closely. Did you feel saddened, thinking I still harbored resentment? Chu Xuancheng inquired, a smile gracing his features. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his perceptiveness, Yun Ruoyue lowered her head. Yes, I thought I was unworthy to view your mother's portrait. For it was my father who caused her demise, depriving you of maternal love. Foolish girl, how could you think so? He replied gently. I was merely concerned you might feel that way, burdened by guilt. Hence, I refrained from allowing you to see the portrait and seldom mentioned it. I do not wish for you to feel indebted to me or carry any emotional weight. The grievances of the previous generation have no bearing on you. Since you are my wife, I shall love you eternally and trust you. The past conflicts are not your doing, and you and your sisters are blameless. I will never attribute Yun Qing's faults to you, Chu Xuancheng said with tenderness. It dawned on Yun Ruoyue that his reluctance to show her the portrait stemmed from a desire to spare her emotional turmoil, rather than an avoidance of past events. She gazed at him, her heart swelling with gratitude. His words deepened her sense of guilt. He had transformed from a man who once sought to blame her into one who understood and respected her. The more he expressed his affection, the greater her sense of indebtedness became. She yearned to disclose her true lineage to him, yet felt utterly lost and feared dragging him into her troubles. His enemies were already numerous, and she could not afford to burden him further. Chu Xuancheng noticed that despite his efforts to console Yun Ruoyue, she remained weighed down by her thoughts, her gaze clouded with melancholy. It seemed there were other concerns troubling her, particularly those that had arisen since her return from the Xiong residence. He resolved to seek an opportunity to inquire with Fenger and conduct a discreet investigation to uncover the source of her distress. In the solitary courtyard, Nangong Ro had recuperated sufficiently after nearly 20 days to rise from her bed and walk. Every day, Mrs. Liu prepared medicine for her, and after taking it, her health improved significantly. However, upon the doctor's diagnosis, it was revealed that she had been afflicted with lifelong infertility. Mother, in just a few days, the month will be up. Once the time arrives, Chu Xuancheng will expel us from the royal residence. Have you devised a strategy? Nangong Ro exclaimed in desperation. If we do not take revenge now, we may never have another chance. Sitting on a dilapidated stool, she slammed her palm onto the table in frustration as she surveyed her dismal surroundings. Mrs. Liu glanced outside and ominously replied, Do not fret. I have already instructed Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang to handle the matter. I shall act by tomorrow at the latest. Oh, it has been dragged out for so long that my patience has worn thin. Every day I watch Chu Xuancheng treat Yun Ruoyue with such kindness while we languish in this wretched place. It infuriates me to the point of despair. At that moment, the furtive voices of Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang could be heard from outside. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Daughter, wait here. Mother will soon avenge you. With that, Mrs. Liu rose and opened the door. Once the door swung wide, Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang hurriedly stepped inside. Upon seeing Aunt Zhou carrying a burlap sack that seemed to contain something alive, Mrs. Liu's face lit up with joy. Aunt Zhou, Aunt Wang, have you successfully accomplished the task I assigned you? It has been done. As long as there is silver, things can be arranged. Please take a look, madam. Aunt Zhou replied, opening the burlap sack. Let me see what is inside. Nangong Ro approached eagerly to peer into the sack. Upon glancing inside, she was met with a writhing mass of venomous snakes, causing her to scream in terror and retreat into Mrs. Liu's embrace. Mother, this is horrifying. Why did you have them bring venomous snakes? Hurry, bind them up and prevent them from escaping. The snakes, in a multitude of colors, varied in size and appeared grotesque, with sinister triangular eyes that made Nangong Ro tremble in fear. Do not be afraid, miss. These are not meant for you, Aunt Zhou reassured her. Madam, we scoured the streets and visited several snake vendors to procure these venomous creatures. Are you satisfied? Mrs. Liu cast a glance at the snakes and replied ominously. I suppose it will suffice. If it were not for Yun Ruoyue's recent habit of dining solely in her small kitchen and avoiding anything from the large kitchen, I would not need to resort to such methods for revenge. She was skilled in the art of poisoning, but could only enlist the aid of Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang, who had access to the large kitchen. while Yun Ruoyue's refusal to consume food from there thwarted her plans. Time was of the essence, compelling her to expend considerable resources to acquire these snakes. Madam, we managed to mingle these snakes among the vegetable pile to introduce them stealthily. What exactly do you intend to do with them? Aunt Zhou inquired, puzzled. Mrs. Lu cast a sinister glance at the two women and suddenly declared, I need you to devise a plan to place them on Yun Ruoyue's bed. If a person is bitten by one of these snakes, the consequences could range from paralysis and arrhythmia to an instant death. What? Aunt Zhou gasped, her grip on the sack loosening in shock. Fortunately, she had already tied the sack shut. Otherwise, those serpents would have slithered out. Lady Lu, it appears you wish to bring harm to the princess. This cannot be allowed. She is the princess, and should she uncover our scheme, even 9 lives would not suffice to atone for our transgressions. Aunt Wang hastily waved her hands, her face pale with fear. Indeed, while we might dare to undertake trivial tasks, conspiring against the princess is beyond our courage, especially since she is with child. This jeopardizes 2 lives. We cannot proceed. You must seek others for this task, Aunt Zhou said, withdrawing the silver coins given by Lady Lu and placing them back on the table. Lady Lu cast a cold glance at the two, scoffing, we are all in this together. Would you dare to defy my orders? Should you fail to comply, I shall reveal your correspondence with the prince. If he learns of your betrayal, given his temperament, your fate would be far worse than that of the servant Qinfeng. Upon hearing this, the 2 women trembled in terror, their faces drained of color. They were well aware of Qinfeng's fate. He had met a brutal end for his treachery against the prince. They certainly did not wish to share such a grim destiny. Rest assured, if you execute this task for me, all these banknotes shall be yours, Lady Lu declared, producing a stack of banknotes from her sleeve and placing them atop the coins, pushing them back toward Aunt Zhou. Upon seeing the substantial amount of money, Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang were not as exhilarated as before. They were now gripped by fear, trembling at the thought of Lady Lu's formidable nature. They knew that failing to follow her wishes would lead to dire consequences. Reluctantly, they accepted the banknotes, clutching the silver coins tightly, nodding in a panic. Seeing that Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang had accepted the money, Lady Lu remarked, those who recognize the times are the wise. As long as you work diligently with me, reward shall not elude you. But there are so many people around the princess, we cannot even enter her courtyard. How can we release the snakes? Aunt Zhou asked, her face ashen. I overheard that the princess will be offering free consultations at her medical clinic for 3 days starting tomorrow. The maids from Xiaoyue Pavilion will surely attend. Even if a few remain behind to guard, we can easily manage. We shall employ a ruse to draw them away, allowing you to slip in and release the snakes. Thus, no one will suspect you, Lady Lu said with a sinister smile. Very well, Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang nodded, though their bodies shook with trepidation. Yun Ruoyue, having no pressing matters, decided to offer free consultations at Jishir Hall for 3 days. As a physician, her heart yearned when a day passed without tending to patients, as if something vital were missing. Jishir Hall was her clinic, but due to its lack of renown, business had been consistently poor compared to the neighboring Benchao Hall, and it seemed destined for closure if this continued. Therefore, she resolved to dedicate 3 days to serve the common people. This would not only aid them, but also enhance the reputation of her clinic. In doing so, her role as the hidden proprietor of Jishir Hall would inevitably be revealed. Yet, she bore no fear of exposure, for her conscience remained clear. However, to her astonishment, upon discovering this truth, Chu Xuancheng exhibited no surprise whatsoever, as if he had known her secret all along. He instructed Mo Zhu to protect her closely, advising her to rest if she felt fatigued and not to overexert herself. It was then that she realized he was already well aware of the several shops she had opened. Before him, she truly had no secrets. Your Highness, the common folk have heard that you will personally conduct free consultations at the Jishir Hall today, and they have lined up since early morning, eagerly awaiting your assistance. Feng'er cheerfully remarked. It seems that you will undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Your Highness, perhaps we should all lend a hand, Jiu'er suggested. Yet, someone must guard Xiaoyue Pavilion. Who do you think should watch over it? Feng'er inquired. Let Xiaoyue take care of it. She lacks experience in preparing medicine and would be of little help. Take Xiaoqing with you, but keep a close watch on her, Yun Ruoyue replied. She had observed over the past few days that Xiaoyue was quite honest and straightforward, showing no signs of suspicion. In contrast, Xiaoqing's eyes darted about restlessly, frequently glancing towards Xiaoyue Pavilion, as if she were seeking information. Thus, it was better to keep her close, to prevent any mischief in their absence. With that decided, Yun Ruoyue, accompanied by her maidens, set out early to the Jishur Hall. Upon arriving at the entrance, she beheld a long queue of patients, many emaciated and appearing frail, some hunched over, others supported by family members, and a few even being carried on stretchers, all afflicted by various ailments, some gravely ill. Chapter 1221. The benevolent princess consort. Their eyes were dim and lifeless, gazing vacantly as if the torment of their afflictions had drained all hope from their lives. Witnessing this scene, Yun Ruoyue felt a profound desire to expand her medical practice, aspiring to heal more common folk, ensuring that no one would suffer or perish due to minor illnesses. Look, is that the divine healer, Princess Li? She has arrived. How wonderful. Perhaps my ailment can be cured. She can reattach severed limbs and treat severe illnesses. Surely she can assist us. The crowd buzzed with excitement, recognizing her. And it is a free consultation. Princess Li is truly compassionate. Quickly, let us line up properly and allow the princess to treat our ailments. As Yun Ruoyue approached, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement, all eager to catch a glimpse of her. She hastily called out, "Please, everyone, form an orderly line and remain calm. I shall begin my consultations shortly, one at a time." "Thank you, Your Highness," the crowd responded in unison. At that moment, Manager Huang arrived, stating, "Your Highness, our 6 esteemed doctors are waiting inside for you. Please, step in." "Very well," Yun Ruoyue replied, entering the hall. Upon her entrance, the 6 doctors she had hired at great expense, along with the apprentices, quickly bowed in respect, greeting her as Princess Consort. No need for excessive formalities. Today, I am here to provide free consultations for the common people. They face many hardships, so I ask for your utmost assistance. Thank you all for your dedication." Yun Ruoyue expressed with a bow. "It is no trouble at all. It is our honor to assist Your Highness in serving the people," they replied. "Indeed, we can learn from the illustrious skills of the esteemed healer. Everyone is being overly complimentary. Let us commence." As Yun Ruoyue spoke, she settled into her chair, awaiting the arrival of patients. The first to enter was a young couple, anxiously cradling their small child, who appeared to be around 2 or 3 years of age. As they rushed in, they knelt before Yun Ruoyue, pleading, "Your Highness, we implore you to save our son. He has been suffering from severe vomiting and diarrhea since the day before yesterday, accompanied by abdominal swelling, blood in his stool, and persistent cries of abdominal pain. We have visited several clinics, yet none of the physicians have been able to provide relief. Initially, he was able to cry, but today he has lost the strength to do even that. He has not eaten for 2 days, and the doctors fear he may not survive the night. Your Highness, please, we beseech you to examine him. Do not fret. Please place the child on the small bed, and I shall see to him." Yun Ruoyue responded hastily. Upon glancing at the child, she observed his listless demeanor, parched lips, and signs of dehydration. He lay there so quietly that it tugged at her heartstrings. "Thank you, esteemed doctor," the young couple expressed, though their eyes reflected a deep-seated skepticism. They had consulted numerous seasoned physicians, some even hailed as miraculous healers. Yet none had succeeded in saving their son. They harbored little hope that this young princess would fare any better. However, in their desperation, they had no choice but to try. "Please step outside. I will conduct an examination," Yun Ruoyue instructed. The couple exited, their faces etched with worry. Once outside, the husband voiced his concerns. "I truly wonder if she possesses the ability to help. I am terrified for our child. I do not know. I dare not hold any expectations. So many experienced doctors have failed. Can this young lady truly succeed?" The wife lamented, wiping away her tears. "I hope she can save him. We have already lost one son. Tiger cannot meet the same fate." As they spoke, they began to weep at the entrance of the clinic. The onlookers in line felt a wave of despair wash over them. If the couple was in such distress, it seemed evident that the princess's skills were limited, and they too felt disheartened about her ability to help. Inside the clinic, after dismissing the bystanders, Yun Ruoyue retrieved a compact ultrasound machine from her medical system and directed it towards the child's abdomen. The examination revealed that the child's intestines had telescoped into one another, appearing red and swollen, and had become twisted. She immediately recognized that the child was suffering from intussusception, a critical condition that required an air enema within 48 hours to restore the intestines. Given the timeline provided by the couple, the child's abdominal pain had persisted for nearly 48 hours, and she realized that administering the enema at once was crucial. Upon this thought, Yun Ruoyue swiftly directed her consciousness into the medical system, searching for a compact air enema machine. After a thorough search, she indeed found one. As gastrointestinal ailments are quite prevalent, she promptly retrieved it to perform the necessary procedure on the child. Outside, after an interval equivalent to 2 incense sticks, Yun Ruoyue had yet to emerge, causing the young couple to grow increasingly anxious. The husband trembled as he voiced his concern. Why has the princess taken so long? Is a mere examination truly this time-consuming? Indeed, echoed his wife. Other doctors merely glance at the patient to discern the course of treatment. What could the princess possibly be doing? Is there something amiss with Huzi? Is she hesitating to come out due to fear of responsibility? Shall we go in and check? Suggested the couple, hastening towards the inner chamber. However, Manager Huang swiftly intercepted them, stating, I apologize. The princess has instructed that no one may enter until her examination is complete. She must not be disturbed. On what grounds? The wife protested. Our child is inside. Why should we be barred from entering? Other physicians allow us to remain by their side during examinations. Exactly. The princess has been inside for so long. Could something have gone awry with Huzi? We are deeply concerned and must go in. The surrounding patients, hearing this exchange, wore expressions of disappointment. Could it be that the princess is merely a charlatan? One murmured. Are the previous rumors unfounded? It is quite plausible. Even the legendary Hua Tuo could not mend a severed limb, nor could a patient recover after being cut open. Perhaps the Princess Li is merely seeking fame and has exaggerated her abilities. It is likely she possesses no genuine skill, hence the prolonged wait. Let us abandon our hopes of her healing us and seek another physician, lest we inadvertently elevate her reputation. Father, mother. At that moment, a youthful voice rang out from the adjacent room. Everyone turned to see the door swing open, revealing a little boy of 2 or 3 years, who dashed out towards the young couple. Chapter 12:23. The princess is extraordinary. Huzi, how is it that you can walk? The young mother, upon hearing her son's voice, rushed forward, enveloping him in her arms. Mother, I am hungry. I want steamed buns. I want rice. The little boy clung to his mother, eagerly searching for food in her embrace. Seeing this, the husband exclaimed with overwhelming joy, Huzi, you can speak, and your spirit has returned to normal. You are well now, aren't you? The couple, witnessing their previously frail son now brimming with vitality, were overcome with emotion, tears of joy streaming down their faces. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue emerged, wiping the sweat from her brow, supported by Fenger. Princess, thank you for healing Huzi. We sought many physicians to no avail. Your prowess is remarkable. The moment you intervened, Huzi recovered. Truly, you are a divine healer. The husband rushed towards Yun Ruoyue, bowing deeply with his wife and child in tow. Simultaneously, they felt a profound sense of shame for their earlier doubts regarding her abilities. Please rise. I am no divine healer, merely possessing a modicum of knowledge. It is by chance that I could treat this ailment, which is why I was able to restore his health. Were it a more complex condition, I might not have succeeded. Yun Ruoyue spoke softly. As she concluded her treatment, she overheard the murmurs outside. Indeed, being a physician is no easy task. When one cures an ailment, gratitude flows like tears, yet failure invites the scorn of the masses. Thus, she refrained from presenting herself as a miracle worker and preferred to remain humble. My lady, your humility is remarkable. We sought the aid of numerous esteemed physicians for Huzi's condition, all of whom proclaimed he would not survive much longer. Yet, you, with your extraordinary skill, have granted him a second chance at life. Allow us to pay our respects, the husband declared, as he took his wife and child to bow in gratitude towards Yun Ruoyue. After their bows, he inquired, May I ask, my lady, what precisely ails Huzi? Why were the other doctors rendered helpless? They claimed he wouldn't see the night, yet you have so swiftly healed him. Yun Ruoyue considered her response. It is likely that this ailment is not within their realm of expertise. The condition is known as intussusception, which is generally misunderstood. Huzi, being young, has not fully developed intestinal function, making it prone to twisting. I discerned a hardness in his abdomen, indicating a blockage. Hence, I performed a gentle manipulation to realign his intestines. Once the passage was cleared, he naturally regained his health. In truth, she had employed a machine for his treatment. But given their ignorance, she described it as a massage. Ah, I see. Truly impressive, my lady. The gathered physicians exclaimed, nodding in agreement. Yun Ruoyue continued. This is an acute condition. Once the intestines are straightened, the patient will be well. However, Huzi has not eaten for 2 days and is quite famished. You must take him to eat promptly, but begin with a light diet, such as thin rice porridge or broth, to avoid straining his digestive system. After imparting a few more precautions to the young couple, she resumed her seat to continue her consultations. The couple, holding their child, departed, showering her with gratitude. Witnessing this, other patients hesitated to leave, clinging to their places, fearful of losing their turn. It became evident that the princess possessed genuine medical prowess, and they nearly misjudged her capabilities. Fortuitously, they remained, lest they miss the opportunity for her divine treatment. Chapter 1224. A new strategy following Huzi's recovery. Yun Ruoyue treated several patients afflicted with seasonal ailments. For her, these were mere trifles. She prescribed remedies and sent them on their way. At that moment, she made a startling discovery. When she retrieved medicine from the medical system, her consciousness returned to find that the system had replenished her supplies. It appeared that the medicine was inexhaustible, a marvel indeed. Previously, she had fretted that the depletion of her stock would leave her without options. Yet the system autonomously replenished her supplies. In this vast world, the extraordinary abounded, given that she had traversed realms to assume this existence. Such occurrences no longer seemed so astonishing. Subsequently, she continued to tend to the patients, everything proceeding in an orderly manner. In the Li Prince's residence, Aunt Zhou had not slept a wink the previous night, as Lu had summoned her to place a venomous snake in her chamber. The mere thought of a serpent lurking within her room rendered her sleepless. The anxiety of plotting to harm the princess consumed her, leaving her in a state of profound distress throughout the day. She had never harmed another, and this would be her first attempt, particularly against someone of such high stature as the princess. How could she muster the courage? Yet, she found herself coerced by Lu and had accepted her silver. Alas, she resolved to execute this last task. Once completed, she would pocket the silver and flee. If she could successfully escape, her fortune would be made. Driven by the desperate need to secure brides for her 2 sons, she was prepared to take risks. Aunt Zhou, the princess, and Feng had already departed, and Madame Lu urged her to act swiftly. At that moment, a furtive voice from outside startled Aunt Zhou. Upon recognizing Aunt Wang's ghostly tone, she jumped up, opened the door, and inquired if everyone from the Crimson Moon Pavilion had left. Not at all. I just checked. And there remains a little fish and several maids on watch, Aunt Wang informed her. Are there still people there? How am I to proceed? Aunt Zhou was taken aback. Do not fret. Madame Lu has devised a strategy. We shall employ a ruse to draw the tiger from its lair. I will set a fire in the great kitchen to divert them, and while they are distracted, you can slip in and release the snake. Do you understand? Aunt Wang explained. Set a fire? What if we are discovered? You will be in grave danger. Rest assured, Madame Lu has prepared a plan. Time is of the essence. We must act quickly, Aunt Wang asserted before glancing around and hastily departing. Once she was gone, Aunt Zhou swiftly lifted the sack containing the venomous snake, realizing that carrying it openly would easily arouse suspicion. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She would conceal the sack within a wooden barrel and feign carrying it to extinguish the fire, thus avoiding detection. Aunt Wang was quite adept. She soon arrived at the great kitchen, where she found Fat Hai chopping vegetables. She rushed to the stove and said, "Steward, the fire girl has gone out. Look, the flames are dwindling. Let me add some fuel for you." "Excellent. Add plenty of firewood. A roaring fire makes for fragrant dishes." Fat Hai replied, continuing to slice meat. "Very well, I shall stoke the flames." Aunt Wang replied with a cold smile as she added wood to the stove. Once Fat Hai had finished cutting the meat, he hurried to wash his newly acquired knife in a basin, muttering to himself, "Last time, my new set of kitchenware was ruined by the prince. What a pity. Fortunately, I bought another set. Look how sharp this knife is, slicing through iron like mud. And see how shiny the pot and bowl are. With these handy tools, cooking will be a breeze." Chapter 1225. The ruse to draw the tiger from its lair. Ah! Fire! Fire! Just as Fat Hai uttered these words, Aunt Wang's shrill scream echoed like a pig being slaughtered. He turned to see that the area where Aunt Wang had been standing was engulfed in flames. The surrounding firewood and dry grass had ignited, crackling as the fire leaped towards the roof. Alas, the water has overflowed. Someone, come quickly to extinguish the fire. Fat Dao, upon witnessing the flames, was so startled that he forgot to grab his utensils and hastily fled outside. The last inferno had terrified him to his core, and now another had arisen. In a state of panic, he dashed out, suddenly exclaiming, "My kitchen knife! my newly purchased pots and pans. However, as he attempted to re-enter to salvage his kitchenware, he found the blaze had intensified, crackling fiercely and blocking his path. Instantly paralyzed by fear, he retreated a few steps and urgently called for assistance to fetch water and douse the flames. Quickly, someone come help extinguish the fire. At that moment, Aunt Wang also emerged, her face a mask of terror as she screamed. Aunt Wang, what happened? How did the fire start again? Fat Dahu anxiously inquired. Aunt Wang, looking guilty, stammered, it was during my cooking. I accidentally dropped a burning log, and as it fell onto the haystack, it ignited. There is no time to discuss this now. I must find help to put out the fire. With that, she sprinted towards Xiaoyue Pavilion. Upon reaching the entrance, Aunt Wang waved her handkerchief and shouted loudly, help. Quick, everyone. The kitchen is ablaze. What? The kitchen is on fire? The kitchen was perilously close to Xuancheng Pavilion. What if the flames spread this way? Xiaoyue, who had been dozing at the door, sprang up at Aunt Wang's words. Indeed, they lack manpower over there, everyone. Hurry to assist in extinguishing the fire. If it reaches us, we shall have a great calamity. Aunt Wang called out to Xiaoyue. Then what are you all waiting for? Quickly, everyone, follow me to put out the fire. Having said this, Xiaoyue dashed into the small kitchen, grabbing a bucket filled with water before racing towards the large kitchen. The other cleaning women, not daring to delay, also picked up buckets and hurried towards the large kitchen. Seeing that everyone from Xiaoyue Pavilion had been drawn away, Aunt Wang signaled discreetly to Aunt Zhou, who was hiding behind the rockery. Then, she too rushed towards the large kitchen. Once everyone had left, Aunt Zhou cautiously picked up a wooden bucket and stealthily approached the door of Yun Ruoyue's chamber. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the door was unlocked. What fortuitous fortune! Surely, it was Xiaoyue's watchfulness that had allowed the door to remain unlatched, facilitating her entry. She glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then swiftly pushed the door open and stepped inside. However, being engaged in dubious deeds made her heart race with trepidation. Pounding furiously, once inside, she hurried to Yun Ruoyue's bedside, lifted the blanket with trembling hands, and poured all the venomous snakes from the sack into the bed. Upon seeing the writhing mass of snakes emerge, she was instantly overwhelmed with terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. In a frantic flurry, she covered the snakes with the blanket, stuffed the sack into the wooden bucket, and carried it to the door. Peering outside to confirm no one was present, she cautiously opened the door and bolted out. As she fled, she patted her chest in relief, her legs quaking in fear. She lifted the wooden bucket, closed its lid, and dashed out of the courtyard. Just as Xiaoyue ran in. Chapter 1226. The Release of the Poisonous Snake. Aunt Zhou, what are you doing here? Xiaoyue exclaimed, entering Xiaoyue Pavilion, where she saw Aunt Zhou rushing out from the courtyard. Why do you walk so quietly? You startled me. Aunt Zhou gasped, her heart nearly bursting at the sight of Xiaoyue. With a puzzled expression, Xiaoyue responded, You say I startled you, but I must ask. What brings you to the princess's courtyard? I was fetching water to extinguish a fire. I just heard someone shout that the kitchen is ablaze, so I rushed in, grabbed a wooden bucket, filled it with water, and was about to go put out the fire. Has it been extinguished yet? Aunt Zhou feigned great effort as she lifted the bucket, pretending it was heavy with water. Not yet. It will take a while longer to put it out. Hurry. Let's assist in extinguishing the flames. Upon seeing the bucket in Aunt Zhou's hands, Xiaoyue dismissed her doubts. The urgency of the fire was paramount. Little did she know there was a hidden scheme at play. Once Aunt Zhou exited the courtyard of Xiaoyue Pavilion, she hurried back to her own room, tossed a sack under the bed, and then took out a bucket of water, pretending to help extinguish the fire. As night fell, Yun Ruoyue's first day of free consultations came to an end. She had intended to leave much earlier, but seeing the plight of the patients, she sat for an additional hour. It was only when Chu Xuancheng arrived to escort her that she reluctantly accompanied him back to the royal residence. Upon their return, Xiaoyue cheerfully approached. Your Highness, my lady, you have returned. You must be weary. We have prepared the meal. Please, Your Highness and my lady, follow me to the dining hall. Wait a moment, I am a bit tired. I shall rest for a while before dining, Yun Ruoyue replied, pushing open the door to her chamber, with Xiaoyue hastily following to light a lamp. As the lamp flickered to life, the room brightened, though the illumination was dim due to the single lamp. Yuer, I heard that you sat for consultations all day. Given your condition, it is unwise to overexert yourself. You must not do this again tomorrow, Chu Xuancheng said, stepping forward to support Yun Ruoyue. Reflecting on the innocent and simple folk A pang of sorrow pierced her heart. If only I had 1,000 hands, I could attend to more patients. They truly looked so pitiful. Most of them suffered from minor ailments. Yet due to the lack of proper medicine, their conditions had worsened into serious illnesses. A slight cold could prove fatal. A common case of smallpox or chickenpox could lead to death. Here, life was incredibly fragile. In this place? What do you mean by that? Chu Xuancheng looked at Yun Ruoyue with confusion, sensing an air of inscrutability surrounding her. She spoke and acted differently, often uttering strange phrases. Her medical skills remarkably advanced, and she possessed an array of unusual medicines, shock devices, music boxes, and other oddities. She seemed like a fairy who had descended from the heavens, bringing with her a plethora of peculiar wonders. He felt a distance between them, intangible and elusive, fearing that one misstep might lead her back to the skies. Oh, it's nothing. My intention is to convey that the medical technology in our country is still underdeveloped, rendering life quite fragile. If only I could elevate the medical knowledge passed down by my master, I would be able to save more lives. As Yun Ruoyue spoke, her eyes flickered with uncertainty. She had nearly revealed her secret. Chapter 1227, A Moment of Danger. If Chu Xuancheng were to discover that she had traversed through time via the means of borrowing a corpse's soul, it would surely terrify him. Perhaps she might even be regarded as a monster and captured. Thus, this secret must remain concealed from him. Chu Xuancheng glanced at Yun Ruoyue with a smile. Sensing that she was not being entirely truthful, she was harboring something from him, and had done so for quite some time. Nevertheless, since she was reluctant to share, he respected her reasons and would not press her. He believed that when she was ready to speak, she would do so of her own accord. Oh dear. After sitting all day, my back aches terribly. I shall rest on the bed for a while before dinner. Yun Ruoyue quickly changed the subject, preparing to lie down. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng suddenly noticed something writhing on the bed. Abruptly, a crimson snake head reared up, lunging viciously at Yun Ruoyue's arm. Watch out, Yue! Chu Xuancheng shouted, swiftly drawing his sword and slicing towards the serpent's head. With a sickening thud, the serpent's head was cleaved in two, a spray of blood splattering onto Yun Ruoyue's face. Ah, what is happening? Why are there snakes here? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, startled by the severed snake beside her. She leapt into Chu Xuancheng's embrace in fright. Regaining her composure, she beheld the snake, now in two pieces, still writhing grotesquely, bloodied and horrifying. Ah, Xuancheng, look! There are many more snakes over there. Suddenly, Yun Ruoyue spotted numerous venomous snakes emerging from beneath the covers, each one extending its neck or coiling its body, all bearing fangs and flicking their tongues as they slithered towards her. Be careful, Yue! Someone light more lamps. Chu Xuancheng commanded protectively, his voice low and urgent. At that moment, Emo Zhu and Fenger heard the commotion and rushed in, anxious to assist. Upon entering, Fenger hurried to light the lamps. Just then, Yun Ruoyue looked up and saw many venomous snakes hanging from the canopy above, causing her to shriek in terror, retreating swiftly. Snakes! There are so many snakes up there. How did this happen? It's terrifying. Ah, venomous snakes, so many snakes. The others who entered, including Xiaoyue, accidentally stepped on a snake, sending them into a panic, their screams echoing. In an instant, the room was filled with cries of alarm, and as the lamps ignited, the room was illuminated as bright as day. All present beheld the bed and canopy swarming with snakes, while several dark, limp serpents slithered across the floor, sending chills down their spines. Quickly, remove these snakes. Kill them all, not a single one shall remain. Chu Xuancheng commanded with a cold voice. Having given his orders, he raised his sword, deftly aiming it at the bed. A fleeting sound of hissing echoed, and the serpents upon the bed were cleaved into several segments. Dark blood gushed forth, splattering onto the bed, the patterned curtains, and the floor. Mo Li and Li San, disregarding their shock, hastily joined in the slaughter of the snakes, resulting in a scene drenched in blood. Accompanied by a foul stench, Mo Zhu, Li San, swiftly clear away these serpents. Fenger, take charge of cleaning the room with your companions, commanded Chu Xuancheng in a deep voice. His gaze fell upon the serpents, his obsidian pupils narrowing with cold intensity, his expression darkening instantly. Enveloped in a stormy countenance that exuded a palpable aura of menace, deterring anyone from approaching. Do not fear, Yue. With this king by your side, let us step outside first, Chu Xuancheng reassured, carefully supporting Yun Ruoyue, genuinely concerned that she and the baby might be frightened. Yun Ruoyue, still in a state of shock, felt goosebumps prickling her skin. I just observed that all of these are venomous snakes. A single bite from them could lead to untimely demise. How could such a plethora of venomous serpents appear in this room? Xiaoyue, as you were in charge of the house today, what has transpired? Xiaoyue trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face. I do not know, Mississippi. I was keeping watch diligently and have no idea how so many venomous snakes managed to enter. Casting a glance outside, Yun Ruoyue noticed that Xuancheng and Aunt Bing were absent. She then stated, these snakes could not have slithered in on their own. Someone must have deliberately released them. Xiaoyue, did you see any suspicious individuals visiting the Feiyu Pavilion while we were away? Suspicious individuals? None at all, Xiaoyue replied, scratching her head in confusion. Suddenly, she exclaimed, I remember. During noon, there was a fire in the main kitchen. We heard Aunt Wang shouting for help and hurriedly grabbed buckets to extinguish the flames. When I returned to fetch water, I unexpectedly encountered Aunt Zhou, who was sneaking out of our courtyard with a bucket. When I inquired why she was at the Feiyu Pavilion, she claimed she heard about the fire and came to help. Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang. How could a fire break out in the kitchen without reason? Yun Ruoyue narrowed her eyes coldly. Nearby, Zhou quickly interjected, Your Highness. You had previously instructed me to keep an eye on Lu Shi and Nangong Ro. I discovered that Lu Shi has been closely associating with Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang. These two women have consistently benefited Lu Shi by doing her bidding. Had it not been for your orders to avoid alarming them, I would have expelled these two treacherous women long ago. I believe the venomous snakes were indeed released by them. They have no grievances against you. So why would they commit such an act? They must have been bribed by Lu Shi to carry out this deed. Indeed, when I encountered Aunt Zhou, she appeared flustered and furtive. Moreover, her residence is quite distant from the Feiyu Pavilion, so how could she suddenly appear here? The snakes must have been set loose by her. Xiaoyue realized with clarity. Zhou added, perhaps Aunt Wang is also her accomplice. As both have been bought off by Lu Shi, I usually keep a watchful eye on them. Yet I did not anticipate that a brief absence today would allow them to exploit this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue remarked, perhaps this great fire is merely a ruse to draw Xiaoyue away. It appears that the Lu family, in their desperation, can no longer contain themselves and are compelled to act. With only a few days remaining before Lu and Nangong Ro depart the estate, her actions were anticipated. I had always suspected Lu would resort to poison, yet she has resorted to unleashing snakes instead. At this moment, Chu Xuancheng's countenance darkened, radiating an aura as chilling as that of Yama, the king of the underworld. He coldly waved his sleeve, gripping the hilt of his sword, and declared in a deep voice, bold Lu, daring to bribe maidservants to harm the princess. Seize them all and subject them to severe torture. Wait, Yun Ruoyue swiftly intervened. Your Highness, when Aunt Zhou released the snake, no one witnessed it. We lack sufficient evidence. It would be unwise to apprehend her lest we fall into a trap. This time, Lu's scheme has failed, and given her disposition, she will undoubtedly attempt another plot. Let us assign someone to closely monitor her movements, waiting for her to act. And then we shall ensnare her in her own web. Chapter 1229. A gift of snake soup. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xuancheng nodded. Very well. When the time comes, with both witnesses and evidence at hand, I shall repay her in kind. Indeed, their days within the palace are numbered. She will surely stir trouble before their departure. Let us turn the tables and lead her into a trap. Yun Ruoyue continued, Zhou, instruct Mo Zhu to catch a snake and prepare it as soup for Lu. Let her and her daughter savor the taste of this snake delicacy. Yes, Your Highness. Zhou, upon hearing the plan to deal with Nangong Ro, hurried off to find Mo Zhu. In the solitary courtyard, Nangong Ro anxiously inquired of Lu, Mother, have you heard that Yun Ruoyue has returned? Do you think she was bitten by the poisonous snake? Calm yourself. Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang are already inquiring about the situation. If all goes as planned, she is surely in grave danger. Lu coldly scoffed. Aunt Zhou has successfully unleashed the snake, and I suspect Yun Ruoyue is doomed. Do you think they might suspect us? Nangong Ro asked, her voice laced with concern. Absolutely not. We have executed our plans with utmost discretion. Furthermore, if anything goes awry, Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang will bear the brunt of it. Fear not. Lu concluded with a chilling smile. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Could it be that Aunt Zhou and the others have returned? Lu quickly raised her head, only to find Zhou leading several maidservants, each carrying various dishes. Among them, Zhou held a covered soup bowl. As she entered, she exclaimed, Madam Lu, Miss Ro, you are in for a treat. The princess is in high spirits today and has bestowed upon you a bounty of delicacies. Among them, this golden dragon soup is the most precious. It is rich in flavor and nourishment. Do indulge. Golden dragon soup? Nangong Ro looked at the soup bowl in Jiuer's hands with curiosity, having never heard of such a dish. Jiuer promptly placed the soup bowl before her, smiling. This golden dragon soup is a delicacy, renowned for its exquisite taste and restorative properties. The princess, understanding that Miss Ro has recently suffered a miscarriage, has gifted you this soup to aid in your recovery. Please do enjoy. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ro, skeptical yet curious, reached out and lifted the lid of the soup bowl. As soon as she opened it, she beheld a serpent coiling within, its head prominently displayed, causing her to tremble and fall to the ground in shock. Mother, there's a snake in here, she exclaimed, pointing at the bowl, her body quaking with fear. Lu Shi leaned in closer and was equally horrified to see the stewed poisonous snake, her complexion paling as she hastily replaced the lid. Why would the princess bestow this upon us? This is hardly a nourishing delicacy. Take it away, quickly. Lu Shi's eyes darted nervously as she rushed to assist Nangong Ro. Jiuer observed their expressions and let out a cold laugh. Today, someone dared to place a venomous snake in the Empress's chamber, intending to harm her. Yet, the Empress is blessed with good fortune. Not only is she unharmed, but she has also captured and dispatched all the snakes. She finds them rather charming, believing that a snake soup would be quite delectable. Hence she instructed me to bring you a bowl. It appears you are not showing her the respect she deserves. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi's face turned pale. The wretched Yun Ruoyue had survived. How could she be so fortunate, escaping such a fate? It was evident that Yun Ruoyue had discovered that it was she who had orchestrated the snake's release. Had Aunt Zhou and the others betrayed her? Chapter 1230. Consuming snake meat, she feigned calmness, adopting a grave expression. How audacious for someone to commit such an act. Fortunately, the Empress was unharmed. Please convey to the Empress our gratitude for her kind intentions, but we cannot partake in this snake soup. Kindly remove it. Jiuer responded with a cold smile. A gift from the Empress cannot simply be taken away. The Empress has stated that this was painstakingly prepared for you, and you must show her the proper respect by consuming the soup. Should you refuse, it would imply that you do not regard her as the mistress of the palace. If you cannot acknowledge her authority, then you are welcome to leave. What do you mean? Nangong Ro rose, glaring at Jiuer with icy disdain. Once, she had been a favored concubine, commanding the respect of all servants. Now, even a mere servant dared to confront her, igniting her fury. I mean exactly what I said. You must honor the Empress by consuming this snake soup. Jiuer crossed her arms defiantly, her tone unwavering. You. Nangong Ro's face darkened with anger. Just the sight of the snake soup made her nauseous. How could she possibly eat it? Miss Ro, do you not wish to eat? If not, I suggest you gather your belongings and leave immediately, Jiuer stated coolly. Very well, we shall eat. At that moment, Lu Shi abruptly seized a pair of chopsticks, picking up a piece of snake meat, suppressing her disgust as she took a bite. The meat, with skin intact and innards uncleaned, was foul and bitter. She nearly retched after just one mouthful. Yet, she had to endure. Leaving the palace now would ruin all her meticulously laid plans. She had yet to avenge her daughter. How could she leave in such a state? Quickly, she offered the chopsticks to Nangong Ro. Rower, you should try it too. The flavor of the snake meat is rather delightful. Mother, this meat is revolting. I do not wish to eat. Nangong Ro turned away with evident disdain. Just eat it. Think of it as pork. The princess has graciously bestowed it upon you. After all, it is a fine delicacy. As Lu spoke, she thrust the chopsticks into Nangong Ro's hands, her gaze sternly fixed upon her. It was not her intention to force her daughter to consume snake soup. Rather, it was a matter of vengeance against Yun Ruoyue that compelled them to endure. Jiuer, observing Lu's reaction, became increasingly convinced of the princess's assertion. The princess had remarked that Lu would be loath to leave the Wang residence, for she had yet to achieve her revenge. A person of her disposition would not depart until her objective was fulfilled. Indeed, she was willing to consume snake soup to avoid leaving. Under Lu's pressure, Nangong Ro felt a wave of indignation, tears streaming down her cheeks. She cast a disgusted glance at the snake soup, delicately peeled back the snake's skin with her chopsticks, and tremblingly lifted a piece of white flesh to her lips. The moment she tasted the foul flavor of the snake, she found herself overwhelmed, rising abruptly to rush outside and retch. Madame Ro, What is the matter with you? At that moment, Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang, who had been gathering information, returned. Upon seeing Xiaoyue, they were momentarily taken aback. Aunt Zhou, Aunt Wang, you have arrived just in time. The princess has rewarded you with a bowl of golden dragon soup. Do join us, Xiaoyue remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the two aunts. Golden dragon soup? As they entered, they beheld the repugnant snake soup, and Aunt Zhou was immediately struck with terror, her heart racing, while Aunt Wang felt a chill run down her spine. Her heart suspended in dread. Xiaoyue observed them, noting how those burdened by guilt exhibited markedly less courage than others. Indeed, the princess appreciates your diligent service to Miss Ro. She has specifically granted you this reward. Consuming this golden dragon soup may even elevate you to celestial realms. Xiaoyue concluded, addressing the maids behind her. I shall take my leave now. You must ensure they finish every drop of the soup, leaving not a single drop behind. Yes, Miss Xiaoyue. Chapter 1231. Who leaked the information once Xiaoyue departed? Aunt Zhou watched her retreating figure and quietly spat in disdain. Celestial realms? More like wishing for our demise. The notion of serving was merely a guise for surveillance. It appeared they could not escape without consuming the snake flesh. Fortunately, the snake's body was non-venomous. Otherwise, they would have hesitated to partake. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the coarse maids, the four women, while retching, managed to consume the entirety of the snake soup. Nangong Ro barely ingested a few pieces, yet she was the one who vomited the most, nearly expelling her bile. Her face pale and her legs weak. Once the maids cleared away the food containers, Lu wiped her mouth and coldly scrutinized Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang. What do you think? Why would the princess send this snake here? Does she know something? Surely not. We have not disclosed anything. This matter is known only to the four of us. I am at a loss as to how the princess could have surmised it, Aunt Wang hastily replied. Aunt Zhou paused, suddenly recalling her encounter with Xiaoyue. Could it be that Xiaoyue had inferred her involvement, prompting the princess to send the snake as a warning? However, she dared not reveal her encounter with Xiaoyue to Lu. I am uncertain how this transpired. After Aunt Wang led away everyone from Feiyue Pavilion, I saw it empty before I entered to place the snake. I assure you, I have not been discovered by anyone, nor have I leaked this matter. I trust that you would not dare to disclose it either. We are all in the same precarious situation. If anyone were to reveal it, we would all face dire consequences. I believe the princess is merely speculating. She possesses no evidence. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to sending snakes to intimidate us. Were she to have proof, given her temperament, she would have already apprehended you. This is a mere display to instill fear in us. However, lacking evidence, she can only compel us to consume snake meat to vent her frustrations. Lu's cold conclusion resonated. Indeed, it must be so. Without evidence, none of us will acknowledge it. Let us see what she can do to us. She cannot possibly resort to torture merely out of suspicion, can she? Although Aunt Zhou felt guilty in her heart, her countenance remained composed. She is unwilling to employ severe measures against us. She must maintain her reputation for virtue and benevolence. Her ambition for power alongside the Prince of Li necessitates a reputation for being virtuous. Should she dare to employ harsh tactics, would certainly tarnish her image. Lu smirked with a sinister glint in her eyes. Since Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng aspire to be benevolent, she shall exploit this trait to her advantage. Even if Yun Ruoyue suspects us, she cannot take action against us. However, Mother, we have failed this time. What shall we do? In 3 days, we will leave the Prince of Li's residence. Once we depart, who knows when we will have another opportunity to approach her. Nangong Ro lamented, tugging at Lu's sleeve. Lu rolled her eyes, stating, but this time, we have already startled the snake. She will undoubtedly be on guard. It will be difficult to act again, and we risk exposing ourselves. If we fail to exact revenge, we could end up captured, which would be a grave loss. I have 2 sons to consider. I cannot jeopardize their futures for the sake of one daughter. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ro's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. Mother, are you backing down? Do you no longer wish to help me seek revenge? Look at what they have done to me, leaving me in this predicament while they live carefree. Do you not harbor any hatred towards them? Chapter 1232. Toying with her, it is not that Mother does not wish to help you, but rather that Yun Ruoyue is too astute. I fear she may uncover our intentions. We can still seek revenge after we leave, as long as we are alive. There will be ample opportunity for vengeance. We need not rush. Lu replied, No, Mother, I cannot bear it any longer. I wish to take revenge now. You are usually formidable. The women of the Nangong household are no match for you. Why fear a mere Yun Ruoyue? You are a master of poison, striking unnoticed. They will not be able to trace it back to you. Nangong Ro implored, gazing beseechingly at Lu. Lu furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in contemplation. Let me think, dear. Mother, do not ponder any longer. Please assist me just this once. I promise you, upon returning home, I will abide by your arrangements regarding my marriage. Even if you wish to marry me off as a concubine to that old Duke of Chun, I would willingly accept. Nangong Ro's expression was one of despondency. Previously, her mother had intended to arrange her marriage to the Duke of Chun as a concubine, but she had resisted fiercely. Eventually, she encountered Chu Xuancheng and became his concubine, thus soaring to a higher status. Now, having lost her ability to bear children, her primary goal in life is revenge, indifferent to whom she is married. In her quest for vengeance, she could endure anything. Lu cast a glance at Nangong Ro. Roer was the epitome of beauty, renowned throughout the realm. Even after being divorced by Chu Xuancheng, she could still leverage her beauty to marry a powerful man. If she were willing to wed the Duke of Chun, she could secure a promising future for her two inept sons, who had failed to achieve any academic accolades or secure official positions, idling away their days at home. If Roer's marriage could pave the way for their careers, then assisting her once more would be a small sacrifice. Very well, I shall aid you again, my dear. Later that night, as the clock struck midnight, Feng'er and the others finally cleared the venomous serpents from Yun Ruoyue's chamber, tidying the room. However, the thought of the snakes that had once infested the bed left Yun Ruoyue too terrified to sleep there. Though the snakes had been eradicated, a lingering dread haunted her. Feng'er, recalling the early start required for the morrow, urged the princess repeatedly to retire for the night. Yet, Yun Ruoyue stubbornly remained seated in the courtyard, reluctant to enter. Chu Xuancheng, observing her fear of the room, decided to tease her. Yuer, it is late. Are you not yet asleep? You have an appointment at the medical clinic tomorrow. I am not tired, Yun Ruoyue stammered, biting her lip. Despite her bravery in the face of death, she harbored a profound fear of the cold. Slippery snakes. The mere recollection of that scene sent shivers down her spine, making her hesitant to step inside. But I am weary. I must rise early for court. Chu Xuancheng feigned a yawn, a hint of mischief glinting in his eyes. Then you should rest first. I shall sleep later, Yun Ruoyue replied, a touch of reluctance in her voice. Just moments before, when Chu Xuancheng had vanquished the snakes with such bravery, he had been her protector. With him near, she felt invincible. Yet, in his absence, her sense of security waned. Will you not feel afraid sleeping alone? Given the earlier scene with the snakes, wouldn't you be apprehensive? Chu Xuancheng teased, scrutinizing her reaction. I will not sleep in that room anymore. I shall stay with Feng'er, Yun Ruoyue declared. Nearby, Emoli quickly discerned the scheming nature of the dark-humored prince. In a bid to assist, he feigned terror, saying, I heard there were quite a few snakes today. What if one remains hidden in the shadows and crawls on a Feng'er's bed? She cannot protect the princess without martial skills. Perhaps the princess should stay in the Xingchen pavilion with the prince instead. Yun Ruoyue gasped at this suggestion, while Feng'er turned pale, glaring at Emoli. Do not frighten me, Emoli. I am faint-hearted. Emo Zhu, overhearing, quickly reassured Feng'er. Fear not, Feng'er. I have scattered plenty of sulfur in the courtyard. No snake would dare approach. Oh, that is a relief, Feng'er sighed, her tension easing. Emoli was quite mischievous to scare her, but Emo Zhu was truly kind. With this thought, she flashed a grateful smile at Emo Zhu. Upon witnessing the scene, Emoli felt an overwhelming urge to bite his own tongue. He abruptly struck his head, lamenting his previous foolish words. Although he had aided the prince, he had inadvertently placed himself in a precarious position. Chu Xuancheng, maintaining a facade of seriousness, declared, No, the princess has requested to live separately, and I must respect her wishes. Forcing her into action she abhors is not my intention. As night fell, he advised, You should all retire for the evening. Yuer, you ought to rest as well. I shall return to the Star Pavilion first. With that, his tall figure strode toward the Star Pavilion. Your Highness, Yun Ruoyue called out as he prepared to leave. Yuer, do you have something to say? Chu Xuancheng feigned ignorance. Turning to inquire, Yun Ruoyue's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered. You mentioned that sulfur was scattered in the courtyard. Will the snakes still come? Not necessarily. Some snakes are unafraid of sulfur. However, certain venomous snakes are quite astute and have likely found places to hide. Should they emerge, they would indeed pose a threat. Chu Xuancheng replied gravely. Can I stay with you tonight? I am afraid of snakes. Yun Ruoyue suddenly summoned her courage and asked, Really? But did you not say that for the sake of the baby's health, we must live apart? When did I ever say such a thing? He responded, bewildered. For the well-being of the child, we must stay together now, as you need to protect us. Yun Ruoyue asserted. Chu Xuancheng pretended to be troubled, his gaze deepening. Observing his reaction, Yun Ruoyue's temper flared, and she coldly remarked, Forget it then. If you are unwilling, I shall go sleep with Fenger instead. As she turned to leave, Chu Xuancheng swiftly grasped her hand. Yue, do not be angry. I was merely jesting. Did you truly believe me? Upon hearing his tender words, Yun Ruoyue's face flushed. Glancing around, she noticed that Mo Li and the others had long since vanished. Standing beneath the blossoming peach tree, Chu Xuancheng lifted her chin with a gentle hand and gazed at her with profound affection. I have heard it said that there exists a tree called the eucalyptus, which is fiercely possessive and toxic, capable of killing all surrounding flora. Yet, it permits only one bird to nest upon its branches. What do you mean by that? Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback, wondering if this was yet another corny romantic line. With a soft smile, Chu Xuancheng replied, What I mean is, this tree resembles me. I allow no one else near, only you. All my tenderness and love are reserved solely for you. I hold no affection for this world. My heart belongs only to you. With that, he closed his eyes and gently pressed his lips against hers, a gesture imbued with tenderness. His lips were warm and soft, causing Yun Ruoyue to shiver as a jolt of electricity surged through her. Yue, last time it was your initiative. Tonight, let it be mine, shall we? Chu Xuancheng murmured, his voice low and sultry. Yun Ruoyue, blushing, buried her head in his embrace, whispering, As you wish. In the distance, the moon shyly nestled into the clouds, heralding a night destined to be gentle and warm. The following day, before venturing out, Yun Ruoyue summoned Xiaoyue, requesting, I have heard that Uncle Hai from the kitchen is particularly adept at preparing crucian carp soup, which is also beneficial for maintaining a healthy pregnancy. Please ask him to prepare the soup. I shall return to enjoy it tonight. Certainly, my lady. Today, I shall remain at home and ensure that Uncle Hai prepares a delightful bowl of crucian carp soup for you. Xiaoyue replied with a smile. As soon as Yun Ruoyue and her entourage departed, she hurried to the grand kitchen, loudly conveying this news to the personnel within. Upon hearing this, the portly Uncle Hai was taken aback, exclaiming, Really? The lady wishes to savor my crucian carp soup? Of course. Your stewed crucian carp soup is aromatic and perfect for nurturing, and the lady has long desired it, Xiaoyue remarked. The lady will not return until the afternoon. You may prepare it then. Very well, as long as she enjoys it. I shall make every effort to satisfy her. However, the grand kitchen was partially burned down yesterday and has yet to be repaired, so it may be inconvenient to cook here. Perhaps I should use the lady's small kitchen this afternoon. No need, the lady had said. The grand kitchen's fire is robust, and the soup will be more fragrant. We will require the small kitchen in the afternoon, so please cook here. Xiaoyue quickly added, The lady intends to lure the snake from its hole. How can we cook in the small kitchen? All right then, I shall cook in the grand kitchen. Rest assured, I will showcase an extraordinary skill for the lady. Lady Lu, we have gathered intelligence that the princess desires to consume Uncle Hai's crucian carp soup today for nurturing, Zhou Auntie said as she and Wang Auntie burst through the door. Lady Lu paused, momentarily perplexed, as she had been struggling to devise a means to poison Yun Ruoyue, and now, an opportunity had presented itself most fortuitously. Is this information reliable? Lady Lu inquired hastily. Indeed, we heard Uncle Hai mention it ourselves. He even remarked that the princess must think him proficient at making crucian carp soup, hence her request. However, one must admit, his crucian carp soup is truly exceptional. Visually appetizing and olfactorily enticing. He previously worked in the imperial kitchen, specifically preparing dishes for the Empress Dowager. His skill in making crucian carp soup earned the Dowager's commendation. It was out of concern for our prince that she bestowed him upon the royal manor. Otherwise, the princess would never have had the pleasure. Zhou Auntie expressed animatedly. Enough of your flattery. He is preparing it for the princess in the grand kitchen, correct? Lady Lu raised an eyebrow coldly. Yes, the grand kitchen was damaged in the fire. He initially intended to use the princess's small kitchen, but Xiaoyue objected, claiming they needed it and insisted he cook in the grand kitchen instead, saying the robust fire there would enhance the flavor of the soup. Wang Auntie interjected. Lady Lu was taken aback. Could there be a deception at play here? What deception? The princess merely wishes to drink nurturing soup, Xiaoyue queried, puzzled. Lady Lu pondered, deciding she may have overthought the situation. After all, the princess could not foresee her intentions to poison her. Moreover, as a pregnant woman, consuming nurturing soup was quite normal. And Uncle Hai was indeed skilled at making crucian carp soup. Perhaps her concerns were unfounded. Chapter 1235, Plotting the Poison. After considering, she wore a sinister smile and said, "You shall all go to the grand kitchen together, devise a way to divert Uncle Hai's attention, and then sprinkle this powder into the crucian carp soup." As she spoke, she revealed a white porcelain bottle in her hand. This substance, known as the snowy herb, was meticulously extracted by me from a plant. It is colorless, tasteless, and exceedingly toxic. A mere touch can result in instantaneous death. I have also infused it with the ingredients of a disfigurement powder, intending that Yun Ruoyue not only meets a tragic end, but that her visage is marred beyond recognition, her body rendered ghastly. When Chu Xuancheng gazes upon her decayed and grotesque face, swollen and discolored, do you believe he will still cherish her memory? Lu's voice dripped with malevolence as she spoke, a sinister smile gracing her lips. This disfigurement powder had been employed by her in the past to torment Yun Ruoyue. Originally, she sought to repeat her former cruelty, to further ruin Yun Ruoyue's appearance so that she could no longer entice men with her beauty. However, upon discovering that Yun Ruoyue possessed the capability to counteract the disfigurement powder's poison, she resolved to resort to the most lethal venom, aiming to end Yun Ruoyue's life directly. By combining the snowy herb with the disfigurement powder, she intended for Yun Ruoyue to perish in a hideous manner, ensuring that Chu Xuancheng would be haunted by the sight for the rest of his life. Aunt Zhou, upon hearing this, felt her heart lurch with fear. "Madam, do you mean to poison the princess again? We have already exposed ourselves by releasing the venomous snake yesterday. If the princess discovers this, we are doomed. Should the prince learn that it was you who unleashed the snake, do you think he would not execute you? Fear not, for the fish soup was prepared by Fat Dahuai. He is the true culprit, and you need not worry for your lives," Lu threatened ominously. Upon hearing her words, both women trembled in fright. Lu was indeed venomous, always leveraging their past actions to intimidate them. Yet, since Fat Dahuai had not actually poisoned anything, how could they prove he was the perpetrator? Perhaps the princess would suspect them due to yesterday's events. Aunt Wang expressed her concerns. "Are you foolish? Later, you shall discreetly place this small packet of poison beneath Fat Dahuai's pillow. Then he will be the true culprit," Lu instructed, revealing a thin little packet from her waist. The two women suddenly understood. Lu's cunning was remarkable, employing a strategy of framing and diverting blame. "I assure you, should you follow my plan, I will safeguard you. Here, I have 2,000 taels of silver notes, the last of my and Rower's savings, which I shall give to you now. Once our scheme succeeds, upon our return to the Nangong residence, I shall bestow upon you an additional 1,000 taels. With such wealth, your sons could buy homes, acquire land, and marry. You might even become prosperous." Lu lured them with enticing promises. In truth, should anything go awry, she would readily cast the two women aside to face their doom. Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with excitement. They could hardly believe that these two humble servants might one day attain such wealth. Driven by dreams of riches, they seized the porcelain vial and made their way to the large kitchen. By this time, it was already afternoon. Yun Ruoyue had finished attending to her patients for the day and was escorted back to the royal residence by Chu Xuancheng. In the large kitchen, upon learning that the princess had returned, Fat Dahuai promptly rolled up his sleeves and skillfully began to prepare fish, scaling and gutting it. The crucian carp soup must be freshly made, hence he awaited the princess's return to commence his work. At that moment, Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang entered. Upon seeing Fat Dahuai preparing the fish, Aunt Wang expressed her sincere apologies. "Uncle Hai, I am truly sorry for yesterday's incident. It was my carelessness that caused the fire. Today, I have come to atone for my past misdeeds. Pray, let me know how I may assist you. I am at your service." Chapter 1236. Captured on the spot, Aunt Wang exclaimed as she seized the basin from Fat Hai, intending to help him wash the fish. Fat Hai immediately reclaimed the basin, declaring, "This fish is for the princess. No one else may touch it but me. If you truly wish to make amends, the water jar is empty. Go fetch some water." "Very well, I shall go and fetch water," Aunt Wang replied hastily, seizing the yoke and setting out to retrieve water, hoping to earn Fat Hai's forgiveness. She had already devised a plan to capture everyone's attention. Once Aunt Wang departed, Aunt Zhou rolled up her sleeves and eagerly offered, "Uncle Hai, let me assist you with the vegetables. The princess has recently taken a liking to greens. I shall wash this bunch of bok choy." Fat Hai held a more favorable impression of Aunt Zhou than of Aunt Wang and nodded in agreement. "All right, wash the bok choy thoroughly. I shall prepare a dish of braised bok choy with tofu for the princess. Light, yet nutritious." "Uncle Hai, how considerate you are." Aunt Zhou responded as she began washing the vegetables. However, her eyes darted around restlessly. She noticed Fat Hai pouring oil into the large pot. As the oil heated, he deftly placed the crucian carp into the pan to fry, causing her heart to race with anxiety. Fat Hai was cooking the fish, and she needed to find an opportunity to administer the poison, otherwise it would be too late. Yet, throughout the entire process, Fat Hai's keen gaze remained fixed on the pot, leaving her no chance to act. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang had fetched water several times and was now heading out once again with her load. The aroma was wafting through the air, delicious. It seemed the fish was nearly ready. Fat Hai, smiling, promptly lifted the fish from the pot and carefully placed it into the soup bowl. After arranging the fish, he ladled the fragrant broth over it, with a sprinkle of scallions floating atop, releasing a delightful scent of both fish and herbs. Next, Fat Hai placed the lid on the soup bowl, and Aunt Zhou's gaze was riveted to the bowl, her anxiety nearly causing her to bite her lips. Fat Hai was exceedingly cautious, making it impossible for her to approach the soup. Just then, Aunt Wang entered, carrying a load of water. Aunt Zhou quickly signaled her with her eyes. Understanding the urgency, Aunt Wang noticed that Fat Hai had already prepared the fish. She knew she could not delay any longer. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and with a loud thud, she fell to the ground. "Oh dear, how slippery it is!" she cried out. As soon as Aunt Wang yelled, the 2 buckets of water she carried toppled over, startling Fat Hai and the other maidservants who hurriedly turned to look. "Oh, my back! My poor old back! Uncle Hai, come help me!" Aunt Wang lamented as she clutched her back, groaning in pain. Seeing her plight, Fat Hai shot her an exasperated glare and approached her, asking, "What is wrong with you? Yesterday, when I asked you to tend the fire, you set the kitchen ablaze. Today, when I asked you to fetch water, you've spilled it everywhere." He then instructed the others, "Hurry up and clean up the water. Aunt Wang is utterly unreliable." Despite his words, upon witnessing Aunt Wang's pitiful state, he rushed over to assist her. Aunt Zhou, observing that everyone's attention had shifted to Aunt Wang, instantly recognized that her opportunity had arrived. Opportunities do not wait for anyone. She hurriedly rushed to the soup bowl, took out a bottle, and tremblingly poured poison into the fish soup after removing the cloth stopper. "What are you doing?" Just as she had poured half of it, a hand suddenly emerged, coldly gripping hers. Zhou Auntie, startled, looked up to find Xiaoyue, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, fiercely clutching her right hand, which held the white porcelain bottle. Chapter 1237. Caught red-handed, where did you come from? Zhou Auntie's face turned pale, and her body was drenched in cold sweat. Xiaoyue glanced at the cabinet beside her, which held various items, and coldly replied, "I have been waiting here for you. I never expected you would actually dare to poison the princess. Now, with both evidence and the perpetrator in hand, let us see how you will defend yourself." At that moment, several sharp figures suddenly approached from outside the door. Zhou Auntie recognized them as Chu Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue, along with Mo Li and Feng Er. Her body trembled, and she realized they had fallen into a trap. "Greetings, Your Highness, Your Highness." The kitchen staff hastily bowed as their masters entered. Chu Xuancheng, holding Yun Ruoyue's hand, carefully guided her inside. His dark eyes resembled those of a fierce lone wolf, filled with a palpable murderous intent as he glared at Zhou Auntie. "How dare you poison the princess? Guards, seize these 2 women. I shall impose the death penalty upon them." At his command, Mo Li and the others swiftly advanced, snatching the white porcelain bottle from Zhou Auntie's grasp. They bound both her and Wang Auntie, throwing them to the ground. Water droplets splattered over their bodies, rendering them a pitiful sight. Zhou Auntie's aged face was now filled with dread, her lips trembling. Fat Hai, upon witnessing Zhou Auntie's earlier actions, rushed towards the fish soup in anger. He saw that many powdery remnants floated atop the soup, seeping into it. "My fish soup." Fat Hai, furious at the destruction of his dish, raised his spatula to strike Zhou Auntie, but fortunately, Mo Li intervened. "Uncle Hai, calm yourself. They have committed a grave crime, and the prince will surely punish them severely." "Ah, please spare us, Your Highness. We were merely following Madame Lu's orders. She is the true mastermind behind this." It has nothing to do with us. Zhou Auntie quickly shifted the blame upon hearing of the death penalty. She had already devised a plan to deflect blame onto Lu when things went awry, thus lessening her own culpability. Wang Auntie, equally pale, pleaded, "Your Highness, we did not intend to. It was all Madame Lu's command. If you must blame someone, let it be her, not us." Xiaoyue fixed her gaze upon the two, stating sternly, "You two audacious women dared to poison the princess, and I witnessed it all. The evidence is irrefutable. You were also the ones who released that venomous snake yesterday, were you not? Should I execute you by slow slicing or by being torn apart? We were wrong. That venomous snake was also Madame Lu's idea. She bribed us with silver notes. We had no intention of doing this. But she threatened us with our involvement in delivering messages to the prince. Today, we had no intention of resorting to poison. However, she threatened us with the matter of venomous snakes. It was under her duress that we committed this misdeed. Forgive us, Your Highness," Aunt Zhou lamented on the ground. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng's eyes were filled with foreboding. His gaze, sharp and frigid, pierced through Aunt Zhou as he intoned, "So it was Lady Lu who instructed you to deliver that letter?" Fortunately, he had not fallen for their deceit and had not blamed Yuer. Aunt Zhou, trembling in fear, nodded vigorously. "Indeed, it was Lady Lu who bribed us with silver to monitor the princess. We overheard her conversation with Fenger and learned that she had once saved the wise king. After we relayed this information to Lady Lu, she penned that letter and instructed us to find a way to deliver it to Your Highness. We entrusted it to a child, offering him 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, and he successfully delivered the letter to the Li Wangfu." Chapter 1238. She played along with the scheme. Aunt Wang wiped her face with a trembling hand, pleading, "Please spare us, Your Highness. This entire affair was orchestrated by Lady Lu and Nangong Ro, seeking vengeance. We were momentarily bewitched by their words. We truly recognize our errors. Seeking vengeance? They have repeatedly wronged me. What right do they have to claim reprisal?" Yun Ruoyue interjected coldly. "These 2 women have committed numerous heinous acts, taking countless lives. Yet they show no remorse and seek to shift blame onto others. Their previous punishments were far too lenient." Seeing that Lady Lu dared to harm Yun Ruoyue further, Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened ominously. "Summon the guards. Bring Lady Lu and Nangong Ro to me. I shall ensure they face severe consequences." "Wait, Your Highness," Yun Ruoyue quickly interjected, her eyes glinting with cunning. "Given their level of craftiness, if you send people to apprehend them now, they will never confess. Lady Lu will surely shift all blame onto Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang, only by compelling her to admit her guilt publicly, with irrefutable evidence. Can we bring them to justice? What does the princess propose?" Chu Xuancheng inquired gently, regarding Yun Ruoyue with tender eyes. Yun Ruoyue's gaze was as chilling as a millennium of ice as she turned to Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang. "You two have committed a capital offense punishable by death. I now offer you a chance for clemency. If you cooperate with me, I can intercede on your behalf before His Highness and plead for your lives." Upon hearing the possibility of escaping death, they nodded vigorously. "We shall follow the princess's orders, and we will certainly comply." Yun Ruoyue leaned closer to Aunt Zhou, whispering instructions meant solely for her ears, while the others looked on with curiosity. After hearing her, Aunt Zhou promptly took Aunt Wang's hand, and they hurried away. After changing into clean garments, the two made their way towards the solitary courtyard. Upon their arrival at the entrance, they found Lady Lu and Nangong Ro anxiously awaiting them, their expressions tense, as if anticipating news. "Lady Lu, Miss Ro, splendid news. The task has been accomplished, and there has been an incident concerning the princess," Aunt Zhou announced upon entering. Lady Lu's expression turned to one of shock. "Really? Something has happened? Let us go inside to discuss, lest others overhear." As she spoke, Aunt Zhou ushered Lady Lu into the room. Aunt Wang pushed Nangong Ro into the room and quickly closed the door behind her. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng had stealthily entered the courtyard, hiding outside to eavesdrop. Inside, as Aunt Zhou stepped in, Mrs. Lu gazed at her with uncontainable joy. "Is it true that Yun Ruoyue is in trouble? What exactly happened?" Aunt Zhou squinted with satisfaction and sneered. "What do you think? She drank the poisoned fish soup and is said to be dead. We just heard the people inside Xiaoyue Pavilion crying. They are inconsolable, lamenting that the princess has been poisoned. Indeed, the princess has perished, and in a most grotesque manner. Moreover, the poison was laced with a disfigurement powder. I hear she looked horrid in her final moments. Her face was covered in tumors, her body bloated and dark. Even the prince was repulsed." "Madame Lu," Your long-awaited vengeance has finally been fulfilled, Aunt Wang added, casting a meaningful glance at Mrs. Liu. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Liu excitedly slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Wonderful! That wretched Yun Ruoyue has finally met her demise, and in such an unsightly manner. Rest assured, for the immense assistance you have provided, I shall not withhold a single tael from the remaining silver notes." Chapter 1239. She didn't die? Outside, Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback. Disfigurement powder? The symptoms Aunt Wang described mirrored those she had suffered from the poison years ago, which originated from Mrs. Liu. Could it be that the one who had poisoned her, leaving her with a darkened body and a disfigured face, was indeed Mrs. Liu? Mother, is this true? I can hardly believe Yun Ruoyue is dead. I never imagined she would perish so easily. Nangong Ro trembled with excitement, scarcely able to accept the reality. The weeping from Feiyue Pavilion confirmed her demise. The poison I concocted, snow on a branch, is among the deadliest. Just a sip of that soup would ensure her no burial ground. Mrs. Liu wickedly curled her lips into a smile, radiating triumph. Nangong Ro's face also bore a cold, vindictive grin. Excellent. Mother, that wretched woman has met her end. I wonder how she will flaunt her power before me now. Surely, Chu Xuancheng must be heartbroken, torn apart with grief, wishing to follow her in death. After all, he treated me so poorly. Witnessing his torment brings me great satisfaction. But, Mother, do you think he will suspect us? Unlikely. Aunt Zhou, did you place the medicine pouch under Fat Dahai's pillow? Mrs. Liu questioned coldly. Aunt Zhou replied with a grin, "It was done long ago, and on our way here, we heard that the prince is furious and intends to send someone to arrest Fat Dahai." Aunt Wang remarked, "With Fat Dahai taking the blame for us, we can rest easy. Without the princess, the Li Prince's residence will lack vitality, making it tedious to work here. Once you receive your final payment, Madame Liu, we shall find an excuse to resign and return home. Indeed, Rower, let us hasten our return tomorrow. Vengeance is so sweet. Let Yun Ruoyue descend to the underworld and bear children there." Mrs. Liu cackled with abandon. Nangong Ro, equally intoxicated with pride, scoffed. As for the notion of twins, puffed. What twins? With the poison, she has lost everything. Yun Ruoyue, may you swiftly descend into the depths of hell. Rest assured, I shall burn ample paper for you and your son to accompany you on your journey. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi burst into laughter, and Nangong Ro, noticing her amusement, joined in with triumphant laughter. Guards, seize these two murderers. At that moment, a loud bang resounded as the door was forcefully kicked open. In a frenzy, Mo Li and Mo Zhu rushed in like a pack of wolves, swiftly capturing Nangong Ro and Lu Shi, forcing them to kneel on the ground. The smiles on their faces abruptly vanished. When they raised their heads, they were met with the sight of Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue, accompanied by a large entourage, marching in with great authority. "Yun Ruoyue, how are you still alive? Were you not poisoned to death? What is the meaning of this?" Lu Shi's face was a mask of disbelief upon seeing the living Yun Ruoyue. Nangong Ro gasped in shock. This wretched woman had not perished. She was momentarily dazed. Yun Ruoyue regarded them with a cold smile. "So, you are disappointed that I did not succumb to your poison, are you?" She refrained from mentioning the disfigurement powder, as Lu Shi had not brought up the matter of her ruined appearance. Knowing Lu Shi's cunning nature, she was certain that without evidence, Lu Shi would never admit guilt. Thus, she bided her time for the right opportunity to expose her. In that moment, Lu Shi glared at Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang, fury etched across her face. "Have you betrayed me? Did you not claim that Yun Ruoyue was already dead?" Chapter 1240. The capture of Nangong Mansion. Aunt Zhou, with a guilty glance, replied, "Madame Liu, it is wrong to harm others. The things you forced us to do have come to the attention of the prince. Thankfully, we realized our mistakes in time and did not harm the princess. All of this was compelled by you. So you two were merely luring us into a trap with your earlier statements?" Lu Shi ground her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury, wishing to incinerate the two women. Chu Xuancheng's hawk-like gaze swept across the room coldly as he commanded, "Lu Shi dared to poison the princess. There must be more poison hidden within this residence. Search the premises." With his command, Mo Li and the others hastily began to search through Lu Shi's belongings. As Chu Xuancheng rummaged through her bag, he uncovered several vials of poison, one of which was marked with the word snow on a branch of Artemisia. He quickly handed the vial to Yun Ruoyue. "Your Highness, we have discovered snow on a branch of Artemisia in Lu Shi's possession. Please verify if this poison is identical to that found in the fish soup. Yun Ruoyue opened the vial, inhaling the powder within, and compared it to the half vial given to her by Aunt Zhou. Coldly, she declared, the scent is identical. This is indeed snow on a branch of Artemisia. Lu Shi and Nangong Ro dared to poison the princess. This is a clear case of crime and evidence. Seize them and take them to Nangong Mansion. I demand an explanation from Nangong Wan at the Li Wang Mansion. Nangong Wan, the father of Nangong Ro, was the current minister of rights, a man of the emperor's court. No, my lord, I beg you, spare my mother. Upon hearing that they were to be taken to Nangong Mansion, Nangong Ro realized their fate was sealed, and she hastily fell to her knees before Chu Xuancheng, pleading for mercy. Chu Xuancheng's countenance was as cold as ice, his expression somber as he forcefully pushed her away. You have committed a capital offense. If I were to show leniency, I would betray my princess and my child. Yet, my lord, you still owe me a debt of gratitude for saving my life. May I trade that favor for my mother's life? I implore you to spare her just this once. She shall never dare to repeat her transgressions. Nangong Ro cried. Lu Shi cast a silent glance at Nangong Ro, bewildered by her lack of composure in admitting guilt. She had intended to defend herself, to assert that the poison had been planted by Aunt Zhou and others to frame her, yet her daughter had confessed. Anger and frustration welled within her. With a dark glare, Chu Xuancheng retorted, Your life debt was already settled with your own existence, Nangong Ro. I owe you nothing more. Guards, take them away. Nangong Ro gazed despondently at Chu Xuancheng, allowing herself to be dragged away. She cast a lingering look at him, and then at the Li Wangfu, where she had spent the better part of her life, feeling a profound sense of loss. Fragments of her life within the Li Wangfu flooded her mind. She recalled the day he married her, the grand red bridal sedan chair, the clamor of drums and gongs. Yet now, she found herself a prisoner, cast out by him. He remained as noble and aloof as ever, exuding an air of superiority, but his gaze towards her was filled with disdain. She understood that the chasm between them would only widen. He would ascend ever higher, reaching the mountaintop, while she, like a lowly ant, could only look up, unworthy of standing beside him. After the arrest of Lu Shi and her daughter, Chu Xuancheng fixed a cold stare upon Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang, stating in a deep voice, As for these two, while their capital offenses may be absolved, they cannot escape their punishment. Each shall receive 50 lashes and be expelled from the imperial city, never to set foot here again. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang quickly knelt, bowing their heads in gratitude. They had poisoned the princess, a crime that warranted execution. Thus, a mere 50 lashes felt like a reprieve, and they felt fortunate to have retained their lives, having not only failed to gain riches, but also nearly lost their lives. They would no longer dare to indulge in greed or wrongdoing. On the way to the Nangong residence, Yun Ruoyue informed Chu Xuancheng about the disfigurement powder. Years ago, she had been poisoned in a vain competition with Nangong Ro for the title of the most beautiful, resulting in her becoming an ugly woman. The identity of her assailant had eluded her for many years. Upon learning that Lu Shi was adept in poison making and had even developed the disfigurement powder, she surmised that Lu Shi must have been the one who poisoned her back then. Chu Xuancheng's eyes darkened with a chilling intensity. It dawned on him that Lu Shi had harmed Yun Ruoyue long before, and he vowed not to let her escape justice. Before long, Chu Xuancheng, accompanied by Yun Ruoyue and a contingent of guards, returned to the Nangong residence, where they presented Lu Shi and Nangong Ro before Nangong Wan. Nangong Wan's expression was one of shock, while his two sons, Nangong Yu and Nangong Ao, seethed with rage upon witnessing their beloved concubine kneeling on the ground. Nangong Wan's face turned ashen with fury and concern as he questioned, What does the Li Wang mean by treating my wife in this manner? He had long been aware of his daughter's precarious situation in the Li Wangfu through correspondence with the Lu family, and his animosity towards Chu Xuancheng ran deep. Yet, despite his resentment, he dared not confront Chu Xuancheng directly, adhering to the necessary protocols of respect. Nangong Yu, upon witnessing his mother and younger sister bound by ropes, erupted in fury, demanding, Might I inquire, Your Highness, what transgressions my mother and sister have committed to warrant such humiliation? Nangong Ao added, Is it because they have offended your beloved princess that you choose to debase them and bring shame upon our Nangong family? Although the Nangong family held sway only over the Ministry of Rights, the least powerful among the 6 ministries, their father being in charge of the imperial examination, had pupils scattered across the realm and enjoyed the emperor's favor, leaving them unafraid of Chu Xuancheng. If Chu Xuancheng dared to insult them, they would bring the matter before the emperor, who was currently vexed by his inability to find fault with Chu Xuancheng. Listening to her husband and son speak so resolutely, Lu's complexion paled, and she averted her gaze in guilt. Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glance over the assembly, finally resting his eyes on Nangong Wan, stating with deliberate clarity, "Lord Nangong, Lu and Nangong Ro have repeatedly caused disturbances in my residence, and you dare question me? I wish to inquire how, as the Minister of Rights, you have educated your daughter and restrained your concubine." Nangong Wan's expression darkened. What did the prince mean by this? It was evident that the prince had forsaken his old affections for the sake of his new love, neglecting the younger daughter, which led to her miscarriage and subsequent deterioration of health. Did the prince intend to shift the blame onto them? "Indeed, Your Highness, you have caused my sister such suffering, and she remains your savior. Even today, as the Li Wang, I must declare that you have wronged her, exhibiting ingratitude and fickleness, abandoning her. You even seek to eradicate her. You are heartless, shameless, unprincipled, and devoid of virtue." Nangong Yu, having learned of his sister's plight from their mother's letter, had long wished to rebuke Chu Xuancheng. Now, seeing his mother and sister bound, his anger reached a boiling point, and he pointed an accusing finger at Chu Xuancheng. Nangong Ao, equally filled with resentment, directed his ire towards Yun Ruoyue, exclaiming, "You, the source of my sister's torment, bear the blame. Do not presume that your newfound beauty conceals the darkness within your heart. Were it not for your insidious manipulation of the Li Wang, he would not have grown so disdainful of my sister. Yun Ruoyue, you treacherous woman, you have left my sister battered and bereft of motherhood. Retribution will surely find you." Nangong Ro, hearing their words, cast a frantic glance toward Lu. Chapter 1242, exposing Nangong Ro's misdeeds. Observing her mother-esque guilty demeanor and trembling form, she was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that her mother had not dared to divulge the truths of the Wangfu to her brother and father? Why did they appear so oblivious? Their current defense of her made her heart race with anxiety. If they were to discover her actions within the Wangfu, how could she face them? Thus, she was engulfed in trepidation and turmoil, wishing only to collapse. Amidst the accusations from the trio, Chu Xuancheng stood there, exuding an air of unassailable nobility, without even a flicker of his eyelids. He coldly curled his lips into a smirk, proclaiming, "It is your family that has truly turned the tables. Why not inquire with Lady Lu and Nangong Ro about the deeds committed within the Prince Li's residence? Once you have clarified the matter, then come to confront me." Upon hearing this, Nangong Wan was momentarily taken aback. He hastily turned to Lady Lu, asking, "Madam, what on earth is happening?" At this juncture, doubt began to creep into his mind. Given Chu Xuancheng's character, he could not possibly have abducted someone without cause. It was undoubtedly Lady Lu and Rower who had provoked him into such actions. "My lord," Lady Lu bit her lip, her face pale. Yet she could not articulate a response. "If you are at a loss for words, shall I speak on your behalf?" Chu Xuancheng, hands clasped behind his back, cast a chilling gaze upon Nangong Wan. "Your esteemed wife yesterday bribed a servant, instructing them to place venomous snakes in the bed of my princess, intending to kill her. After that plot failed, she once again directed a servant to administer poison to my princess, and I apprehended them on the spot. With both the evidence and the culprit in hand, she has attempted to poison my princess twice, nearly resulting in her demise. With witnesses and proof at hand, she has even confessed. As her husband, you must provide an explanation to the Prince Li's residence. Should you fail to punish her severely, I shall not rest until justice is served." Chu Xuancheng declared furiously. "What?" Nangong Wan trembled at these words, unable to believe his ears. He gazed incredulously at the kind and gentle Lady Lu. "Madam, is what the prince says true? Did you truly poison within the Prince Li's residence?" Faced with irrefutable evidence, Lady Lu, with a cold voice, replied, "So what if I did? I acted thus for Rower. Were it not for their collusion in bullying her, how could I have resorted to poisoning Yun Ruoyue? Mother, how could you do such a thing? You are being foolish. Even if Chu Xuancheng wronged Rower first, you cannot resort to poisoning in the Prince Li's residence. You are tarnishing our name and losing the moral high ground," Nangong Yu exclaimed, nearly beside himself with urgency. Nangong Ao sighed heavily. "Mother, this was fundamentally our justified cause, yet your actions have allowed them to claim the moral high ground." "Justified?" Emoli stepped forth, coldly smirking. and pointed at Nangongro. Do you wish for me to unveil the misdeeds committed by Nangongro within the palace? I see that you all are still unaware of her true nature. What do you mean? My sister is gentle and kind, always maintaining her integrity. How dare you slander her? Nangongyu retorted angrily, pointing at Emoli. Emoli scoffed disdainfully. Do you know why all of Nangongro's maidservants have vanished? It is because she has sacrificed them to take the blame. Some have been expelled from the palace, while others have met their demise at her own hands. Not only is her hands stained with blood, but she has also been entangled in an affair with Jiang Hong, carrying his child, thus betraying our lord. The prince, in consideration of her past life-saving grace, spared her life, but merely divorced her, which was already an act of great mercy. Based on her disgraceful deeds and the lives she has taken, any one of her actions alone merits a death sentence. Now that she is no longer related to the prince, with no debts owed, it is she who has wronged him. What right do you have to claim that the prince is heartless? Truly heartless and shameless, devoid of righteousness and virtue, is your dear sister. Emoli recounted all the misdeeds of Nangongro at the Li Wang residence, detailing them one by one. By the time he finished, Nangongwen and his two sons were nearly faint with shock. Rower, is what they say true? Have you truly caused the deaths of so many? Nangongwen, the Minister of Rights, renowned for his integrity and esteemed reputation, could hardly fathom that he had sired such a malicious daughter. It is often said that a daughter reflects her mother. Could it be that the teachings of Lu Shi led her astray? Nangongro, trembling in fear, lowered her gaze, unable to meet her father's eyes. Father, I was left with no choice. If it weren't for Chu Xuancheng marrying me yet rejecting me, how could I have ended up like this? Wretched girl. Nangongwen suddenly stormed over, striking her across the face with such force that she fell to the ground. As she rose, her cheek bore 5 distinct marks of his hand. At that moment, filled with rage, Nangongwen pointed at her, berating, "How could you be so cruel? How dare you return to the Nangong residence? I have no daughter like you. You have brought shame upon the Nangong family. Get out." Seeing her husband so filled with hatred for their daughter, Lu Shi quickly interjected, "My lord, the Li Wang has already forgiven Rower for her actions. She is your flesh and blood. You cannot cast her away. She has nowhere else to turn. If you must blame someone, let it be me, not Rower. She has already faced punishment." At that moment, she realized she could no longer feign innocence. Further lies would only lead to her daughter's greater suffering. To protect her, she had to sacrifice herself and confess. She turned to Chu Xuancheng, saying, "Your Highness, it was I who orchestrated everything that happened yesterday, and today, I am the mastermind. And Rower is innocent. If there is punishment to be meted out, let it be upon me, not her. Mother, I am sorry. It is my inadequacy that has failed to protect you and has brought you into this predicament." Nangongro sobbed, embracing Lu Shi as they wept together. Unfortunately, Chu Xuancheng never believed in crocodile tears. He suddenly looked at Lu Shi intently, remarking, "What you did to Xiaoyue was not limited to this, was it? What transpired between you and Xiaoyue back then? Do you think I am unaware? I have investigated thoroughly. Lu Shi, your heart is indeed wicked." Upon hearing this, Lu Shi's pupils dilated in fear as she trembled, pointing at Chu Xuancheng. "You know about the poison I administered to Yun Ruoyue?" Chu Xuancheng's gaze hardened, though he maintained an outward calm. If one wishes to keep a secret, they must not do anything wrong. Do you think your methods were undetectable? The truth will surface. It is not that justice is delayed, but simply that the time has not yet come. Lu Shi, now resolute, coldly declared, "Yes. I was the one who concocted the disfigurement powder and gave it to Rower, who secretly slipped it into Yun Ruoyue's meal, leading to her poisoning and disfigurement. So what? If blame is to be assigned, let it be to Yun Ruoyue for being too brazen, daring to compete with Rower for the title of the most beautiful. She deserved to be punished for obstructing my daughter's path. What I did was merely a mild retribution. She simply did not anticipate that a woman, once disfigured, could still rise to such heights." Chapter 1244. All deceit revealed. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue was instantly incensed, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Shi. "It was you who poisoned me all those years ago. Lu Shi, you are truly malevolent. I was merely 10 years old when you resorted to such treachery. All for a worthless title. You possess a heart as venomous as a snake. Did you all hear that? Lu Shi has openly confessed to poisoning Yun Ruoyue back then. Lord Nangong, what do you think should be the punishment for Lu Shi's numerous crimes?" Chu Xuancheng's gaze was frosty as he stared at Nangongwen, his eyes bearing the ominous chill of an impending storm. Lu Shi, witnessing this, was taken aback, looking bewilderedly at the two. What do you mean? You were completely unaware of the events of that year, and you were merely deceiving me? Yes, we deceived you, and what of it? From the moment I suspected your involvement in the disfigurement powder you mixed into the snow, I had my doubts, but lacked evidence. Without proof, you would never admit to your misdeeds. Thus, we had no choice but to employ this tactic. Yun Ruoyue lifted her chin with an air of regality. You treacherous couple. How could you deceive me? Lu Shi's fury surged, causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood. Mother! Nangong Ro rushed to Lu Shi's side, embracing her tightly. Madam! The two brothers, Nangong 1 and Nangong Yu, hurried over, their hearts aching at the sight of Lu Shi in such distress. Observing the scene, Chu Xuancheng interjected. This revelation was indeed orchestrated by me. However, I possess irrefutable evidence of your poisoning of the rightful mistress of the Nangong residence, which rendered her bedridden and unable to walk. Bring forth the evidence. The moment Lu Shi heard this, her heart constricted in terror, and she glared at Chu Xuancheng with malice. How did you come to know? Have you been investigating me? The actions you've taken are evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence. It is hardly remarkable that I would be aware of them. Chu Xuancheng's words stung, causing Nangong Wen's face to flush with embarrassment, for he understood the implication that he had been foolish. Indeed, he was well aware of Lu Shi's transgressions over the years. Yet, since his first wife had borne him no children, she had lost her value, while Lu Shi had blessed him with 2 sons and a daughter. Naturally, he was inclined to protect Lu Shi, casting aside his first wife. However, he had not anticipated that Chu Xuancheng would publicly unveil this matter, leaving him unable to shield Lu Shi any longer. Faced with her unmasking, Lu Shi abandoned all pretense, gritting her teeth as she declared, So what if it was me? I am but a concubine in the Nangong residence, subjected to her incessant bullying and oppression. Why should I endure this? Not only did I poison her to render her paralyzed, but I also caused her to miscarry the children she carried through my machinations. One must look out for oneself. And everything I did was for the sake of my children. Is there any fault in that? Do I need an outsider like you, Chu Xuancheng, to interfere? Suddenly, Chu Xuancheng exchanged a glance with Yun Ruoyue, both raising their eyebrows in mutual delight. In unison, they pointed at Lu Shi, exclaiming exaggeratedly, Oh, so the mistress of the Nangong residence was also poisoned by you? With so many lives stained on your hands, you are undoubtedly facing death this time. Mo Li also gasped in astonishment. Are you deceiving me again? Upon hearing this, Lu was acutely aware that she had once again fallen into a trap. A surge of anguish gripped her heart, her chest heaving violently, as if her lungs were about to burst. Chu Xuancheng let out a cold laugh, remarking that her foolishness was her own doing. However, should he wish to investigate her misdeeds, it would be quite effortless. In the Nangong residence, she alone possessed the expertise in toxins. A simple examination of the first Madame's condition could easily reveal the poison responsible for her paralysis and expose Lu's culpability. Yun Ruoyue raised her head defiantly and coldly stated, Lu, you have inflicted considerable harm through your nefarious use of poison and committed numerous misdeeds. Even if you were to die 10 times over, it would not suffice. Lord Nangong, she has publicly confessed her crimes, yet remains arrogant and unrepentant. What should be done about her? Nangong Wen hesitated momentarily. He glanced at his beloved concubine, and then at Chu Xuancheng and his companions, and with a heavy heart, he finally declared, My wife has committed such grave offenses. It is imperative that she faces severe punishment. I shall cast her aside and expel her from the Nangong residence, forbidding her return henceforth. Chu Xuancheng, with a dismissive tone, remarked, She has plotted against Princess Li thrice, and you merely intend to divorce her? Lord Nangong, do you not fear the rumors that will circulate, branding you as a biased official who fails to administer justice? By shielding her, do you not worry that your integrity will be called into question? Should you fail to act according to the law, I shall present this matter to the emperor, who is known for his fairness. I wonder how he would punish you for favoring a concubine over your wife, for allowing a concubine to commit murder. Yun Ruoyue stepped forward, her presence formidable as she echoed, Indeed, favoring a concubine over a wife. Allowing a concubine to take lives. How could Lord Nangong still hold the esteemed position of Minister of Rights? How could he be deemed worthy of presiding over the imperial examinations and sacrificial ceremonies? Nangong 1, upon hearing this, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. In comparison to his reputation and position, what was Lu? A woman could be replaced, but once his office and honor were lost, the Nangong family would be doomed. Reluctantly, he cast a sorrowful glance at Lu, solemnly stating, "The prince and princess are indeed correct. I have failed to consider the ramifications. Lu has brought disgrace upon our family, leading my daughter astray and tarnishing the Nangong name. I have resolved to cast her aside and have her bound and imprisoned to be dealt with by the magistrate Zhang." Upon hearing this, Lu was struck with disbelief, gazing at Nangong 1. "My lord, you wish to hand me over? After all I have done for you, bearing your children. No matter how insignificant my contributions may seem, you would cast me aside to safeguard your own future? Silence, you jealous woman." Nangong 1, infuriated by her words that struck too close to home, slapped her. "My lord, you dare strike me?" Lu's eyes brimmed with disappointment as her body began to tremble. Even the usually gentle lord was enraged. She felt her world collapsing. Though Nangong 1 was reluctant to punish Lu, he maintained a fade of sorrow as he ordered, "Bring forth ink and paper. I must write a divorce decree, severing all ties with this venomous woman, ensuring she is no longer associated with the Nangong residence. Father, please spare mother." Nangong Ro and her 2 brothers, witnessing the unfolding drama, hurriedly knelt and clasped Nangong 1's legs. Nangong 1 cast a pained glance at them, realizing that it was not his unwillingness to forgive Lu. Rather, it was the prince and princess who would not relent, leaving him with no choice in the matter. Deep within, he harbored an intense hatred for Chu Xuancheng, yet he found himself powerless. Lu Shi had brought this calamity upon herself. Her transgressions were numerous, and she had the audacity to confess her guilt on the spot, leaving him unable to offer any salvation. Before long, a servant presented him with writing materials, and with a heavy heart, Nangong 1 tremblingly inscribed the divorce decree, which he then forcefully cast upon Lu Shi, declaring in fury, "Here is your decree. From henceforth, you and I shall have no further entanglements. Seize her and deliver her to the magistrate for proper judgment." "My lord, how ruthless you are. You would treat me, Lu Shi, in such a manner." Upon seeing the decree, she immediately crumbled into despair, wailing uncontrollably. Chapter 1246, The Righteous Severing of Kin. She had yet to overcome the first madam, nor had she ascended to the position of the legitimate wife of the Nangong household. "Father, please spare my mother. Grant her one more chance, and she shall amend her ways." Nangong Ro clung desperately to Lu Shi, fearing that she would be taken away. Lu Shi, moved by her daughter's plea, suddenly pushed her away and proclaimed to Chu Xuancheng, "Your Highness, all these matters are solely my doing. I alone shall bear the consequences. It is of no concern to Ro." With that, she raised her chin defiantly and resolutely stated, "I am willing to confess and submit to punishment. I beseech you to spare the innocent and not to wrong Roer." As she spoke, she resignedly shut her eyes, holding her neck high, and declared, "To kill or to maim, do as you will. Let us proceed." Nangong 1 sorrowfully gestured to the servants, who promptly advanced to seize Lu Shi and escort her away. He then coldly regarded Chu Xuancheng, stating, "Your Highness, I have dealt with Lu Shi. Surely, this resolves the matter? And what of Nangong Ro? While she is not the instigator of this incident, she participated and remained silent about it. How shall she be dealt with?" Chu Xuancheng inquired, his posture haughty, hands clasped behind his back. Nangong 1 clenched his teeth in frustration, replying, "This matter was orchestrated solely by Lu Shi, since she has taken full responsibility. I implore the prince, out of consideration for our past ties, to spare my daughter's life. I shall expel her from the Nangong household henceforth. She shall no longer be a member of the family." With Lu Shi having confessed, Chu Xuancheng saw no need to push Nangong 1 to desperation. He cast a cold glance at Nangong Ro and stated, "Very well, since Master Nangong has displayed such righteousness in severing family ties, I shall grant her mercy. Let us depart." Hearing this, Nangong 1 seethed with rage, feeling his teeth itch with fury. All of this was forced upon them by Chu Xuancheng and his wife, who further dared to commend him for his righteous severance of kin. If this were to spread, his reputation would remain intact, while others would accuse him of being cruel and heartless, disregarding the bonds of marriage. Chu Xuancheng truly played the role of the benevolent savior. Having concluded his remarks, he departed from the Nangong residence with Yun Ruoyue and the others. Once they had left, the 3 members of the Nangong family wore grim expressions, their faces pale with anger as they glared at the retreating figures. Nangong 1 slammed his palm onto the table, gritting his teeth. "That Chu Xuancheng. emboldened by his title as Prince Li, has become insufferably arrogant. Rest assured, I shall find a way to avenge your mother's grievances. Nangongyu's face was dark and brooding. Father, poor mother. Even if she has erred, she has also contributed to the Nangong family. Is there no way for you to rescue her? Shall we send Xiaoyue to plead with Chu Xuancheng once more? After all, he once harbored affections for her, perhaps. Out of old sentiment, he might spare our mother's life. Nangong Ruoyue's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Brother, do not harbor such unrealistic hopes. He despises me to the core. How could he possibly recall the past fondly? They are clearly intent on condemning our mother to death, for the way they treat her. I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance. Indeed, as her children, we must avenge our mother. Nangong Ao vowed through clenched teeth. Their animosity towards the Li Wangfu is palpable. They wish for nothing more than Chu Xuancheng's downfall. However, Nangong interjected, urging restraint. You must hold your tongues. At present, Chu Xuancheng wields military power, and his influence is formidable. It is unwise to confront him directly. A head-on clash would result in consequences more dire than what your mother faces. If we desire revenge, we must proceed with caution. Do not act recklessly, lest you jeopardize your own lives. But father, for how long must we endure? If our mother is imprisoned for the murder of a royal consort, it would surely be a death sentence. We cannot bear the thought of her demise. We must save her. Nangongyu exclaimed passionately. After weighing the situation, Nangongyu replied solemnly, I am unable to save your mother at this moment. If she does not perish, I shall. Should I fall from grace, the Nangong estate will crumble. Your mother must make the ultimate sacrifice for our family. A gentleman seeks revenge, but it is wise to bide one's time. Rest assured, I will not let Chu Xuancheng escape unscathed. Nangongyu and his brother were momentarily taken aback. If the Nangong estate were to collapse, they would no longer be the young masters, stripped of wealth, power, and the pleasures of life. They could not endure such poverty. After a moment's contemplation, they reluctantly fell silent. Only Nangong Ro remained, her gaze fixed ahead, her eyes brimming with intense hatred and murderous intent. Nangong 1, fearing his sons might incite trouble, quickly admonished them. Our family has already offended the Li Wang. From this point forward, you must tread carefully. When in the presence of the Li Wang and his consort, be courteous and do not provoke them further. Rest assured, the Xian Wang is soon to emerge. With the Emperor's backing, once he gains strength, it will signal Chu Xuancheng's demise. He had resolved to abandon neutrality and align himself with the Xian Wang. Nangong Yu and Nangong Ao took his advice to heart, as they were inherently timid. However, Nangong Ro remained indifferent. Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue's slightly rounded belly, she was consumed with a desire to slice it open. In the dungeon, a faint sliver of the waning moon filtered in. Lu Shi sat on a straw bed, her limbs shackled by iron chains, bearing an expression of despair, filled with resentment and envy. The dungeon was shrouded in darkness, with water stains covering the floor, cockroaches and rats scurrying about, and a suffocating stench of blood permeating the air, creating an oppressive and terrifying atmosphere. Gazing at the grim surroundings, Lu Shi was filled with venomous thoughts. She had merely lost a contest. She had committed no wrongdoing. She harmed only those who deserved it, acting solely in her own interest. Remembering the cruelty in Nangong's eyes, her heart ached with sharp pangs. She had devoted herself to him, yet he had cast her aside to face death. What had her struggles over the years amounted to if she had not even earned her husband's compassion? Upon her arrival, she had overheard the Zhang family's official declare that her attempt to poison the royal consort was a capital offense. As the sentence of death loomed, she knew she would be taken to the execution ground, where her crimes would be proclaimed, leaving her utterly humiliated, and she would meet her end amidst the jeers of the populace. At this point, hope for survival had all but vanished. Rather than be condemned and subjected to public execution, she preferred to take her own life, preserving at least the integrity of her remains. How could the noble Lady Nangong endure such degradation at the hands of the common folk? With this thought, she gripped the vial of poison in her hand with fierce determination. This was the last vial she had hidden away, containing a lethal concoction mixed with a disfiguring agent. She cast a sorrowful glance at the poison, realizing that the very potion she had intended for Yun Ruoyue would now be her own demise. It was ironic that after a lifetime of studying toxins, she would ultimately perish by their hand. A bitter laugh escaped her lips as she gazed at the vial. Her expression twisted with malice, her voice resonating like a demon from the depths of hell. The despicable Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue would not escape her wrath, even in death. With that resolve, she tilted her head back and poured the poison into her mouth. It bore no taste, yet she felt an unbearable bitterness, as if chewing on wax. Before long, the toxin began to take effect. Initially, her throat tingled and itched, her skin darkening while tumors erupted upon her face. Gradually, her orifices began to bleed, her body convulsing as though assaulted by countless insects. The agony became unbearable, forcing her to lean heavily against the wall before she slowly slid to the ground. Ultimately, she collapsed, her eyes filled with vengeful hatred. With a fierce cry, she proclaimed, "Chu Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue, you have driven me to this. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you." With that declaration, her eyes remained wide open, vacant and bloodied. She felt an overwhelming sense of hatred, resentment, and rage. How could she die such a tragic death, without even a soul to bid her farewell? She despised the heartlessness of Nangong Wan, her heart brimming with bitterness, yet the only thing she could not let go of was her 3 children. Nangong Ro and Lu Shi had committed unspeakable acts. Should the truth emerge, it would tarnish Nangong Wan's reputation. That very night, in an effort to dissociate himself from Nangong Ro, Nangong Wan forcibly expelled her from the Nangong estate. However, as she was still his daughter, he could not be entirely ruthless. He discreetly instructed Nangong Yu to escort her to an inn, providing her with ample wealth and a servant for protection. He planned to wait until the uproar subsided before relocating her elsewhere. Upon arriving at the inn, Nangong Ro, preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Shi, sent her servant to the government office to gather news. She lay in bed, her brow furrowed with worry, unable to find rest. Just then, her servant anxiously knocked at the door, exclaiming, "Miss, something terrible has happened. A jailer reports that the second madam has committed suicide by poison in prison." What? Nangong Ro felt her knees weaken, and she opened the door, incredulous as she gazed at the servant. "Mother has taken her own life? Is this true?" The servant nodded hastily, sympathy etched on his face. "Indeed, I bribed the jailer for information. Not only has she died, but her beauty was ruined by the poison. In short, she passed away in a most tragic manner, without a single person to see her off." "Mother!" Tears welled up in Nangong Ro's eyes as she let out a heart-wrenching cry, a lament that tore through the very fabric of her soul. "Hurry! Lead me to my mother. I cannot bear the thought of her departing this world alone. I must accompany her on her final journey." With these words, she hastily stuffed silver notes into her bundle and urged the house servant to guide her forth. Before long, the servant brought Nangong Ro to the entrance of the magistrate's office. After she offered a sum of silver to the jailer, he led her into the depths of the dungeon. As she stepped into the dank space, a foul stench mixed with the metallic tang of blood assaulted her senses. Upon reaching the cell where Lu Shi was confined, her heart sank. Lu Shi lay there like a decayed carcass, shrouded in the flickering shadows cast by the dim candlelight. "Mother!" The sight of Lu Shi in such a wretched state left Nangong Ro trembling with grief. As the jailer swung open the cell door, she stumbled inside, collapsing onto Lu Shi's frail form. Her heart shattered further as she beheld her mother's body, swollen and covered in toxic growths, reminiscent of Yun Ruoyue's poisoned visage. Yet, Lu Shi's fate was far more tragic. While Yun Ruoyue had merely suffered disfigurement, her mother had ingested poison laced with a deadly concoction, leaving her devoid of life and dignity. Nangong Ro gazed upon her mother's face, her eyes wide open in a final expression of resentment, refusing to close even in death, a testament to the humiliation and fury of her demise. All of this calamity was wrought by Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue. Overcome with emotion, she raised her head and cried out, "Mother, rest easy. Do not worry, your daughter shall avenge you." With tears streaming down her face, she gently placed her hand over Lu Shi's eyes. Only when she withdrew her hand did Lu Shi finally close her eyes. Heartbroken, she took one last lingering look at her mother before tremblingly exiting the cell. Emerging from the dungeon, Nangong Ro seemed transformed. She suppressed her sorrow. Donning a black cloak that enveloped her figure, her eyes ablaze with vengeful determination as she made her way towards the Su residence. Soon, she arrived at the gates of the Su manor. After explaining her purpose to the doorman, she was swiftly ushered into the presence of Su Changxiao. Noticing the deep sorrow etched on Nangong Ro's face, Su Changxiao's expression shifted to one of cold calculation, though she quickly approached her, grasping her hand. Rower, what troubles you so deeply? It had been a long time since Nangong Ro had felt the warmth of concern from another. Even knowing it was feigned, the words stirred her emotions, and tears brimmed in her eyes. Changxiao, my mother was forced into the dungeon by Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue. She took her own life with poison. What transpired? Su Changxiao feigned concern, her voice laced with intrigue. Nangong Ro narrowed her eyes, recounting the events that had led to her mother's tragic end, and concluded with a fierce declaration, my mother died with resentment in her heart. I shall avenge her. I will kill that vile pair, Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue. I have come to ask if you can assist me in contacting assassins. I require a cadre of killers to aid me in my quest. Excitement gleamed in Su Changxiao's eyes at the mention of murder. She need not incite Nangong Ro's fury, for it was already aflame against the wretched duo. Since Nangong Ro sought vengeance, Su Changxiao resolved to lend her support in this dark endeavor. She pondered momentarily and said, Ruer, I understand your deep-seated animosity towards them, and I share that sentiment. However, relying solely on assassins will not suffice to eliminate Chu Xuancheng. Even the Prince of Jin has failed to do so, let alone you. He now has a formidable ally in Yun Ruoyue. You must leverage this connection to orchestrate his downfall. Only then can you hope for success. You need to devise a strategy to first abduct Yun Ruoyue and then ensnare Chu Xuancheng in your trap to achieve your vengeance. What kind of strategy should I employ to eliminate them? Nangong Ro asked. A flicker of aloofness passed through Su Changxiao's eyes as she replied with a faint smile. I cannot provide you with that answer. You are quite intelligent. I am certain you will conceive a plan. However, I can remind you that Yun Ruoyue has been offering pro bono medical consultations at the clinic these past few days. She is not accompanied by many guards. And Chu Xuancheng is stationed far away in the barracks, making it difficult for him to come to her aid. As for the rest, you must contemplate it yourself. I am merely an idle observer now and have no desire to become entwined in such matters any longer. Nangong Ro nodded. I understand that this grudge is mine to bear. I cannot implicate you in it. Rest assured, this matter does not concern you. I have heard that you have connections with the assassin organization known as the Dark Knight Pavilion. I only seek the contact information of their leader so that I may avenge my mother. She recognized Su Changxiao's astuteness and knew she would not easily involve herself in these affairs. She empathized with Su Changxiao's desire to remain uninvolved. For this was her personal vendetta, one she must confront alone. With a sigh, Su Changxiao remarked, since you only require the contact details for the Dark Knight Pavilion, I shall provide you with an address. As for your intentions in contacting them, I am unaware. Rest assured, our acquaintance is minimal, and I have not come to meet you. I shall bear the consequences of my actions alone and will not bring you into this. Nangong Ro asserted resolutely. Chapter 1250. Assassins of the Dark Knight Pavilion. She resolved to expend all the wealth bestowed upon her by her father, along with her own savings, to enlist the services of the Dark Knight Pavilion. This was her final gamble, allowing for no room for failure. The Dark Knight Pavilion, though merely a small-scale assassin organization, would suffice for her purpose of abducting Yun Ruoyue. The assassins of the Dark Knight Pavilion were comprised of nameless bandits, vagrants, deserters, and other outlaws who roamed the fringes of society. These individuals were notorious for their nefarious deeds, engaging in robbery, violence, and other heinous acts, driven solely by greed and bloodlust. They were the societal scourge, despised and reviled, yet no one dared to confront them. Living on the edge of a blade, they were indifferent to life and law, willing to take any job for the right price, whether the target was a noble or a princess. Many were desperate rogues who placed little value on their existence, living day by day with reckless abandon. They were unafraid of death, thus emboldened to undertake audacious tasks such as abducting a princess. Nangong Ro sought out these lawless individuals, knowing they were the only ones daring enough to accept such a contract. With sufficient funds, she swiftly established contact with the Dark Knight Pavilion and connected with their leader. Upon receiving her payment, the leader promptly dispatched 30 assassins to her command, ready to heed her orders. With so many assassins at her disposal, Nangong Ro began her meticulous planning overnight. She was determined to seize this opportunity to capture Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng in one fell swoop. The following morning, Yun Ruoyue received the news of Lu's suicide in prison. It was unexpected that Lu, who had not yet awaited her trial, would choose to end her own life. Such a proud individual would surely disdain the thought of being scorned, leading her to take poison. In the end, Lu succumbed to her own lethal concoction. Could this be deemed a fitting retribution for her misdeeds? Yun Ruoyue could not help but feel a pang of regret. It served as a reminder that engaging in wicked acts ultimately invites divine retribution, regardless of any temporary escape. Today marked the final day of Yun Ruoyue's charitable medical consultations. Although numerous citizens queued for her assistance, the presence of 6 skilled physicians from Xuancheng alleviated much of her burden, allowing her to feel less fatigued. At midday, she finally found a moment to rest, and was in the midst of her lunch when several plainly dressed villagers rushed towards her, clutching their stomachs. "Your Highness, please save us. The villagers have fallen ill after drinking from the well. They are vomiting and experiencing severe diarrhea, and some are on the brink of death. We have consumed little, yet our stomachs ache terribly." The villagers crowded around Yun Ruoyue, each expressing their agony. Yun Ruoyue quickly set down her chopsticks and rose, her face etched with concern. "How severe is your pain?" she inquired. "We are not in grave distress, which is why we were able to seek out a physician. However, our village chief and relatives have collapsed, frothing at the mouth and unresponsive. We consulted the village doctor, but he was at a loss. Upon hearing that Your Highness, the divine healer, was here offering consultations, we implored you to save them. Indeed, Your Highness, we suspect that the well water in our village has been poisoned. Please, with your boundless compassion, accompany us to assess the situation." One villager pleaded. "My daughter is also frothing at the mouth, her eyelids rolling back, and she is beginning to convulse. She is on the verge of death. We beseech you, have mercy and save her." Yun Ruoyue glanced apologetically at the lengthy queue before her. Just as she was about to speak, the citizens in line began to voice their sentiments. "Your Highness, saving lives is paramount. Please attend to them first. We are fine and can wait." Another added, "Yes, Your Highness, their situation is urgent. We merely have minor ailments. So please prioritize them. Your Highness, go quickly. Do not concern yourself with us." The crowd urged in unison, moved by the sincerity reflected in their earnest faces. Yun Ruoyue felt her heart swell. Tears pricked her eyes as she smiled and nodded at them. "Very well, I shall attend to them first. Please, continue to queue with Dr. Ding. He will see to your needs. Should I be unable to return today, I promise to make up for this charitable consultation another time." "Thank you, Your Highness. You are truly a person of your word," they exclaimed. "Please take care as you travel. You are with child, so do not overexert yourself." Hearing their heartfelt concerns, Yun Ruoyue smiled and nodded in gratitude. Xiaoyue gazed at her with concern. "Your Highness, you are with child and should not be so restless. Should we not summon Dr. Ding and his associates? The situation is urgent. I possess a considerable supply of medicine, and only I can save them at once." Yun Ruoyue replied anxiously. "Dr. Ding lacks the necessary remedies. If we send him, the villagers might perish before he even prepares the medicine. Moreover, I have a small device that can analyze the well water to determine what poison has been introduced, allowing us to treat them appropriately. But Your Highness, the prince has instructed us to keep watch over you. He is quite worried for your safety. Should we inform him and have him escort you?" Xiaoyue suggested. "At present, Your Highness is the most significant person to the prince. We cannot allow anything to befall her. Time is of the essence, and he is preoccupied with official duties. I cannot continually summon him back from the barracks. There is no need for concern. Let us depart," Yun Ruoyue insisted, her heart heavy with worry for the villagers who were nearing death. With that, she took Feng'er, Xiaoyue, and several guards, and set off with the villagers. Soon, they boarded a carriage while the villagers led the way on their donkey cart, and Yun Ruoyue's guards rode behind them. However, as they exited the medical hall, one guard felt the gravity of the matter and hastily rode to the barracks to inform the prince, hoping he might dispatch soldiers to assist the princess. Before long, the procession left the city and made its way along the official road. As they traveled, the donkey cart abruptly veered onto a narrow mountain path. Xiaoyue, noticing, inquired, "Good sirs, what is happening? Why are we taking this narrow mountain route?" A dark-skinned man turned back and replied, "Our village is nestled in the mountains. Please do not worry, dear lady. Once we pass this section, the road ahead will be much easier. Indeed, our village is impoverished, and we have no one to repair the roads. Thus, we are left with only this narrow path." "I apologize, dear lady," another lean man added. "Oh, then let us proceed slowly, so as not to jostle the princess," Xiaoyue said. "I am well. It is best we hasten, for I fear for the safety of the villagers," Yun Ruoyue said with concern. After all, the villagers were foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Any delay could make it exceedingly difficult to save them. Soon, the group began traversing the narrow mountain path, which was quite bumpy. Yun Ruoyue had to lift the curtain to get some fresh air. When she did, she observed dense forests surrounding them, the atmosphere eerily quiet, broken only by the sound of the wheels grinding against the stones and the occasional bird call. Aside from these, there was no other sound. As they ventured deeper, the path became increasingly secluded, the forest thicker, and the terrain more rugged. Yun Ruoyue glanced around, realizing that there were no signs of any village, family, or townsfolk amidst the profound silence. This stillness began to instill an unsettling premonition within her. She quickly turned her gaze to the villagers, only to notice that they did not exhibit the typical chatter of ordinary folk. Instead, they sat coldly, their eyes scanning the surroundings with a predatory intensity, akin to venomous serpents, and she felt a tremor of apprehension in her heart. She cleared her throat and abruptly inquired, "Pray tell, what is the name of your village? How much longer until we arrive?" Upon hearing this, the group turned coldly. One imposing figure with a dark complexion retorted menacingly, "It suffices for the princess to accompany us. There is no need for further questions." Xiaoyue, noticing their sudden shift in demeanor and their disrespectful attitude towards the princess, immediately interjected, "What kind of attitude is this? My princess is here to assist your villagers with their ailments. Why do you speak to her in such a manner?" Feng'er, glancing around in alarm, felt a foreboding sensation creeping in and expressed, "Your Highness, this place feels sinister. Perhaps we should reconsider and return." "Very well, let us return. Driver, turn around promptly." Yun Ruoyue sensed the impending danger and decisively commanded, "Thinking of leaving? We are already halfway. Where do you think you can go?" The dark-faced man's voice turned icy, his expression reverting to that of a ruthless outlaw. Realizing they had fallen into a trap, Yun Ruoyue swiftly ordered her guards, "There is something amiss. Expedite our return." "Want to flee? Not so easily. Brothers, charge." The assassins leapt from the carriage, flinging aside the hay to reveal glinting swords hidden within. "Brothers, our prey has arrived. Come forth." At this moment, the dark-faced man brandished his sword high, and from the depths of the mountains emerged a dozen cloaked assassins. As they sprang forth, a chilling symphony of clashing blades filled the air. The guards of Li Wangfu, witnessing the scene, quickly drew their swords, exclaiming in fury, "How dare you attempt to assassinate the princess? You few escort her to safety. The rest of you, follow me. Leave no survivors." "What audacity! Do you think you few can match us? All of you advance. Capture the princess alive. Spare none else." The dark-faced man bellowed as he charged forward. Seeing this, the guards promptly dismounted and engaged the assassins in a fierce battle, the clash of steel echoing amidst the chaos. Blood rained down as the sky darkened with turmoil. Though outnumbered, the elite guards of Li Wangfu fought valiantly. 5 engaged a dozen assassins while the remaining 3 rushed to the carriage, urging the driver, "Quickly, turn the carriage around and take the princess to safety. We will protect you." The driver, pale with fear, complied and prepared to flee as soon as he heard the promise of protection. "Do not let them escape. Remember, our target is the princess. Do not concern yourselves with anyone else. Capture her." At the dark-faced man's command, several assassins positioned themselves before the carriage. In a ruthless act, one assassin thrust his sword into the horse's neck, causing it to rear in panic. "This horse is in danger. Your Highness, dismount quickly," Xiaoyue urged, hastily assisting Yun Ruoyue down from her steed, while Feng'er leapt from the carriage in haste. As soon as they leapt from the carriage, the assassin had already drawn the sword from the horse's neck. A piercing neigh escaped the horse, which, in a frenzy, began to rear and whirl in place. The horse's spinning caused the carriage to rock violently, jolting at a rapid pace with tremendous force. A few more jolts, and the wheels of the carriage threatened to come loose. If Yun Ruoyue did not hasten her departure, she risked a miscarriage. Witnessing the chaos, Yun Ruoyue quickly urged Feng'er and Xiaoyue, "We must flee at once." With that, the 3 of them dashed back along the path. The 3 guards promptly followed suit. Suddenly, 10 assassins emerged from all directions, encircling the 6 with alarming speed. "Attempt to escape? Leave your lives behind," one of the assassins snarled. "Bold rogues! How dare you attempt to assassinate the princess consort of Li? This is a capital offense. If you withdraw immediately, the Li royal residence will not hold you accountable. Dare to approach further, and you shall be met with lethal force," one of the guards declared, sword raised and voice stern. "Huh, we seek gold. What is the Li royal residence to us? Even if it were the emperor himself today, we would not hesitate to strike. The fierce-looking man retorted with a menacing grin. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue quickly interjected, "You desire gold, do you? If you let us go, I assure you, we will offer you tenfold of what your employer pays." "Ha! Do you truly believe such empty promises? You think the Li royal family would spare us after we have taken you hostage? We would collect our payment only to be wiped out by Chu Xuancheng before we could even enjoy it. We are not that foolish." The man with the black face exclaimed, stepping forward with audacity. Yun Ruoyue felt her heart drop. She had not anticipated their caution. Dismissing even the offer of 10 times the gold, negotiation seemed futile. She would have to resort to her electric shock device and see if she could incapacitate a few of the assassins. With a flicker of thought, she summoned the device from the cloth bag at her side, hastily reaching for it while assuring them, "Rest assured, I, Yunga, keep my word. If you allow us to leave, I will not pursue any responsibility against you." The black-faced man, however, grew impatient, brandishing his knife. "Enough with the chatter. Only a fool would believe you. Everyone advance. Spare the princess consort. Eliminate the rest." No sooner had he spoken than the assassins charged forward, weapons drawn. "Protect the princess." As the dark swarm of assassins surged forth, 2 guards split to the left and right to shield her, leaving one to support Yun Ruoyue. However, the sheer number of assassins, all reckless and undeterred by death, quickly turned the tide against the guards. The sound of piercing metal echoed as one guard was struck down amidst the chaos, collapsing into a pool of blood. "Beware, Your Highness!" Xiaoyue and Feng'er cried out in alarm, clutching Yun Ruoyue tightly. "Capture the princess consort." One assassin, brandishing his blade, charged directly at Yun Ruoyue. "Your Highness, run!" The guard who had been closely protecting her hurriedly raised his sword to defend, their weapons clashing in a shower of sparks. Seeing the assassin locked in combat with the guard, Yun Ruoyue swiftly retrieved her electric shock device, activated it at maximum power, and aimed it fiercely at the back of the assassin. Chapter 1254. The Mastermind. Nangong Ruoyue. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity surged through the assassin's body, eliciting a cry of agony from him. Upon witnessing this, Yun Ruoyue delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Xiaoyue and Feng'er quickly joined in, mercilessly kicking him while hurling insults. "Wretched scoundrel! How dare you attempt to assassinate the princess? You deserve death." As Xiaoyue spoke, she seized the assassin's sword and plunged it forcefully into his abdomen. In an instant, blood sprayed forth, and the assassin breathed his last. "Yun Ruoyue, you dare to slay my man. You are courting death." A piercing voice suddenly rang out, prompting everyone to look up. A strikingly beautiful woman emerged from the depths of the mountains, soaring through the air as she launched poison needles at Yun Ruoyue. "Watch out, Your Highness!" A guard, noticing the approaching needles, hastily swung his sword to deflect them, successfully knocking several away. When Yun Ruoyue glanced up, she realized the newcomer was none other than Nangong Ruoyue. The assassins wore masks, but Nangong Ruoyue did not, brandishing a dagger that gleamed ominously. It seemed she had resigned herself to being recognized. "Nangong Ruoyue, so this assassination was your design. I advise you to turn back before you reap the fruits of your malevolence." Yun Ruoyue glared at her, fury evident in her voice. Upon noticing Yun Ruoyue's slightly rounded abdomen, Nangong Ruoyue regretfully touched her own belly, lamenting her failure to conceive a child with Chu Xuancheng. Why had she been exposed? The circumstances that led her here were all due to this woman, and thus her eyes burned with unbridled hatred. "Yun Ruoyue, you have brought me to this point and even forced my mother to take her own life. I will kill you and your husband." With that, she lunged at Yun Ruoyue like a wild beast. The guard stepped forward to protect her, but was halted by 2 black-clad assassins. In a swift motion, Nangong Ruoyue kicked Yun Ruoyue's hand, sending her electric device crashing to the ground. In the same breath, she kicked Xiaoyue and Feng'er away and seized Yun Ruoyue by the throat, pressing the dagger against her neck. "I will take her away first. After you deal with these men, hurry to join us." With a forceful shove, she shouted, "Wretched woman, move at once. Where are you taking me?" Yun Ruoyue's heart raced with terror, though she had to maintain a facade of calm. Nangong Ruoyue had gone mad. Fearing now was futile. "I said you can leave, so just go. Why do you waste breath? Do you not despise me? Just kill me with a single strike. That would be far more satisfying." Yun Ruoyue glared fiercely at Nangong Ruoyue. Nangong Ruoyue smirked maliciously. "To kill you outright would be too merciful. I will first cut open your belly, extract your child, and then mar your face, causing Chu Xuancheng torment. That will truly quench my vengeance. Let's talk move. With the cold blade pressed against her throat, Yun Ruoyue had no choice but to comply. Your Highness. Xiaoyue and Feng'er cried out in alarm, tears streaming down their faces. Meanwhile, the assassins had slain 3 more guards, leaving only 4 still fighting valiantly. Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue being taken away, they shouted, "Everyone quick! Save the princess, let's go!" The 4, bloodied and battered, rushed after Nangong Ruo, suddenly raised her hand and struck Yun Ruoyue's face with a resounding slap, her voice laced with fury. "Who dares to approach? If you come any closer, I shall take her life." As she spoke, the dagger in her grasp drew perilously closer to Yun Ruoyue's throat. Chapter 1255. The abduction. Upon hearing this, the 4 guards were startled into immediate stillness, yet before they could comprehend the situation, a throng of assassins surged towards them. Seeing the princess being taken away, Feng'er and Xiaoyue were consumed by anguish, their bodies trembling as they cried out, "Your Highness, please save her. Hurry, save her." The princess had been seized by Nangong Ruo. "We cannot intervene, lest we provoke her wrath and endanger the princess. Our only course of action is to retreat and seek the prince. Only he can rescue her." One guard, his eyes reddened, urged. Another bloodied guard added, "The assassins are numerous. We must swiftly find reinforcements, or we shall have no one left to send a message." Wish to send a message? That depends on your capabilities. The burly assassin commanded several of his men to remain, while he led the majority in pursuit of Nangong Ruo. She had given them additional orders, for they were to exact vengeance for the gold they had received. Once they departed, the remaining 5 or 6 assassins surged forward, each robust and fierce. The guards from the Li Wangfu, however, were wounded and bloodied, their stamina waning, wounds oozing, yet they stood resolute, shielding Feng'er and Xiaoyue. "You too. Take Xiaoyue and Feng'er and flee. We will hold them off. Move swiftly," one guard instructed. "Understood, we shall go first." The other 2 guards replied as they prepared to escort the ladies away. Attempt to leave? Not a chance. The assassins shouted as they descended upon Feng'er and the others, their sinister intentions ignited upon beholding the lovely maidens. In a flurry of blades and chaos, the desperate attackers swiftly pushed the 4 guards into retreat. Had the guards not been grievously injured, these rogues would have been no match for them. Soon, bloodied steel blades were pressed against the guards' throats, leaving them to grit their teeth in fury, eyes blazing with defiance, yet immobilized. "Haha, thought the guards of Li Wangfu were formidable? It appears we can best them easily. What cowards they are." One assassin sneered triumphantly. Xiaoyue, incensed, retorted, "Ha! You are but a handful, yet you dare to bully us with your numbers? Have the courage to face them one-on-one once they recover, and see who the true coward is." "Oh, this maid has quite the fiery spirit. I like that. Brothers, these 2 girls are rather enchanting. Shall we indulge ourselves first before disposing of them?" A particularly hideous assassin grinned wickedly. "Brother, that is precisely our intent. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed." "All right. I shall not be polite. I shall take the lead." As soon as the assassin finished speaking, he seized Xiaoyue with a swift motion, his large hand reaching to tear away her garments. "Help! No! Get away! Get away!" Xiaoyue trembled in fear, screaming at the ferocious killer. Simultaneously, other assassins surrounded Feng'er, attempting to rip her clothing as one of them impatiently began to loosen his belt. The 4 guards, witnessing this scene, were so enraged that they felt as if their teeth would shatter. They longed to eliminate these brutes. Chapter 1256. The King's Wrath. At that moment, a tremor shook the ground, and a thunderous sound echoed nearby. The assassins halted, looking up to see a troop of armored riders clad in black galloping fiercely toward them. The sight was imposing, led by a striking man in a dark, fitted attire, adorned with a jade crown. This towering figure exuded a commanding presence, an aura of cold ruthlessness, unmistakably the legendary Prince Li. Meanwhile, atop his steed, Chu Xuancheng narrowed his eyes coldly, drawing his bowstring taut, his piercing gaze zeroing in on the assassin holding Xiaoyue and Feng'er captive. With a swift release, he launched an arrow. The sound of the arrow whistling through the air was sharp and clear as it struck 2 assassins simultaneously, one penetrating the chest of one and the other embedding itself in the heart of the second. They collapsed to the ground, and upon witnessing this, Feng'er and Xiaoyue sighed in relief. "Wonderful! The prince has arrived." Upon seeing the prince and Mo Li and Mo Zhu, they felt a flicker of hope. Yet, Their concern for the princess remained, as they feared for her safety. The other assassins, witnessing the fatal accuracy of Chu Xuancheng's shot, felt their legs weaken with fear. However, as assassins, they were resolute and would not flee, adhering to their professional code. One of them shouted defiantly, "There are not many of them. Do not fear. Let us fight back. Just a few of you?" At that moment, Chu Xuancheng had already galloped forward, gripping the reins tightly, his gaze frantically scanning the crowd. However, after a thorough sweep, he could not find Yun Ruoyue, and his heart sank, his expression darkening. A palpable aura of menace enveloped him, his heart racing with apprehension. "Fenger, where's the princess?" Fenger, overwhelmed with distress, began to weep. "Your Highness, it's terrible. The princess has been abducted by Nangong Ro, taken deep into the mountains." Xiaoyue added, her voice choked with sorrow. "Your Highness, please save the princess. Nangong Ro is ruthless. She said she would cut open the princess's belly to take the child. You must hurry to rescue her." Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng's eyes turned a blood-red hue, filled with a fierce intensity. He clenched his jaw, the pain in his heart akin to having it ripped from his chest, nearly suffocating him. Nangong Ro, how dare she orchestrate this? If she dares to harm a single hair on Xiaoyue, I will make the entire Nangong family pay for it. He recalled hearing one of the guards mention that Xiaoyue planned to visit the village to tend to the sick. An ominous premonition had struck him, prompting him to hastily gather a contingent of guards. Upon arriving at this location, he was taken aback to find these dark-clad assassins attempting to insult Fenger and her companions. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his bow, and the scene around him confirmed his ominous premonition. The thought of Xiaoyue being abducted by Nangong Ro sent a crimson haze over his eyes, his heart shattering, veins bulging on his forehead. He seethed. How dare Nangong Ro abduct the princess? I shall have her torn to pieces. He continued, capture them alive. I must ascertain the whereabouts of the princess. Without needing further instruction from Chu Xuancheng, Mo Li and Mo Zhu swiftly sprang into action, engaging the assassins in combat. Both Mo Li and Mo Zhu were remarkably skilled, capable of taking on 10 foes at once. In no time, they subdued the assassins, their swords poised threateningly against the assassins' throats. Where's the princess? Mo Li demanded, his eyes bloodshot, the sword in his hand trembling with fury as he glared at the fallen assassins. The aura of impending death radiated from him, his wrath akin to a force of nature that could rend mountains and shatter the earth. Chapter 1257. Nangong Ro, I owe you nothing. I don't know. The assassin, still possessing a shred of defiance, remained resolute, even with a blade pressed against his neck. Observing this, Chu Xuancheng's eyes widened in determination as he advanced, seizing the assassin by the throat with a vice-like grip. Where has Nangong Ro taken the princess? Speak, or I shall flay you piece by piece to feed the wolves. A flicker of calculation crossed the assassin's eyes before he, now visibly fearful, confessed, I'll tell you. She has taken the princess to a dilapidated temple in the mountains. Should you utter a single falsehood, I will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. Chu Xuancheng retorted, violently casting aside the assassin. He coldly instructed Li San, take him away and let him lead the way. The rest are to be executed on sight. Yes, my lord, Li San responded, swiftly gesturing to the guards behind him. The guards drew their swords, executing the orders with lethal precision, blood splattering the ground. Aside from the support staff, all others shall accompany me to rescue the princess. Chu Xuancheng declared, already mounting a horse and galloping into the depths of the mountains. Li San hoisted the assassin onto a horse and hurried after him with the other guards. Mo Li rushed to Fenger, his heart aching at the sight of her torn garments revealing her fair skin. He inquired with deep concern, Fenger, are you unhurt? Have they harmed you? Should these villains dare to lay a finger on her, he would ensure their bodies were reduced to mere pulp. Fenger shook her head, trembling, her eyes red like a rabbit's. I am fine. I am only worried about the Empress. I fear for her safety. I am unharmed as well. Mo Li, Mo Zhu. Do not concern yourselves with us. Go quickly and assist in rescuing the Empress. Nangong Ro wields a dagger. She may harm her. Xiaoyue exclaimed in a panic, her body trembling with fear, seeing that the two women were unharmed. Mo Li and Mo Zhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. They swiftly removed their outer garments and draped them over Fenger and Xiaoyue. Mo Li instructed the remaining support staff, they have been frightened. Take them away from here to a safe location and wait for us. He understood that they would not leave without rescuing the princess. Hence he did not order anyone to escort them back to the palace. After giving his instructions, both men hurried to rejoin the main force. Nangong Ro forcefully thrust Yun Ruoyue into the dilapidated temple, unceremoniously casting her onto the ground. As Yun Ruoyue hit the floor, she instinctively recoiled, her cold gaze sweeping the surroundings, revealing a multitude of masked assassins cloaked in black. They appeared to belong to the same faction as those encountered earlier, indicating that Nangong Ro had indeed invested considerable resources in this endeavor, recruiting numerous individuals. This woman was notoriously cunning, and to prevent any escape, she commanded, "Bind her." While Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback, two assassins advanced, producing ropes to bind her hands tightly behind her. Enraged, Yun Ruoyue glared at Nangong Ro. "Nangong Ro, I owe you nothing. Why do you seek to retaliate against me?" Seeing Yun Ruoyue bound, yet still glaring at her with fury, Nangong Ro approached with a dagger in hand. "Yun Ruoyue, now that you have fallen into my grasp, do you dare to glare at me? Aren't you afraid I might gouge out your eyeballs?" "Afraid? Yes, I am afraid. But what does that change? Do you think my fear will grant me mercy?" Yun Ruoyue retorted coldly. "Nangong Ro, I harbor no enmity towards you. Everything began with your aggression against me. I merely exposed your true nature. You should reflect on why you squandered a favorable hand rather than resent me." Chapter 1258. Advising her to turn back before it's too late. Reflect on myself? Where have I gone wrong? It is entirely your fault and Chu Xuancheng's. I am blameless. Chu Xuancheng married me, yet never touched me. Had you not meddled, would he have abandoned me? My current plight is due to your machinations, and I despise you both. The mention of past grievances twisted Nangong Ro's face into a grotesque mask of fury as she glared at Yun Ruoyue with venomous eyes. Yun Ruoyue, exasperated, smirked slightly. "His disinterest in you has nothing to do with me. Should I tether him to your side? I have repeatedly urged him towards you, distancing myself from your affairs to allow you both to flourish. You revealed your ambitions too soon, employing deceit that drove him away and made him disdain you. Yet you lay the blame on me. Moreover, you have schemed against me time and again. What right do you have to despise me? Do you dare claim it's unrelated to you? Do you dare assert that Yu Haven T whispered ill of me to him? Do you dare say Yu Haven T instigated discord between us?" Nangong Ro glared at Yun Ruoyue with seething hatred, posing three relentless inquiries. Observing her descent into madness, Yun Ruoyue shook her head. "Nangong Ro, you are tormented by your own demons. No one has wronged you. It is you who has wronged yourself. I have never spoken ill of you to him. It is your own insecurity that leads you to believe so. Initially, Chu Xuancheng treated you well. Yet you regarded me as an adversary, plotting against me at every turn. It was he who uncovered your schemes, prompting his withdrawal. Do not blame him. Any man would fear you. You must seek the cause within yourself rather than perpetually blaming others." Nangong Ro smiled coldly. "I have no interest in your lofty ideals. My mother was driven to her death by you too. I will kill you both to avenge her." Yun Ruoyue sighed. "Lu Shi is gone. The deceased cannot return. I initially had no intention of uttering anything against her, yet it was she who poisoned me first, leading to her punishment by the law. How can you place blame upon us? It was her own choice to take her life. Had you not pressured her, would she have resorted to such an act? The plight of my mother and me is a consequence of your actions." As Nangong Ro recalled her mother's demise, she screamed frantically. Yun Ruoyue replied, "You are mistaken. Your downfall is of your own making. I have never wished to harm you. As long as you do not harm me, we could coexist peacefully. It is you both, mother and daughter, who have conspired against me first. I advise you to turn back while there is still time." "Ha! Did I hear you correctly? You implore me to turn back?" Nangong Ro tightened her grip on the dagger, raising her head in laughter, her voice chilling. "Having come this far, I can no longer turn back. You are a lofty princess, adored by many. How could you understand the feelings of a mere concubine? Even if Chu Xuancheng neglects you, he is still the rightful husband, while I, no matter how favored, remain a mere concubine. Each time I see the tenderness in his gaze towards you, I am engulfed by jealousy and anguish, while he regards me with nothing but disdain. The servants honor and flatter you, while I am scorned and looked down upon. From the moment we met, our positions have been unequal. Do you know the depths of my suffering?" Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback, as she had not anticipated such thoughts from Nangong Ro. Chapter 1259. To extract the child. Nangong Ro lifted her head, a cold smile filled with malice gracing her lips as she continued. "Yun Ruoyue, I am no less than you. Why should you enjoy the sole favor of the Wangfu while I am left to guard an empty chamber? Each day, witnessing Chu Xuancheng's affection for you pierces my heart like a dagger. I am with child, and he won't even glance my way, while you, despite his belief that your child is illegitimate, receive his genuine care. Can you fathom the humiliation and torment I have endured? Have you tasted the bitterness of being neglected and despised by the man you love? Yun Ruoyue fixed her gaze on Nangong Ro. I have tasted it. And even before you did, I understand that pain and suffering. Yet despite my solitude, I have never considered harming another or competing for affection. Reflecting on the original owner's past neglect and ridicule, Yun Ruoyue felt a sharp pang of pain. The original owner had been disfigured by Nangong Ro and subjected to years of mockery and scorn, suffering far worse than Nangong Ro ever had. What right did she have to lament here? Ha! Nangong Ro's face twisted in madness, her tone frenzied. I am merely a concubine in the Wangfu. No matter how deeply he loves me, my origins prevent me from becoming the princess. My ambition is to be the Li Wangfei, hence I must fight and seize it. All for myself. If one does not act for oneself, heaven will punish them. Why should a hideous creature like you be able to become the princess, while I, who surpass you in every regard, cannot? Yun Ruoyue, you ugly wretch, who once lay beneath my feet, how dare you now overshadow me? Upon hearing these words, Yun Ruoyue let out a cold laugh. I did not expect you to remain unchanged. I truly should not have spared you back then. You deserve the full weight of the law as punishment. Wretched woman. Nangong Ro was provoked by these words. She suddenly stepped forward and struck Yun Ruoyue's face with a resounding slap, declaring angrily, even at death's door, you dare to be defiant. Do you believe I will slice open your belly and extract your children, leaving you without a burial place? Yun Ruoyue quickly hugged her abdomen, retreating in fear. Her hands were bound, preventing her from retrieving any tools from the medical system to retaliate. As she gazed at the sharp dagger, cold sweat streamed down her face, and she trembled uncontrollably. Nangong Ro, if you must blame someone, blame me. Please spare my children. They are innocent. I implore you, show mercy and grant them their lives. I would relinquish everything I possess for their sake. At this juncture, tears welled in her eyes, her heart aching profoundly. Everything you possess. Does that also include the title of Princess Li? Nangong Ro sneered. Yes, anything you desire is yours, except for the lives of my children, Yun Ruoyue replied. Clutching her belly tightly, she lamented her lack of martial prowess, despising her own helplessness in protecting her children. Alas, even if you are willing to give it all to me, Chu Xuancheng will not allow it. Thus, your children must perish, Nangong Ro declared, brandishing the dagger and tracing it over Yun Ruoyue's slightly protruding abdomen. I heard you were expecting twins, 2 daughters, no less. I find that hard to believe. Shall I cut open your belly to ascertain their genders? Please, Nangong Ro, I beg you, spare my children. I will grant you anything you desire, wealth, fame, status. I would serve you as a slave or a servant. Just please let my children live. As she spoke, tears sparkled in her eyes. Chapter 1260. The ambush. A mother's love is fierce. For her children, she would forsake everything, even her own life. Seeing Yun Ruoyue in such a pitiful state, Nangong Ro smirked. How touching. Your maternal love is truly magnificent. Alas, I can no longer have children of my own, so neither shall you. I want you to experience the agony of lifelong infertility. Why must you do this? You have already caused the death of your own child. Do not commit further atrocities. You should accrue virtue for that child and allow it to be reborn, Yun Ruoyue urged. The thought of her lost child pierced Nangong Ro's heart painfully. Though it was Jiang Heng's, it was also a small life that had resided within her for 3 months. It was impossible to claim she felt no attachment at all. It was she who had caused her child's demise. It was her fault. Seeing Nangong Ro spiral into self-doubt, Yun Ruoyue hastily encouraged her. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turning back is the shore. There is still time. If you cease this madness, I will not hold it against you, and your child may be reborn. No. You think to use your sweet words to beg for mercy? It is impossible. Nangong Ro suddenly shrieked, shaking herself awake. Once she regained her composure, she looked at Yun Ruoyue with a cold smile. Yun Ruoyue, you fear death, do you not? Did you not vow never to lower your noble head? Today is your day. Kneel before me and kowtow 3 times, and I might consider sparing your children. As the nearby assassins overheard, they erupted into heartless laughter. Kneel. Quickly kneel. To see the lofty Princess Li kneel before an ordinary person is truly satisfying. Indeed, These powerful nobles, who usually held their heads high with arrogance, never expected to find themselves in such a predicament. It was rumored that this Princess Li possessed remarkable fortitude. Would she kneel before Nangong for the sake of her child? Hearing the mocking jeers, Yun Ruoyue bit her lip, casting a humiliating glance at Nangong. Very well, she asserted resolutely. If you are willing to spare my child, I can kneel. With that, she stepped forward, her face etched with sorrowful determination. Her eyes were red-rimmed. But she fought to restrain the tears that threatened to spill. She would not allow herself to weep in front of these onlookers. As she approached Nangong, she bent her body in a posture of submission, preparing to kneel. Where, at that moment, a voice from outside pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of thundering hooves. The hoofbeats drew nearer with a fierce speed, causing Yun Ruoyue to freeze momentarily. Could it be Chu Xuancheng? The voice she had just heard was unmistakably his. She quickly straightened herself. Now that Chu Xuancheng had arrived, why should she kneel? Suddenly, a voice from the lookout called out, "Miss Nangong, Chu Xuancheng has come alone. His men have not followed." Upon hearing this, Nangong did not exhibit concern. Rather, a chilling smile spread across her face. Perfect timing. I shall invite him into the trap and let him meet his demise. With a cold wave of her hand, the surrounding assassins pulled taut the ropes encircling the dilapidated temple, revealing a series of sharpened bamboo stakes and iron arrows suspended ominously in the air, ready for ambush. Someone lifted a board at the entrance, and Yun Ruoyue saw that a pit had been dug there, filled with sharp bamboo spikes and iron nails. Her eyes widened in shock. Nangong, how insidious of you to set a trap. Chapter 1261. The war god is strong. She had to warn Chu Xuancheng to prevent him from entering. Let me be frank. My intention in capturing you is not merely to kill you, but to use you to lure Chu Xuancheng into the ambush. You and your husband have brought me to this point. I intend for you both to perish together, Nangong declared, suddenly producing a cloth from her bosom and forcefully stuffing it into Yun Ruoyue's mouth, preventing her from alerting Chu Xuancheng. In that instant, Yun Ruoyue realized that Nangong's target was not only her, but also Chu Xuancheng. No wonder she had summoned so many assassins to bring her here. It was all to ensnare Chu Xuancheng. Her eyes widened in horror as she struggled against the tightly bound ropes, but they were secured too firmly for her to break free. Meanwhile, outside, the sound of hoofbeats grew closer. In a rush, Chu Xuancheng halted his horse, his gaze coldly scanning the dilapidated temple. The assassins at the entrance had long since retreated, leaving the temple door unguarded. Based on his experience, he sensed a trap lay within. Yet, for the sake of rescuing Xiaoyue, he was prepared to charge through whatever peril awaited him inside. In a fleeting moment, before he could contemplate further, he dismounted with agility and charged towards the temple entrance. His towering figure stood resolutely, and with a swift stroke of his sword, the wooden door was cleaved in two, splintering apart. As soon as the door fell, he plunged into the dilapidated temple. Suddenly, he felt the ground give way beneath him, and he plummeted into a trap. In that critical instant, he thrust his sword into the pit, leveraging the hilt to propel himself upward with grace. Yun Ruoyue watched in horror as Chu Xuancheng nearly fell into the abyss. Her eyes widened, and she uttered frantic warnings. At that moment, a barrage of sharpened bamboo poles shot towards him from either side, aimed directly at Chu Xuancheng. A moment's carelessness would result in dire consequences. As the bamboo poles surged forth, Chu Xuancheng was already poised with his sword, launching into the air. His blade danced through the air, slicing the bamboo into several segments that fell to the ground. Continue to unleash your hidden weapons. I refuse to believe that my meticulously laid traps can be so easily breached. Nangong bellowed in frustration. The assassins resumed their assault, launching poisoned arrows and concealed weapons. Arrows, bamboo poles, and darts hurtled towards Chu Xuancheng. Had it been anyone else, they would have been pierced through, but they faced a seasoned warrior. In that fleeting moment, Chu Xuancheng glanced swiftly at Yun Ruoyue, relieved to see her unscathed, albeit bound. As long as she was unharmed, he could fight with ease. The time of reckoning for these foes had arrived. A cold smirk graced his lips, his dark eyes glinting with a chilling light, exuding an air of lethal intent. As the hidden weapons soared towards him, he leaped into the air like a silver dragon, swiftly countering with his sword, infusing his internal energy into the blade. It sang ominously, eager for blood. With a cold sweep, he repelled all the projectiles back towards their origin. The hidden weapons ricocheted, striking the assassins, who fell one by one. Observing this, Chu Xuancheng thrust his sword downwards, sending the bamboo pole violently towards several assassins. The sound of the pole piercing flesh echoed, and the scene turned gruesome with bloodshed. Chapter 1262, willing to exchange his life for hers. Upon witnessing the brutal demise of their comrades, the remaining assassins brandished their blades and encircled Chu Xuancheng, determined to eliminate him. Do you dare to attempt to kill this prince? You are far too inexperienced, Chu Xuancheng declared, already launching himself into the fray, moving like a silver dragon amongst the assassins. His gaze was cold and fierce, his strikes merciless and lethal. In mere moments, he had dispatched several more assassins. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of blood and a palpable aura of impending doom. After the loss of a dozen assassins, the others, terrified, began to retreat, realizing that no number of them could match Chu Xuancheng's prowess. A ragtag assembly. Who gave you the audacity to abduct the princess consort of Li? Chu Xuancheng stood imposingly, sword in hand, his towering figure exuding an air of dominance. His cold, piercing gaze swept across the crowd like a predator surveying its prey, instilling a sense of dread among the assassins, who found themselves paralyzed by his murderous aura. They feared that even the slightest movement could invite the wrath of this war god. The princess of Li is not someone you can provoke. If you dare harm her, you shall all meet your demise, Chu Xuancheng declared, raising his sword, ready to execute them on the spot. Chu Xuancheng, look at me. At that moment, Nangong Ro suddenly shouted in fury. Turning to her, Chu Xuancheng saw Nangong Ro had wrapped her arm around Yun Ruoyue's neck, pressing a dagger against her abdomen. His pupils constricted, filled with murderous intent. What do you think you are doing? Release her. Nangong Ro regarded him with a cold smile, her eyes filled with malice. He remained as formidable as ever, unyielding, yet she lamented that he was no longer hers. Chu Xuancheng, do not move. If you take another step, I will carve open her belly. I speak only the truth. Let her go. I will give you anything you desire. Chu Xuancheng urged desperately, his gaze fixated on the dagger, brimming with anguish and urgency. Let her go? So you want me to allow you to kill me? You profess to love her dearly. Do you not? If I were to slice open her belly and extract your child, would you not feel the sting of heartbreak? Nangong Ro laughed maniacally, her words dripping with insanity. You dare. If you lay a single finger on her, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Chu Xuancheng growled through gritted teeth, his eyes shimmering with a chilling light, as fierce as an inferno that threatened to consume Nangong Ro. Seeing Chu Xuancheng's profound concern for Yun Ruoyue pierced Nangong Ro's heart with agony. Brandishing the dagger, she glared at him furiously. Chu Xuancheng, she is in my grasp, and yet you still dare to be so arrogant. Are you not afraid I might plunge this blade into her? With that, the dagger pressed firmly against Yun Ruoyue's abdomen, causing her to gasp in terror, her mouth gagged with cloth, rendering her unable to speak, only able to stare wide-eyed at the glinting blade. Hearing Nangong Ro's words, Chu Xuancheng gritted his teeth. Nangong Ro, your wrath is directed at me, not her. I am willing to exchange myself for her. I will become your hostage, subject to your whims, only hoping you will spare her. Nangong Ro was momentarily taken aback, astonished by his willingness to sacrifice himself for Yun Ruoyue. You would become my hostage. You would truly submit to my will. Her tone was light, almost delirious, far from that of a rational person. Chu Xuancheng nodded resolutely. As long as you release Yue, you may do with me as you please. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ro's heart ached, her eyes turning misty as she gazed at him intently. Then I want you to be my husband. Forsake her. Will you? Chapter 1263. Willing to take my own life for her, Chu Xuancheng cast a pained glance at Yun Ruoyue, his voice gravelly and hoarse. I am willing. Yun Ruoyue's heart ached at his words, tears streaming down her cheeks. Nangong Ro, with tears glistening in her eyes, gazed at Chu Xuancheng with fervent longing. Then I want you to accompany me for eternity, never to see Yun Ruoyue again, to forget her, and hold only me in your heart. Will you? Chu Xuancheng was already heartbroken, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he choked out. I am willing, as long as you are willing to release her. I will give anything. You won't go back on your word? Nangong Ro inquired. As a dignified prince of Li, my word is my bond. I never renege. Chu Xuancheng proclaimed resolutely, as if he had steeled his resolve. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue suddenly spat out the handkerchief, crying out in distress. Chu Xuancheng turned to her, his face filled with compassion. Yue, do not fear. Even if we cannot be together in the future, my heart will always remain with you. Nangong Ro, in a frenzy, brandished her dagger, exclaiming, "No? You have promised to be with me. How can your heart still belong to her? I demand that you give me your heart as well." Chu Xuancheng cast a loving glance at Yun Ruoyue before coldly addressing Nangong Ro, his demeanor as lifeless as a walking corpse. "Very well, I shall grant your request." "Ha ha. Chu Xuancheng, you truly care for Yun Ruoyue, to the extent that you would accept even a woman you despise," Nangong Ro retorted with a sudden laugh, tears glistening in her mirthful eyes. Yet, as laughter turned to scorn, she twisted her expression, glaring at Chu Xuancheng with palpable hatred. "No, I refuse to believe your deceitful words. You are surely lying to me. Once you rescue Yun Ruoyue, you will abandon me, just as before. You will cast me aside and even kill me." "No, I assure you," Chu Xuancheng interjected, "my word is unbreakable. Release her, and I shall come to you." As he observed Nangong Ro's frenzied state, he feared for Yun Ruoyue's safety and spoke gently, cautious not to provoke her further. "I will not believe you. Chu Xuancheng, you have forsaken me, cast me out, and driven me from the palace. My mother perished because of you, and I became a pariah because of your actions. My hatred for you is profound. If you wish for me to spare Yun Ruoyue, then you must take your own life before me. Only then will I release her." Suddenly, Nangong Ro pressed the dagger against Yun Ruoyue's throat, the sharp tip trembling dangerously close to piercing her skin. Ignoring her own peril, Yun Ruoyue hastily turned to Chu Xuancheng, pleading, "My lord, do not heed her words. Do not concern yourself with me. Just leave." Yet, Chu Xuancheng abruptly drew his sword, placing it at his own neck, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Nangong Ro. "Nangong Ro, if I were to take my own life here and now, would you keep your promise and release Yuo?" Upon seeing the sword poised against his neck, Nangong Ro's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "You truly would die for this woman? Enough with the chatter. If I take my own life, will you immediately free her?" Chu Xuancheng's voice was cold and unyielding. Simultaneously, he tore the jade pendant from his waist, clenching it tightly in his hand, intending to divert Nangong Ro's attention and, when the moment was right, strike at her hand with the pendant to save Yun Ruoyue. He was not a fool. He understood that even if he took his own life, Nangong Ro would not spare Yun Ruoyue. Thus, he needed to distract her. Nangong Ro's voice was chilling as she responded, "Indeed, if you take your life, I shall release her. Chu Xuancheng, let me witness the lengths you are willing to go for Yun Ruoyue. Let me see your courage." Chapter 1264. She took her own life. Chu Xuancheng's lips curled coldly, revealing a demeanor unafraid of death. He gazed deeply at Yun Ruoyue, slowly directing the blade of his sword towards his own neck. "No, my lord, please do not do this. You are the divine protector of the Chu kingdom. Your sacrifice for me is not worth it. You must leave quickly." Yun Ruoyue cried out in terror upon seeing the sword in Chu Xuancheng's hand. She never anticipated that he would be willing to take his own life for her. Her heart ached as if it were being torn apart, filled with resentment, wishing to turn Nangong Ro into mere paste. Holding the sword with a chilling resolve, Chu Xuancheng inched the blade closer to his throat. He cast one last lingering look at Yun Ruoyue, his eyes filled with an unwillingness to part. "Yuer, take good care of yourself. We shall continue our fate in the next life." Just as he was about to end his own life, a sudden, piercing cry echoed. "No!" Nangong Ro shouted desperately. In an instant, she hurled 2 stones, striking Chu Xuancheng's wrist, causing the sword to crash to the ground. Nangong Ro then released Yun Ruoyue, retracting her dagger, and trembling. She stood up. Tears of heartbreak welled in her eyes as she gazed agonizingly at Chu Xuancheng. "Chu Xuancheng, I never thought you would truly be willing to end your life for her. Do you love her that much?" His willingness to die for Yun Ruoyue struck her deeply, shattering her heart into pieces. Overwhelmed by despair, she felt that without him, she had nothing left. Witnessing their affection for one another made her existence seem utterly pointless. In a moment of anguish, she suddenly screamed, raising her hand to plunge the dagger into her own abdomen. At that instant, silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stared in disbelief at Nangong Ro. She had committed suicide. Even Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. He had intended to feign his own demise and use the jade pendant to disarm Nangong Ro's dagger. He never imagined she would act first, striking away his sword before tragically taking her own life. As she fell, he withdrew the dagger from his grasp, his gaze icy as it fixed upon her. Yun Ruoyue, trembling in shock, sat on the ground, witnessing Nangong Ro drive the dagger into her belly. Blood gushed forth from the wound as she let out a pained moan. The scene steeped in sorrow. Clutching her abdomen in agony, Nangong Ro cast one last, deep look at Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng before twirling around, suddenly breaking into a gentle smile. I am the most beloved woman of the prince, cherished by him and adored by all. Everyone who sees me must bow and show me reverence. I am gentle and kind, well-educated and gracious. Everyone loves me. Yun Ruoyue, alarmed by Nangong Ro's sudden demeanor, instinctively took a step back. What was happening to her? The onlookers exchanged confused glances, bewildered by her unexpected gentleness. Nangong Ro approached Yun Ruoyue with a friendly smile, saying, "Sister, you are the new concubine in the household, aren't you? Let me tell you, being able to marry Prince Li is a blessing you have earned over 3 lifetimes. The prince is extraordinary, both in valor and appearance. You must cherish this opportunity. You must cherish him, treat him with kindness, and never engage in malevolence. For such actions will lead to his loss. Nangong Ro, what troubles you?" Yun Ruoyue observed the frenzied Nangong Ro and took a step back. Seeing that Nangong Ro could no longer harm Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng swiftly stepped in front of her, shielding her behind him, and untied the ropes binding her wrists. Only then did Yun Ruoyue breathe a sigh of relief. Nangong Ro, witnessing Chu Xuancheng's fierce protection of Yun Ruoyue, felt no jealousy this time, but instead wore a gentle smile. She spoke tenderly, "I am the sole beloved of the Wangfu, deeply cherished by the prince. I am with child, twins no less, and when I bear them, our family of 4 will bask in greater happiness. I shall be the envy of the world, showered with adoration." Chapter 1265. As one approaches death, their words turn gentle. The prince holds me dear, treating me like a treasure, for I am Li Wangfei, Yunru, his most beloved woman. My medical skills are exceptional, winning the hearts of the people. I am the most envied woman across the realm. As Nangong Ro spoke, her laughter mingled with tears, both enchanting and deluded. She shed her hardened armor, revealing a gentle and kind-hearted nature. It dawned upon Yun Ruoyue that Nangong Ro seemed to be envisioning herself as her. Her demeanor, once terrifying, was now touching, devoid of malice. As if cleansed of all impurities, radiating purity and tranquility. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback to realize that, in truth, Nangong Ro yearned to be Yun Ruoyue. Suddenly, she coughed up blood, her consciousness abruptly returning to lucidity. With blood trickling from her lips, she looked at Chu Xuancheng with distress. "My lord, I feel so cold. Might I ask you for one last embrace, just as before?" Chu Xuancheng stood coldly, his gaze fixed on her, unmoved. Meanwhile, Nangong Ro trembled, resembling a wilting flower on the brink of decay. Her expression grew increasingly pitiful, her tear-filled eyes pleading with him for just one last embrace. Yun Ruoyue, recognizing that Nangong Ro's time was fleeting and recalling how she had spared her earlier and prevented Chu Xuancheng from taking his own life, felt sympathy for her plight and nodded towards Chu Xuancheng. Only then did he step forward, his towering figure resolute, extending his arms to gently envelop Nangong Ro. "Thank you. Thank you for not rejecting me," Nangong Ro whispered, tears cascading down her cheeks. "My lord, if there is a next life and I have the chance to marry you again, I will never harm another soul. I shall cherish that opportunity and will not push you further away. I have never regretted marrying you. I only regret my past misdeeds." As one approaches death, their words become gentle. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback, astonished that she would acknowledge her faults. Nangong Ro, tearfully transfixed on him, lamented, "The time I spent entering the Wangfu was the most beautiful period of my life, one I shall never forget. You welcomed me with a grand bridal procession, and we exchanged vows. I know my mother and I were at fault. I simply refused to admit it. Yet, no matter what, I have never wished you harm." As she spoke, more blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. "Rower, are you all right?" Chu Xuancheng hastily inquired. The gentle words spoken by Rower instantaneously melted the icy heart of Nangong Ro. It was as if she had returned to the moment they first met. With a flicker of emotion, she lamentingly uttered, "Thank you for calling me Rower once more. With your words, I faced death unshaken." She continued, "I must reveal a truth to you. I owe you no debt of gratitude for saving my life. It was all a ruse of my own design. I had bribed the tavern attendant to lace your drink with poison. When you collapsed in the snow, I merely passed by in my carriage, feigning a rescue. You owe me nothing. Do not let guilt plague your heart, nor be troubled by the whispers of others." As she spoke, she strained to widen her eyes, gazing affectionately at Chu Xuancheng, and with her last breath, she declared, "Your Highness, although my act of saving you was a charade, I must confess that my love for you is genuine." With that, Nangong Ro slowly closed her eyes, a crystalline tear cascading down her cheek. As if drifting into eternal slumber, she did not reveal Su Changxiao, having promised not to implicate her. She wished to bear the burden alone, not wanting to be deemed faithless. This secret would remain until Chu Xuancheng uncovered it himself. Gradually, her head rested softly against Chu Xuancheng's chest, her hand falling limply to her side. Upon witnessing this, Chu Xuancheng realized she had succumbed to death, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. He had never anticipated that her salvation was a fabrication. He truly owed her nothing. Had he known this earlier, he would not have wed her, nor would he have faced the subsequent events. Yun Ruoyue was also taken aback, not expecting that the supposed act of salvation was merely a performance. Before her demise, Nangong Ro had awakened to the truth, revealing it to Chu Xuancheng, thereby freeing him from the burden of false gratitude and granting him solace. Unexpectedly, Nangong Ro had performed a final act of kindness before her death. At that moment, Mo Li, accompanied by Nangong Wan and others, rushed onto the scene. The prince, overly concerned for the princess, had galloped ahead upon learning of the direction to the dilapidated temple, losing contact with them. Having lost track of the prince and encountered Nangong Wan, who was searching for Nangong Ro, he had to lead the group and wait for Nangong Wan, thus arriving late. Upon their arrival, they beheld Nangong Ro, bloodied, lying in the prince's embrace, while the princess stood unharmed nearby. They collectively breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the princess was safe. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Mo Li inquired. "I am well, and so is the princess," Chu Xuancheng replied coldly, reassuring Mo Li. "What transpired here?" Nangong Wan hastily asked. Chu Xuancheng's voice turned frigid as he stated, "Nangong Ro kidnapped the princess. In the end, she took her own life." Nearby, a killer hastily recounted the recent events to Nangong Wan. Upon hearing this, Nangong Wan was consumed by rage, exclaiming, "Your Highness, this scheme was orchestrated solely by Nangong Ro and has no ties to our family." I hurried here upon learning of her plan from the household servants, eager to thwart her intentions, but alas, I arrived too late to prevent her demise. He gazed upon the dagger embedded in Nangong Ro's abdomen, his eyes filled with profound sorrow. Yet, fearing the repercussions from Chu Xuancheng, he hastily proclaimed, "Your Highness, since she has succumbed to her guilt and taken her own life, her body is yours to dispose of as you see fit. Whether you choose to cast her into a mass grave or feed her to the dogs, it is entirely your decision. She has long been expelled from the Nangong residence, and thus, I bear no further connection to her. Therefore, we at the Nangong household shall not retrieve her remains. In light of this, Your Highness, since the princess is unharmed, I shall take my leave." As Nangong Wan uttered these words, beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow. He feared that the entire Nangong family would be tainted by Nangong Ro's actions, jeopardizing his position and future. With a heart devoid of compassion, he turned and walked away. He contemplated retrieving his daughter's body only after the departure of the Li Wang and his entourage, for despite their estrangement, he could not bear the thought of her remaining unburied in the wilderness. Observing Nangong Wan's callous retreat, Chu Xuancheng shook his head in disapproval. In light of Nangong Ro's earlier mercy towards Yun Ruoyue, he addressed Mo Li, saying, "Mo Li, find her a proper burial site and ensure she is laid to rest respectfully." The assassins present could not help but admire Li Wang. His magnanimity was truly remarkable. Even as Nangong Ro's own father shunned her in fear of repercussions, the victim himself was willing to grant her a dignified burial. Indeed, he was a man of deep emotion and loyalty. However, before their admiration could linger, death itself descended upon them. Mo Li then reported, "Your Highness, I have discovered that these assassins are from the Dark Knight Pavilion, a notorious criminal organization known for their nefarious deeds. How shall we proceed with them?"